everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Shield Hero I became the Shield Hero novel summary. I will dominate this world with money and violence. A public statement by the commander of the Undead Legion. P.S. Pay attention to the beginning of Chapter 1. He was once a college student with autism who had suffered bullying and the shattering of his dreams. He had become numb to life, but anime became his salvation. He is obsessed with the rising of the Shield Hero and deeply dissatisfied with Naofumi, the Shield Hero, for his conciliatory approach to life. An unexpected car accident sent his consciousness to another world, where he possessed the body of the Shield Hero. The moment Leo opened his eyes, he found himself in dire straits, falsely accused of rape by Princess Mine and the king, and put on trial. Worse still, the other three heroes readily believed this absurd accusation. In this darkest hour, a mysterious power awakened within Leo. Congratulations on completing the Indifference and Wrath conditions, unlocking Shield of Indifference and Shield of Wrath. Shield of Slaughter, unlocked. From then on, he no longer sat idly by and waited for his death. Faced with the slander of the powerful and the harassment of thieves, he no longer showed mercy, but instead raised his shield and used violence to fight violence. Madman, hero, saint, demon, jinx. These contradictory titles were recorded in history. Don't forget to smile, I'll help you take everything back. In the cruel alien world, he gradually realized that he had embarked on a path of no return. It seems there's no going back. Let it be. With his immense power, he built an army, gained new followers, and vowed to reform this unjust world. Redemption or destruction. Every choice he made would determine the fate of this other world. Chapter 1 to 50, Car Accident. Actually transmigrated to another world. Anxiety deposit. Dare to leave it here? There is a 50% chance it will stay here forever. Novel Volume 1, Blood Exchange Finale. To all readers, after adopting suggestions from some readers and carefully considering the original creative intent, the author found that the narrative structure of Volume 1 leans more towards a world history record, a detailed exposition of the past origins of various characters and the connections between forces, the core significance of which is to lay a solid foundation for the plot explosion in Volume 2. If you prefer a tighter plot progression and feel that the background exposition in Volume 1 is slightly tedious and dry, you can read the introduction and necessary chapters and then jump directly to Volume 2. The core plot connection is seamless, so there is no need to worry about gaps in understanding. Attached is a riddle, just for fun. The author personally believes that slaughter is an inevitable path in this book, and preventing slaughter is the ultimate goal. Do you know why? To avoid affecting your reading choice, the core thread of Volume 1 is briefly described as follows. Leo, due to an unexpected car accident, transmigrated into another world as the Shield Hero. Congenital autism and the mental trauma brought by the transmigration unexpectedly unlocked unknown shield powers, and the memory gaps left by the car accident made him taciturn, with his personality also in a fragmented state, later evolving into a dual personality, with the two reaching a temporary reconciliation through struggle. Relying on the unique ability of the shield, he created an undead army, later named the Undead Legion. This power, misunderstood by the world, became a turning point for redemption. He rewrote the tragic fates of several characters from the original work, took some enemies under his command during the waves of catastrophe, and won the praise of Saint of the Undead among the people through practical actions, breaking the inherent prejudices of the world against the undead and the Shield Hero. Unlike the Shield Hero in the original work, he has no talent for business, but he is well versed in resource procurement. Under the name of Precise Visits, he maneuvered between nobles, thieves, and even the king to raise funds for the operation of the Legion and the salvation of the world, with a sharp style, more like a warlord. Until one moment, the hidden memories were completely dug out by another personality, and he briefly experienced the clarity of a complete personality, but ultimately returned to a fragmented state. After ending the Pope's conspiracy and completing the fair trial, the plot node is similar to the finale of the first season. He took an airship to the Siltvelt territory, a fief he was forced to accept, and while reorganizing the territory, he quietly prepared for the next wave of the waves of catastrophe. Thank you for your understanding and support. The main story begins now. If you have any thoughts or questions, feel free to leave a message, and I will reply when I see it. No, this isn't real. Leo bounced up from the bed like a spring, his back hitting the iron bed frame with a clatter. He gasped for air, his pajamas soaked through with cold sweat, sticking to his body uncomfortably. In the darkness, he stared wide-eyed, looking around. The corners of the Shield Hero poster on the wall were curled up, his unfinished advanced mathematics homework was piled on the desk, and his roommate's quilt was thrown in a ball at the end of the bed, covered in potato chip crumbs. Phew. So it was just a dream. Leo reached for his phone to check the time. The blue light at 3:17 a.m. stung his eyes. But he couldn't shake the images from his dream. He was lying in a stark white coffin, his parents kneeling beside it, sobbing uncontrollably. His mother was grabbing the edge of the coffin, her voice hoarse from screaming, while his father kept his head down, silent, his shoulders shaking like a sieve. And those classmates, even the boys who usually mocked him, were wiping away tears, their weeping buzzing in his ears. What was clearest was the out-of-control car, the white light blinding, the sound of screeching brakes still echoing in his mind. Leo leaned against the wall to catch his breath. Come to think of it, he had just picked that name, Leo, when playing a game, and being too lazy to change it, he kept using it. As someone with congenital autism, he had long been accustomed to retreating into his own shell. Sitting in the last row in class, buying only tomato and egg rice in the cafeteria, and always sitting at the third table by the window in the library. Hard fists are the only truth. Leo pulled the pillow to prop up his lower back. Fragments suddenly intruded into his mind, days of being bullied in middle school. The boy behind him who loved to pull his hair, throwing his school bag into the girls' restroom, jeering at the doorway, calling him a freak, and getting a group of people to laugh along. Others would pour chalk dust into his water cup when he wasn't looking, clutching their stomachs and laughing until they couldn't stand straight when they watched him pick it up and drink it. At that time, he could only clench his fists and bury his face lower. It wasn't until he found a copy of Combat Techniques with a worn-out cover at a second-hand bookstore one day that he felt like he was awakened by something. Knowing how to solve math problems couldn't stop the shoving and mockery. From then on, he became the ghost of the playground. Every day at 5:30, when the sky was just barely light and students going for their morning run were still yawning, he had already practiced 20 sets of straight punches against the sandpit, the sand rustling down from the impact of his knuckles. After the evening self-study session, when the voice-activated lights in the dormitory hallway flickered on and off, he was still in front of the mirror, repeatedly refining his grappling techniques, gesturing at the air until his arms were too sore to lift. It was strange, really. Even though the misery of those middle school days was the motivation that drove him to survive later on, certain fragments were becoming increasingly blurred, like they were covered in fog. In the end, he only remembered roughly what he had experienced and what he needed to do now. As for many details from back then, like what his home looked like, the specific layout of the school, or even the faces of those bullies, he had forgotten them completely. But that didn't matter anymore. He remembered the scene of his first counterattack. The boy who always snatched his breakfast reached out with that same cheeky grin. Almost reflexively, he caught the guy's wrist and, with a little force, pressed him against the wall. The boy winced in pain, his eyes wide as he shouted, How do you know how to fight?" Fists did indeed drive away the bullies, but the empty space in his heart could never be filled. Last week, when his roommates were chatting in the dorm about where to travel for the May Day holiday, he held his computer, hesitating for a long time, his fingers hovering over the keyboard, before finally gathering the courage to speak. "I know of a museum." Before he could finish, his words were drowned out by laughter. He could never join in on the new anime they discussed or the jokes they made. In the end, he could only put on his headphones in silence and continue watching fan videos of the rising of the Shield Hero. This Naofumi is just too frustrated. Leo poked his phone screen, complaining. Every time he saw Naofumi silently bearing everything after being framed, he would slam the table in anger. Last time he posted on a forum saying if I transmigrated into the Shield Hero, I would definitely counterattack. He was flamed by netizens telling him to stop dreaming, keyboard warrior. He refused to accept it and stayed up all night writing an 8,000-word guide, from how to exploit system bugs to how to recruit an army, with details more meticulous than solving calculus problems. Of course, in reality, he remained the loner that no one cared for. However, the world is always full of absurd twists. The night the accident happened was no different from any other. Leo finished watching the latest anime episode, the theme song looping in his headphones, his mind filled with images of Naofumi being isolated. If there is an afterlife, I hope I can go there, even if it's just to live anonymously. While crossing the street, the traffic light turned from green to red, but he stared at the comments on his phone, smiling foolishly. Suddenly, the piercing sound of tires screeching against the pavement exploded in his ears. In the instant the white light flashed, he heard himself say, "So this is what a car accident feels like." A sharp pain struck, his vision went black, and his consciousness plunged into an endless abyss of darkness. F***ck, did I really transmigrate? Leo sat up, holding his head, his temples throbbing. The white light in front of him was blinding, his ears were buzzing, and the surroundings were as noisy as a wet market. When he finally managed to see his surroundings clearly, cold sweat broke out on his back. Isn't this the judgment hall from the Rising of the Shield Hero? Red brick walls, pointed chandeliers, and the gold-trimmed throne in the center, it was exactly as described in the novel. Shield Hero, you have committed an unforgivable crime against our country. Before Leo could react, this line, familiar enough to make his scalp tingle, had already smashed into his ears. He subconsciously touched his face, the texture feeling terrifyingly unfamiliar. That angry and desperate face was clearly that of Naofumi, the shield hero who had been framed in the original work. Looking down at the hall, Princess Mine was hiding behind the spear hero, Motoyasu Kitamura, wiping away tears, her fake sobbing sounds as phony as could be. The king was tapping his scepter, reading out the charges with a righteous face, while the nobles around them joined in the clamor, their spit almost spraying onto his face. "You've got to be kidding me. A hellish start?" Leo complained frantically in his heart. He was a loyal reader who had read the original work to shreds, so of course he knew what would happen next. Being framed for rape, stripped of his status as a hero, and branded with a black mark he could never wash off for the rest of his life. But who would have thought that the satisfying counterattack scenes in the novel would feel like pure despair when they actually happened to him? What made him even angrier were the three other heroes nearby. The bow hero, Itsuki Kawasumi, frowned and shook his head, muttering how could it be like this. The sword hero, Renamaki, kept a cold face and said nothing, his eyes full of disgust. Motoyasu Kitamura was the most ridiculous, pointing his spear at his nose like a clown. "Hey, I say, we're supposed to be companions, right? You're going to convict me without even investigating?" Leo wanted to retort, but found his throat dry as dust. Congratulations to the host for meeting the conditions of indifference and wrath, unlocking Shield of Apathy and Shield of Wrath. A mechanical voice suddenly exploded in his brain, and Leo almost fell over again. Immediately after, 2 lines of text appeared before his eyes, the golden skill icons shining so brightly they were hard to look at. A system. There's really a system? You should have said so earlier. Leo smiled, but the next second, he froze, staring at the 2 shields that had suddenly appeared in his field of vision. One was as black as night, covered in mysterious blue runes, surging with a chilling atmosphere of indifference. The other was fiery red, like burning flames, radiating a powerful force of wrath, as if it wanted to burn away all the injustices in this world. System, why are there 2 shields? That doesn't make sense. You met the conditions for indifference in your original world, and the conditions for wrath were brought by the original owner of this body. The system's emotionless voice rang in Leo's mind. What does that mean? Because I'm autistic, I unlocked the Shield of Apathy? Yes. Then Shield of Wrath is Naofumi's resentment? Yes. But Leo silently scanned his surroundings, seeing everyone staring at him with vicious eyes, full of hostility, as if they wanted to eat him alive. Leo felt his autism acting up again, and his heart filled with panic. System, can you send me back? I just remembered I have final exams coming up soon. No. You can only choose to return to the point before your death in your original world after completing the mission to save the world. The system's reply remained icy, with no room for negotiation. Can I start over? Like, Go back to the first day of summoning. Leo asked, refusing to give up. No. Can I? Before he could finish asking, his head suddenly felt like it had been struck hard by a heavy hammer. A sharp pain hit. Acquired skills Ice Age, Dark Curse Flame. Warning, currently suffering from wrath erosion, wrath and gloomy have been automatically synthesized. Congratulations on acquiring Cold-Blooded and Bloodlust Enhancement. Due to the influence of Cold-Blooded, unlocked Shield of Slaughter, Skill Army of the Underworld, Shield of Wrath upgraded to Shield of Wrath, and eliminated the influence on ideology. The system notifications exploded one after another, making Leo's head spin. But once he processed it, a strange calmness welled up in his heart, so that version of himself who was always depressed had actually become a cheat code in this world. Forget it, I'll just find a way to study in this world. Leo sighed helplessly. Wait, wrath, indifference, aren't these the legendary 12 deadly sins? Whatever, forget it. Switching the shield to Shield of Wrath, a sense of hatred surged in his heart. A burning sensation spread from his chest. So being angry is this tiring? Leo couldn't help but mock himself. Instinct told him that the Shield of Slaughter was more dangerous than the Shield of Wrath. The burning sensation in his chest made his eyes red, but a cold sneer curled the corners of his mouth as he stood up abruptly. You blind and foolish people, today I will make you pay the price for your mistakes. The Shield of Wrath shone brightly, and the temperature in the Judgment Hall rose instantly, as if it had been ignited. #2 Chapter 2, Loans Without a Term. Chapter 2, An Indefinite Loan. Shield of Wrath. Flames licked wildly at the surroundings, and the wanton dancing tongues of fire ruthlessly devoured the soldiers surrounding Leo. Piercing screams rose and fell, like a symphony of death, echoing for a long time over this judgment ground. Leo stood there quietly, watching with cold eyes, his face without a ripple, as if the bloody and cruel scene before him was nothing more than an insignificant farce. That shield hero Neofumi, who was once seen by everyone as weak, easily bullied, and at the mercy of others, now seemed like a completely different person. An aura that chilled people to the bone radiated from him, a field where anger and indifference intertwined, as if it were wafting up from the depths of hell. The king widened his eyes in disbelief, and the nobles beside him, usually so arrogant, were now pale with fright, their bodies trembling slightly like autumn leaves shivering in the cold wind. Mine, that incredibly hypocritical woman, subconsciously hid behind the spear hero, her eyes flickering with fear and reluctance. Neofumi, you actually. The spear hero, Motoyasu Kitamura, whose strength was not outstanding among the four heroes to begin with, saw Leo being so aggressive now and panicked, losing his composure and attacking him first. He had always thought highly of himself, believing that as a hero, he should be above others. He had always looked down on the shield hero Neofumi, whom he regarded as the weakest, and had even participated in framing Neofumi multiple times. In his view, Neofumi should forever remain the pushover they could manipulate at will. Accept your judgment, he shouted, thrusting his spear toward Leo's throat. The movement looked swift, but it was actually full of openings. In Leo's eyes, this reckless attack was nothing more than a death throw. The conflict between Leo and him had been established since the original story, where he repeatedly kicked Neofumi while he was down, and now it had reached an irreconcilable point. Leo's eyes narrowed, and he shifted his body slightly, easily dodging the attack. There's actually something I've always wanted to say to you. A demonic whisper sounded. What? Motoyasu, who hadn't yet recovered his senses, had a flash of panic in his eyes. I've felt sick ever since the first time I saw you. Even though he had fallen in love with Raphtalia at first sight back then, he never thought about how to truly help her, instead aiding the Avalders. Even if it was well-intentioned, if you aren't helping, don't make things worse. His actions were merely to satisfy his own ridiculous vanity and so-called dignity as a hero. Leo extended his arm, using his elbow as a hammer, and struck heavily at the back of his neck. Only hearing him grunt, his eyes rolled back, and he fell straight down, unconscious. Once, he relied on his status as a hero to wantonly trample on the dignity of others. Now, it was time for him to taste the feeling of being taught a lesson. Let go of Lord Motoyasu. Mine shrieked at the top of her lungs, a sound shrill enough to pierce eardrums. Leo didn't even need to turn around. Just listening to that affected tone, he knew this green tea bitch was up to something again. The scenes of this woman framing Naofumi before were still vivid in his mind, and now she actually dared to launch a sneak attack from behind. Did she really think he was still a pushover to be manipulated? A cold smile curled the corners of Leo's lips. His actions were faster than his thoughts. He scooped up the unconscious Motoyasu Kitamura and held him in front of himself like a sack. With a dull thud, a wind blade stabbed fiercely into Motoyasu's back. He shivered in pain, and blood instantly bloomed into a large red stain on his armor. Ah! Motoyasu Kitamura's pig-like scream echoed through the hall. Despicable! If you have the guts, come at me. Mine stomped her feet and shrieked, but she couldn't hide the malicious gloating in her eyes. At you? Don't be in such a rush. Before Leo finished speaking, with a crisp crack, his boot ground fiercely onto Motoyasu's wrist. Motoyasu Kitamura's eyes rolled back in pain, and he nearly fainted again. Leo bent down, his voice as cold as ice shards. This one is for Lino. Do you still remember the girl you guys killed? A female who once joined the Spear Heroes party, framed because she didn't suck up to mine. See Volume 1 of the novel, The Spear Heroes' Record of Shame. Mine's face instantly turned ghastly pale. Just as she was about to defend herself, Leo had already picked up Motoyasu Kitamura and threw him at her like a rag. Ah! Mine couldn't dodge in time and was knocked flat on her back. The two of them fell into a heap, causing the surrounding nobles to gasp. Meteor bow! The bow hero, Itsuki Kawasumi, shouted, drawing his bowstring to the full. Leo couldn't even be bothered to dodge. The arrow hit his shield and bounced off as if it were just scratching an itch. The kid even shouted solemnly, "Sinner, your atrocities are unforgivable. Give me a break. You're being used as a pawn, and you're proud of it." Leo sneered. Mine tells you who to bite, and you just bite them. Do you really think you're upholding justice? You are simply unreasonable. Itsuki Kawasumi's face turned red with anger. Beside him, the sword hero, Renamaki, frowned and wanted to speak, but was interrupted by Mine's shriek. Lord Itsuki, don't waste your breath on him. Kill this devil. A devil? Leo raised an eyebrow, scanning the crowd. That's right, I am a devil. But compared to you ghosts wearing human skin, I play the part of a devil fair and square. He raised the shield of wrath, and the flames instantly surged. Welcome, everyone, to a trip to hell. Following Leo's low roar. Shield of wrath. Burn these scums away. Black fire snakes whooshed toward the crowd. Itsuki Kawasumi and Motoyasu Kitamura couldn't dodge in time and were instantly engulfed by the flames. The two of them screamed and rolled in the fire, their skin sizzling with grease, and the smell of burning flesh nauseated everyone. Just as Mine was about to run away, Leo sneered and switched to the shield of apathy. Ice Age. A chill instantly filled the room. Mine and Itsuki Kawasumi didn't even have time to scream before they were frozen into two ice statues, their faces still wearing expressions of terror. Leo turned and walked toward the king, who was slumped on the throne, and said condescendingly, Your Majesty, in the name of Siltvelt and the other demi-human nations, I need 800 gold coins now. Let's just consider it a loan from you. However, this loan has no deadline. Whenever I feel like paying it back, I naturally will. He glanced at the royal portrait on the wall. If you want your nephew or niece to have an accident, go ahead and refuse. Driven by profit, with fear as the fuse. Since he couldn't understand reason, then play the emotional card. The king finally witnessed what it meant to be shameless. His lips trembled, and upon hearing the latter half of the sentence, he wanted to say something, but was scared by Leo's gaze and swallowed his words. He could only nod helplessly, signaling his subordinates to prepare the gold coins. Your Majesty, this is too much. The guard couldn't help but speak up. If he remembered correctly, the national treasury only had a few thousand gold coins. I told you to go, so go. The king's voice was distorted with fear, but he turned his head and put on a smiling face again. Lord Shield Hero, let's talk this over. Leo looked at Renamaki on the side. Although this kid had also attacked, he had clearly held back some strength. Ren, Stop being a sucker. Leo raised his hand, a silver light flashed, and Renamaki's eyes rolled back as he fainted. Take a nap, and think carefully about who the real enemy is. Once the gold coins were in hand, Leo tucked them into his shield and was ready to leave. Wait a moment. The king called out from behind, trembling. Will you keep your word? If you don't cause trouble, I will naturally keep my word. Leo didn't even turn his head. If you dare to play any tricks, next time I come, it won't be gold coins I'm asking for. Until the queen returns, if you don't cause me trouble, I will fulfill my promise. After saying this, Leo walked away directly. Along the way, the soldiers watched him in terror, and no one dared to step forward to stop him. At this moment, the king was slumped on the throne, like a truly old man. Dusk. After a long while, he spoke again. Your Majesty. The Minister of Internal Affairs responded immediately. After healing the three heroes and the princess, quell the public opinion outside, and tell the Church of the Three Heroes not to act rashly for the time being. Yes. After speaking, the king turned his head to look at Itsuki Kawasumi, who had been frozen into an ice statue, and fell into deep thought. This battle was very rewarding for Leo. The experience gained from killing allowed him to successfully reach level 10. Walking out of the palace gate, Leo felt the notification of leveling up surging within him. He looked up at the gloomy sky, a ruthless smile curling his lips. This revenge has only just begun. Chapter 3, Talent, Hidden Crisis Shield of Slaughter. Leo observed the movement at the back door of the castle. Seizing a moment when no one was paying attention, he slipped out quickly and silently. He had only walked a few steps along the street when, passing by a clothing store, a hand suddenly grabbed him tightly by the collar. With a forceful tug, he was involuntarily dragged into the shop. Young man, what on earth are you thinking? Wandering the streets in your underwear, don't you feel any shame? What if you corrupt the children? The loud voice exploded instantly within the small shop, making Leo's ears ring. Staggered by the sudden pull, Leo nearly fell over. Managing to steady himself, he slowly raised his head, immediately meeting the shopkeeper's stern gaze as she stood with hands on her hips, glaring at him. He subconsciously hid his shield behind his back. I can't let her find out I'm the shield hero, or it'll be trouble. At the same time, his gaze inadvertently swept behind the shopkeeper. He saw a poster on the glass window that read "Long live the Church of the Three Heroes." Time had already left its mark on it, the colors had faded, making it look rather worn. Please listen to me explain. Leo hurriedly put on a smiling face, trying to ease the awkward situation. Explain what? The shopkeeper had no intention of giving him a chance. She reached out, grabbed a wooden ruler from the counter, and began rapping it against the tabletop with a clatter. You tell me, if all the children on the street learned from you, what would this street become? Leo's heart tightened. Panic-stricken, he reached into his pocket and rummaged around. He finally managed to pull out a gold coin and slammed it heavily onto the counter with a clang. The coin spun on the counter, its golden luster instantly catching the shopkeeper's eyes. The air in the entire shop seemed to freeze. The shopkeeper's eyes instantly widened, rounder than the coin itself. Seizing the opportunity, Leo was quick to reach out and grab the improved Zhongshan suit hanging in the most prominent position, his tone crisp. This one. Keep the change. Oh, okay, sir. The shopkeeper's attitude did a complete 180-degree turn instantly, her face beaming with smiles. Leo picked up the clothes, only to find them surprisingly stiff. The collar stood up, looking sharp enough to be a weapon. When he fastened the collar button, it scratched the back of his neck, making it itch, and he couldn't help but frown slightly. However, this was the only piece of men's clothing with a Chinese style he had found after searching for a long time. So, even though it wasn't very comfortable to wear, he preferred this one. Leo walked to the bronze mirror and tugged at the hem of his garment. In the mirror, the outfit fit him perfectly, highlighting his well-defined muscles. At first glance, he looked like a dignified officer who had traveled through time from the old era. Afterward, Leo turned and quickly ducked into the shadows of the alley entrance. Spotting a moldy wooden crate, he sat right down on it. The gold coins in his pouch clinked together, making a crisp, pleasant sound. TSK, this sister complex king is certainly generous enough. Leo muttered to himself while counting the gold coins he had borrowed from the king. After counting the coins, he pulled a crumpled newspaper from his pocket. On the front page, the headline "Shield Hero Rapist" had been scribbled over with black ink until it was barely legible, and next to it, someone had written in crooked letters, "Insufficient evidence, case questionable." Suddenly, a gust of wind whistled by, snatching the newspaper and threatening to carry it away. Leo reacted quickly, pinning it down with a swift hand. Just then, he caught a glimpse of a wanted poster printed on the back of the newspaper. His portrait on it was drawn terribly, and next to it was the caption, "Dangerous Heretic." He scoffed dismissively, crumpled the newspaper into a ball, and tossed it accurately into a nearby gutter. "Once I find Raphtalia and Philo, let's see who dares to sling mud at me again." Leo tucked the gold coins back into his pocket, then remembered that the White Tiger siblings hadn't been properly settled yet. "I need to think of a solution quickly. I can't live off these 800 gold coins forever. I can't just sit around and wait for my savings to run out." "Open status panel," Leo thought silently to himself. Instantly, a translucent interface unfolded before his eyes like a phantom. Leo race, human. Level, 10. Identity, shield hero. Damage, 30 to 40. HP, 400. SP, 200. Stats, Attack 6, Defense 12, Constitution 17, Speed 3. Talents, Cold-blooded, clears all status ailments, but significantly reduces emotional fluctuations. Bloodlust, restores HP upon killing enemies, but activation induces the host's bloodlust trait, cannot be cleared. Skills, Shield of Wrath, skill Dark Curse Flame, consumes 1 HP per minute, continuously deals high damage to enemies with ignore defense effect. Effect is 500% of the maximum damage value, no cooldown. Shield of Apathy, skill Ice Age, selectively freezes an enemy, consumes 20 SP each time, cooldown 30s. Shield of Slaughter, skill Army of the Underworld, permanently summons a 10-man undead army, can be stored. Combat power depends on the host's level. Consumes 20 grudge points and 100 SP each time, cooldown 1h. Current undead count, 0, grudge points, 1 point gained per person killed or monster with level equal to half the host's level, current grudge points, 10. Looking at the glaring, bright red number 10 on the panel, Leo's gaze remained locked on the two talents, cold-blooded and bloodlust. Clear status ailments. But the price is becoming a cold-blooded machine with no emotions. He poked the panel gently with his finger, murmuring to himself. Then, he swiped the interface to the description of bloodlust. After just one glance, he couldn't help but gasp. Restore health by killing. If it continues like this, I'm afraid I really will become bloodthirsty. As he spoke, he subconsciously touched his neck, as if he could already faintly smell the scent of blood permeating the air. Leo pondered for a moment, weighing his options. Consuming HP to use skills sounds a bit dangerous, but thinking about it, using it for 5 minutes is only equivalent to a light scratch. In this world, there are only 2 ways to restore HP, sleeping and using medicine. So as long as he maintained a normal routine, plus the support of bloodlust, he should be able to manage. And now, to obtain grudge points, he either has to kill people or kill monsters level 5 and above. It seems his previous idea of relying on balloon monsters to accumulate grudge points had completely fallen through. Leo took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. He understood that the top priority was to make this wealth more valuable while finding a stable source of income. Considering that the waves of catastrophe were approaching, the demand for herbs would surely become tight. Moreover, in order to quickly synthesize aero potions, Leo decided to start with pharmaceutical production. Leo arrived at the outskirts. On this peaceful land, various herbs swayed gently in the breeze. He slowly extended his shield and gently touched the herbs. As soft rays of light flickered, the herbs seemed to be attracted by a mysterious force and were absorbed by the shield one after another. Congratulations on unlocking Herb Shield. Accompanied by the system prompt, Leo instantly felt as if he possessed a pair of insightful eyes capable of seeing through everything. Relying on the harvesting ability granted by the herb shield, he was like an experienced old pharmacist, knowing everything about various herbs. His hands flew as he moved quickly through the grass, and before long, a pile of harvested herbs gathered beside him. Every time he harvested a new type of herb, the shield would absorb one, simultaneously unlocking a new herb variety. Repeating this process, his harvesting ability continued to improve, and his backpack was soon stuffed full. Leo returned to the city with his heavy backpack, walking hurriedly straight to the pharmacy. "Isn't this the hero? The quality of your herbs looks really good. I dare ask, where did you harvest these?" The pharmacy owner hesitated for a moment, but in the end, curiosity got the better of him, and he asked, "In the grasslands on the western outskirts. You didn't know there were herbs there?" Leo frowned slightly, looking at the owner in confusion. "I always thought that besides monsters, there weren't any herbs there." The owner smiled awkwardly and scratched his head. "Then, could you help me take a look at these herbs?" As he spoke, Leo took out another portion of the harvested herbs from his backpack. When the owner saw Leo take out so many herbs, his face was full of surprise. "Hero, I'm in urgent need of these herbs. Name your price, and I'll definitely give you a fair and good price." Leo already had a plan in mind and said calmly, "Just give me whatever you think is fair, as long as it's not too outrageous." The owner thought for a while, then showed an earnest smile and said readily, "Hero, these herbs of yours are of top quality. I'll give you 20 silver coins. How does that price sound?" Leo was secretly pleased, but on the surface, he remained calm and nodded steadily. "All right, let's go with what you said." Just like that, Leo successfully obtained 20 silver coins. In his conversation with the owner helplessly revealed to Leo, "As the waves of catastrophe get closer, the demand for potions has greatly increased. But the difficulty of synthesizing high-level potions is just too great, and currently, there is simply no supply to meet the demand on the market." Leo's heart stirred. Memories of his experience synthesizing high-level potions when playing games in his original world immediately surfaced. At that time, when synthesizing intermediate potions, the success rate for generating high-level potions was actually as high as 50%, and when doing quests, villagers usually only wanted high-level potions. Thus, Leo said to the owner with a smile, "Boss, if I synthesize any high-level potions in the future, I will definitely prioritize selling them to you. However, I still need some basic potion synthesis tools. Do you have any here?" Upon hearing this, the owner nodded hurriedly. Yes. "Hero, just say the word. Whatever you need, I have it here." Leo spent 10 silver coins to buy some basic potion synthesis tools from the pharmacy owner. After leaving the pharmacy, he looked left and right. Seeing no one paying attention, he secretly absorbed the tools into his shield. Congratulations on unlocking Grinding Tool Shield. Acquired skill Automatic Grinding, consumes 10 SP for every bottle of potion ground, no cooldown. A wave of joy washed over Leo. Now I should be able to efficiently produce potions. Wait, I seem to have forgotten the recipe. He shook his head helplessly. Forget it, I'll take it one step at a time. In this world, prices were similar to the game settings in Leo's memory. A bottle of intermediate herbicide could sell for 1 silver coin and 40 copper coins, while a high-level one could sell for 2 silver coins. And a filling lunch cost less than 10 copper coins. Converted, if 1 copper coin was roughly equivalent to 1 RMB, then 1 silver coin equaled 100 copper coins, and 1 gold coin was worth 100 silver coins. Thinking that he had borrowed 800 gold coins from the king, which was equivalent to 8 million renminbi, Leo couldn't help but feel his heart race. This was undoubtedly a massive fortune that could change his destiny. After handling the potion business, to facilitate his future actions, Leo followed his memory and found the weapon shop owner, Erhard, to buy clothes. Besides custom equipment, he also wanted to buy some casual wear. #4 Chapter 4 The Hippolyte Undercurrent. Chapter 4 Undercurrents in Faubourg. Hey there, young man, you finally made it. You have to admit, the king is truly strange. He just pinned a crime on you, and then turned around to announce that the matter needs verification. What kind of game is he playing? The weapon shop owner, Erhard, said with a smile to Leo as he walked in, while organizing the weapons on the shelves. You can say that again. It's like an allergic reaction, changing at the drop of a hat. Leo smiled helplessly and replied casually. An allergic what? Nothing, old man. I came here this time to ask if you have any decent capes, preferably red and black. Also, could you please help reinforce the clothes I'm wearing? Leo knew from the original story that the person in front of him was trustworthy, so he didn't hold back much in his speech. Afterward, Leo walked into the fitting room. Standing in front of the mirror, he examined himself carefully. The black Zhongshan suit he wore was crisp and sharp, smoothly outlining his tall and upright figure. The collar was buttoned up tightly, exuding an air of solemnity and seriousness. The red and black cape draped over him flapped in the breeze. The black was like the deep night, mysterious and profound. The two colors intertwined ingeniously, creating a strange and stunning visual effect. The fabric of the cape was of superior quality, shimmering with a low-key yet luxurious luster, fluttering wildly with every subtle movement of his body. The accessories on the shoulders shone brilliantly under the sunlight. Not only did they securely fasten the cape to his shoulders, but they also added a touch of heroic spirit to his appearance. It looks a bit like a military uniform. Leo couldn't help but mutter to himself internally. However, he also knew that while this outfit didn't look overly exaggerated, it focused on durability. Its defensive power was on par with that bismuth silver armor, which cost 20 gold coins a set and was worn by Motoyasu later on. Leo didn't want to wear the same thing, so he passed on it. This equipment has been reinforced with a large amount of magic, so it doesn't look much different on the outside. It focuses primarily on magical defense. Seeing the satisfied expression on Leo's face, the owner couldn't help but introduce it with pride. Young man, why don't you give it a name? He suggested with a smile. Godslayer. Leo said almost without hesitation. That's bad luck. The owner heard this and waved his hands repeatedly. It would be much better to call it Hero's Pride or Armor of Justice. Then what about Blood Prison Underworld Butcher? Skeleton Splitting Slaughterer? Soul Eroding Purgatory Armor? Leo counted on his fingers, looking very serious. If that's not good enough, how about Blood Curse World Slaughtering Demon Armor? He added. Stop. Erhard quickly raised his hands in surrender. Let's just go with the first one, before my ears grow calluses. After saying that, he turned around and rummaged out a few bundles of cloth that looked like tattered hemp ropes and handed them to Leo. I'll give you a few spare sets. Don't let the look of this cloth fool you. It's fireproof, cut-resistant, and breathable. It's really useful. After the transaction was completed, Leo didn't leave immediately, but instead chatted with Erhard about the situation in this world. From him, Leo confirmed the detailed information about the core countries of this world once again. Melremark practices an absolute monarchy. Under the Queen's rule, the state religion is the Church of the Three Heroes. This sect seems to be full of hostility toward the Shield Hero, as could be seen from various previous encounters. Siltvelt prioritizes demi-humans and adopts a democratic system, governed jointly by various demi-human races, somewhat similar to the political model of ancient Athens on Earth. Qten-Lo has a very special attitude toward the Four Saints, with the king acting as a mediator. Leo thought of Raphtalia. She possesses the royal bloodline. It seems he will have to find time to go to Qten-Lo to stir up some trouble, maybe launch a coup or something. That might change the situation. Shield Frieden, as the nation of mercenaries, has always been shrouded in a veil of mystery, and there is very little information about it. In the original game, there weren't many plot points related to this country. Fobri is rumored to be a country founded by the descendants of heroes. Its national power is quite strong, and it possesses modern weapons, somewhat similar to Germany during World War II. The state religion is the Church of the Four Saints. Leo felt that this might be the place for him to display his grand ambitions in the future, and he could also take care of the vanguard of the waves of catastrophe, the Whip Hero Tact. At this moment, in a conference room in Fobri, a gorgeous crystal chandelier illuminated the conference table brightly. A blond man was sitting with his legs crossed, idly fiddling with a whip encrusted with gems. The Minister of Finance stood to the side, reporting on the military expenses for the border respectfully. Suddenly, the blond man twitched violently. Achoo! This loud sneeze caused several pages of the documents in front of him to fly away. Lord Tact! The female companion sitting beside him saw this and quickly handed him a silk handkerchief. Her cuffs brushed gently against his arm as she said with concern, "Did you catch a cold from the open window? I'll have someone close it right away." "What's the rush?" Tact wiped his nose casually, his gold ring clinking against the table. He glanced at the ministers sitting around who were suppressing their laughter, deliberately cracked his whip with a sharp sound, and said loudly, "It must be some blind fool thinking about this genius. It's probably that bunch of losers in Melremark, jealous of my newly improved gunpowder weapons. You are wise, my lord." The Minister of Finance quickly followed up on his words. "I heard that Melremark is still using rusted iron swords. How can they compare to our advanced firearms in Faubury? H, a bunch of frogs in a well." Tact kicked his leather boots onto the table, the spurs on the soles scratching the sandalwood table with a creaking sound. "Later, when I bring the new artillery over, I'll be sure to blast their city walls into rubble. By then, the Church of the Four Saints will unite the continent. What will the Church of the Shield or the Church of the Three Heroes matter then?" The female companion giggled and rubbed against him, saying coquettishly, "The Four Saints would have to bow down to your strategy, my lord. But the monsters at the border have been acting up lately, so you must take care of your health." "Monsters?" Tact grabbed the whiskey on the table and downed a mouthful, the liquid flowing down the corner of his mouth into his collar. "With one wave of my whip, whether it's a dragon or a beast, they'll all have to crawl obediently. It's that bunch of cowards in Q10 Low, hiding behind the water dragon barrier for so long. Once I have some free time." He hadn't even finished speaking when the door to the conference room was suddenly kicked open. A messenger rushed in, panting, and shouted loudly, "My lord. News from Melremark, the shield hero has caused a scene in the palace and even stole 800 gold coins." "What?" Tact's whiskey glass shattered on the floor with a clatter, and the whiskey left a dark stain on the carpet. "That softy who can't attack. Where did he get the guts? I heard he awakened a special power, and now all of Melremark is issuing a wanted notice for him. Interesting." Tact bent down to pick up his whip, the gems refracting a cold light between his fingers. "I thought he was just a small fry, but I didn't expect him to have some substance. Pass the order down. Keep a close watch on the movements of this shield hero. If he dares to cause trouble before the waves of catastrophe, he better not ruin my plan," he said, rubbing his nose again, and muttered, "Once I catch him, I'll have to show him who the real genius is." Q10 Low is an island nation located in the east. It relies on the powerful water dragon barrier to seal itself off, and its territory is the most extensive among the many countries. After saying goodbye to Erhard, Leo returned to his previous residence. He arrived at his rental unit and kicked open the dilapidated door. The door panel creaked, mixed with the smell of onions wafting from next door. Leo walked into the room and threw the heavy money bag onto the moldy straw mat. The gold coins collided, making a dull sound, startling a mouse in the corner that whooshed into a crack in the wall. "At least I have a place to stay now." He wiped the sweat from his face. The stiff collar of the Zhongshan suit was digging into the back of his neck, causing pain. "System, get to work." Leo grabbed a gold coin and pressed it against the shield. Instantly, a blue light exploded with a hum. A translucent panel popped up. He stared at it and almost fell off the bed. The words "Shield of Currency" flashed with dazzling golden light, and the balance of 770 gold coins and 80 silver coins made his eyes swim. Did I really become a walking ATM? He poked the panel excitedly, muttering, "Let me test the transfer function." But just as he was about to click confirm, his finger suddenly froze in midair. Drunken cursing came from outside the window, and Leo suddenly sobered up. He lay back, staring at the blackened ceiling, and his stomach growled right on cue. The 800 gold coins had shrunk to 770 in the blink of an eye. Buying medicine, buying equipment, hiring help, everything required money, making him realize that money really didn't last long. "I need to find a way to make money first." He took out the herb guide he had swiped from the pharmacy and spread it out on the straw mat. The waves of catastrophe will arrive in a month. By then, the price of herbs will definitely skyrocket. I might as well hoard some stock first. Just as he was calculating, his gaze suddenly caught the description of the bloodlust talent in the corner of the panel. HP recovery on kill. Leo couldn't help but shiver, the image of flames consuming soldiers in the castle instantly flashing in his mind. At that time, he had been blinded by bloodlust and felt incredibly exhilarated, but thinking back on it now, a chill ran down his spine. He pulled the tattered sheet over his head and muttered muffledly, "This talent is like a ticking time bomb. I need to find a way to suppress it." The night grew deeper, and the slightly burnt aroma of toasted bread wafted from next door. Leo rolled over and sat up, murmuring to the shield of currency, "Once I have enough strength, I'll go to Fowbury." He clenched his fists tightly, and the shield emitted a faint glow in the darkness, as if responding to his determination. "Raphtalia, Philo, wait for me. This time, I will settle those old debts one by one." Leo swore silently in his heart, looking out into the night outside the window. Chapter 5, Private Army. Leo was woken up by the sound of mice fighting in the corner. Morning light leaked in through holes in the torn window paper, casting several bright spots on his face. He rolled over and sat up, hitting the back of his head against the wooden bed frame with a creak. Well, a new day begins. He reached out and touched the shield on his arm. The cold sensation made him instantly alert. Today he was going to do something big. He put on the patched clothes Erhard had given him, the loose cuffs flapping about. Leo faced the water-stained bronze mirror and messed up his hair until it looked like a bird's nest. With this look, the slave trader will definitely think I'm dirt poor. He hummed an off-key tune as he walked out the door, calculating in his heart, Raphtalia should be making her appearance soon. I hope she doesn't keep me waiting in vain. In this world, appearance can sometimes determine how others treat you more than strength. The slave trader would appear when he was at his most down and out, bringing a life-changing opportunity, the raccoon girl, Raphtalia. If he were well-dressed and flaunting his strength right now, the slave trader would likely think he had no need for a slave, and everything that followed, including his encounter with Raphtalia, would vanish into thin air. Leaving his temporary dwelling, Leo headed toward the western grasslands. On the grassland, a breeze swept by, making the grass rustle, while nameless wildflowers were scattered about like stars. With no time to enjoy the scenery, his gaze keenly scanned every corner, searching for medicinal herbs. Soon, he discovered a few mandrake plants. These plants had broad leaves with peculiar patterns, and their roots emitted a faint fluorescent glow. Nearby, the slender leaves of mosquito-repellent grass swayed gently in the wind, emitting a unique fragrance. Leo skillfully harvested them and placed them into the bag he carried with him. Returning to his simple, makeshift camp, Leo began synthesizing potions. His hands worked rapidly, placing the herbs into the potion shield and injecting mana. With the surge of mana, the herbs gradually fused, emitting different glows. Before long, 10 bottles of herbicide and 10 bottles of mosquito repellent appeared before him. Carefully checking the quality of the potions, Leo was secretly delighted. Among the herbicides, there were 4 medium-grade and 6 high-grade potions. Among the mosquito repellents, there were 5 high-grade and 5 medium-grade potions. These were all goods that could fetch a good price. With every potion synthesized, Leo could feel a portion of his internal mana being drained, knowing this was the cost of synthesizing potions, consuming 10 SP each time. But at this moment, he couldn't concern himself with that and continued searching the grasslands for mana flowers. Mana flowers grew in damp places, and Leo found them near a low-lying patch of grass. The mana flowers were small and exquisite, their petals shimmering with a pale blue light, and upon a gentle touch, mana fluctuations would radiate outward. After carefully harvesting enough mana flowers and returning to camp, he synthesized another 10 bottles of mana recovery potion. However, just then, he suddenly felt a wave of headache, as if his head had been struck by a heavy hammer, and the scene before him began to blur. Leo knew this was a symptom of mana overuse. He checked his mana value, 100 SP remained. Time was tight, he couldn't stop, but he would have to pause the potion synthesis for now. Someone might ask why he didn't synthesize them by hand like in the original work. It was just one word, laziness. Leo kicked aside dead branches blocking his path and looked up at the canopy that blocked out the sky, muttering, "The further in you go, the more it looks like a haunted house, but this is the kind of place where you have to farm for grudge points." The pile of rotting leaves made a muffled squelch sound under his feet, and the howl of some unknown animal suddenly erupted, startling him so much he almost threw his shield away. He hadn't gone far when a few white shadows darted out from the bushes. 6 rabbit-hide monsters stood with their ears upright, their blood-red eyes glowing in the shadows. Did experience points just deliver themselves? Leo grabbed the shield of slaughter and charged. The moment the edge of the shield struck a monster's head, the sound of cracking bones mixed with his cursing. "You look harmless, but your eyes are vicious." In a few quick moves, he smashed the rabbit-hide monsters into pulp, then wiped the splashed blood from his face. Too easy, 0 stars. Just as he was preparing to go deeper, a black shadow suddenly darted out from behind a tree. An level 8 honey badger moved as fast as lightning, its sharp claws grazing Leo's cheek. Hiss. He touched the bleeding wound and, on the contrary, smiled. Not bad. The moment his bloodlust talent activated, a few low-level lizards nearby suddenly froze, their blood turning into streams of light that burrowed into his body. The honey badger's claws were still scratching, but Leo felt his wound healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Come on, let's see who falls first." With one final shield bash to the honey badger's crown, the corpse twitched and went still. The roar coming from deep within the cave made the ground tremble. Leo gripped his shield tightly, watching the flames spewed by the level 15 three-headed hellhound scorch the rock walls bright red, and gulped. "Good grief, is this a boss-level monster?" The 3 dog heads attacked in turns. Fire, biting, and clawing came one after another. Leo was chased all over the place, and only by slamming his back into a tree trunk did he narrowly dodge a fatal blow. "If this keeps up, I'm going to die here." Spotting a gap when the hellhound was catching its breath, Leo switched to the Shield of Wrath, Dark Curse Flame. Black flames engulfed in the smell of sulfur gushed out, and the 3-headed hellhound's screams made his eardrums ache. Watching the monster twist into a charred husk within the flames, Leo collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, his fingers still shaking uncontrollably. Time to check the level-up rewards. He wiped the bloodstains from his face and opened his status panel. The moment the level number jumped, he stared at the newly added attribute points and grudge points and laughed out loud. This was worth it. But, thinking of the blood-crazed impulse when the bloodlust talent activated, he frowned again. "I need to find a way to control this talent, otherwise I'll become a killing machine sooner or later." Leo. Race, human. Level, 20. Identity, shield hero. Damage, 30 to 40. HP, 600. SP, 500. Stats, attack 18, defense 30, constitution 28, speed 5. Talents. Gathering. Potion synthesis. Cold-blooded, clears all abnormal statuses, but significantly reduces emotional fluctuations. Bloodlust, restores HP upon killing enemies, but triggers the host's bloodlust trait upon activation. Skills. Shield of Wrath, skill Dark Curse Flame, consumes 1 HP per minute, continuously deals high damage with ignore defense effect to enemies. Effect is 500% of the highest damage value, no cooldown. Shield of Apathy, skill Ice Age, selectively freezes one enemy, consumes 20 SP each time, cooldown 30s. Shield of Slaughter, skill Army of the Underworld, permanently summons an undead soldier's army of 10, can be stored. Combat strength depends on level is half of the host's level. Consumes 20 grudge points and 100 SP each time, cooldown 1h. Current undead soldiers count, 0, grudge points. 1 grudge point gained for every person or monster killed that is at least half the host's level, current grudge points, 25. Because he killed monsters above his level, Leo successfully reached level 20 and accumulated 25 grudge points. A surge of joy welled up in his heart. He knew it was time to summon the undead soldier's army. He closed his eyes, focused his mind, and cast the skill Army of the Underworld. By the banks of the river Styx, spirits wander. By my power, break through the boundary and come. By the command of the underworld, the army manifests. Heed my command and fight for me. As a sinister aura permeated the area, an army of 10 undead soldiers appeared before him. These undead soldiers all wore iron masks, revealing only a pair of cold, hollow eyes. They held a shield in their left arms, gripped iron swords in their right, and carried bows on their backs, looking well equipped for both offense and defense. Each soldier was level 10, although their individual strength couldn't compare to Leo's. As an army, their discipline and combat power were far superior to that of a knight order. Looking at the undead soldiers' army before him, he was filled with a sense of accomplishment. He ordered 8 of them to help him grind levels, having them continuously hunt monsters in the forest to gain experience. Experience gained by subordinates is transferred directly to the master, while the other 2 were stored in the shield for emergencies. Watching the undead soldiers' army disappear into the forest, Leo knew that his foundation in this other world was gradually solidifying. He stood up, brushed the dust off his body, and prepared to return to town to continue his plan. At this very moment, he was already beginning to conceive his next steps in his mind, how to utilize this private army to carve out his own path in this other world filled with crises and opportunities. #6 Chapter 6 Tavern Attack. Chapter 6 Tavern Ambush. When he returned from the grasslands, the afternoon sun had already taken on a hint of laziness. Leo walked straight toward that familiar tavern in the royal capital, stepping into the dim space filled with the aroma of wheat and wine. It was pitch black inside, and the faces of the patrons were hidden in the shadows. He sat down at a random broken table against the wall and shouted at the bar, "Give me a bottle of the cheapest stuff." The glass bottle slammed onto the table, and Leo tilted his head back to take a swig, the spicy liquid burning its way down his throat. He was lucky, unlike the protagonists in stories who lose their sense of taste after various bizarre encounters. The drinks here couldn't compare to the refined sophistication of a Chinese restaurant, but the taste was acceptable. However, his heart felt as if a heavy stone were pressing down on it, feeling incredibly stifled. "It hurts. I really want to kill someone." Ever since he used the Bloodlust passive skill, the accompanying negative effect Bloodlust often pushed Leo's emotions to the brink of collapse. He looked down at his slightly trembling hands. He had clearly just slaughtered a magical beast, yet now he still wanted to grip something, preferably someone's throat. Every day, it felt as if he were driven by an intense desire for slaughter, where only the flow of blood could bring him a semblance of peace. He bit his arm, his teeth sinking into the flesh with such force that blood seeped out. The sharp pain acted like a sobering medicine, temporarily dispersing the madness in Leo's mind. Just then, the tavern door was pushed open, and 2 men swayed as they walked in. They spotted Leo immediately, their gazes landing on his clothes as mocking smiles surfaced on their lips. They critiqued his dilapidated equipment while swaggering toward him. "Yo, look at this shield hero. With gear like that, I bet you can't even find a companion," one of them said in a shrill voice. The other chimed in, "How about the 2 of us join you? At least we can give you some face." Leo sneered inwardly but remained expressionless. He picked at the wine stains on the wooden table with his fingernails and said nonchalantly, "You can join me, but let's get this straight. You get 30% of the proceeds from every mission, and the equipment maintenance will be deducted from my share. Also, you must follow my lead. When I say retreat, you retreat." "Fine. That's perfectly fine." The tall man's boots made a rustling sound on the floor as he reached out to pat Leo's shoulder, only to be avoided without a trace. The short man leaned his face even closer, the smell of alcohol on his breath mixing with the stench of rotten teeth. "Big brother, you're the boss. Shall we go buy equipment now? I'm familiar with the West City blacksmith shop. I guarantee I won't cheat you." Leo intentionally stumbled as he stood up, leaning against the table as if he were drunk. The 2 thugs glanced at each other, the greed in their eyes almost overflowing. After leaving the tavern, a cold wind blew, and the short man rubbed his hands together, urging, "Big brother, this way is a shortcut." The moment they turned into the alley, Leo's shield suddenly emitted a faint blue glow. With the shield of slaughter in hand, a chill crawled up his arm, freezing his knuckles until they cracked. He stood with his back to the 2 of them, staring at a rat in a crack in the wall, and suddenly spoke. "In your homes, do you still have family members to support?" Laughter exploded like a broken gong. The tall man laughed so hard he slapped his thigh. "I threw that old geezer into a mass grave a long time ago. What, Are you afraid we'll die and you'll have to pay out a pension? The short man pulled out a dagger to play with, the blade glinting in the moonlight. How about you give us some now? Is that so? That's great. Leo took a deep breath, his back teeth aching from clenching. The impulse of bloodlust surged through his veins like magma. He spun around abruptly, the shield in his palm bursting with ice-blue light. Ice Age. The cold air swept through the alley at a visible speed, and frost immediately covered the bricks. Hey, you! The two thugs' laughter came to a screeching halt. They were sealed inside a 3-meter-high ice prison, and even the white breath they exhaled froze into ice shards. Leo was the first to rush forward, gouging out their tongues to prevent their screams from attracting others. It's late at night, it wouldn't be good to disturb others. Nervous face. They clutched their mouths as blood gushed from between their fingers, letting out hoarse roars and looking at Leo in terror. They slowly knelt on the ground, their eyes filled with pleas for mercy. But at this moment, Leo's heart was already filled with the desire for slaughter, and he couldn't listen at all. Sorry, be more careful in your next life. Leo knocked one of them unconscious and summoned an undead soldier for the other. Strangely, when he took the boning knife and touched them with the intent of dissecting ingredients, the shield showed no reaction at all. The undead soldier understood his intent, knocked the other person unconscious as well, and dragged them into the ice prison. He suddenly thought of the famine-stricken royal capital. While passing through the slums during the day, he had seen with his own eyes several children fighting over half a piece of blackened bread. One of them had their head cracked open by a stone, blood mixing with dirt on their face, yet their eyes were still fixed on the food. In this era of turmoil, even in the royal capital, countless poor families struggled on the line of survival. Many couldn't even get a bite of food, let alone dream of eating meat. And now, with his heart consumed by slaughter, Leo actually had a crazy idea to carry out an operation of sending meat strips and warmth to help everyone achieve a moderately prosperous life. Resentment value +1. As night fell, Leo carried the meat strips and knocked on doors house by house. The door of the first house was dilapidated and teetering. Hello, is something the matter? The door opened, and a haggard-looking man appeared at the doorway, his eyes full of vigilance and confusion. Leo handed him the meat strips and stuffed a bag full of silver coins into his hand. He opened the bag and was stunned to see the bright silver coins. Immediately, he fell to his knees with a thud, tears in his eyes, and firmly refused. "My lord, this is too much. I cannot cause you any more trouble. Keep it to buy rice for the child." Leo pointed at the skeletal child beside him and said in a heavy voice, "An adult can make do, but a child shouldn't go hungry. If you want to repay me, then help others in the future just as I have." He nodded heavily, and after seeing Leo's shield, his eyes were filled with even more awe. After the man closed the door, Leo stood there staring at his own shadow. The killing impulse was still surging through his veins. He wished he could kick open the door and drag the person out. "Too honest," he whispered through gritted teeth, his fingernails digging deep into his palm. "Be a bit greedier, come and steal my money." Leo turned and walked away quickly, feeling somewhat disappointed. He secretly thought how good it would be if the man were greedy. That way, he could turn him into meat strips too and send them to the next house. Perhaps then his heart would feel more at ease. Chapter 7: The Slave Market. When Leo returned to the ice prison, he did this because he didn't want to be seen by the shadows, fearing it would lower the queen's opinion of him. The undead soldiers had already tied the other man firmly to a chair. They knelt on the ground with heads bowed, quietly awaiting his instructions. "Go keep watch outside." Leo's voice was calm and steady, echoing softly through the dim, freezing ice prison. He slowly took off his gloves and lined up the pliers and scalpels on the table one by one. The metal clinked together with a crisp sound. In the silence, it sounded as pleasant as crisp wind chimes, yet it carried a faint, bone-chilling eeriness. "Ah, I forgot to tell you, I was a medical student in my past life. Although I was only a freshman, I had already finished my anatomy courses." Leo's tone was flat. "MMPH, MMPH." The thug tied to the chair let out muffled whimpers, his eyes filled with terror and despair. His body writhed frantically against the ropes, a futile struggle. "So, would you like to help me review my medical knowledge?" If you don't speak, I'll take that as a yes, my dear friend. The corners of Leo's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a chilling smile. Having lost his tongue, the thug could only shake his head desperately, letting out cries of despair, nearly driven to insanity. Leo reached out, gently stroking the thug's face, using the blade to tilt the man's chin up as he spoke coldly. Let's play a game called Where Did the Body Go? As for the loser, well, they have to have all their parts removed. As he spoke, he waved the pliers in front of the thug's eyes. Let's perform an operation without anesthesia. The flickering oil lamp in the ice prison cast a long shadow, twisting on the wall into the shape of a clawing monster. MMPH, huh? MMPH. MMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMMmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmmm frozen, piercing the long night for hours. Phew, eek. When he finally stopped, Leo's hands had turned pale from being soaked in blood. He leaned against the wall, unable to stop himself from gagging violently. Stomach acid surged up his throat, burning with a stinging pain. The mass of flesh on the floor was still twitching slightly. The original limbs and facial features had vanished, leaving only a quivering torso, like a gutted fish making its final death throes on a cutting board. Damn it. Leo wiped the bile from the corner of his mouth and grabbed a shovel from the corner. The frozen earth was as hard as stone. Every strike of the shovel sent a numbing shock through his hands. He stared at the thug's still twitching fingers, and the images of the children fighting for bread earlier that day suddenly rushed into his mind. The child whose head had been cracked open by a stone had that same cloudy desire for survival in his eyes. As he buried the man in the pit, Leo's hands wouldn't stop shaking. So disgusting. Leo thought to himself, then dispelled the ice prison. His footsteps echoed lonely through the empty alleyway. Killing was supposed to bring relief, but right now his heart felt as if it were clogged with sludge, heavy and suffocating. I have to get this under control. Leo reminded himself secretly, if he accidentally hurt a teammate later, it would be a huge problem. And, after causing such a scene, he didn't know if he could still find the slave trader. This series of events made him realize even more that in this strange and cruel world, he had to act with more caution. All of this, what is it even for? Leo whispered to himself, his voice vanishing into the night sky without an answer. Only the cold wind brushed heartlessly against his face. Are you troubled by something? A slightly shrill voice rang out softly in the narrow alley. Leo turned around alertly and saw a strange man wearing a top hat and a tailcoat standing not far away, calling out to him. The man was unimaginably bloated, with a pair of glasses perched on his face. Everything about him exuded an indescribable weirdness. He was completely out of place in this medieval-style world, as if he had been forcibly inserted from another world, giving off a jarring sense that he was the only one who didn't belong. A normal person would probably feel fear upon seeing him and hurry away. But Leo, thinking he had to play the part fully, simply quickened his pace. Short on manpower, aren't you? The strange man said unhurriedly. Leo's feet stopped instantly. To say these words hit him where it hurt would be a lie. It was just that what bothered him more was, how were these lines exactly the same as in the novel from his memory? Was this world really developing according to some predetermined script? That's why you can't defeat the monsters. The strange man added another sentence, which was truly a headache to hear. But at least his efforts this morning, wearing those rags, hadn't been in vain. Therefore, I have some good news for you. The strange man continued. Just say what you have to say, don't waste my time. Leo was getting truly annoyed, wishing he could activate the shield of slaughter immediately. Hey, those eyes of yours are truly to my liking. Very well, let me introduce you properly. The strange gentleman waved his cane pretentiously while shouting in a shrill voice. Slaves. Leo said it at the same time as him, though Leo's tone was somewhat languid. After all, he was truly exhausted. Eek. How did you know? The strange man's eyes widened in surprise. What's so hard about that? I can smell the scent of blood and money on you. I can't think of any other profession besides being a slave trader. Leo began to talk nonsense with a straight face. In truth, it was simply because he saw that the man showed no fear facing someone who had just killed and still had bloodshot eyes. leading him to judge that the man must see blood often. Plus, with the bonus effect of the shield of currency, Leo was exceptionally sensitive to the scent of money and could naturally perceive the smell of currency on him. To think you have such an ability, how exciting. Then next. The strange man was just about to speak. Hold on. Leo interrupted him. Forget it, I'll just play along for now. Tilda, the scent of money, it's so fascinating. Leo crouched down, put an arm around the slave trader's shoulder, sniffed near his top hat, and then let out a smile. Oh my, such sharp intuition, such a unique smile, like a greedy devil from hell. It truly excites a humble man like me, Tilda. The slave trader's face turned beet red, looking like a turkey in heat, as he let out a nauseating grin. In doing so, he successfully gained a good amount of favor with the slave trader. After walking a distance along the narrow alley, the figures of vagrants and thugs became more prominent. Intense arguments and the sound of things being smashed could be heard everywhere. Worst of all, the air was filled with a strong, pungent stench. Wait a moment. Leo stopped suddenly and took out the Godslayer equipment from his bag. The moment the metal armor unfolded, the slave trader's eyes went wide as if he'd seen a ghost, and he instinctively took half a step back. Why you were hiding such a treasure? Leo ignored him and switched his shield to the shield of apathy. The cold sensation from his palm finally suppressed the restlessness in his heart a bit. The slave trader probably only realized now how poor his previous intelligence work had been. Leo took a deep breath and stepped into this filthy, ugly world. He knew well that the darkness here was hard to change. But he told himself that since he couldn't beat them, he would join them. At least he could still save some people. To be honest, I had a big client who was determined to find a hero to be a slave, which is why I thought I'd try my luck. The slave trader wiped the sweat from his forehead, his fat face filled with a fawning smile. But looking at it now, you are the truly distinguished guess. Leo gave a cold laugh, stroking the edge of his shield, his gaze sharp as a blade. That person who wanted to capture a hero as a slave, what's their name? Which street do they live on? A cold light flashed in his eyes. Once I've finished my shopping, maybe I'll give him a surprise. The slave trader's smile froze instantly, and he hurriedly changed the subject. Look at your speech and mannerisms, it's clear you deal in big business. And from any angle, you have the qualities of a premium customer. Leo's gaze turned toward a cage. Inside the cage was a creature that looked human but was covered in beast fur, with sharp claws and fangs. Clearly, it was a werewolf, currently letting out angry roars while desperately ramming against the cage. This one is probably worth 15 gold coins. But it's obviously a defective product, I don't need it. Leo said flatly. To think you can grasp prices so quickly as expected of you, guest. The slave trader echoed flatteringly. Enough, don't waste time. Hurry up and take me to see slaves that actually have some value. Leo urged impatiently. They're in this row, please follow me, guest. Sensing Leo's displeasure, the slave trader quickly led him toward another row of cages. I wonder what specific requirements you have, guest. The slave trader asked cautiously. Cheap, obedient, decent-looking, with all limbs intact. I'm not picky about gender. Leo replied. This should lead me to Raphtalia. But if that's the case, their combat ability might be quite. The slave trader, who was about to continue, suddenly realized something and quickly shut his mouth. Since his previous intelligence work had been a mess, it suggested that Leo might not be buying slaves to increase combat power. As for the true purpose, he didn't dare ask, nor could he. This is probably a slave that barely meets your requirements. The slave trader said, pointing to a cage. Leo took a look with high expectations and almost had a breakdown on the spot. Inside the cage was a lizard man with a fierce gaze, exuding a strong murderous aura. From what they said, it seemed to be called a hybrid lizard man. When the creature looked at him, it was even drooling. With a look like that, taking it back would definitely cause nightmares at night. Moreover, this lizard man seemed to be pinning down a smaller lizard man who looked very ill. TCH, I suddenly feel terrible. So Leo reminded the slave trader. You'd better not let that small one die, or else when the big one goes berserk, it'll be a mess to handle. A look of even greater admiration appeared on the slave trader's face. "You truly have a sharp eye, guest, to consider things so thoroughly. Enough. You call this decent looking?" Leo said with a frown. "Ah." The slave trader looked closely and also seemed to think it wasn't quite right. For the next half hour, Leo followed the slave trader around the market until his head was spinning. Cyclopes, wingless birdmen, festering ogres. After looking around, they were either too ugly, too expensive, or disabled. The slave trader was panting with exhaustion, his tailcoat already soaked with sweat. Cough, cough. Just as Leo was about to give up, a faint cough came from a corner. He shuddered. That voice. Following the sound of the coughing, he found a small iron cage in the most secluded corner. Curled up inside the cage was a thin figure, a girl about 10 years old with round ears like a puppy's and a tail hanging limply on the ground. She was coughing violently, her whole body shaking with every hack. The girl slowly raised her head, and her bloodshot eyes locked straight onto Leo's gaze. Leo felt his heart suddenly wrench. Yes, it was her, Raphtalia. After being seen by Leo, she seemed even more frightened, shrinking back even further. The girl looked even smaller and thinner than in his memory, her rags were covered in stains, and her wrists bore bloody marks from the chains. In her eyes, there was nothing but fear and deep despair. A complex, indescribable emotion surged in Leo's heart. This girl struggling in suffering was now truly standing before him, and his fate seemed destined to be tightly intertwined with hers from now on. #8 Chapter 8 Raphtalia. Chapter 8 Raphtalia. Inside the dark and damp slave shop, the stench of rot followed like a shadow, making one want to retch. The slave trader's bloated body swayed slowly through the shop, his cane poking intermittently at the rust-stained iron cages. Every time Raphtalia was poked, she shrank back in fear. This raccoon type has panic disorder and has caught a cold. Her previous master enjoyed abusing her, so she's ended up in this sickly state. The slave trader curled his lip, the fat on his face squeezing together, while his reflective lenses hid the look in his eyes. If she were a fox type, she would have been snatched up long ago. She wouldn't still be sitting here in my shop. Leo's face was as cold as frost, his gaze locked tightly on the girl's small, curled-up figure. The old wound on her neck had not yet healed and was still scabbed over, her ears drooped listlessly, and her entire being radiated an endless air of misery, as if she had been abandoned by the whole world. "I'll take her." Leo's voice carried a bone-chilling coldness that echoed through the dark shop. "Are you sure?" The slave trader's double chin wobbled. "A sickly thing like this can't even walk straight. What kind of work could she possibly do?" Leo ignored his rambling, reaching into his pouch to grab a handful of silver coins and slamming them heavily onto the table with a loud thwack. The crisp sound of the coins clashing was particularly jarring in the silent, oppressive space. The slaves in the surrounding cages were startled and looked up, their eyes a mix of terror and curiosity. "I said I want her, and I won't go back on my word." Leo's gaze swept over the slave trader's greasy face. "What, do you think my money is too hot to handle?" He turned his head and stared straight at him, his tone icy. "Since you know I am the shield hero, you must have heard about the massacre I committed in the royal palace. Do you want to be next?" "No, no." This humble servant meant no offense. The slave trader shuddered in fear and waved his hands frantically. "Then, do you need to put a mark on her?" "A mark?" Leo was momentarily taken aback. "I never heard about this in the original story." "Yes, on top of the slave crest, we brand the master's name onto the slave. It allows for identification without needing magic. Our shop can provide this service to the hero for free." As he spoke, the slave trader opened the cage on his own and held up a red-hot branding iron. "Hero, should we brand it on her arm or her buttocks?" "The back is also fine, like this." As the searing hot branding iron approached Raphtalia's trembling shoulder, the shield in Leo's hand swung between them with a clang. Sparks flew in an instant, and the smell of singed metal filled the air. "Put that thing away." Leo's voice was low. "And forget the slave crest too. Forcing people to labor is the lowest of deeds." "But..." The slave trader still tried to argue. "What? Do you have an objection?" Eerie blue runes suddenly surfaced on the shield of slaughter, their strange light casting a pale, grayish hue over the slave trader's face. Yes, yes, yes. The hero is wise. This lowly one was blind to your greatness. The slave trader hurriedly put away the branding iron, beads of sweat the size of beans already seeping from his forehead. At this moment, Raphtalia was shaking uncontrollably, cowering in the corner of the cage. Her eyes were wide, staring fixedly at Leo's cold, gleaming shield. Her dry lips parted slightly, but she couldn't make a sound. All her pleas for mercy were swallowed back into her stomach. The patched, loose hemp shirt hung off her emaciated body, rustling as she trembled and revealing her bony collarbone and bruised skin. Her messy hair clung to her face, obscuring half of her paper-white complexion, which still bore unhealed scars. So this is the slave system. Leo sighed silently to himself. Although he had read descriptions of it in the original work, witnessing this scene with his own eyes still brought a strong surge of discomfort to his chest. Leo slowly crouched down, deliberately making his movements extremely slow, and said softly, "Don't be afraid." As he spoke, he untied his cloak and handed it through the iron bars. Raphtalia, however, recoiled as if she had been burned, slamming into the iron cage with a loud clang. Her tail was tightly wrapped around her calf, her ears were pinned back against her head, and she almost tried to embed herself into the iron bars of the corner, her eyes full of defensiveness. "You are free now." Leo spread his hands, palms up, trying to keep his tone as gentle as possible. "No one can force you to do anything anymore. If you want to come with me, or if you want to go home, you can." The girl's breathing suddenly became rapid, her chest heaving violently. "Liar." Her voice was hoarse, and a deep sense of despair permeated her heavy nasal tone. "You're all liars. You said you'd take me to a good place, but..." Before she could finish, she began to cough violently, doubling over and gasping for breath. Leo was silent for a moment, then reached out to pull open his collar, revealing the hideous scar below his collarbone. "I've been lied to as well, and I ended up scarred like this. So, I won't lie to you." He refastened his collar and looked at her. "Whether you believe me or not is up to you, but at least give yourself a chance." Time ticked by, minute by minute. Raphtalia's trembling gradually subsided, but the vigilance in her eyes remained heavy. She moved her body slightly but stopped quickly, seemingly engaged in a fierce internal struggle. Finally, she asked in a hoarse voice, will you really not lie to me?" Leo nodded silently, his tone sincere. "I hate lying." After much hesitation, Raphtalia slowly reached out her hand. The moment the cage door opened, Raphtalia stood up, but her legs gave way and she was about to fall. Leo was quick and caught her, but she instinctively pushed him away. She leaned against the iron bars, panting heavily, her eyes filled with residual fear and a hint of confusion. Clearly, in her past experiences, no one had ever reached out to help her when she fell. "It's okay." Leo kept a safe distance and comforted her softly. "I will take you away from here slowly." These words seemed to flip a switch. Raphtalia suddenly froze, her eyes quickly turning red, and in the next second, tears gushed out. She started with small sobs, then threw herself into Leo's arms and began to wail loudly. Leo was a bit at a loss and could only gently pat her back. The girl's tears were like a bursting dam, soaking Leo's clothes. The tears mercilessly drenched his Zhongshan suit, the once smooth fabric was now soaked and wrinkled. But at this moment, Leo felt that none of this seemed to matter anymore. But, did it really not matter? My newly bought clothes. Leo sighed silently in his heart, inevitably feeling a pang of distress. After all, these clothes were something he had managed to obtain with great effort. Leo slowly crouched down, making his movements as gentle as possible to stay at the same height as the girl. He reached out and gently stroked her head, waiting quietly for her to vent all the pain in her heart. He knew very well that after suffering such torment, a person desperately needs an outlet to release their emotions, otherwise their spirit would eventually break under the unbearable burden. Time passed quietly in the silence. A long while later, Raphtalia's crying gradually lessened, and her sobs became weaker and weaker. Seeing her emotions had calmed slightly, Leo carefully and gently placed her on a nearby dilapidated wooden stool. She curled up, sleeping very fitfully, occasionally letting out a few whimpers of fear. "What a truly touching scene, hero," the slave trader on the side remarked hypocritically, his tone carrying a seemingly perfect amount of emotion. "Lend me some ink and contract paper." Leo didn't even look back, simply speaking to the slave trader in a steady voice. The slave trader rubbed his hands together and approached with a face full of smiles, asking flatteringly, "Great hero, are you going to? Don't make me say it a second time." Leo interrupted him coldly, placing his shield on the table with a decisive motion. That dull thud seemed to send a ripple through the air. "Yes." The slave trader shuddered at the sudden coldness and quickly responded, not daring to ask another question, and scurried off to fetch the ink and contract paper. The moment the shield touched the paper, faint blue light flickered within the patterns on the shield. Leo frowned, concentrating fully on feeling the subtle changes coming from the shield. After a moment, he let out a soft breath, a trace of imperceptible relief on his face. He had successfully unlocked the slave shield and contract shield. 30 silver coins, right? As Leo spoke, his fingers skillfully counted out the silver coins, which he then tossed aside. The silver coins hit the table, producing a series of crisp clinking sounds. He leaned over slightly and gently picked up Raphtalia. The girl seemed to instinctively feel the warmth and safety, as she subconsciously snuggled into his arms, letting out a few muffled murmurs. Walking to the door, Leo seemed to suddenly remember something. He paused and slowly turned back to the slave trader. "I also want to buy a pair of white tiger siblings, a crossbreed between humans and white tigers. As long as they look right, the price is negotiable." Saying this, he tossed another silver coin. "This is a deposit. Notify me when you have news." The slave trader's eyes suddenly lit up, and he quickly reached out to catch the silver coin steadily, bowing and scraping as he said, "Rest assured, hero. This lowly one will do his utmost. As soon as there is news, I will notify you immediately." Chapter 9, A Night at the Inn. Night fell, and the streets remained bustling. Leo carried Raphtalia in his arms, slowly walking through the crowd. The gazes of the surrounding pedestrians stuck to them one after another. Soon after, waves of discussion began to grow louder. "Look, isn't that the shield hero? Why is he carrying a raccoon type in his arms?" A tall, thin man shouted at the top of his lungs, instantly drawing more attention. He probably bought her as a slave, but looking at how careful he's treating that raccoon type like she's precious. Tempage, a demi-human is a demi-human, born filthy. To carry her like that, isn't he ashamed? I've heard for a long time that the shield hero favors demi-humans and beast men. It seems the rumors are true. A young man chimed in. "So noisy." Leo's gaze instantly turned cold, sweeping directly toward those who were gossiping. In an instant, the crowd fell silent, terrified into silence by his icy stare. Many even subconsciously shrunk their necks. Leo tightened his arms, protecting her even more securely. Then, he quickened his pace and walked forward. The girl in his arms seemed to sense his tension, moving uneasily and letting out a few muffled whimpers. "The first step of the plan is a success. From now on, I must find a way to gain her trust and then increase our combat power." Leo pondered silently in his heart. As someone familiar with the original story, he had no doubt about Raphtalia's potential. As long as he nurtured her well, she would surely become his capable assistant and change this world with him. Just as he was passing a dark alley on a street corner, several rowdy thugs whistled and swaggered over to surround him. "Yo, the shield hero likes this kind too? How about letting the brothers also?" A thug with a hideous scar on his face grinned with ill intent. "Is there a problem?" Leo asked coldly, his aura instantly becoming sharp, emitting a chilling breath. At the same time, the shield of slaughter faintly glinted with an icy light. The thugs glanced at each other, startled by the coldness Leo emitted, and couldn't help but shiver, retreating while cursing under their breath. Leo knew very well how much of an outlier his behavior was in this country full of discrimination against demi-humans. But he didn't care about those worldly opinions at all. Looking down at Raphtalia's sleeping face, he calculated silently. The residents of Luralona village in Siltvelt territory are locked in Idol's dungeon. It seems I need to find an opportunity to seize them all. Thinking of this, he walked toward an inn that looked relatively decent. Soon, Leo arrived in front of the inn. He kicked open the inn door. The door hinges let out a piercing creak, sounding particularly abrupt in the silent night. In the middle of the night, there were still a few drunken men sitting in the lobby. The proprietress was wiping the counter with a rag. Seeing Raphtalia in Leo's arms, her brow immediately furrowed, her eyes filled with disgust. "Lord Shield Hero, we don't accept demi-humans here," the proprietress said bluntly. "I want a room," Leo said expressionlessly, casually slamming 3 silver coins heavily onto the counter. "Silver coins won't work either." The proprietress glanced at Raphtalia's drooping ears, and the look of loathing on her face intensified. She curled her lip and said, "Look at how filthy she is. What will the other guests say if they see her? Our inn has a business to run, we can't let our reputation be ruined." A burst of laughter came from the surroundings. The drunks shook their flasks, and someone shouted slurredly, "Exactly. A demi-human deserves to sleep in a bed. Throw her in the stable. Even the horses might find her disgusting. Ha ha ha." Leo's eyes turned cold, and his left hand slowly pressed against the shield. In an instant, a ghostly blue light seeped from the shield's patterns, and 4 undead soldiers appeared out of thin air, standing behind him. The stench of rotting flesh immediately spread, filling the entire lobby. Several drunks covered their mouths on the spot, unable to stop themselves from gagging. "Say that again." Leo's voice was calm, yet it seemed to carry an invisible pressure, making the air several degrees colder. "Where is this guest of mine staying?" The proprietress turned pale and stepped back in fear, accidentally knocking over the stool behind her. She stammered, The room on the east side of the top floor. It's clean and spacious." Saying this, she hurriedly handed over the key, her face covered in a fawning smile. The food will be prepared for you immediately. You are a great man. Please don't lower yourself to our level." A kid's meal with pumpkin porridge and steamed apples, and a beef stew set for the adult. Leo tossed 12 copper coins over. "Bring it up in 20 minutes. If you dare play any tricks." He glanced at the restless undead soldiers, and the proprietress immediately nodded like a woodpecker. Of course. I guarantee it'll be delivered on time. I wouldn't dare play any trick," the proprietress said with a forced smile, but in her heart, she was secretly lamenting her bad luck. Leo carried Raphtalia to the top floor. The room on the top floor was quite spacious, with 2 wooden beds placed against the wall. Moonlight spilled in through the window, spreading a silver-white carpet on the floor, adding a touch of tranquility to the room. Leo gently placed Raphtalia on the bed. She was still fast asleep, but her brow was tightly furrowed, as if she were having a nightmare. "Phew. I really am disgusting, acting just to gain someone's trust." Leo reached out and gently smoothed the creases between her brows. While tucking her in, he noticed the marks from the iron chains on her ankles were still bleeding. "If only I knew healing magic," he thought to himself, then knelt by the bed, pulled herbs from his pack, and carefully crushed them. Raphtalia moved as he applied the ointment, muttering unintelligible sleep talk. Leo coaxed softly, "Be good, it'll be over soon." Only after finishing with the wound did he realize his back was soaked, whether from the sweat of the journey or the cold sweat from the confrontation with the proprietress. That was really terrifying just now. He reflected silently. Without the indifference talent boost, an autistic person like him wouldn't have dared to be as forceful as he just was. Leo sighed softly, and as soon as he collapsed onto the bed, drowsiness surged over him like a tide. Holding his shield and listening to Raphtalia's steady breathing, he gradually drifted into a dream. Side story, Redemption from the Devil. See chapter discussion for details. #10 Chapter 10 Don't Touch the Tail. Chapter 10, No Touching the Tail. After an unknown amount of time, a soft knock on the door broke the silence of the room. Leo woke up groggily from his slumber, stood up, and walked toward the door. As soon as the door opened a crack, a wave of heat carrying the rich aroma of stewed beef squeezed in and wafted into his nostrils, instantly clearing his head a bit. A waiter was standing at the door, holding a tray. The waiter's Adam's apple rolled nervously, and his eyes were fixed on the floor, not even daring to glance at Leo. His voice trembled slightly as he said, "Your meal, sir." He paused briefly before hurriedly adding, "The proprietress specifically instructed to add extra meat." As he spoke, the oil stains on the edge of the tray wobbled with his trembling hands, looking as if they would drip at any moment. Leo casually tossed 3 copper coins, the crisp sound of metal clinking echoing clearly in the quiet hallway. "Knock more softly next time." He spoke, his voice still carrying the raspiness of someone who had just woken up. "Understood, thank you, sir." The waiter responded in a hurry and turned to leave as if he had been granted a grand amnesty. As the door was closing, the whispers of the neighbors drifted in through the gap in the doorframe. "Demi-humans staying at the inn, what bad luck. How could the hero?" Leo turned around and saw Raphtalia roll over, half of her fluffy tail peeking out from under the blanket, swaying gently in the moonlight. When he looked back again, the girl was already sitting upright, her hands tightly clutching the corner of the blanket. Her ears were pressed nervously against her head, and her eyes were filled with terror, just like a startled fawn. Leo placed the tray on the table and said gently, "Come and eat." Raphtalia stared at the chair and muttered, I can just eat on the floor. From today on, you are the same as me," Leo said, picking her up along with the blanket and placing her directly on the chair. "What kind of family eats on the floor? Don't think like that anymore." The girl let out a soft cry, startled by the sudden movement, and then her cheeks flushed bright red. She stared at the pumpkin porridge and baked apple in the kids' meal, her Adam's apple moving as she reached out to grab it. "Wait." As soon as Leo spoke, Raphtalia pulled her hand back as if she had been burned, her whole body shaking like a leaf. Sorry." Leo felt helpless and had to squat down to look her in the eye, saying softly, "I'm not blaming you." He pointed to the water basin. "Wash your hands before eating, otherwise you'll get a stomach ache." As he spoke, frost suddenly rose from his left hand while eerie blue flames ignited in his right. As ice and fire collided, clear water surged out into the basin. Raphtalia's eyes widened. How did you do that?" "It's a secret." Leo gave a mysterious smile, deliberately keeping her in suspense. Raphtalia tilted her head, her eyes full of curiosity, the tip of her tail swaying gently. Leo tossed her a towel and picked up a knife and fork to demonstrate. "Eat with these from now on." The girl followed his example, clumsily cutting the apple. When the first spoonful of pumpkin porridge entered her mouth, she froze. The warm porridge slid down her throat with the sweet scent of pumpkin, as if she were tasting the most delicious thing in the world. Her eyes were filled with pleasant surprise. Gradually, her chewing changed from cautious to ravenous, not even noticing the porridge stains on the corners of her mouth. Leo looked at the porridge stain on the tip of her nose and couldn't help but reach out to wipe it away. "Is it good?" "Yes." Raphtalia nodded vigorously, revealing a bright smile. "I've never eaten anything this delicious before." But the moment her eyes met Leo's, she quickly lowered her head again. Leo knew that asking for her name directly might make her wary. So he placed a piece of tenderly stewed beef into her bowl and said casually, "I haven't asked yet, but what is your name?" "Raphtalia." After the girl answered, she stole a glance at him, her tail unconsciously swishing back and forth on the chair. At this moment, the moonlight outside grew brighter, spilling onto the fuzz on the tips of her ears and emanating a soft glow. "Speaking of which, when was the last time I had such a quiet meal?" Leo suddenly felt that this dinner was more appealing than any delicacies he had ever eaten. "Go take a bath after eating." Leo stuffed the last breadcrumb into his mouth and pointed to the wooden bathroom door. "Have a good relax." Raphtalia was licking the pumpkin porridge stains off her spoon. Hearing this, her ears twitched subconsciously, and a flash of fear crossed her eyes, as if she were remembering something unpleasant. "The water is hot, and there are towels," Leo added. "Don't worry, no one will disturb you." Only then did the girl slowly stand up, still habitually hunching her back as she walked cautiously toward the bathroom. After the bathroom door closed, the sound of splashing water soon followed. Leo leaned against the window, watching the soldiers patrolling the streets below, The reflection from their armor was so bright it made him squint. He reached out to touch the patterns on the shield, remembering the hollow eyes of the demi-humans in the dungeons of the original story. Saving Raphtalia alone was far from enough. He wanted to change this cruel world. Should I let her go to Q10 The thought was dismissed as soon as it appeared. He had seen the methods of those heavenly destiny ones. Behind those glamorous pavilions, there might be even more sinister rules hidden. I can't push her into a fire pit. Leo muttered to himself. I have to find a truly safe place. His fingers unconsciously tapped on the windowsill. The metal bracer and the wood made a click-clacking sound until the bathroom door opened with a creak. Raphtalia stood at the door, water still dripping from the hem of her light blue dress. Her damp hair clung to her cheeks, making her eyes look exceptionally bright, while her nose and cheeks were flushed red from the hot water, like a ripe honey peach. Her fingers twisted the hem of her skirt back and forth, and her tail swished restlessly behind her. Master, is this all right? I've never worn such nice clothes before. Call me Leo. Leo looked her up and down, deliberately keeping a straight face. And don't always keep your head down. In truth, he couldn't help but think to himself that this child looked just like she had stepped out of a fairy tale book in those clean clothes. She was purely cute. Leo. Sir. Raphtalia spoke hesitantly, her ears standing straight up, her fingertips unconsciously picking at the hem of her skirt. Who exactly are you? Why are you so good to me? The people I met before weren't like this. Her voice grew smaller and smaller, the last few words nearly drowned out by her breath, her eyes full of confusion and unease. The shield hero. Leo patted the shield at his waist, which was glowing with an eerie blue light. The runes lit up and then faded, casting small spots of light on the wall. Raphtalia's pupils dilated instantly, and her tail, which had been swaying gently, flumped down behind her. Her entire face turned bright red, even the tips of her furry ears becoming tinged with crimson. She opened her mouth, then quickly lowered her head, her fringe hiding her eyes, but the corners of her mouth curled up uncontrollably, causing her ears to twitch slightly. Then why did the hero save me? She suddenly looked up, water droplets from the bath still clinging to her eyelashes. You clearly could have. Leo reached out and ruffled her semi-dry hair, his movements unconsciously softened when his palm touched her soft beast ears. Raphtalia didn't dodge, tilting her head and staring straight at him. Her damp eyes made Leo feel inexplicably awkward. Instinct, I guess. He shrugged, feigning nonchalance, and as he withdrew his hand, he caught a glimpse of the fluffy tail behind the girl. Touching it once should be fine, right? Possessed by some impulse, he reached out again, his fingertips only half an inch away from that ball of fluff. Ah! Raphtalia let out a soft cry as if she had been burned, her whole body shrinking back. She curled her tail into a tight ball of fur in her arms, and her ears snapped against her head. No touching. Stingy. Leo curled his lip. It's not like you'll shed fur if I touch it. It's not that I'm stingy. Raphtalia's ears twitched with anxiety, and she curled her tail even tighter in her arms. Mother said that tails can't just be touched by anyone. It's a very important place. Her voice grew smaller as she spoke, the last few words almost disappearing into her collar as a faint blush rose on her neck. Then she lowered her head. Sorry, I shouldn't have talked back to you, sir. If you must touch it, please go ahead. Fine, if you're not willing, then forget it. Leo smiled. He didn't want to force this sensitive girl. Is that okay? I'm just a slave. No, I don't even know what I am. Raphtalia said softly, her eyes showing a hint of low self-esteem. Raphtalia, do you see a slave crest on yourself? Leo looked into her eyes calmly. No, I don't. Raphtalia looked down at her arms and neck and answered softly. Then you are free. Leo said seriously. I won't force you to do anything, and you don't have to call me sir, just call me Leo. Sir Leo. Raphtalia responded softly, seemingly still not quite used to calling him by his name. I told you, there's no need. Wah! Raphtalia suddenly began to cry. This sudden crying left Leo a bit at a loss. What's wrong? Leo asked quickly. Raphtalia just cried and didn't speak. Leo watched her helplessly, and after her emotions had calmed slightly, he picked up the half-eaten apple core from the table and waved it. All right, don't cry, let's continue the topic from before. Tell me, are the potato chunks in the stew better, or this apple core? The potatoes, of course. Raphtalia's eyes lit up instantly, and she forgot to hide her tail, which swished gently behind her. They're stewed so soft and soaked in the broth, they're delicious. The apple core? How can you eat an apple core? Hero, you're teasing me again. She puffed out her cheeks crossly, but she couldn't hide the smile at the corners of her mouth. The two of them exchanged words back and forth, chatting about everything from potato chunks to the birds fluttering past the window. Leo said using an umbrella on a rainy day was pointless, while Raphtalia insisted that running in the rain would cause a cold. When they talked about the sugar-roasted chestnuts at the market, the girl's eyes were bright as she described the sweetness, her tail wagging like a small broom, her whole being full of life and vitality. But as she spoke, her voice became like leaking bellows, growing smaller and smaller. Her eyelids kept drooping, and her head was nodding, like a small plant weighed down by night dew. Leo had just been about to say, "Go sleep in the bed," when he heard a thud as her forehead hit the table. "Watch out." Leo was startled, but saw the girl was already fast asleep with her head tilted. Drool had soaked a large patch of her sleeve, and her eyelashes cast tiny shadows under her eyes. She looked incredibly cute. He sighed silently and reached out to pick her up. "Don't touch." Raphtalia muttered groggily, yet her hands wrapped around his neck, and her tail coiled around his wrist like a warm scarf. Leo carefully placed her on the bed and tucked her in. Moonlight filtered through the gap in the curtains, illuminating the girl's peaceful sleeping face. Leo stood by the bed, suddenly remembering those hollow eyes in the slave market. They overlapped with the way Raphtalia was unconsciously rubbing against the pillow now. This world was already rotten to the core, but at least this little one in his arms would never have to curl up in a cage and shiver again. If possible, he wanted to ensure that people like Raphtalia no longer suffered, whether they were demi-humans or humans. Chapter 11, Hero or Nanny? Night fell as the dim yellow light in the room swayed gently. Leo sat by the bed, his brow slightly furrowed, as he counted his assets. Gold and silver coins slipped through his fingertips one by one. The clinking sound was crisp, but his mood sank bit by bit. 770 gold, 20 silver, and 50 copper coins remaining. After counting, he whispered to himself. It's only been a few days, and it's going so fast. With a soft sigh, worry crept onto his brow. I'll have to be more frugal from now on. In this other world, money was the foundation of survival. Every expenditure had to be handled with care. Storing the money back into the shield of currency, his gaze fell upon the sleeping Raphtalia beside him. She was curled up, and even in her dreams, her brow was slightly furrowed like a frightened young beast. Leo recalled the plot of the original story. Tonight, Raphtalia would be plagued by panic attacks and cry throughout the night. If I leave her alone, the whole building won't get any peace. He swallowed nervously, not daring to relax in the slightest. His eyes were fixed on Raphtalia, afraid to miss any movement from her. The problem is, I have no idea how to comfort a child. As expected, midnight arrived. Ah, no, Dad, Mom. Raphtalia suddenly let out a painful murmur, her voice trembling. Leo reacted quickly, stepping forward to gently cover her mouth while his other hand tenderly patted her back, offering soft comfort. It's okay, it's just a dream. It's all in the past. Don't be afraid. Raphtalia suddenly grabbed his collar, and her tears quickly soaked through the linen fabric. Leo pulled her entirely into his embrace, his back resting against the cold wall. Count my heartbeat. 1, 2. Inhale with the rhythm. What should I do next? Leo suddenly remembered the scene in The Gadfly where Arthur comforts a child. It seemed he should start with soft words of consolation. He took out a piece of fruit candy hidden at his waist. Incidentally, he had a sugar addiction, and popped it into her mouth. Can you taste the sweetness? This is reality, not a dream. The girl's trembling gradually ceased. But just as Leo tried to place her back on the straw mat, those thin arms immediately wrapped around his neck with surprising strength. Please, don't leave. Her voice was as weak as a gossamer thread, barely audible. Did she dream of her parents? Strangling me won't do you any good. Leo sighed and tugged at his collar, which had been pulled out of shape. He pulled a blanket from his bundle to wrap around both of them and leaned back against a wooden chair. Sleep. I won't leave before dawn. He mechanically repeated the motion of patting her back, occasionally popping a piece of candy into the girl's mouth. By the time the moonlight climbed the windowsill and vanished, Raphtalia finally began to breathe evenly. How should he put it? This girl's head really felt nice to the touch, soft and fuzzy, reminding Leo of a cat he used to keep. Eek. The morning sun shone obliquely through the window, casting a golden edge on the bedsheets. Raphtalia's eyes snapped open, her nose almost bumping into Leo's chin. Only then did she realize she was curled up in his embrace, her ear resting on his shoulder, and her tail had somehow wrapped around his wrist like an inextricable knot. Oh! Startled by her cry, Leo jerked, and the back of his head hit the wooden chair's backrest with a dull thud. He sat up straight, rubbing his sore shoulder, and complained before his eyes were even fully open. If you'd squeezed any harder, you'd be arranging my funeral tomorrow. His voice was raspy, heavy with sleepiness. He reached up and pinched the girl's burning earlobe. Yah! Raphtalia jumped back as if scalded, her back hitting the wall with a thud. She looked down at her clasped fingers, her tail swishing restlessly behind her. Sorry. I didn't mean to. Looking at her lowered head and reddened ear tips, Leo reached out and ruffled the top of her head. Don't bury your face in your clothes. I won't care if you can't breathe. He curled his lips, showing a rare hint of a smile. You were screaming so loudly last night that the whole building almost heard you. If you have another nightmare, remember to tell me in advance. Raphtalia looked up suddenly, her eyes still clouded with a layer of mist. If I say something, will Master Leo come? You're noisy. Leo fished a silver coin from his pouch and handed it over. Go buy breakfast, and bring back a jar of honey while you're at it. Just as he finished speaking, a deep blue light burst in the corner of the room. An undead soldier materialized, shrouded in a chilling mist. The sound of clashing bone armor made Raphtalia take half a step back in fear. Follow him. Leo flicked her trembling ear with his finger. Seeing the girl staring blankly at the soldier's hollow mask, he gave her calf a light kick. This guy is more reliable than a navigator, he just doesn't like to talk. Also, don't stare at people, it's rude. With that, Leo lay straight down on the bed, throwing himself into the soft bedding. Thanks to Raphtalia, he had barely closed his eyes all night. His HP hadn't recovered at all, and he feared he might actually drop dead if he kept going. He pulled the quilt over his head, almost lacking the strength even to speak. When he opened his eyes again, the sun had already climbed to the middle of the sky. Leo sat up, rubbing his stiff waist. An old injury in his lower back throbbed with pain, causing his brow to furrow involuntarily. Raphtalia, who had been dozing off in the chair, jumped up at the sound, nearly sending the coarse bread in her hand flying. The milk jar made a dull thud as it hit the wooden table. Is that for me? Leo reached for the ceramic jar, his fingertips inadvertently brushing against the girl's cold hand. Raphtalia hurriedly pushed the jar forward. Spilled milk meandered in thin streams across the table as she spoke with a hint of panic. I warmed it twice. Master Leo. Thanks. Leo took a sip from the jar. His gaze suddenly fell upon the silently standing undead soldier, and his brow twitched. A wild daisy was tucked into a gap in the soldier's shoulder armor, its petals still damp with fresh dew, looking particularly conspicuous. You've been chatting with this guy? Raphtalia's ears shot straight up, and her tail wagged into a blur behind her as she stammered an explanation. I just said the flowers on the roadside were pretty. He picked them for me. I told him not to throw them away, that they looked nice tucked there. I see. Leo took a bite of bread, crumbs falling onto Raphtalia's newly changed light blue skirt. The girl reflexively reached out to pick them up, but he grabbed her wrist. If it gets dirty, just change it. You're richer than the owner of this inn now. Hey. Raphtalia looked up suddenly, her face full of confusion. Seeing her like this, Leo couldn't help but curl his lips. He broke off the last half of the bread and gave it to her. Next time you buy breakfast, remember to get yourself a meat pie, the kind with double cheese. After finishing the last bite of cold bread, Leo set the ceramic jar on the table. "Wipe your mouth. It's time to work." He tugged at the girl's hem and led her out into the midday sun. The warm light spilled over them, dispelling some of his fatigue. The curtain of the weapon shop was made of coarse burlap, rustling against them as they pushed it open. As soon as Leo stepped inside, a wave of cold air hit him. Long swords hanging on the walls glinted with a cold light, daggers encrusted with gems were laid out on the counter, and all sorts of weapons flashed in the light. Raphtalia subconsciously shrunk behind him, her tail tightly wrapped around her leg. "Don't hide." Leo pulled her forward without looking back. The soles of his boots creaked against the wooden floor. "It's not like I'm asking you to pick out a wedding ring." He moved through the shelves, casually pushing aside an obstructive flail, and finally picked out a set of ordinary leather armor and a short sword from a pile of equipment. "Try this on." Raphtalia held the equipment, standing in place, torn between moving forward or back. Until Leo gave her an impatient push. "The fitting room is on the left. Shout if it doesn't fit." As soon as the curtain fell, Leo heard rustling sounds from within. He leaned against the counter counting coins, catching a glimpse of someone peeking from behind the adjacent shelf, a few young adventurers, their eyes fixed on where Raphtalia had just been standing. "Seen enough." Leo suddenly spoke. His voice wasn't loud, but the shield behind him gave a faint hum. The expressions of those men changed instantly, and they scrambled to run outside. In their frantic escape, they knocked over several weapon racks, and the iron weapons crashed to the floor with a deafening clang that made one's ears go numb. Were they thieves? The owner is too careless. When Raphtalia emerged from behind the curtain, she only saw Leo staring into space, playing with a silver coin in his hand. "The shoulder here." She raised her arm, the large armor plate rattling. "It seems a bit loose. Make do with it." Leo reached out to help her tighten the belt. His fingertips inadvertently brushed against an old scar on her collarbone. His movements paused for a moment before returning to normal. "Once you can kill a goblin on your own, we'll get you something better. As she levels up, her body will grow rapidly. Buying high-end equipment early on would be a waste." He glanced at the price tag, totaling 20 silver, slammed the money pouch onto the counter, and pulled her out of the shop. "The owner isn't here. Consider it a discount." 5 minutes later. What on earth is going on here? Erhard, having just returned from outside, stood at the shop entrance, looking in shock at the mess inside. Shelves were overturned, weapons were scattered everywhere, a set of leather armor and a short sword were missing, but there were 21 silver coins and a drawing on the counter. The drawing crudely depicted a lock and a door, essentially meaning remember to lock the door next time you leave. Leo still didn't know how to write the script of this world. That kid's way of doing things really hasn't changed at all. The owner shook his head helplessly, sighing as he tied it up. "This drawing is quite descriptive. I really should remember to lock the door next time." #12 Chapter 12 Vows and Candy. Chapter 12, Oaths and Sweets. The wind of the western plains swept over with the scent of grass and a slight chill. Leo activated the Shield of Slaughter, and a faint blue light flickered instantly. 8 undead soldiers dissolved into points of light, leaving only 2 standing in place, their joints clicking and cracking. Raphtalia stared at the cracks on the bone armor of those 2 undead, then suddenly spoke. "Where are Lord Leo's companions?" Leo turned his head. "Weren't those just them? I mean..." She paused, her voice dropping lower. "Living companions." Leo withdrew his gaze and looked toward the rolling grassy slopes in the distance. "Aren't you one?" Raphtalia was stunned for a moment, then asked again. "Then, do they feel pain?" "Good question." Leo casually plucked a blade of grass and held it in his mouth, pulled up his attribute panel for a quick glance, and then closed it just as fast. "Now you know why I don't lead a team of living people." He spat out the blade of grass. "These soldiers are much stronger than that bunch of trash with the spear hero, at least they don't slack off or fake injuries." "The spear hero?" Raphtalia's eyes widened slightly. "Lord Leo knows him?" "Yeah, sort of." Leo's tone was flat. "We've had a friendly exchange before." "An exchange?" Suddenly, the roar of a monster echoed from the distance. The sound was hoarse and carried a threatening tone. Raphtalia's tail puffed up instantly, and her fingers subconsciously dug into the back of Leo's hand with considerable force. "Don't be afraid." Leo's voice was devoid of emotion. He gently pried her fingers away, fished a candy out of his pocket, and pressed it into her palm. "If you want to practice, go ahead. If not, hide behind me." He added one more thing. "Hey, is that okay?" Raphthalia squeezed the candy, somewhat unable to believe it. "Of course." Leo glanced at the undead soldiers standing nearby. "As you can see, I'm not short on hands." He paused. "You just need to learn how to protect yourself." He didn't plan to force her to fight. If she really couldn't do it, he would just send her home when the time came. "How can you be like this?" Raphthalia lowered her head, her voice muffled. "Didn't I say it before?" Leo looked at her. "You are my family. Whatever I do is of my own volition." "Lord Leo." Raphtalia's eyes welled up, and she suddenly hugged him. Leo's body stiffened for a moment, then he raised his hand and patted her back. "All right, the day after tomorrow I'll take you to find Idol and get all your companions out." "Really?" Raphthalia immediately let go of him and popped the candy into her mouth, her eyes sparkling. "Really? No way." She suddenly jumped up, her tail swishing rapidly behind her, stirring up a gust of wind. "Lord Leo, you have to swear it. Say it 100 times. Leo massaged his forehead. "I can't deal with this little girl." Seeing her serious expression and furrowed brows, he could only curl his lip and mutter, "I swear, I swear, I swear." On the 37th time, Leo stopped and pulled a small notebook and a piece of charcoal from his coat. "Fine, I'll write it down and leave a thumbprint, okay? My little ancestor." He quickly scribbled a few lines, pressed a red thumbprint at the end, and handed it to Raphthalia. Raphthalia stared at his flamboyant handwriting, then at the red thumbprint on the paper. After studying it for a long while, her tail finally relaxed and stopped puffing up. Of course, she couldn't understand a single word Leo had written. The monster's roar in the distance grew closer. This time, Raphthalia didn't hide. Instead, she gripped the newly bought short sword at her waist. Seeing the light in her eyes, no longer the cowardice from before, Leo turned and walked toward a nearby mine entrance. A heavy stench of decay floated within the cave, mixed with the earthy smell of mud. Leo had only walked a few steps when rapid, raspy barking echoed from ahead. "I have to find a way to heal Raphtalia's psychological trauma," he thought to himself. A two-headed hellhound lunged out from the shadows. But upon seeing Leo, it acted as if it had seen a ghost, tucked its tail, and turned to flee. Saliva dripped onto the ground, making a sizzling, smoking sound. "Hey! Stop right there!" Leo shouted. He chased after it for 2 steps, but his boot suddenly sank into the sludge beneath his feet, and he couldn't pull it out. Leo wiped the mud splashes from his face and kicked a stone near his foot. "What are you running for? I don't eat dogs." One couldn't blame it. After all, Leo's level was more than double its own, and the pressure he emitted made low-tier monsters instinctively fearful. When he returned to the plains, Raphthalia was swinging her short sword around. Her movements were still a bit clumsy, but it was clear she was being very serious. 2 undead soldiers protected her on either side. A broken beast horn was lodged in the bone armor of one, indicating a small-scale skirmish had just occurred. "Reached level 6. Leo raised an eyebrow, his tone carrying a hint of subtle praise. Raphthalia stopped her movements, looked down at her hands, then looked up at him and nodded. "Yes. I just defeated a rabbit hide." Gurgle tilde tilde tilde. As soon as she finished speaking, a loud growl erupted from her stomach, exceptionally clear on the quiet plains. Her face instantly turned bright red. She clutched her stomach tightly with both hands, her head lowering almost to her chest. Sorry. Leo stared at her and noticed she seemed to have grown a bit taller. Recalling Philo's astonishing appetite from before, he silently calculated the expenses in his head. "It's fine, let's go." He reached out and gently tugged on her burning ear. "Let's feed this little glutton first. Once I raise Philo, I'm afraid I really will go bankrupt from food alone." He thought helplessly. "Okay. Raphtalia replied softly, her ears getting even hotter. The stone road was heated by the sun, and the warmth could be felt while walking on it. Leo kicked a small pebble aside. After a few steps, he realized the sound behind him had stopped. He turned around and saw Raphtalia standing stiffly, her tail wagging so fast it was a blur, while her eyes were fixed on a small roadside stall. It was a stall selling roasted sweet potatoes. Steam bubbled from an iron pot, and golden sweet potatoes coated in syrup were roasted to a charred fragrance, the scent mixing with sesame and wafting into everyone's noses. The stall owner was a man with a thick beard. Seeing Raphtalia's appearance, he frowned and spoke to Leo with an unfriendly tone. "Sir, please keep an eye on your child." Leo ignored him and reached out to flick the dazed girl's forehead. "Boss, how much for a skewer?" "Eek." Raphtalia spun around abruptly, her thumb popping out of her mouth with a pop. Her cheeks flushed crimson, like ripe apples. She hurriedly wiped her finger on her skirt, but her tail wagged even faster. "What, you don't like it?" Leo asked. "No, it's not that." She waved her hands frantically, her voice trembling slightly. "It's just, it smells so good." The stall owner didn't look up, clanging his iron spatula against the griddle. 2 copper coins per skewer. Give me 1 silver coin's worth." Leo pulled out a silver coin, and seeing Raphtalia's wide eyes, added, "And brush on an extra layer of honey." "All right." "Wait, what?" The tongs in the owner's hand fell into the pot with a clatter. Oil splattered onto the back of his hand, but he didn't even bother to wipe it off as he looked up at Leo. "How much did you say?" After confirming he hadn't misheard, the owner began packing with agile hands and feet. The oil paper bags were soon stacked higher than Raphtalia. He was all smiles. "Safe travels, my lord. Next time you want some, just send word, and I'll deliver it to you personally. I told you not to act like a thief." Leo stuffed the paper bag into the girl's arms, his thumb inadvertently brushing against her saliva-coated fingertip. "Suck your finger again, and next time I'll feed you bitter melon." Thank you, Lord Leo." Raphtalia nodded vigorously, her ears still burning. She couldn't wait to take the first bite. The scalding syrup almost burned the tip of her tongue. With her mouth full of food, she shouted indistinctly, "This is delicious, Lord Leo." Crumbs fell from the corner of her mouth, and her tail swept cheerfully across the back of Leo's hand with a furry touch. "It's even sweeter than the honey cake I had on my birthday before. Eat slowly, no one's going to steal it." Leo reached out and wiped away the sugar stain from the corner of her mouth. "Would Lord Leo like to try some too?" Raphtalia held up a skewer toward him, her eyes shining. "Forget it, I don't have an appetite as big as yours." Leo tried to refuse. Just one. She was persistent, pushing the roasted sweet potato toward his mouth. Leo couldn't win against her, so he had to crouch down slightly and open his mouth to be fed one. "Is it good?" She looked at him expectantly. "How should I put it, it's not bad." "Hee." Raphtalia laughed and went back to munching on her own. "Save a few for a midnight snack." Leo turned his face away and kicked a rotten apple core aside. "Control your tail. If you wag it any more, it'll sweep the heels of the passers-by." "OQA amazed smiley." Raphtalia drawled her response, her voice full of joy. "I really can't do anything about you." Leo shook his head helplessly. No one saw that Leo, with his hand hidden under his cloak, had quietly pulled out another silver coin. He had just spotted a sugar painting stall around the corner that seemed to be able to draw a little raccoon. This girl would probably like that. Chapter 13, The Little Raccoon Who's Afraid of Bedwetting. Leo lifted the restaurant's curtain, and the air froze instantly. The noisy clinking of glasses and laughter stopped abruptly. Someone's knife and fork dropped onto a plate, the clanging sound prickling one's eardrums. Raphtalia shrank behind him, the tip of her tail quietly hooking onto his pant leg. "Look, that's the shield hero." The voices at the next table were lowered to a whisper. "I heard he burned down half of a southern village. TSK, and he's supposed to be a hero? No different from a bandit." Leo didn't respond and walked straight inside. Behind the bar, the owner's hand clutching the rag was trembling, and several adventurers in the corner already had their hands on their weapon hilts. All of this fell into his peripheral vision. Raphtalia gripped his hem tighter, her fingertips almost digging into the fabric. 8. Search. Leo chanted a spell under his breath, and a ghostly blue light exploded at his feet. 8 undead soldiers appeared out of thin air. The sound of clashing iron armor made the diners shrink back in unison. The lead soldier knelt on one knee, its hollow eye sockets looking toward Leo. Capture the one wearing the red-striped cloak. I want them alive. Leo's voice was as cold as ice. If they dare resist. He paused, watching the soldiers raise their cold gleaming bone blades. Chop them up and feed them to the wild dogs. Once the soldiers disappeared around the street corner, Leo noticed Raphtalia was trembling. She looked up, tears welling in her eyes. Master Leo, what they said isn't true, right? Nonsense. Leo crouched down and wiped away her tears with his thumb. The shield of slaughter in his palm was still hot, but he forced a smile. Do you want to drink some glowing juice? There's also cartoon bread. Emitim. The children's meal was served, but Raphtalia stared at the cartoon bread doll on the plate without touching her fork. Leo speared a strawberry and held it to her lips. Open up. She finally snapped out of it, took a bite, and began chewing, not even wiping the juice from the corner of her mouth. The steam from the seafood platter fogged up Leo's eyes. The Engel coefficient is going to be very high in the future. He gasped as he looked at the bill, but still placed the largest lobster claw into her bowl. Eat more, so your tail doesn't lose fur. Raphtalia suddenly put down her fork, tears plopping onto the tablecloth. Master Leo, you're actually very angry, aren't you? She sniffled. You don't have to force yourself. I'm sorry, I'm always causing trouble and can't help with anything. Nonsense, I don't need anyone else's help. But, stop nagging. Leo ruffled her hair, secretly tucked the bill into his shirt. If you cry again, I'll throw you into the kitchen to wash dishes. Rain began to fall outside the window. Leo watched her bury her head into eating the crab, and the old scar on his palm suddenly stopped hurting. Some grudges could be settled slowly, but he had to make sure she could eat this hot meal in peace. Back at the inn that night, Leo wanted a good night's sleep, but in the second half of the night, Raphtalia's night terrors acted up again. Fortunately, he was prepared and managed to soothe her in time. Just as he was about to return to his own bed, he heard a faint splashing sound. Morning light crept through the cracks in the wooden window, casting long shadows on the floor. As soon as Leo opened his eyes, he saw Raphtalia huddled in the corner, her hair ends dripping with water, her tail wrapped around her lower leg like a wet rope. He didn't need to guess, she had wet the bed. Is she afraid I'll be angry? Well, a little. Leo leaned against the doorframe, listening to her stifled sobs. The crystal ball in his hand spun rapidly, and a red light shone behind her. Wait, perhaps this is an opportunity. Hiding like that, do you think I can't see you just because you curled up like a walnut? He deliberately made his footsteps loud, his boots creaking against the floorboards. Raphtalia looked up abruptly, her bloodshot eyes reflecting the light of the crystal ball, with tear stains still hanging from the tip of her nose. Leo raised an eyebrow and shook the crystal ball. Do you know what this can do besides providing light? He walked over to the bed, pretending to check the wet spot while actually adjusting the recording angle. If you don't listen in the future. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by a figure lunging at him. Raphtalia's damp hair brushed against the back of his hand, and her tail frantically wrapped around his lower leg. Don't let anyone else see. Her upturned face was almost touching his chin, eyelashes glistening with tears. Let go, you're making my leg numb. Leo held the crystal ball over his head with one hand and tugged at her trembling ears with the other. When his fingertips touched her cold skin, he calmly set the recording to loop. The girl blushed and retreated to the corner. Leo tucked the still warm crystal ball into his shirt and bent down to poke the soaked straw mat. Should have bought a self-cleaning magic bed. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw her clutching her hem, peeking at him, her knuckles turning white. What are you looking at? He turned around suddenly, scaring the girl so much her tail puffed up. Leo flicked the top of her head. Do you really think I'd go around blabbing about this little thing? He said that, But while she was looking down, he made a recording gesture at the whirl of her hair. The footage was already encrypted and saved in the shield's storage space. However, Leo took out a fruit candy and popped it into his mouth, deliberately making the wrapper crinkle loudly. "Next time you turn the sheets into a pond, I'll punish you by making you wash the soldiers' clothes." He bent down to pick up the wet quilt, but his hem was tugged. Raphtalia looked up, her ears drooping. "Master Leo, are you really not angry?" Leo threw the quilt over his shoulder, his metal knee pads making a dull thud. "You're already scared stiff like a quail. Will getting angry make the sheets dry? Besides..." He pulled a dry towel and covered her head with it. "You just did something wrong. You aren't a wrong person. Hey, you've learned to waste fabric. Next time, just pee on my boots, it saves me the trouble of washing." This made Raphtalia's tail tremble slightly. Leo crouched down, used his knee to nudge away her hands protecting her head, and his fingertips brushed her cold earlobes. Is it abnormal for a 10-year-old child to wet the bed? Or do raccoon types have some special habit? Raphtalia shook her head. Once the girl, blushing, dove under the covers to change clothes, Leo carried the dirty bedsheet to find the innkeeper. She took the silver coin and beamed. "You're too polite, hero. You drove away the troublemakers last time. This is nothing." After leaving, Leo tossed the dirty sheet into the trash can and muttered, "Having money for laundry is better spent on 2 more jars of honey." Passing by a clothing store, he picked out a pair of pajamas and grabbed a bag of fruit candies. Back in the room, Raphtalia was curled up by the window, shivering. Could she have caught a cold? Leo shook the medicine bottle. "The punishment is here. Drink your medicine." Seeing her wrinkle her nose as she stared at the liquid, he dipped his finger in and smeared a bit on her lips. "Taste it, it's very sweet." He wasn't lying. High-grade cold medicine not only worked well but also tasted good. The girl's eyes lit up, and she gulped it all down. Leo watched her cheeks gradually regain color and reached out to smooth her unruly hair. The shield of slaughter was slightly warm on his back. Outside the window, the sound of vendors hawking their wares drifted in. Raphtalia bit the hem of her new pajamas. "Master Leo, I'll be careful in the future." "Good that you know." Leo turned his face away and shoved the candy into her hand. "If you wet the bed again, I'll throw you to the undead soldiers to be their instructor and teach them how to turn their beds into ponds." He turned around to pack his luggage. "Should I find an opportunity to resurrect her parents? Taking care of a child is too much trouble. Or look for Sadina, even though she's annoying." Resurrecting the dead was never easy, the risks and costs were hard to gauge. But looking at Raphtalia's innocent eyes, Leo made a secret resolution. No matter how difficult, he would provide a warm heaven for this little girl and rewrite her destiny. #14 Chapter 14 Doing Good to Others. Chapter 14 Being Kind to Others. Early in the morning, the faint sunlight slanted through the inn window, quietly spilling into the room. Leo slowly woke up, his gaze instinctively falling to the side. He saw Raphtalia still curled up in the thin blanket, her small face buried deep in the pillow, emitting a soft snoring sound. He put on his boots carefully and quietly, but the old floorboards still creaked at an inopportune moment. This subtle sound was exceptionally clear in the quiet room. Raphtalia moved, muttering groggily, "Lord Leo, is it dawn yet?" "Yeah, get ready. We're having breakfast." Leo replied while gently placing the neatly folded clothes by the bedside. Subsequently, he cast his gaze outside the window. On the street, vendors had already started busily setting up their stalls. People were coming and going, but the sight of them whispering to one another made Leo's heart sink. His hand instinctively touched the patterns on his shield, and his brow gradually furrowed. The Church of the Three Heroes had only just spread rumors about him robbing people yesterday. Heaven knows what kind of underhanded tricks they were planning to pull today. The two of them gnawed on bread as they walked toward the market. On the way, Raphtalia suddenly tugged tightly on his sleeve, her voice rising with excitement. "Lord Leo, I dreamt last night that we defeated a giant earth dragon. You raised your shield, and it was like a slide. I stepped on the shield and charged right up." Note: this fighting style was used later on, though not against an earth dragon. She gestured with her hands and feet as she spoke, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The corners of Leo's mouth twitched slightly as he said, "Try holding your sword steady first." Although he said that, for some reason, the heavy worries in his heart were dispelled quite a bit by this girl's chatter. Just as they stepped into the market, the merchant selling materials caught sight of the shield on Leo's back, and his previously smiling face instantly froze. He said unpleasantly, "Shield hero? We don't do business with you here. I'm just selling some balloon monster materials," Leo said, placing the materials on the table. The fat merchant picked up a piece of material, turned his nose up to the sky, and looked completely disdainful. 10 for 1 copper coin. Take it or leave it." Upon hearing this, Raphtalia rushed forward in a hurry, her shoes scraping harshly against the stone floor as she exclaimed, "That's outrageous. Yesterday at the stall next door, 5 balloon monster materials could be traded for 1 copper coin. You're clearly trying to rip us off." Leo was quick to react and immediately pressed down on her shoulder. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of several figures in purple cloaks staring intently at them from not far away. Those were the eyes of the Church of the Three Heroes. "Fine, I'll give them all to you," Leo said expressionlessly. The fat merchant hummed an out-of-tune melody, slowly collecting the materials, the gold tooth in his mouth flashing painfully in the sunlight. Leo stared at the back of the man's greasy, shiny head. "I really want to smash my shield into him." This thought suddenly popped into his mind. At this moment, the shield of slaughter on his back was scorching hot, and a buzzing sound rang in his ears, as if he could clearly hear the sound of blood surging through his veins. Raphtalia still wanted to argue, but Leo secretly tugged at her sleeve. After the merchant finished packing his things and walked away with his stall cover, she finally couldn't hold it in any more. "Lord Leo." He was clearly suppressing the price on purpose, so why did you have to swallow your pride? Leo didn't answer immediately, he reached out and patted her head. According to market prices, 2 materials could be traded for 1 copper coin. He wasn't short on money, selling the materials was just to test the extent of the hostility directed toward him. He took a deep breath, forcing his voice to remain calm. "If I make a scene with him now, the people from the Church of the Three Heroes could instantly fabricate a rumor about the shield hero robbing people in the street." As he spoke, he squatted down to look Raphtalia in the eye, saying earnestly, "Do you remember the flower-selling grandmother who was bullied just for greeting us the day before yesterday? It's better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Don't give others a handle to use against us." Raphtalia nodded as if she understood, but her eyes were still red with anger. As the violent emotions brought by the shield of slaughter slowly faded, Leo reached out and ruffled her hair, saying, "Don't worry, this score won't be settled like this. But not now in front of you. I have to act like an adult you can rely on, right?" The young girl was stunned for a moment, then burst into a giggle. "Lord Leo, you always pretend to be fierce every time you secretly help someone." Leo coughed dryly and turned his face away. Just then, he caught a glimpse of Raphtalia as if she were nailed to the spot, her eyes staring straight at the street corner. A human child was happily bouncing a rubber ball. The rubber ball bounced up and then slammed heavily onto the stone road, making a dull thump-thump sound. She pursed her lips, her toes tapping the ground rhythmically with the ball. "Do you want that?" Leo asked. "Huh? No, that kind of ball, I don't want it." Although Raphtalia said that, her tail was wagging incessantly behind her. "It's okay if you want it," Leo said softly. If possible." Raphtalia said hesitantly. "Does this mean she wants it?" Leo thought, then said, "Wait here." He stuffed the copper coins into his money pouch, turned around, and strode quickly back to the stall. The fat merchant was stuffing miscellaneous items into a burlap sack. He looked up, saw it was Leo, and rolled his eyes. "What are you here for again?" "We're done. Make a ball using the remaining materials, and I'll double the payment," Leo said, slapping a few silver coins on the table and kicking the scraps of leather by his feet. "Don't waste the scraps, make 2 small charms as well. One shaped like a ball, and one modeled after that raccoon girl over there." "What a pain," the merchant grumbled while his eyes lit up as he grabbed the silver coins. If you'd told me earlier you wanted toys, I could have ripped you off even more. Leo just smiled gently. The merchant didn't notice that, at this moment, Leo was staring at him with the gaze of someone looking at a dead man. While waiting, Raphtalia came over and tugged on his sleeve. Lord Leo, you really don't need to spend so much money. Stop nagging. Leo tossed the newly made ball to her, then took out a palm-sized ball charm, shook it, and casually tucked the raccoon charm into his own pocket. I've already transmigrated, so having a little hobby should be excusable, right? He deliberately kept a straight face and said, You can only play with the big one when you meet your training goals. Keep this one in your pocket as an amulet. He secretly caught a glimpse of the young girl's eyes, which were as bright as fire. She hugged the ball, spun around twice, and said happily, Lord Leo, thank you. Raphtalia suddenly seemed to remember something and stiffened. She looked down at the ball, then back at him, and said hesitantly, But the look in your eyes just now. Less talk, let's go. Leo turned his face away and quietly signaled to the shadow in the alley. He saw an undead soldier, wrapped in a tattered cloak of the Church of the Three Heroes, silently creeping toward the merchant's stall. Just outside the market, a scream suddenly erupted from the corner alley. A member of the Church of the Three Heroes is attacking people. Help! Immediately after, shouts and curses erupted, mixed with the sound of shattering porcelain, startling the ceramic pots of the street vendors until they wobbled. Raphtalia shivered in fear, and the sword at her waist almost slipped. She instinctively hid behind Leo, her voice trembling as she said, Lord Leo, what is this? Leo gently placed his palm on her head, his fingertips brushing against the soft fur under her raccoon ears, and comforted her. Don't be afraid, someone without eyes offended the real believers. His tone seemed nonchalant, but his peripheral vision was locked onto the center of the commotion. The undead soldiers disguised as believers were mingling in the crowd, the eerie blue ghost fire flickering beneath their iron masks. The fat merchant's mercenary face suddenly flashed through Leo's mind, and a cold sneer curled at the corner of his lips. Doesn't the Church of the Three Heroes love to sling mud? Watching the frightened townsfolk whispering to each other on the street, his fist in his sleeve clenched involuntarily. When the whole city is spreading rumors about believers committing violence in the streets, how many people will still believe the mud they sling at him? Playing dirty with me? Leo muttered to himself, the shield of slaughter scorching on his back, and the familiar metallic taste rising in his throat. You're not even worth a look in your next life. Lord Leo. Raphtalia suddenly tugged tightly on his sleeve, her eyes strikingly bright. When I get stronger, can I protect you too? Leo tapped her head lightly, but his movement was a bit gentler than usual. Work on your running speed first. Afterward, Leo went to the pharmacy and purchased a few sets of potion synthesis equipment. It wasn't very convenient to keep using the shield to make potions, so he decided to have the undead soldiers help him make them. I'm probably the laziest hero in this other world. Leo mocked himself helplessly. Chapter 15, The Beginning of Special Training. After leaving the market, Leo led Raphtalia into the quiet woods. He suddenly stomped his foot heavily onto the ground. In an instant, as if surging forth from a dark abyss, 20 shadows emerged from the darkness with a whoosh. The shadows quickly stood still, revealing themselves to be a group of undead soldiers. They stood upright and tall, aligned perfectly like a well-trained steel guard. Eek! Raphtalia was caught off guard by the sudden scene and jumped back half a step in fright. However, the young girl reacted extremely quickly. She straightened her back immediately, and although her face still showed tension, she mustered the courage to ask, Leo, they are. Leo's expression remained calm. He reached out and patted the shield of the soldier closest to him, saying, From now on, they will be in charge of your training. They teach much better than I do. The sky had not yet fully brightened, and the faint morning light slowly spilled over the training grounds. By now, the clanging sound of weapons clashing had already begun to ring out across the field. The cold iron masks of the undead soldiers gleamed with a chilling light in the morning sun, and eerie blue ghost fires flickered within their hollow eye sockets, adding a somewhat uncanny atmosphere to the training ground. Raphtalia gripped her sword tightly and breathed onto her palms, trying to dispel some of the chill. Her nose was frozen red. She looked up at Leo, her eyes filled with anticipation as she asked, "Leo, are we learning new moves today?" Leo stood to the side, watching her with focused eyes, and said, "Master the old ones first. Let's start with basic thrusts. If you make one mistake, you'll add 10 more repetitions." The training continued methodically like this, from early morning until the sun began to slant westward. As the blazing sun hung high and then gradually sank, Raphtalia's clothes had long been soaked in sweat, clinging tightly to her small frame. Those undead soldiers were like silent statues, strictly adhering to the principles of training. Whenever her sword swing was slightly sluggish or half a beat slow, a shield would gently tap her wrist to remind her to speed up. Once her footwork became messy, an iron sword would immediately tap the ground by her feet to draw a circle, signaling her to adjust her steps. Once, she accidentally tripped over a stone hidden in the grass, and her body lurched forward. At that critical moment, an iron sword shot out with a whoosh, flying past her ear and precisely slicing through the hanging vines in front, successfully averting the potential danger. "Stop!" Leo suddenly stood up, slamming his shield against a nearby tree stump, emitting a dull thud that echoed across the training ground. "Demonstrate the chain thrusts I taught you the day before yesterday." "Yes." Raphtalia took a deep breath, steadied herself, and her sword instantly began to dance, leaving behind trails of afterimages. The first sword strike swiftly lunged toward the enemy's throat, and the second strike immediately followed with a horizontal sweep toward the abdomen, clean and efficient. But when it came to the third strike, just as she should have been pulling back, she lost control and fell forward due to excessive physical exhaustion. Her heart tightened, and she instinctively closed her eyes, thinking she was about to fall heavily to the ground. However, the expected pain did not arrive. Instead, she bumped into a cold, metallic embrace. It turned out that the nearest undead soldier had reached out an arm at some point, steadily supporting her shoulders. Thank you." Raphtalia looked up and met the eerie blue ghost fire beneath the iron mask. The soldier paused for a moment, then slowly let go and stepped back half a step, its movements carrying a hint of stiff awkwardness. Seeing this, Leo was filled with surprise. The materials he was holding nearly slipped from his hands. These undead soldiers, created by him using grudge energy, had always just mechanically executed orders. When had they learned to adapt to the situation? He strode forward with a serious expression, tapped the soldier's iron helmet with his dagger, not too hard and not too soft, and demanded, "Who told you to act on your own? Was that a zombie resurrection just now?" The soldier showed no reaction, only the ghost fire in its eye sockets flickered gently, as if silently defending itself. Leo frowned and reached out to pull off the opponent's iron gauntlet. Beneath it, on the wrist that should have been withered bone, was a strip of cloth wrapped around it. Looking closely, it was exactly the hair tie that had snapped when Raphtalia was practicing her swordsmanship a few days ago. "Leo!" Raphtalia wiped the sweat from her forehead and curiously leaned in. "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Leo stuffed the cloth strip back into the soldier's hand and swept his gaze over the soldier's neat formation once more. The sunset's afterglow, like a layer of golden gauze, gently gilded the edges of the iron masks. He suddenly noticed that these silent guards were unconsciously leaning toward Raphtalia, much like a pack of wolves instinctively protecting their weakest cub. The shield of slaughter felt slightly warm on his back, but Leo felt a certain softness in his heart. Perhaps these undead soldiers, which he had always viewed as tools, had long since quietly developed a bond he hadn't even noticed during their day-to-day training. Taking advantage of the break, Leo squatted in the shade of the trees and tinkered with his shield. If only there were something like runes. As he thought this, he shoved magic cores, beast bones, and medicinal herbs into it all at once. Suddenly, with a click, as if some mechanism had been triggered, the edge of the shield began to glow. He reached out to touch it, and a warm current surged from his fingertips into his internal organs, making his whole body tremble. "Leo!" Raphtalia's voice called out. She was holding her arm, running over with a flustered expression. The wound cut by her sword was still oozing blood. "I was careless during the sparring just now. Don't move." Leo hurriedly activated the rune, and a blue light flashed. The moment it swept over the wound, The scab fell off at a speed visible to the naked eye. Raphtalia's eyes widened. She couldn't help but reach out and poke the healed skin, saying in surprise, "This is faster than healing magic. Leo, when did you?" "Secret." Leo tapped her on the head. "Don't tough it out when you get hurt in the future, or you'll be wasting my new skill." Although he said that, he was calculating in his heart maybe he could use this move to save people during the next waves of catastrophe, provided it was never discovered by the Church of the Three Heroes. When the sunset dyed the training ground a dark red, Leo's shield suddenly emitted a buzzing sound. He opened his status panel and saw that his level had reached 30, and his grudge energy had reached 45 points. "Summon 20 more." Leo waved his hand toward the open ground, and shadows emerged from underground one after another. Raphtalia stood at the front of the formation, her posture as straight as a young poplar tree, completely devoid of the timid appearance she had when they first met. "Leo." She suddenly turned around, shook her hair vigorously, sending a spray of sweat droplets flying, and said excitedly, "Next training, let them use real blades. I want to become Leo's sword." Leo's throat felt a bit tight, and for a moment, he couldn't speak. Experience sharing had increased both Leo and Raphtalia's levels, and Raphtalia had also reached level 15. But watching her easily parry the soldiers' attacks, Leo knew this girl's ability had long since exceeded her paper stats. However, although the soldiers were all thick-skinned and sturdy, they always held back their strength at the last moment during training. This wasn't training, it was clearly like protecting a child at play. The shield of slaughter felt hot on his back. Leo kicked a stone, clack, hitting the closest soldier's helmet, and said irritably, "Did you hear me? Don't hold back. This girl wants to be my sword, so remember not to go easy next time." The soldier's hollow eye sockets turned toward him, the eerie blue ghost fire flickering twice as a way of nodding in agreement. Leo suddenly remembered the first time he summoned this group. They only knew how to swing their swords mechanically. Now, they would intentionally leave openings during training and even use their iron hands to block the sun for Raphtalia during breaks. "Yes, sir." Raphtalia replied quickly and even made a sword-swinging gesture at Leo. Leo looked bewildered. "Where did you learn that?" It was something Leo said in his sleep at night. "I thought it was interesting, so I learned it." Raphtalia answered with a grin. "I've lost all dignity." Leo's expression darkened. "It's all the fault of the instructor from my previous training camp. Leo, I'm punishing you by not letting you eat dinner tonight." "Ooh." Raphtalia responded, feeling wronged. Just as Leo was about to turn, the shield of slaughter suddenly felt slightly warm. He rubbed the edge of the shield, recalling the news he heard at the tavern 3 days ago. A traveler had seen a two-headed hound deep in the dense forest. Raphtalia has already seen blood. She is only one step away from real combat. "Pack up," Leo said decisively. As he turned around, he heard Raphtalia whispering behind him, "Are we going to fight new monsters again?" Her tone carried a hint of excitement. Deep in the dense forest, rotting leaves were piled up so high they could cover one's ankles. Stepping down produced a rustling sound. The low growl of the two-headed hound came from the bushes, mixed with the stench of rotting meat, rushing toward them and making one want to retch. Leo gripped his shield tightly, the metal gauntlet making a creaking sound. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Raphtalia's hand gripping the sword hilt trembling. Beneath her sleeve, the muscles of her forearm were tensed into an arc. Leo. Her voice was trembling, and the raccoon fur on her ears stood up in tension. "This sound, it's like, back then. Don't be afraid." Leo deliberately interrupted her with a relaxed tone, while using his dagger to push aside the vines blocking their path. "It's nothing more than a whetstone. She must pass this hurdle." Leo thought to himself secretly. The final step is to face her fear head-on. "Raphtalia." "Leo." The young girl's voice was still trembling. "You said you wanted to be my sword, right?" "Yes, I only listened to Leo." Raphtalia gritted her teeth and answered firmly. "All right then." Leo pointed at 2 pairs of beast eyes gleaming with ghostly green light in the shadows. "I command you, no, I want you to kill it." #16 Chapter 16 Protecting Good with Evil. Chapter 16 protecting good with evil. No, no. Raphtalia staggered back, her figure swaying. The sword in her hand clattered to the ground with a crisp sound, unnaturally loud in the silent forest. The beast before her opened its blood-stained maw, rotting flesh hanging from its fangs, and a pungent, bloody stench washed over her. This horrific scene slammed into the depths of her memory, overlapping with the image of the three-headed beast that had cruelly devoured her parents. Her legs felt like jelly, as if an invisible force was desperately dragging her down. She could barely stand, and the whole world seemed to spin at that moment. So, she really is afraid. Leo frowned slightly, a complex look flashing in his eyes. With a stoic face, he took a step forward. You're scared already? If you can't even face something that looks like the enemy who killed your father, how do you expect to take revenge? Raphtalia looked up. How did you know? Leo didn't respond. He pushed off the ground with force, lunging forward to pin the two-headed beast to the ground. HMPH. The beast, unwilling to be subdued, struggled frantically, kicking its four legs and splashing up dust. However, Leo's hands were as steady as a rock. No matter how the beast resisted, it couldn't break free. Raphtalia. Leo turned his head, signaling her to come over. Do it. Stab it. No. Raphtalia's voice trembled violently, her body uncontrollably shrinking backward. I told you to do it. Leo's voice grew colder, devoid of any warmth. Raphtalia's panic attack broke out completely. She covered her head with both hands and screamed in a breakdown. Her voice echoed in the quiet forest, startling the birds resting on the branches. TSK. Shield of Slaughter seemed to sense the emotional fluctuations within Leo and suddenly became scorching hot. Leo felt his temples throbbing, and an irrepressible irritability and impulse surged into his heart. His thoughts instantly returned to the training camp in middle school. The instructor back then had been just as tough, ignoring his feelings and forcing him to face his fears. Those painful memories surged in his mind like a tide. Leo. Raphtalia looked at Leo in terror, her eyes filled with helplessness and pleading. Do it. Leo gritted his teeth and squeezed these words through his teeth. Awoo. The beast seemed to sense the approach of death and suddenly let out a heaven-shaking roar. This roar was like lighting a fuse. It instantly ignited the bloodlust within Leo, causing him to almost lose his sanity. Leo only realized later that the roar of canine monsters has a provocation effect. Almost subconsciously, he grabbed the girl's hand. He raised the sword high, then used all his strength to thrust it fiercely into the beast's heart. Warm blood splashed onto both their faces with a splat. The beast's whimper and Raphtalia's scream sounded at the same time, as if to tear this oppressive space apart. Wah! The girl's legs gave out, and she collapsed to the ground, staring blankly at her blood-stained fingertips, then began to shake her head frantically. The way she looked at Leo was full of strangeness and fear. Leo's sanity, as if pierced by this look of despair, instantly returned. He looked at the trembling girl before him, only then realizing belatedly that his own palm was bleeding. It had been cut by the blade when he pushed the sword. He slowly squatted down, wanting to reach out to comfort her, but his hand stopped in midair, as if blocked by an invisible force, frozen there. I'm sorry. You don't understand at all. Raphtalia suddenly began to cry, tears gushing out like a broken dam. It's not that I don't want revenge, but every time I see those fangs, She curled up tightly, her voice turning into sobs. I'm so scared. Leo felt as if his throat was choked by something, feeling extremely uncomfortable. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to loosen his tightly clenched fists. He sat cross-legged on the ground, tore off a strip of cloth, and wrapped it around his wound casually. He stared at the dark red bloodstains on the shield and spoke slowly. I truly don't understand your fear. But I understand that in this cruel world, weakness means death. I cannot protect you forever. Raphtalia raised her tear-stained face, suddenly stunned. She saw that Leo was actually smiling. But that smile looked so strange, as if it carried endless bitterness, and seemed to hide unknown pain. Leo, will you leave? She asked in a small voice. I will. Leo was silent for a long time before slowly spitting out these two words. I don't want that. Raphtalia cried again, tears blurring her vision once more. That doesn't matter, Leo said, his voice still calm, but with a hint of tenderness. Hate me, curse me, it doesn't matter. He gently reached out, wiping the blood and tears from her face. But someone has to teach you how to survive in this world. He knew that from the moment he unlocked the Shield of Slaughter, he had already become a bloodthirsty demon, and retribution was only a matter of time. There was no turning back now, but she still could. Leo, why are you doing this for me? Raphtalia hugged Leo, looking up at him, tears welling up in her eyes. I want to hear the truth. Because you're a bit like my past self. Raphtalia. After her emotions calmed down a little, she looked up, her red eyes looking at Leo. Maybe you're curious why I know so much, but the point is that I do know. Leo looked into her eyes. The forest was quiet, with only the sound of insects chirping one after another. Leo took a dry, hard biscuit from his pocket, gently broke it in half, and handed half to her. Didn't your parents teach you to bring hope to others with a smile? He stuffed the biscuit into her hand. You did it in prison, and you can definitely do it now. It's just that this time, I'll be your shield. So, just smile, nervous face. I will help you take everything back. Leo used his last bit of kindness to squeeze out this sentence. Raphtalia bit into the biscuit, tears unable to stop streaming down her face again. Half an hour later, she slowly stood up and picked up the sword again. Although her hand was still trembling slightly, the tip of the sword was pointing steadily toward the sky. Leo, next time, let me do it myself. Leo stood up and gently brushed the fallen leaves off his body. The agitation of the Shield of Slaughter was still rampaging through his veins. He looked at the girls straight back and secretly made up his mind even if he would eventually be devoured by this dangerous power, he must hone her into a true blade before he completely turned evil, so that she could walk alone in this world. Chapter 17, Lunchtime Scare. In the afternoon, the warm sun spread softly over the bustling streets of the city. Leo and Raphtalia walked side by side, their silhouettes lengthening in the sunlight as they headed toward the weapon shop. The purpose of this trip was to collect the bismuth silver short sword custom-made for Raphtalia. Erhard, the weapon shop owner, spotted Leo from afar. A smile instantly bloomed on his face, and he hurried forward to greet them. He handed the equipment to Leo and said, "Young man, you've finally arrived. This equipment has been ready for a long time. Take a look and see how it is." Leo took the equipment and immediately focused on inspecting it. The quality of the equipment was top-notch, fitting his previous requirements perfectly. Leo couldn't help but nod inwardly, praising. "Mate, as expected of old man, your craftsmanship is consistently exquisite. You never fail to produce something exceptional." After saying this, Leo calmly took 5 gold coins from his money pouch and handed them to Erhard. "Haha, by the way, young man, I heard you've gained a companion." Erhard chuckled, teasing. "And you even specially customized such valuable equipment, she must be a lovely and charming lady." After saying this, he stretched his neck, trying hard to look behind Leo, but only saw emptiness. "In a sense, I suppose so." Leo nodded slightly in response. Just then, the shy Raphtalia poked her head out from behind Leo, asking in a soft, timid voice. "Master Leo, who is he?" A little girl." Erhard frowned slightly, his gaze shifting back and forth between Leo and Raphtalia. Then he turned back to look at Leo and couldn't help but ask, "Young man, are you perhaps? You're overthinking it, old man." Leo cut off his speculation. I joined Master Leo of my own volition." Raphtalia hurriedly explained timidly. "Is that so? That's good then." Erhard realized, nodding his head. Leo turned to look at Raphtalia and introduced gently. "This bald uncle who looks a bit fierce is Erhard, the owner of this weapon shop. Don't let his sloppy and unkempt appearance fool you, his character is absolutely trustworthy. He's someone worth getting to know." "Hey, wait a minute, young man, where am I unkempt?" Erhard immediately retorted anxiously upon hearing this. Leo smiled helplessly, reached out, and pointed to his messy beard, saying, "Look at your beard, it's grown so long. Even if you don't shave, You should at least groom it a little. Otherwise, one day when you go out, you really might scare the children. Sigh, fine, fine. Erhard sighed helplessly and waved his hand. So, young man, if you have any other needs, just say so. Don't stand on ceremony with me. Leo looked at Raphtalia and said seriously, Old man, please teach her some swordsmanship. She's just getting started, her foundation is weak, and there are many things she needs to learn and improve. That goes without saying, leave it to me. Erhard patted his chest confidently, guaranteeing, my swordsmanship might not be top tier, but it's definitely enough to teach this little girl. Subsequently, Erhard began to patiently explain the basic essentials of swordsmanship to Raphtalia. Leo watched quietly from the side, thinking about Raphtalia's future path of growth, and a subtle, imperceptible look of satisfaction appeared on his face. After a while, Erhard finished explaining the basics and personally demonstrated a few simple sword moves, signaling Raphtalia to practice. Raphtalia learned exceptionally earnestly. Although her movements were slightly clumsy, her focused expression and serious attitude made Leo nod inwardly. Old man, what do you think of her? Is she learning well? Leo asked. This little girl has good intuition, but her strength and speed need improvement. Practice makes perfect. That's good. I'll have to rely on you, old man, to give her some pointers whenever you have the chance. Don't worry, young man. For your sake, I'll definitely take good care of this little girl. Erhard laughed heartily. After practicing for a while, Raphtalia stopped, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and said to Erhard, Thank you, uncle. I will practice hard. Haha, you're welcome. As long as you're willing to learn, I'll teach you everything I know without holding back. Erhard replied with a smile. But if this young man dares to bully you, remember to tell me. About that. Raphtalia lowered her head slightly, a blush appearing on her face. Master Leo is very kind to me, he wouldn't bully me. That's good, that's good. I was just joking. Erhard laughed. But young man, you must take good care of this little girl. I will. All right, with your word, I can rest easy. Erhard said contentedly. You too keep practicing. If you have any other questions, feel free to ask me. Leo and Raphtalia continued practicing swordsmanship for a while. With Erhard's occasional guidance, Raphtalia's movements gradually became more proficient, and a confident smile bloomed on her face. After Raphtalia received guidance from Erhard and mastered some basic swordsmanship essentials, the two bid farewell to the weapon shop. At this time, the midday sun was high, and both of their stomachs rumbled in unison. So, they decided to find a place to have a good lunch. They didn't walk far before they saw a simple small stall by the roadside. The owner of the stall was an honest and simple-hearted middle-aged man. Leo and Raphtalia sat down in front of the stall. Before long, steaming hot food was served on the table. Leo took a bite and couldn't help but nod inwardly. The taste was surprisingly good. The stall owner, in the midst of working, inadvertently looked up. Seeing Leo, he was slightly stunned at first, and then a look of surprise instantly bloomed on his face. He hurried forward and said excitedly, Benefactor, it really is you. Do you still remember me? The meat strips and money you gave me before really helped my family a lot. You're too polite. Leo smiled politely, only then remembering that the person in front of him was someone he had helped before. He thought that normal people wouldn't eat meat given to them by others without reason, so he didn't feel any guilt. I was worried the meat strips you gave me before would go bad, so I quickly cooked them for my family. You have to admit, the taste was absolutely incredible, it was so delicious. I started a small business with the remaining money, and life is much better now than before. Speaking of which, benefactor, what kind of meat was it that you gave me? The owner asked with a curious face. It was actually eaten? Leo was shocked inside. Suppressing the feeling of nausea rising in his stomach, he tried hard to maintain a calm face and said, Don't worry about it, it was just ordinary monster meat. Master Leo, what meat strips? Raphtalia, who was eating with great relish on the side, asked with food in her mouth, indistinctly. Nothing at all. Leo hurriedly brushed it off vaguely, his eyes darting away. If he knew it was human flesh, he would probably fight me to the death. Fine, I don't know anything. Yes, that's it. Upon hearing this, the stall owner insisted on giving them a free meal to express his gratitude. Leo refused. He looked at Raphtalia and said to the owner with a smile, "Owner, I appreciate your kindness." As he spoke, he gestured with his chin toward Raphtalia, who was gnawing on a meat pie, her cheeks bulging like a little squirrel. "This fellow can eat 3 bowls of rice in one sitting. You've just escaped poverty. If you really give us a free meal, I'm afraid you'll fall back into poverty." "Master Leo." Raphtalia didn't understand, put down the unfinished meat pie, and sat up straight. "I want another serving of stew." This innocent scene made the owner laugh out loud. Raphtalia looked ignorant, not knowing what everyone was laughing at, her eyes full of innocence. Leo looked at her and couldn't help but reveal a doting smile. 18 Chapter 18 The Gift of Night Dew Flowers. Chapter 18 The Gift of the Night Dew Flower. After lunch, Leo and Raphtalia bathed in the sunlight, strolling leisurely back to the inn. Stepping into the courtyard, Leo casually raised his hand and beckoned toward the shadows. An undead soldier wearing an iron mask appeared in the blink of an eye. "Take her to play ball, and don't let her bump into anything." Leo patted the soldier's iron shoulder lightly and turned his head to nod toward Raphtalia. "Go on, and remember to be back before dinner." Raphtalia gripped the ball tightly in her hands with excitement and skipped toward the other end of the courtyard. A crisp voice echoed in the air. "Are you going to play with us, Master Leo?" "I'm going up to rest for a while." Leo leaned against the mottled wooden stair railing, his gaze following the girl's receding figure until she grew smaller and smaller. The undead soldier mechanically raised its arm and threw the ball. Raphtalia laughed and leaped high to catch the ball, her skirt fluttering as she landed, startling the sparrows dozing at the base of the wall. "Look, that raccoon type is playing with a ball." Several children poked their heads through a gap in the wall. The leader, a boy holding a homemade tattered ball, wrinkled his nose in disgust and said disdainfully, "How could a demi-human be worthy?" Before he could finish, the undead soldier seemed to sense the offense and turned its head abruptly. The ghostly blue flames in its hollow eye sockets flickered violently, and an eerie aura spread out. The children screamed "Wah!" in terror, scrambling backward in a panic, knocking over a broom in the corner. Leo subconsciously rubbed the edge of his shield as a breeze brushed against the bells under the eaves, causing a crisp chiming sound. Amidst this pleasant chiming, he couldn't help but recall his original world, where he was always alone, solitary and single. "Rifana," Leo whispered. He clearly remembered that when Raphtalia was delirious with a high fever, she had repeatedly murmured this name, her voice filled with tears and pain. Raphtalia's crisp laughter rang out from the courtyard again. She jumped up with all her might to catch the ball, accidentally landing on her bottom, but immediately climbed back up to continue chasing the ball, as if all her worries had been cast to the winds. The undead soldier reached out clumsily to help her, its metal gauntlet gleaming coldly in the sunlight. Leo's lips curled up slightly without him realizing it, and then he turned abruptly to go into the room and rummage for a map. He picked up a dagger and stabbed the tip sharply onto a certain mark on the map, his next prey, idol. However, at that very moment, a sharp pain pierced his chest like a blade. "It's coming again." Leo gritted his teeth inwardly, understanding that this was the effect of the bloodlust trait. It must be because he used the bloodlust talent during training today. Enduring the agonizing pain, Leo tried hard to calm himself down. Fortunately, he had previously captured a group of Church of the Three Heroes followers who were impersonating him. Perhaps he could go deal with them tonight to alleviate this terrible trait. Late at night, the inn was so quiet that the faint creaking of the wooden beams could be heard. Leo gently pushed open the bedroom door. Moonlight shone through the gap in the door, gently spilling onto Raphtalia's sleeping face. The girl was clutching her new ball charm and the ball in her arms, her eyelashes fluttering slightly with her breathing, looking obedient and cute. Leo bent down gently and picked up the corner of the blanket that had slipped off. His fingers hovered over the top of her head for a moment, and finally, he sighed silently. The rented black horse pawed the ground uneasily in the stable, making intermittent sounds. Leo swung onto the horse, the metal buckles of the saddle making a crisp, light sound. He subconsciously looked back at the second floor of the inn. After confirming that the window was pitch black, he spurred the horse, shooting into the vast night like an arrow released from a bowstring. The wind on the western prairie carried grit, hitting his face like sharp blades. But it couldn't suppress the increasingly scorching temperature of the shield of slaughter on his back. The iron door of the ice house slowly pushed open. MMPH. 4 Church of the Three Heroes followers bound to the wall by ice seals had their eyes wide with fear, emitting muffled whimpers from their throats. Their mouths were stuffed with rags, and their limbs were bruised and purple from being wrapped in ice. The bearded man in the lead shook his head desperately, ice shavings falling from his messy hair, his eyes filled with pleading. "Don't be afraid." Leo raised his hand expressionlessly, and the ice seals shattered inch by inch amidst flickering blue light. As the shield of slaughter rune lit up with a scarlet glow on the back of his hand, he heard his own hoarse voice mix with the howling wind. "Didn't you love impersonating me? Now it's time to pay the price." Screams instantly tore through the deathly silence of the ice house. Leo ripped off the man's cloak to cover his own eyes, his metal gauntlet gripping the struggling wrist tightly. Blood splattered onto the shield, making a hissing sound, and the notification of the resentment value jumping exploded in his mind. His tense nerves finally relaxed. "My lord." Someone cried out for mercy. "Spare us. We were just following the Pope's orders." "I know Master Idol, let me go, and I will definitely speak well of you in front of him." "Idol?" Leo sneered. "Don't worry, it will be his turn soon." Resentment. 5-9. Phew. That feels much better. 3 hours later, the ice house collapsed with a roar amidst the dark curse flames shooting into the sky. Leo stood alone by the river, watching the blood slowly stain the pebbles beneath his feet red. He bent down to scoop up river water to wash his face, but felt sticky bits of flesh between his fingers. Howls came from the opposite bank, and he stared quietly at his own reflection in the water. His eyes were as red as blood, yet he was unusually calm. On the way back, he took a detour to pick a night-dew flower by the roadside and tucked it into his waist. Pushing the inn door open gently, the sound of Raphtalia's steady, soft breathing drifted over. "Good night," Leo whispered, placing the dew-covered flower gently by her pillow, his fingers subconsciously rubbing the dried blood on his shield. Tomorrow, he would go to find Idol. This time, he would get everything back with interest. After all, there was still someone he had promised to protect. Chapter 19. Raphtalia's Trouble. In the early hours of the next day, the dawn attempted to pierce the depth of the night, yet it still failed to completely dispel the darkness. The remnants of darkness lingered quietly in the corners of the room. Leo slowly woke from his slumber, as he always did. The bloody scene that occurred in the igloo on the western prairie last night played slowly in his mind like a silent film. As each scene surfaced, an indescribable sense of satisfaction quietly spread within his heart, as if that long-suppressed desire for slaughter had finally found a brief outlet. At this moment, he felt refreshed, as if he had been reborn. Leo sat quietly on the edge of the bed. The morning air carried a hint of chill, gently brushing against his cheeks. He reached into his storage space and took out the 10 bottles of high-grade healing potions. These potions were successfully synthesized after countless attempts, using herbs he had collected in the outskirts and relying on the power of the herb shield. The potion bottles shimmered with a soft green light. Leo carefully arranged them one by one on the table, took a deep breath, concentrated all his focus, slowly mobilized the magic power within his body, and began to channel it into them. As the magic power surged like a babbling brook, those liquids began to emit a strange light, blending and changing into each other. After an unknown amount of time, when the last bit of magic power was perfectly infused, a brand new potion bottle appeared in his hand. The liquid inside emitted a soft blue-green glow. Ding, the system's voice rang clearly in his mind. Obtained Aero Potion ×1. Not only that, during this process, the formula for the potion also clearly appeared in his mind. It seemed there would be a chance to mass-produce it in the future. However, the required ingredients were too difficult to find. Almost every one of them grew in hidden or dangerous places. This potion was said to possess miraculous efficacy, capable of curing all diseases in the world. In the market, it was considered priceless. Leo pondered to himself, especially when thinking about the future possibility of encountering the gravely ill white tiger tribe girl, Atla. This potion might be the key to saving her. As long as he could save her, he could use this to control Atla and her brother, Foal, gaining two important combatants. No, to be accurate, it was to save them and incidentally recruit them under his command. Come to think of it, Raphtalia's leveling speed has been too fast recently. I must hurry and prepare some clothes she can wear now that she has grown up. Just at this moment, the wooden bed beneath him suddenly creaked with a creak sound. Leo's hand holding the Aero potion tightened abruptly. A rustling sound came from behind him, mixed with the soft sound of fabric tearing. No way, could it be? His Adam's apple bobbed up and down unconsciously, his eyes fixed tightly on the potion bottle, not daring to turn around. Lord Leo, good morning. Raphtalia woke up with thick drowsiness. Why does my body feel cold? My clothes. Immediately following that was a series of panicked tossing and turning sounds. The rustling sound of the quilt wrapping around her body was incessant. Leo stared at the swaying shadow on the wall, cleared his throat, and tried hard to make his voice sound calm and composed. You know, the leveling last night was too excessive. Once demi-humans level up rapidly, their bodies will. He paused for a moment, reached out and pulled a blanket from his storage space. Cover yourself with this first. In fact, at this moment, Leo was also panicking terribly inside. Previously, Raphtalia had always been in the state of a young girl, and staying in the same room with her, he hadn't felt anything special. But now, behind him was practically a scantily clad person of the opposite sex, which made him inevitably feel at a loss, his heart pounding. How could this happen? Raphtalia's voice carried a crying tone, faintly revealing her inner panic and helplessness. Leo caught a glimpse of her curled up in the corner of the bed, her shoulders wrapped in torn fabric scraps trembling uncontrollably. Those clothes that were originally well-fitting were now stretched tightly against her body, becoming strips of broken fabric, completely unable to cover her suddenly developed body. Leo hurriedly unfolded his cloak with a whoosh and, turning his back, handed it over. Put this on first, don't catch a cold. I must not let her misunderstand my intentions. Raphtalia sniffled as she took the cloak. Amidst the sound of fabric rubbing, she asked in a low voice, Lord Leo, am I very ugly? Leo was shocked, immediately frowned, and turned around. He saw the young girl wrapped in the oversized cloak, looking pitiful like a frightened fawn, her eyes filled with unease and confusion. He reached out and gently tucked in the hanging fabric, saying seriously, Nonsense, that's not the case at all. You are like this now just because of normal growth changes. In my eyes, you are still as cute as before. Then why didn't you look at me just now? Raphtalia asked with a puzzled face, her watery eyes looking directly at Leo. If I had looked, that would be the real problem, right? We'll go to a tailor shop in a while and have a few new sets of clothes made for you, that will be fine. Or we can buy several more, you can tell me whatever style you like. Leo said, trying to divert her attention. Be you but. Raphtalia tugged at the edge of the cloak, her voice carrying a hint of worry. Will everyone make fun of me, just like before at the restaurant? She remembered the strange looks she had suffered at the restaurant before and was still a bit afraid. Who would dare? Leo reached out and gently patted her head. The thugs who caused trouble at the tavern last time are still lying in the infirmary now. You are my subordinate now, I won't let anyone bully you. Except for me. Leo added silently to himself. He deliberately softened his tone, trying to soothe the girl's emotions. And, I think you are even cuter now. Really? Raphtalia looked up, a glimmer of expectation shining in her eyes. Of course it's true, getting stronger is not a bad thing. Think about it, next time you encounter a monster, the speed at which you swing your sword will be several times faster than before. Didn't you always say you wanted to be my sword and fight alongside me? This is a sign of your growth. Leo explained patiently, hoping to put her at ease. Raphtalia's eyes brightened, but then she lowered her head again, muttering in a low voice, Lord Leo is comforting me again. I'm not comforting you. Leo pulled a biscuit from his storage space and tossed it over gently. After you finish eating, stay here for now, until I buy you new clothes and equipment. He looked at the torn fabric on Raphtalia's body and shook his head helplessly. You can't go out wearing these rags. I don't want to be mistaken for a pervert with improper conduct by the guards. Raphtalia bit into the biscuit, glaring at him a bit angrily, her cheeks puffed out. Lord Leo just likes to bully people. Yes, my fault. Leo turned to tidy up the potions on the table, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up slightly. Behind him came the rustling sound of putting on the cloak, and the girl's soft muttering. Clearly you were just laughing a moment ago. A heroine fighting in rags. Leo started to imagine. In the image, Raphtalia was wearing broken rags but was still bravely fighting monsters. Lord Leo, what impolite things were you thinking about just now? Raphtalia covered her body with one hand using the cloak, and made a gesture to punch with the other, her eyes filled with vigilance. No, nothing. Leo hurriedly went out, and at the same time decided to go buy her new clothes and equipment first. Otherwise, never mind, better not think about it. Leo left the inn and wove through the streets of the royal capital. The royal capital in the early morning was gradually releasing its vitality. Street vendors were successively starting to set up stalls, pedestrians surged in like a tide from all directions, and the entire city was immersed in a lively atmosphere. Leo arrived at the familiar weapon shop. The weapon shop owner, Erhard, spotted Leo at a glance and hurried forward to meet him. Yo, Lord Shield Hero, how do you have time to patronize my little shop today? Erhard teased with a smile. Less chatter, do something for me. Leo replied concisely, then intended to explain his purpose. But just as he started, the little girl's clothes are gone. Erhard was full of disbelief. Young man, you wouldn't have. I always thought you were an upright gentleman. Can you listen to me finish my sentence properly? Leo rubbed his forehead helplessly. It's that Raphtalia's body developed after leveling up, and her clothes don't fit. Don't imagine things. Oh, I see, you scared me to death. Erhard suddenly realized and patted his chest. Subsequently, Erhard turned and walked toward the shelves, taking out a set of brand new bismuth silver light armor from among the many pieces of equipment. The light armor shimmered with a soft metallic luster under the morning light. One could tell at a glance that the quality was superior. Immediately after, he took out a sword with an anti-bloodstain coating and a light magic sword from the side. Speaking of which, young man, you just bought a bismuth silver sword yesterday, and you're buying another today. Isn't that a bit wasteful? Erhard couldn't help but ask. Raphtalia needs a few spare swords. She can't keep running to the weapon shop every time after a battle. That's true. The owner nodded, picked up the two swords, and introduced them in detail. This sword with the anti-bloodstain coating is extremely sharp. If the user's strength is strong enough, it can easily cut through the enemy's defense, which is very practical in actual combat. This light magic sword has the power of light magic contained in the blade, which has a significant restraining effect on incorporeal creatures like the ghost type. It sounds quite good. Leo nodded with satisfaction. Young man, you are a regular customer, no need to say more. I'll give you a 20% discount directly. Erhard said generously. Leo nodded again, not bargaining much. He paid the money straightforwardly and left the weapon shop with the equipment. Give my regards to the young lady. Erhard shouted behind him. I will. Leo replied without looking back. Subsequently, Leo arrived at the largest dress shop in the royal capital. The shop was filled with all kinds of clothes, dazzling to the eyes. Leo shopped inside, Raphtalia's image constantly appearing in his mind, pondering what kind of clothes would suit her better. Sir, this is the women's clothing section. A female clerk walked up and said. I know, I'm buying them for a family member. Leo responded. A family member? Sorry sir, according to the rules, only female customers can purchase women's clothing. Leo really didn't want to waste words, and silently took out a silver coin and handed it to the clerk as a tip. The clerk was stunned for a moment, then immediately quieted down and didn't ask any more questions. Leo continued to pick, first selecting a few well-fitting pajamas, and then choosing an exquisite yukata. Finally, he selected a few sets of daily casual wear for Raphtalia, with simple and generous styles, convenient for movement. Boss, I want these few, please pack them up for me. Leo said to the clothing store owner. "All right, sir, you have a really good eye. These are all boutique items in the store." The clothing store owner responded enthusiastically while packing efficiently. Suddenly, the owner seemed to have discovered something and asked, stunned, "Sir, why are you buying only women's clothing?" The previous clerk who had received the tip hurried forward and explained to the owner in a low voice. Leo finished paying, held the clothes for Raphtalia, and hurried back to the inn. #20 Chapter 20 The Growing Warrior. Chapter 20 The Growing Warrior. Leo gently pushed open the inn room door. The morning sunlight quietly filtered through the cracks in the wooden window, casting dappled light and shadows on the floor. Raphtalia was curled up by the bed, wrapped in her cloak, her feet dangling and swaying unconsciously. The moment the door creaked, she sat up straight, her ears perking up alertly. Crystal-clear water droplets still hung from the tips of her hair, slowly falling one by one, leaving dark stains on her cloak. "Master Leo," she called out in surprise, instinctively wanting to get up to greet him. However, the hem of her cloak tangled around her feet, and she stumbled. Leo was quick to react, stepping forward to steady her firmly. "Be careful." Leo whispered a gentle warning. He then placed the bundle he was carrying onto the table. As he unwrapped the burlap, the metal objects inside made a crisp, pleasant sound, which was exceptionally clear in the quiet room. "Try this light armor." The weapon shop owner said it can protect against poison arrows. As Leo spoke, he slowly opened the bundle, and a set of light armor with a soft luster appeared before them. Raphtalia stared at the bundle, her fingers twisting the edge of her cloak unconsciously, her lips slightly parted. "What's wrong?" Leo raised an eyebrow slightly, noticing her strangeness. Looking at her reddened earlobes, he suddenly realized she had always been wearing simple cloth clothes and leather armor before. This equipment had complex buckles and straps, and she had likely never encountered such things before, having no idea how to start. Her voice held a hint of embarrassment. "The buckles. I don't know how to do them. Damn it, I forgot about that." Leo turned his face away and coughed lightly, trying to hide his oversight. "Turn around," Leo said, walking toward her. "I don't think I know how either." A trace of panic flashed through Leo's mind, but he tried to remain calm. Raphtalia's body stiffened as she turned around slowly and rigidly. The moment her cloak slipped, Leo caught a glimpse of the pale pink new flesh on her back, the marks left by a monster's claw during her last training session. As he undid the straps, the sound of fabric rubbing was exceptionally clear in the silent room. Leo stared at the uneven brown hair on the top of her head, his thoughts drifting back to the last time he cut her hair. Back then, she had been trembling with fear at his unfamiliar actions, but now, she stood there steadily, letting him fuss over her, which filled Leo with a sense of relief. "Lower your head." Leo's voice softened unconsciously as he reached out to gently fix the collar that was catching her hair. Raphtalia let out a soft exclamation. Leo looked down and realized he had accidentally pulled open the inner lining. Her snow-white skin, illuminated by the morning light, made his eyes feel slightly hot. I'm sorry." Raphtalia was flustered, grabbing the fabric with both hands and retreating, her ears turning so red they looked like they might bleed. "It's my..." Leo's Adam's apple bobbed as he quickly turned his face away, trying to keep his voice steady. "Sorry, put on the inner lining yourself, I'll handle the outer coat." At that moment, the air seemed to suddenly turn scorching, and Leo could clearly hear his own rapid heartbeat. He could only force himself to stare at the faded map on the wall, counting the intricate cracks, trying to calm himself down. When he turned back, Raphtalia had already put on the light armor but was stuck on the shoulder strap adjustment buckle, looking at him helplessly. "Raise your arms," Leo said, crouching down to help her adjust the belt. "Master Leo," Raphtalia said softly. "No one has ever..." Her voice trembled. Leo looked up and saw her eyes shining brilliantly. "Thank you." When Leo stood up, he knocked over the water cup on the table, splashing water onto the new clothes. "Don't be wordy." He turned around, pretending to fix her scabbard, but couldn't hide the smile at the corner of his mouth. "Hurry up and try the sword." When Raphtalia walked out again, the morning light had fully illuminated her figure. Her shoulder-length brown hair hung softly, The light armor accentuated her upright posture, and the sword made a delicate, crisp sound with every step. She actually called herself ugly back then. Leo couldn't help but think, looking at the Raphtalia before him, his heart filled with emotions. If this is ugly, what is considered beautiful? It seems I need to make her more confident in the future. Raphtalia saw Leo's gaze and raised her hand to smooth her hair, looking a bit embarrassed. Master Leo, is this okay? Leo circled her slowly, reaching out to gently press down a stray lock of her hair, his face still maintaining an unruffled expression. The craftsmanship is still not great. Well, even though I was the one who cut it. I'll have to find a barber next time we enter the city. He thought silently, continuing expressionlessly. However, he paused, seeing her clench her skirt nervously, a hint of a smile flashing in his eyes. You look more like a warrior than last time. Yes. Raphtalia nodded vigorously. Leo watched her, feeling secretly relieved. It seemed his previous education had been successful. Previously, Leo was afraid Raphtalia would learn bad habits, so he never used violence to solve problems in front of her. Of course, behind her back, that was a different story. Master Leo, this sword feels so natural to use. Raphtalia swung the sword in her hand a few times, saying excitedly, Of course it's natural, it was bought exactly according to the original settings. Leo thought to himself, but only said, That's good. Yes, I will definitely use it well. Raphtalia said firmly. By the way, Master Leo, these clothes are also so beautiful. I've never worn such nice clothes before. Raphtalia looked at her new clothes, her eyes full of joy. Was it too expensive? It's all right. As long as you like it, I'll buy you more in the future. Leo said, looking at her with soft eyes. Although you aren't as cute as when you were a little girl, this is also good. How am I not cute? Raphtalia said with a pout, her cheeks slightly flushed, appearing especially playful. All right, you're cute, you're cute. Leo said, his tone full of doting. You look cute in anything. Really? Of course it's true. Leo. Race, human. Level, 50. Identity, shield hero. Damage, 80 to 90. HP, 1000. SP, 1500. Attributes, attack 50, defense 40, constitution 34, speed 6. Talents. Gathering. Potion synthesis. Cold-blooded, clears all abnormal status effects, but significantly reduces emotional fluctuations. Bloodlust, restores HP upon killing enemies, but triggers the host's bloodlust trait upon activation, cannot be cleared. Skills. Shield of Wrath, skill Dark Curse Flame, consumes 1 HP per minute, continuously deals ignore defense high damage to enemies, effect is 500% of the maximum damage value, no cooldown. Shield of Apathy, skill Ice Age, selectively freezes 1 or more enemies, consumes 20 SP each time, cooldown 30s. Shield of Slaughter, skill Army of the Underworld, permanently summons an undead soldier's troop of 10, storable. Combat effectiveness depends on level is half of the host's level. Consumes 20 grudge and 100 SP each time, cooldown 20 minutes. Current undead soldiers count, 50, level, 25. Grudge, obtain 1 point of grudge for every human or monster killed that is higher than half the host's level, current grudge, 30. Aura Shield. Raphtalia. Race, Raccoon. Level, 30. Identity, Demi-Human Adventurer. Damage, 70 to 80. HP, 500. SP, 300. Attributes, Attack 40, Defense 20, Constitution 20, Speed 7. Talents, none. Skills, none. Leo watched quietly as Raphtalia gradually adapted to her new equipment in the room. Confirming she didn't need help for the moment, Leo tiptoed downstairs alone to have breakfast. At this moment, the whole room was immersed in silence, with only the sound of a wooden spoon scraping the bottom of a clay bowl, exceptionally clear in the quiet space. Leo finished his meal and gently pushed the clean-gnawed bones aside. Inadvertently, his gaze swept over the undead soldiers sitting around the long table. Underneath the 50 iron masks, Ghostly green lights flickered rhythmically with their breathing. Ice crystals condensed on their metal armor fell off from time to time, making a faint, crisp sound on the floor. Clear the road from the royal capital to Idol's castle. Leo stood up slowly. He picked up the dagger beside him and tapped the map on the wall lightly with the tip of the blade. The iron masks turned in unison, without the slightest deviation, showing their disciplined training. Monsters, thieves, leave no survivors. The leading soldier knelt on one knee without hesitation. The armor clattered, making a dull and heavy sound that echoed for a long time in the quiet room. "Watch out for barrier traps on the road," Leo added. The soldier nodded slightly, and after receiving the order, led the team out one by one. The sound of their iron boots stepping on the stone road was clear at first, then gradually faded away, finally disappearing at the corner, leaving only silence. Leo turned and walked out of the room. Chapter 21. Target, Idol's Castle. As soon as he stepped out, the tavern's signature mix of scents hit him, the rich aroma of ale mingled with a sweat odor that made him frown. He frowned subconsciously, but didn't pay it much mind and headed straight for the bar. He tossed a silver coin onto the bar, listening to the crisp sound of the copper tankard hitting the wooden countertop as he said, "The usual, another glass. And I need to ask about a few things." The bearded owner was wiping a glass with a greasy rag, but when his eyes caught sight of the shield at Leo's waist, a smile immediately spread across his face as he asked, "What is the hero looking for this time? Monster cause? Or information? The latest on the other heroes?" Leo picked up his drink and took a light sip. The sour liquid slid slowly down his throat, causing him to frown slightly. "The bow hero, Itsuki Kawasumi, I heard he's still bedridden?" Leo swirled his glass, asking the question with apparent nonchalance. "You better believe it." A drunkard nearby suddenly leaned in. His breath, heavy with the stench of alcohol, washed over Leo's face, causing Leo to instinctively pull back. That kid hasn't left his bed since he thawed out. But his band of followers have been grinding levels like crazy. Just 2 days ago, they wiped out a goblin nest in the east. The drunkard shouted loudly, his face showing a hint of pride, as if it were his own great achievement. Leo nodded slightly, having a better grasp of Itsuki Kawasumi's situation, and continued to ask, "What about the spear hero and the sword hero? Motoyasu Kitamura?" "Huh." The owner couldn't help but burst into laughter, the rag in his hand snapping through the air. "That guy shivers whenever he sees anything shaped like a shield now. Some say he even sleeps in the barracks clutching an amulet, terrified that." The owner suddenly lowered his voice and said mysteriously, "Terrified that a certain shield hero might crush his wrist again." At this moment, the sound of a chair shifting came from the corner. Out of the corner of his eye, Leo caught a few adventurers quickly lowering their heads, pretending to drink, not daring to meet his gaze. It seemed the name Shield Hero had become a terrifying deterrent in the capital. The Sword Hero, on the other hand, is out patrolling with his people every day. The owner added a piece of ice to the glass. The ice cube fell into the drink with a crisp, pleasant sound. "But I heard from the guards that he's been running to the library lately, looking up something about an ancient seal," the owner said while continuing to wipe the glass. As for mine, Leo already knew about her situation from the message the king had sent. This sister-obsessed king now obeys Leo's every word. It was said that her magical exhaustion was so severe that she couldn't even stand steadily now. Leo downed the rest of his drink in one gulp, the chill spreading instantly from the root of his tongue to his chest, causing him to shiver. He subconsciously traced the crack on the edge of his shield, his thoughts drifting away uncontrollably. Remembering the terrifying shadow Vittoria cast when she spread her wings in the original story, that overwhelming, despair-inducing power still made him shudder even now. Those undead soldiers were loyal and obedient, but against the Philolial queen. Leo knew clearly that the gap in their strength was like a chasm. He had to grind levels, and not just because Idol's castle sealed away a giant monster. In the depths of his mind, Leo had a strong premonition that he would eventually clash with Vittoria, and he absolutely did not want to be easily controlled by her in that confrontation. "Thanks." As Leo stood up, his cloak brushed lightly against the drunkard's table. "Next time I have intelligence, I'll come back here," Leo said, reaching out to push open the tavern's wooden door. In an instant, the sunlight stabbed at him, making him squint involuntarily. From the distance came the sounds of the undead soldiers clearing the streets, the roars of monsters interweaving with the clash of metal. "My lord, if there's any new information, you must come back and give me your business," the bearded owner shouted enthusiastically from behind. "Got it," Leo replied without turning his head. "Hey, what do you think that shield hero is really up to?" the drunkard whispered to the owner. "Who knows, but whatever he's doing, it's definitely not simple." The owner shook his head and continued wiping the glass, unhurried. He didn't care about any rumors of a shield devil. In his eyes, as long as someone gave him business, they were an angel bringing him wealth. After learning the news about the other heroes from the tavern owner, Leo and Raphtalia decided to continue going out to grind levels, while also letting Raphtalia better familiarize herself with her new equipment. They packed their bags and headed toward a forest in the outskirts. Raphtalia, holding her brand new sword, followed closely by Leo's side. Entering the forest, a dangerous aura hid within the surrounding silence. The battle began, and Raphtalia clashed with the monsters. The sword in her hand was wielded with increasing proficiency, each swing carrying a sharp momentum, the blade slicing through the air with a whistling sound. After all, this sword was purchased based on the appearance of one from a game Leo had played before, so it was naturally a good fit. Her movements were smooth and natural, her footwork flexible as she cleverly dodged the monster's attacks, while finding the right moment to deliver a fatal blow. Leo, relying on the diverse abilities of his shield, fully supported her in battle. While using the shield to block the monster's attacks and create an opening for Raphtalia to deal damage, he was constantly exploring and improving his own combat skills during the fight. "Won't there be trouble?" Seeing Leo so eager to set off, Raphtalia couldn't help but ask with some concern. "Raphtalia, those guys who caused us trouble on the road have been taught a lesson, killed, let go, buried long ago, so don't worry about them, don't mind the dead," Leo said kindly. Before they knew it, it was afternoon, and Leo arrived at the Philolial rental place and rented 2 Philolials. Leo skillfully harnessed the carriage he had prepared earlier to them, and with everything ready, they headed straight for Idol's castle. By this time, the 50 undead soldiers sent out to clear the road had successfully completed their mission and returned. With their assistance, Leo successfully leveled up from 30 to 50, and his strength had improved significantly. Raphtalia also rose with the tide, successfully reaching level 30. Leo retracted the soldiers into his shield, then embarked on the journey to Idol's castle with Raphtalia. The carriage moved slowly forward, kicking up dust along the way. #22 Chapter 22 The Reunion of Kiel. Chapter 22 Reuniting with Kiel. At dusk, the setting sun dyed the horizon a fiery red. Leo and Raphtalia finally arrived at Idol's castle. Standing in the middle of the wilderness, the castle's towering walls appeared exceptionally grim and terrifying under the glow of the setting sun. They circled to the back of the castle, found a concealed spot, knocked out 2 guards, changed into their clothes, and planned to infiltrate the castle interior. And finish them off while they were at it. After all, one must see things through to the end and never leave any loose ends. Looking at the rusted armor, which emitted a stale, rotten odor, Leo couldn't help but say with a look of disgust, "What ugly clothes. Lord Leo, now is not the time to be complaining about the clothes," Raphtalia reminded him helplessly. The 2 quickly changed into the guards' clothes and successfully slipped into the castle. Inside the castle, a banquet was in full swing. In the brightly lit hall, laughter and cheers rose and fell. Idol and his subordinates were immersed in the revelry. Taking advantage of everyone's attention being drawn to the banquet, Leo and Raphtalia followed the dark corridor and soon arrived at the entrance to the dungeon. Leo reached out, gripped the handle of the dungeon door, and slowly pushed it open. In an instant, a thick, pungent stench of rotting corpses surged out, making them both cover their noses and mouths, their stomachs churning violently. The dungeon was dark and damp, with a few dim oil lamps hanging on the walls. The faint light flickered in this eerie environment, as if it could be swallowed by the darkness at any moment. The light barely illuminated the bones covering the floor, occasionally revealing the remains of children or demi-human corpses already covered in maggots before fully decaying. Even when I was having an episode, I wasn't this perverted. I think. Leo thought to himself. Just then, a shrill cry echoed through the dungeon. They followed the sound and saw several soldiers surrounding a demi-human child, torturing him. Leo took care of them. Blood quickly spread across the floor, mixing with the existing stench of rot in the dungeon, adding to the tragic and terrifying nature of the scene. They searched the cells cautiously, not missing any corner where people might be hidden. Finally, they found Rifana in a dark corner. She lay quietly on a pile of hay, her face as pale as paper, almost blending in with the hay. Her body was covered in scars, and the wounds were faintly tinged with black and purple, clearly indicating she had been poisoned. She was running a high fever and was in a coma. Even so, her brows were still tightly furrowed, as if she were tenaciously fighting against the pain, showing a resilience beyond that of an ordinary person. Seeing this, Leo immediately took out the aero potion from his embrace, walked to her side, gently lifted her body, and slowly poured the potion into her mouth. As soon as the potion went down her throat, something magical happened. The color began to return to her face at a visible rate, and her previously rapid, irregular breathing gradually stabilized. Time seemed to freeze, and every second felt incredibly long. Finally, Rifana's eyelids trembled slightly, and she slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes still held the confusion and haziness of someone just waking up, her gaze shifting between Leo and Raphtalia as she weakly exchanged a few words with them. "Do you have any other friends here?" Leo turned and asked Raphtalia in a low voice. In his memory, there seemed to be another person who looked like a tomboy. There should indeed be one more person, named Keel. Raphtalia replied after a moment of thought, a flash of worry in her eyes. "You stay here and watch over her." Leo gave an order to one of the undead soldiers. Subsequently, they continued their rescue operation in the other cells. During the rescue process, they discovered that in addition to the villagers from Siltveld territory, there seemed to be other demi-humans who had been captured or bought from other places. Most of these people were physically weak, their figures gaunt from long-term imprisonment. But their eyes shone with the light of hope. "I'm sorry, everyone, I came too late." Raphtalia looked at everyone, tears in her eyes, and apologized with her head bowed. "How could that be? It was because of Raphtalia's smile back then that we were able to hold on." The now conscious Rifana forced herself to sit up with her weak body and said, "Didn't you bring Lord Shield Hero to save us? Just like you said back then." "Hey, me, I've always believed. I believed you would definitely come back to save us," Rifana said with a smile. "Yeah." Raphtalia nodded heavily, tears streaming from her eyes. So Leo arranged for everyone to rest in place first. After all, the dungeon guards had already been dealt with, so there was no need to worry about being discovered for a while. They proceeded along the dungeon corridor. The stench of rot filling the surroundings grew increasingly intense. The oil lamps on the walls emitted a dim, flickering light, casting eerie and twisted shadows on the damp walls. Soon, their attention was caught by a cell. In the cell, a demi-human was tightly chained to the wall, unable to move. His eyes were hollow and lifeless. His body was covered in shocking wounds. He had a pair of furry dog ears, looked to be about 10 years old, and had a thin, small frame. Click. Leo gripped the door lock with both hands and applied a little force. With a crisp sound, the shackles were snapped directly apart. "Who are you people?" Hearing the noise, the boy lifted his head with difficulty. He looked at Raphtalia, then cast his dim gaze toward Leo, and said, "Big sister, who are you? Is that guy next to you here to collect my corpse? Do I look that unlucky?" Leo felt like this brat was about to trigger his autism again. "Keel, it's me, Raphtalia." Raphtalia pointed at herself eagerly, her eyes filled with the joy of reunion. Keel showed an expression of disbelief. His cloudy, guarded eyes first stared fixedly at the sword at Raphtalia's waist, then slowly swept over the shield Leo was carrying on his shoulder. His Adam's apple bobbed with difficulty, and as if he had used up all his strength, he squeezed out a sentence in a hoarse voice. "How is that possible? Raphtalia, Rifana, everyone, they're all dead." He paused, then stubbornly added, "Ah, I get it, you want to use this way to provoke me, right? Give it up, I won't give in. Keel, it really is me." Raphtalia's eyes turned red, and she tried to approach Keel. "Why you, don't come over." Keel instinctively struggled and backed away, his eyes full of vigilance. I still remember Keel's stories. Raphtalia fell silent for a moment, then spoke slowly. "When we were still in the village, you and the boys in the village loved to play soccer and hide and seek every day, and you often dragged us girls along to race." She paused and continued, "Except you could never beat me in a race. Whenever that happened, you'd throw a tantrum and want to play soccer, which I wasn't good at. And there was that one time, you wanted to bring a birthday gift for your father, so you dived into the sea without permission from the adults, and ended up almost drowning. It was Sister Sadina who saved you. And not long after that, you went and ate poisonous mushrooms, got a stomach ache, and insisted I keep it a secret. Raphtalia, how did you grow up?" Keel seemed to finally react, his eyes reddened, and he suddenly burst into tears. "It's great, you're still alive. Thank you for waiting for me." Raphtalia gently hugged him and said softly, "I'm by Lord Shield Hero's side now." When she said this, her face was full of pride. "Shield Hero? Wrap up the reminiscing for now, let's get you out of here first." Leo interrupted at the right moment. "Ah, right." Raphtalia shuddered and instantly drew her long sword. With a flash of cold light, the blade precisely sliced into the gap of the iron chain. With two crisp click sounds, the shackles binding Keel snapped apart. The boy lost his support and fell heavily to his knees on the ground. His knees hit the stone floor with a dull thud. "Your name is Keel, right?" Leo unhitched the aero potion bottle from his waist and handed it to Keel. "Drink the medicine first." However, when the potion bottle was handed to Keel, the boy suddenly lashed out, his injured hand fiercely striking the potion bottle, knocking it to the ground, and shouted, "I don't need your pity." He lifted his head, his eyes filled with intense hatred, staring fixedly at Leo. Chapter 23, The Sin of the Weak. "Ah, I like that look in your eyes." Asterisk. Leo thought to himself, yet his face remained calm. "How can you say that, Keel? He is the Shield Hero, he saved us, and..." Raphtalia immediately picked up the medicine, but before she could finish, she was angrily interrupted by Keel. "What kind of hero? He's nothing but a damned human." Keel's angry voice echoed through the dungeon. "If you really are the guardian deity of the demi-humans, where were you when the waves of catastrophe broke out in our village? Where were you when we were dragged away and tortured by those bastards? Do you even have any humanity? Rafana, she was waiting for you to appear all this time, and you only show up now." Keel roared with all his might, his emotions pushed to the extreme. Suddenly, a bone-chilling cold radiated from Leo, instantly enveloping everyone present. The chill seemed to pierce straight to the marrow, making everyone shiver involuntarily. Immediately after, the cold dissipated just as quickly. Keel stared blankly at Leo, confused as to why he suddenly seemed like a completely different person. "Don't talk to me about humanity, it's utterly fragile. I only saved you for Raphtalia's sake." Leo slowly crouched down to look Keel in the eye. "This world is simple. Whoever has the stronger fist and more pawns in their hand is the side of justice." He paused slightly and continued, "When I crawled out of hell, you weren't even born yet, so what are you? Weakness itself is a sin, so stop trying to use morality to guilt-trip me." Leo looked at Keel coldly, his tone chilling. "As long as you're strong enough, you can kill me and become the next Shield Hero." As he spoke, he suddenly reached out and grabbed Keel by the collar. Let go of me." Keel struggled, only to find he couldn't break free from Leo's grip. "Look at yourself now, like an ant waiting to be toyed with. When the waves of catastrophe hit your village, I certainly wasn't there, but you were." Leo stared into Keel's eyes and said mercilessly. Keel fell silent, a flash of pain and self-reproach in his eyes. "It was you who watched helplessly as your friends and family were swallowed by the waves of catastrophe, and you were too weak to protect them. It was you who caused their deaths." Leo said coldly, "And if you say anything like that again, I will make you wish you were dead, just like those nobles outside. Keel's face flushed red, filled with shame and anger, yet he still stiffened his neck and glared at Leo, refusing to back down. If you have the guts, kill me, kill you. That would be too easy. Leo suddenly let go, and Keel stumbled and fell to the ground. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, carrying a trace of disdain. You're too weak, you're not worth killing. Leo paused, then added, I actually hope you make killing me your goal and then surpass me, brat. That would be very interesting. You guy, is there something wrong with you? Keel said through gritted teeth. It's possible. Leo brushed the non-existent dust off his hands, turned around, and left a parting sentence. Let's go. Raphtalia looked at Leo's back, then at Keel's bleeding knees, her ears drooping uneasily. She bit her lip and crouched down, her fingertips gently touching the boy's trembling shoulder. Keel, Lord Leo is truly different from other humans. Don't speak for him. Keel violently shook off her hand, but froze when he saw her injured wrist, a faint pink scar there, left from when she had protected him. Don't judge Lord Leo by how fierce he acts now, he is actually very kind. Raphtalia whispered. I was just like you back then, wanting to just die. She paused slightly. It was Lord Leo who helped me, and he didn't ask for anything in return. Keel was slightly stunned, the anger and defensiveness in his eyes fading a little. Rifana is still alive, you know. Raphtalia pressed the refilled medicine bottle into his palm, her voice as soft as cotton. You've lost a lot of blood, she wouldn't want to see you like this. At the mention of that name, Keel shuddered, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. Just then, the sound of Leo's impatient footsteps came from afar. Dawdling around. Do you want to feed the rats? Coming. Raphtalia hurriedly stood up, ran a few steps, then turned back. The medicine is bitter, but it's very effective. When her figure disappeared around the corner, Keel was still holding the medicine bottle. The dungeon was left with only the sound of flickering torches, making crackle sounds in the silence. Keel stared in the direction Leo had left, a tear suddenly dropping onto the medicine bottle. He cursed and wiped his face, then tilted his head back and drank the medicine in one gulp. The bitter medicine, mixed with the taste of blood, rushed down his throat, making him cough violently. When he stood up, leaning against the sticky stone wall, he heard his teeth chattering not from fear, but from the warmth that suddenly spread through his body. This strange feeling made him panic. Dragging his heavy feet as he walked out, Keel caught a glimpse of Raphtalia looking back around the corner. Behind her, Leo was wiping his shield with his back to him. The reflection of the metal flickered in the dim environment, as if he were annoyed by someone wasting time. Keel gritted his teeth and quickened his pace. He wanted to see just how long this hero, who kept talking about saving people, could keep up the act. Leo took everyone and, under the cover of night, left the castle. They arrived in the territory of Lord Reynold, who was willing to treat demi-humans well. Long ago, Leo had snuck into this place and had a sincere conversation with this lord, requesting his help. It should be said that it was a blessing in disguise that the most serious injuries the children from Luralona village suffered were like Rifana's, lying on stretchers, with no deaths. After settling the villagers, Leo and Raphtalia returned to Idol's castle once again. This time, their goal was no longer to save people, but revenge. Idol's actions against the demi-humans were unforgivable. He had to pay a painful price for his evil deeds. And I absolutely will not allow anyone to be worse than me. Of course, he dared not say that out loud. They hid in the shadows of the castle, waiting for the best opportunity. The slaughter began. 24 Chapter 24 The Frozen Sentinel. Chapter 24 The Frozen Sentries. Night fell like thick ink, pressing heavily upon Idol's castle. Leo slowly crouched down against the damp base of the castle wall. Beside him, Raphtalia's ears twitched, and her tail instinctively stood straight up. She stood slightly on tiptoe, leaned toward Leo's ear, and whispered, "Master Leo, the sentries on the east side are changing shifts." Leo narrowed his eyes slightly, peering through the thick darkness, locking onto the figures swaying within the torchlight. The private soldiers hired by Idol wore all sorts of mismatched leather armor. Many of the leather armors were patched, looking incredibly shabby and wretched in this eerie night, a stark contrast to the luxurious banquet inside the castle. So boring. Can't a few reckless idiots just come and attack us? A young private soldier complained out of sheer boredom, kicking a pebble on the ground hard, sending it rolling far away. Exactly. Master Idol is inside holding a banquet, with fine wine and food, laughter and joy, while he leaves us out here drinking cold wind. Another soldier chimed in. I don't mind. A disheveled middle-aged man spat on the ground and said slowly, anyway, this place is remote, and no one would dare attack it. That's exactly why I came. That's right. If I couldn't get paid just for standing here, I would have gone back to the streets of Nwoding City to live it up long ago. A hoodlum-looking man grinned, revealing a mouthful of uneven yellow teeth. I heard a few new succubus shops opened there recently. After the banquet ends, want to go together? Sure. Several of them instantly perked up and responded one after another. I actually think Master Idol's torture chamber is more interesting. A voice said eerily, a creepy excitement seeping through his tone. Ha ha ha. You've been here so long that even your interests have become so perverted. His companions laughed and teased him. The laughter echoed in the night sky, sounding particularly grating. They gathered together like that, idly whittling wooden sticks with daggers to pick their teeth. That lazy and vulgar appearance looked utterly ugly in Leo's eyes. At a rough glance, 60 or 70 people were scattered around the castle perimeter. Their patrol routes crisscrossed like a tangled mess that could never be sorted out. But Leo calmed his mind, carefully counting the intervals between each of their footsteps. These small fries, with an average level of no more than 10, not only moved without any discipline, but their breathing rhythms were as chaotic as an out-of-tune broken instrument. Come to think of it, does this world really have succubus shops? What are they for? Leo frowned slightly. Master Leo, please don't ask such vulgar questions with a straight face. Raphtalia pouted, her cheeks slightly flushed. Seeing Raphtalia's reaction, Leo didn't ask any further. I'll check it out when I have time. He thought to himself silently. Forget it. Cover your ears. Leo suddenly lowered his voice. Hey! Before Raphtalia could react, Leo had already swiftly positioned his shield between them. Ice Age. A ghostly blue light instantly lit up on the shield's surface, with runes flickering and leaping. In an instant, a bone-chilling cold exploded from the center of the castle. Everywhere it reached, the air seemed to freeze, emitting a hissing sound. Those previously alert sentries didn't even have time to let out a cry of surprise before they were wrapped layer by layer in rapidly spreading ice crystals, instantly turning into strangely shaped ice sculptures, looking exceptionally eerie. And those sentries sleeping in the tents were not as lucky. Dark shadows slowly seeped out from Leo's shield. Night Eater led the undead soldiers, quietly approaching the tents. The muffled sound of blades slicing through throats and the slight tremors of bodies hitting the ground, all sounds were deliberately suppressed within the span of a breath, trying not to attract any more attention. Just then, a soldier accidentally kicked a copper basin while turning over. Seeing that the basin was about to make a sound, Leo reacted extremely quickly, almost instantly raising his hand to fire an icicle. The icicle precisely froze the copper basin at the very moment it was about to make a sound, producing a faint click-clack noise. It's a bit cold. Leo shivered slightly. The chill brought by the curse power, a coldness seeping from the bone marrow, spread through his veins to his entire body. Master Leo, your hand is shaking. Raphtalia suddenly whispered, a hint of worry in her eyes. Only then did Leo realize that his fingertips gripping the shield had turned white. He slowly let go, gave his hand a gentle shake, and said without changing his expression. It's cold. It is curse power, after all. It should get better once I get used to using it. Taking advantage of the moment Raphtalia was focused on observing the enemy, Leo quietly carved runes onto the shield. A faint light flowed from his fingertips, slowly slipping into her sleeve, forming fine, intricate patterns on the surface of her skin. The scene from the original work where Idol's poison whip lashed Raphtalia was too jarring. He secretly swore that he would never let such a thing happen again. Master Leo? Raphtalia turned to look at Leo, not understanding what he was doing. Leo had already put away the shield as if nothing happened. "Let's go, to the skylight." As he spoke, he deliberately kicked away the ice shards at his feet with the toe of his boot. The crisp cracking sound was exceptionally loud in the silent night, just enough to cover the very faint hum when the rune merged into her skin. The two figures flashed and quietly slipped toward the direction of the skylight. Chapter 25, The Crimson Ballroom. The stained glass of the ballroom refracted eerie, colorful light, scattering like stars across the floor. The lives of the rich. It really is unimaginable. Leo lay silently on the skylight, peering through the diamond-shaped patterns at the scene of debauchery beneath the crystal chandelier, which was so lavish it bordered on the absurd. Inside this resplendent ballroom, the crystal chandelier cast a blinding, cold light, illuminating every corner of luxury in minute detail. Where exactly is the prey hiding? Leo searched the crowd carefully, his voice subconsciously murmuring, "Idol, idol, idol." Finally, his gaze locked firmly onto Idol. This bloated, blonde man, dressed in attire so magnificent it was almost ostentatious, with the symbol of the Church of the Three Heroes embroidered on the hem of his clothes, was chatting and laughing among a group of nobles. Every gesture he made exuded an arrogant elegance, as if the entire world were crawling at his feet, allowing him to trample and manipulate it at will. That insufferably arrogant demeanor was like a fat rat, feeling smug in its own nest. "Raphtalia, that's the guy, right?" Leo lowered his voice, his tone laced with a hint of cold murderous intent. "Yes." Remembering her past experiences of being tortured, Raphtalia's tail instantly puffed up, and an aura of anger and hatred radiated from her body. The nobles who believed in the Church of the Three Heroes crowded tightly around Idol like stars surrounding the moon. The men wore stiff dress suits, draped in black Church of the Three Heroes cloaks, with medals on their chests glinting under the lights. The ladies wore white cloaks and jewelry, dragging long, gorgeous trails across the mirror-smooth floor. The followers of the Church of the Three Heroes wear clothing of corresponding colors based on their gender. The crisp sound of clinking glasses, the rising and falling laughter, and the noisy clamor intertwined, echoing wantonly throughout the ballroom. The air was thick with the scent of alcohol and perfume, so strong it was almost pungent, mixed with people's desires, suffocating enough to make one unable to breathe. All of this displayed the ugliness of human nature in vivid detail. Lord Idol's methods truly make us feel inferior. An elderly man with white hair, his figure slightly hunched, his face piled with a fawning smile, exclaimed in admiration towards Idol. His voice sounded somewhat sharp and grating in the noisy environment, yet he strained to raise his volume, fearing that Idol might not hear him. The corners of Idol's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a smile that looked humble but was actually extremely smug. "You flatter me, Duke." Certain short-sighted bumpkin nobles simply lack the fortune to enjoy such pleasures. After saying this, he waved his hand lightly, signaling his subordinates to open another image. "This one was just recorded, please everyone, take a look together." His tone carried a hint of eager anticipation, as if he were showing off his most proud masterpiece. In the center of the hall, a huge crystal ball slowly lit up. A ghostly blue light gradually condensed, projecting a heinous scene. A demi-human child was suffering inhuman torture. The child was pitifully thin, his clothes tattered, and many places were stained red with blood. His eyes were filled with fear and despair, and tears flowed continuously like broken beads, sliding down his dirty cheeks. "Good." The scene instantly erupted into enthusiastic applause. The nobles' faces were suffused with an excited flush, their eyes fixed tightly on the crystal ball, their gazes filled with a morbid fanaticism, fearing they might miss a single detail. "Wonderful. I came specifically to see this." A fat noble laughed so hard he could barely breathe, and the wine glass in his hand almost slipped. While laughing, he wiped away the tears of laughter with his hand. That manic appearance made one feel incomparably disgusted. "Oh, how hateful, how can such bloody things be shown to ladies?" A lady feigned anger, covering her mouth with a handkerchief, yet her eyes glittered with excitement. Her body trembled slightly, as if she had derived some kind of perverse pleasure from this cruelty. Idol stood to the side, arms crossed over his chest, a satisfied smile on his face. He gazed at the scene in the crystal ball. This is the fate of those demi-humans. They are born inferior and only deserve to be our playthings. Well said. The scene erupted in cheers. Raphtalia stood quietly beside Leo. She clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging deep into her palms, leaving shallow marks. Looking at the familiar face in the crystal ball, her eyes instantly moistened, and her lips couldn't help but tremble slightly. That is a child from our village. The child's figure instantly evoked countless painful memories for her. Those years of struggling to survive in misery, the days of being oppressed and humiliated, now surged into her heart like a surging tide, almost drowning her, making her feel suffocated. Leo reached out silently and gently stroked her head. If you find it too difficult, I can go alone. You can just stay on the second floor. No, I am Lord Leo's sword. If I don't face these things personally, I will never be able to find peace. Raphtalia gritted her teeth and said, word by word. In this dark world, justice and kindness were thoroughly buried, and the ugliness of human nature was infinitely magnified in this lavish carnival. And those screams were like the most helpless cry of this dark age, yet they were ruthlessly drowned out by the nobles' frantic laughter, with no one caring, no one saving them. Originally, it should have been like this. Fortunately, there were no demi-human slaves or commoners in the ballroom, so there was no need to worry about collateral damage. Leo suppressed the murderous intent in his heart and continued to observe the situation calmly. 21 nobles and 20 guards. Is that right? Leo calculated silently in his heart. Let's test the waters first. He quietly told Raphtalia to hide well, then slowly approached the guard closest to him who was standing alone in a corner. Achoo! Why do I suddenly feel a chill down my back? The guard, who was watching the screen with relish, muttered to himself. The middle-aged man subconsciously rubbed his shoulders, a strange chill welling up in his heart. The weather has turned cold, take care of yourself. Leo handed over a handkerchief with a gentle expression. Ah, thanks, brother. The guard took the handkerchief, and seeing Leo wearing castle armor, he didn't suspect anything and even chatted enthusiastically. Are you also a guard for these dukes or counts? Sort of. Are all these people on the second floor guards for these noble lords? Leo asked, taking the opportunity. Yeah, after all, the private soldiers hired by Duke Idol are just a bunch of small fry. It said they're just guys slightly stronger than white-rank adventurers. My lord wouldn't feel safe entrusting his life to such people. Come to think of it, why did you come in? Why aren't you standing guard outside properly? The guard said while cautiously sizing up Leo. I came to report an important situation. An intruder has been discovered in the castle. An intruder? According to the guard's report, the shield devil has broken in. Leo said with an unchanging expression. What? Where is that devil now? The guard's eyes widened, and his hand unconsciously tightened around his weapon. Right in front of you. Before the guard could react, he twisted his neck with lightning speed. Snap. The guard's body collapsed limply, fear still lingering in his eyes. Everything happened so fast that the guard didn't even have time to scream. These guards were completely different from the sentries outside. They had long been in this twisted environment, their personalities were obviously twisted, and their strength was stronger, around level 20. After entering the ballroom from the second-floor window, Leo quickly dispatched 40 undead soldiers. He gave instructions using his shield. In groups of 2, coordinate your actions. After receiving the order, the undead soldiers acted immediately. They moved through the ballroom like ghosts, pouncing towards the guards. 2 undead soldiers dealt with 1 guard, coordinating tacitly. One was responsible for using a fierce attack to attract the guard's attention, while the other seized the opportunity to knock the guard unconscious with the hilt of his sword, immediately followed by a fatal blow. The movements were clean and efficient, giving the guards no chance to resist. For a time, blades flashed. Soon, the second floor was cleared, leaving only dead silence and corpses strewn about. The air was filled with a thick smell of blood, which was chilling to smell. Now, it was time to deal with the first floor. 26 Chapter 26 When Resentment Rises. Chapter 26 When Resentment Rises. Leo issued commands in an orderly fashion. 40 soldiers, Take your swords and blades and move quietly to the first floor. 10 archers, stand by on the second floor. The undead soldiers immediately sprang into action, creeping silently toward the first floor. Every step seemed to merge with the darkness, without making a single unnecessary sound. The archers on the second floor also quickly took their positions, nimbly drawing their bows and knocking arrows. Immediately after, Ice Age. In an instant, a bone-chilling cold force raged wildly throughout the entire hall. The 20 nobles, excluding Idle, were frozen neatly on both sides of the hall, exactly 10 on each side. Through the ice, their terrified gazes could be clearly seen. What's wrong with everyone? Why is no one saying anything? Idle, that fat, blonde-haired man, only then realized something was wrong, and a strong sense of unease welled up from the bottom of his heart. When he slowly turned his head, he witnessed the nobles around him all frozen within the ice. In the vast banquet hall, he was the only one who could still barely move freely. The wild, arrogant, and smug smile that had originally been on his face vanished without a trace in an instant. It was replaced by a fear that seeped into his very bones. His eyes widened, his mouth slightly agape as he tried to call for help, yet his throat felt as if it were being tightly strangled by an invisible hand, unable to utter a single sound. His legs began to tremble violently and uncontrollably, causing his fat body to sway slightly along with them. He instinctively wanted to turn and run, but he discovered in horror that his feet seemed to be nailed to the ground. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move them an inch. At this moment, Raphtalia slowly walked toward Idle. With every step she took, she crunched out crisp and sharp cracks. The sound was exceptionally jarring in the nearly silent banquet hall, like a thunderclap. The sword at her waist swayed gently with her steps, the cloth wrapped around the hilt still stained with the guard's blood, emitting a thick and pungent scent of blood. Damn demi-human! This time, not only will I torture you, but I will also skin you alive. Idle's face turned bright red with anger, even flushing a shade of purple. He brandished a whip studded with copper nails and charged viciously toward Raphtalia, shouting, "I'll use this whip, which has soaked up the blood of demi-humans, to teach you a lesson, you ignorant wretch." The whip lashed wildly through the air, the tip cutting through the atmosphere with a sharp and shrill whistle. Facing this menacing, murderous attack, Raphtalia straightened her back, not even fluttering an eyelash. Perhaps she wanted to atone for not being able to come and rescue the villagers sooner. The whip lashed heavily against her shoulder, instantly sparking a series of dazzling sparks. The scene was as if it had struck incredibly hard steel. NGH. Raphtalia was knocked back half a step by the powerful impact. However, the expected pain did not come as it usually did. She subconsciously reached out to touch the painful spot, her fingertips brushing against the faint, shimmering rune patterns. Startled, she turned her head sharply toward the second floor. Leo leaned against his shield, his eyes revealing a hint of encouragement. "Aren't you looking for revenge? Go ahead and do it." Just as their gazes met, he winked at Raphtalia, the corners of his mouth curling into that familiar arc. Raphtalia revealed a look of gratitude. "When you tortured those demi-human children back then, did you ever think this day would come?" Raphtalia's voice trembled slightly, anger and grief intertwined within it. Tears uncontrollably welled up and fell onto the blood-stained sword, making a crisp sound. "They were just children. But you. The burned-down village, the miserable cries of the children in the dungeon, the burning pain of the whip landing on her own back. Every painful memory now transformed into the slightly trembling sword in her hand, making the hatred in her heart grow even more intense. "You are the brat from the dungeon back then?" Idle widened his eyes, seemingly unable to believe it. "Wait, if I hadn't taken you in, you would have starved to death on the streets long ago." He retreated while trying to make excuses. His fat body bumped into an ice sculpture, trembling incessantly in the bone-chilling cold. "Taken in? Do you call this taking us in?" Raphtalia glared with wide, angry eyes. "You burned down our village and threw us into a dungeon. You call that taking us in? You ungrateful wretch." Idle screamed hoarsely. "Shut up." The anger in Raphtalia's heart was completely uncontrollable. "It was you who destroyed our village. It was you who tortured us day after day." She raised her sword high, the the tip pointing directly at Idol's twitching face, flames of vengeance burning in her eyes. Seeing the situation was dire, Idol suddenly fell to his knees with a heavy thud. His forehead slammed hard against the cold marble floor, making a dull sound. "I was wrong. Spare me. I'm willing to pay gold. 100 gold coins. No, 500. As long as you let me go, I'll give you whatever you want." He kowtowed like a pestle, his wig hanging askew on his face, revealing a fawning and terrified, twisted expression. In order to survive, he had long since thrown his dignity to the wind. So professional. Watching Idol's smooth, fluid begging movements, Leo couldn't help but secretly suspect that it was precisely by using such unprincipled begging tactics that he had managed to survive again and again on the battlefield. After all, if it were purely to vent anger, wouldn't it be more logical to torture adult demi-humans or beast men? Yet the ones imprisoned in the dungeon were all children. "Wait a minute, I'll offer 1,000 gold coins." A noble whose mouth wasn't frozen hurried to shout aloud. 2,000. Another noble was not to be outdone. 3,000. Another voice rang out, as if they were engaged in an absurd bidding game. "Do you all have cash on you?" Leo suddenly thought of this key question. "Yes, it's on me." A noble spotted Leo standing on the second floor and hurriedly responded. "Wait, I have some too, it's in the locker by the door." Another noble quickly added, fearing he would be left out. "Young man, if you let me go now, I can give you a high-paying job." A noble tried to bribe Leo, his voice filled with fawning and flattery. "If you're all dead, can't I just take what you have directly?" Leo said calmly. Everyone present fell into silence. They had actually forgotten about that. "Shield hero? You can't kill me." Idol, as if clutching at the last straw, suddenly looked up at Leo. "If you kill me, the nobles will surely tear you to pieces. The entire kingdom will mobilize to hunt you down. You will have no way out, nowhere to run. Is that so?" Leo's expression remained steady, his arms folded firmly across his chest. The runes on the surface of his shield lit up with a blood-like crimson glow, flickering and pulsing. He looked down from above, coldly surveying Idol with a gaze full of disdain. "Boring." These two words were spat coldly from his mouth. "Hey!" Idol widened his eyes. Leo stopped paying attention to Idol's panicked appearance and decisively raised his hand toward the second floor. "Raise bows, kill." The voice echoed clearly throughout the banquet hall, chilling everyone to the bone. "No, wait a minute. Spare me." In an instant, 40 arrows pierced through the air, piercing straight through the ice with overwhelming momentum. Immediately after, a series of dull thuds resounded in the banquet hall. Accompanied by the extremely miserable screams of the frozen nobles, they fell one after another. For a time, screams echoed continuously in the banquet hall, turning the banquet venue into a living hell. If it were a hero like the original protagonist Iwatani Naofumi, who focused on business, hearing such threats from Idol might have moved him. After all, those in business need to be cautious at every turn, carefully considering all factions, and must never easily make enemies to avoid cutting off their financial path and inviting endless trouble. But Leo was completely different from him. Leo neither had any talent for business nor was he the slightest bit interested in it. Compared to cowering as a merchant, carefully struggling for survival in the cracks between various factions, he preferred holding military power and acting as he pleased like a warlord. Blood flowed slowly along the ice surface, gradually converging into a shocking river. The pungent smell of blood quickly permeated the entire banquet hall, making one feel nauseous at the scent. This. Idol completely panicked, his body shaking violently and uncontrollably. In his eyes, Leo's actions were simply like a demon descending upon the world. Cold and ruthless, killing people as cleanly and efficiently as harvesting leeks. "Aren't you a hero? How can you just kill people casually?" Idol shouted almost hysterically, his voice shrill and distorted, and he was on the verge of a mental breakdown. "If you're all dead, won't there be no witnesses?" Leo replied calmly. "The best way to defeat Evilders is to be even more evil than them." Idol fell completely silent. For the first time in his life, he had seen someone more ruthless and fearless than himself. At this moment, fear engulfed him completely like a tidal wave. Raphtalia, however, only felt a sense of relief. These heinous scum had finally paid the price for their actions. NGH. But she still maintained her sword-raising posture, her heart caught in a brief struggle and hesitation. Although the desire for revenge had the upper hand, when truly facing the reality of killing, her heart still rippled with unease. After all, killing is not something one can easily come to terms with. Raphtalia. Leo walked down the stairs steadily, his boots stepping through the pool of blood, making a sticky sound. This scum is the knot in your heart. He gently raised his hand and softly wiped the bloodstains from her face. Remember what I taught you? I remember. Raphtalia gripped the sword hilt tightly, the tip pointing at Idol's trembling throat, her eyes becoming firm as iron once again. If others do not offend me, I will not offend them. If others offend me, I will wipe them out. At this moment, she was no longer the weak and helpless raccoon girl from back then, but the sharpest sword in Leo's hand. Ah! A flash of sword light, and Idol's head instantly rolled to the ground. Warm blood splashed onto Raphtalia's face. Yet she suddenly felt a heavy stone in her heart drop with a thud. The next second, her knees went weak, and she fell involuntarily into Leo's arms. Lord Leo! She choked, her tears mixed with bloodstains, soaking his lapel. I did it. Well done, I'm proud of you. Leo gently wrapped his arms around her slightly trembling shoulders, looking at the scene of carnage before him, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Woo! Resentment, 45-110. With Idol's death, the increase in resentment seemed to herald that the darkness of this world was gradually being broken. And they would continue to move forward on this thorny path, to rewrite destiny, to protect the justice in their hearts. Chapter 27, Listen to me, come with me. Raphtalia sat quietly on the ground. Her body, previously tense from the desire for revenge, was now slowly relaxing, like a bowstring that had been unstrung. The blazing fire of vengeance in her eyes gradually dimmed and extinguished, and her state of being finally returned to its relatively peaceful, optimal self. At this moment, Leo stepped forward, reached out gently, took hold of her slender wrist, and said softly, Let's go. Let's go and have a good harvest in this castle. A look of unease instantly appeared on Raphtalia's face. She instinctively struggled slightly, but could not break free from Leo's firm grip. She looked up at Leo and couldn't help but ask, Master Leo, isn't this inappropriate? Is it really okay for us to do this? Her words trailed off, not knowing how to express her inner conflict. The education she received from childhood, her innate kindness, and the various difficult experiences she had endured all made her instinctively resist this kind of looting-like behavior from the bottom of her heart. Leo noticed her hesitation, stopped, and slowly crouched down so that his gaze was level with Raphtalia's. It's okay. Think about it carefully. Every time we defeat a monster, don't we always get drops from it? Idol and his accomplices are no different from those monsters, perhaps even more detestable. So, if we treat them as the monsters we need to defeat, then these treasures should naturally belong to us. It's just like the rules in a game: defeat the enemy, get the loot. There's nothing wrong with that. He began his mode of speaking nonsense with a straight face. In order to persuade the kind and simple girl before him, Leo had racked his brains to come up with this seemingly logical argument. Seeing Raphtalia's bewildered expression, Leo secretly found it amusing. She's still a child after all, easier to coax. Raphtalia tilted her head, thought for a long while, her eyes revealing hesitation, and asked again. But, Master Leo, even if Idol is wicked, these treasures have been in the castle all along. Is it really okay for us to just take them like this? Her voice carried a hint of uncertainty, and it was clear she was still struggling internally. Raphtalia. Leo looked at her and gently patted her head. Listen to me. Raphtalia's face flushed slightly, and she fell into deep thought again. After a while, she nodded as if she half understood and said softly, All right. Although a trace of doubt remained in her eyes, out of her deep trust in Leo, she ultimately chose to follow his arrangements. Seeing this, Leo smiled slightly. He stood up, still holding her hand, and said, Let's go. Let's be quick. Raphtalia replied and obediently followed Leo as he started walking. Night hung heavily over the entire castle, and the surroundings were eerily quiet. The castle had just experienced a bloody slaughter, scaring the servants into scattering like birds and beasts. At this moment, it was empty, with only the sound of Leo and Raphtalia's footsteps echoing back and forth through the spacious rooms and long corridors. The tap-tap sounds added a touch of eeriness. They pushed open the carved wooden doors one by one. In the dim candlelight, gold and silver jewelry shimmered with alluring luster, precious artworks were neatly arranged, and ancient artifacts quietly exuded a mysterious aura, filling every corner of the room. Leo casually picked up a gold cup inlaid with emeralds, examined it for a moment, then calmly tossed it into his storage bag and said in a low voice, "These things should have been used to help those who truly need them." Yet, he silently added a sentence in his heart. "Such as me." Raphtalia picked up a gold ornament inlaid with rubies. Her fingers lightly brushed over the exquisite patterns, a complex look flashed in her eyes, and she said in a low voice, "Master Leo, I never dared to dream of these things before. Only now do I know that they were all accumulated through taxation and plunder, built upon our suffering." Her words were filled with undisguised sorrow. Leo walked over to her side, gently patted her shoulder, and comforted her. "Don't think about it too heavily. We are just correcting all of this distortion and letting things return to the trajectory they were supposed to have." After a busy session, the two finally stopped what they were doing and began to count the fruits of their looting. Leo held the shield of currency and methodically counted the gold coins, while Raphtalia helped organize the jewelry and artifacts on the side. When the last gold coin was counted, a flash of irrepressible joy crossed Leo's eyes. "Idol really didn't disappoint me. Just the gold coins on hand already exceed 1,300. His gaze fell on the pile of gold coins that looked like a small hill, shimmering with alluring light, and he couldn't help but ponder in his mind. "Perhaps in the future, I can treat visiting these nobles as an important source of income." Regarding the matter of plundering wealth from nobles, Leo felt very calm and had no sense of guilt. In his view, whether it was upholding justice or talking about benevolence and morality, none of that hindered him from making such a choice. After all, many countries in history, when preparing for war or facing a shortage of funds, often took as their first measure to target those wealthy merchants who were good at business, like the Jewish race, hanging them and plundering their wealth. Leo felt that he was just imitating the practices of the ancients. It was like inheriting some kind of excellent cultural tradition, just with a different form. However, he had just gone to the castle entrance and carefully checked the carriages the nobles had arrived in. He had hoped to find the gold coins they were shouting about using to beg for mercy, but after searching everywhere, he found no trace of them. What a bunch of untrustworthy guys. Leo couldn't help but curse in his heart. These nobles usually acted arrogantly, relying on their power to bully ordinary people, and unscrupulously amassed a large amount of ill-gotten wealth. Taking this wealth back from their hands was, for Leo, not only a way to strengthen his own power and accumulate capital for achieving his goals, but also a way to ensure these rich, unbenevolent guys received the punishment they deserved. Right, this isn't robbery, it's robbing the rich to help the poor. After all, money power is far more useful than superpowers. #28 Chapter 28, Level 75? I'm outta here. Chapter 28, Level 75. Time to run. Inside Idol's castle, Leo and Raphtalia had been busy running back and forth for several hours, finally managing to arrange Idol's legacy for him. During this time, Leo took advantage of the skill cooldown periods to cast his skills again. The vast hall was originally quiet to the point of being eerie. Suddenly, streaks of ghostly green light flashed by without warning. As the light flickered, the forms of new undead soldiers slowly solidified, gradually appearing before them. These soldiers marched in unison and quickly formed ranks. By this point, the undead forces under Leo's command had reached 100, and a budding army was now officially formed. "Master Leo, have new companions joined us?" Raphtalia's eyes sparkled, and the fear she had felt when she first saw the undead was completely gone. "Yes, that's right." Leo nodded slightly. "Come to think of it, aren't you afraid?" he asked curiously. After all, Most people would unconsciously feel an invisible sense of oppression when seeing these undead soldiers exuding such a sinister aura. Raphtalia tilted her head, thought for a moment, and said, "How should I put it? Ever since Mr. Night Eater started helping to clean the room every day, I've slowly gotten used to it. Besides, these soldiers seem much more diligent than you, Master Leo." Hearing this, Leo couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Why do I suddenly feel so ashamed? Raphtalia was probably referring to how, after every battle, he was always too lazy to do laundry and would just take off his blood-stained armor and fall asleep immediately. Every time, it was only because Raphtalia couldn't stand the heavy stench of blood that she would help him clean them. Furthermore, as the frequency of skill usage increased, his proficiency continued to rise. Take the army of the underworld for example. Initially, it had a cooldown of an entire hour after one use. But now, the skill's cooldown had been significantly reduced, dropping sharply from the original hour to just 20 minutes. The changes to Ice Age were even more astonishing. The cooldown had shortened to 20 seconds. Such changes were immensely significant for Leo's performance in battle. With this, Leo had gained a bit more confidence to calmly handle various situations in this perilous world. After a short rest, Leo and Raphtalia arrived at the center of the castle. An ancient stone tablet stood silently there, silently telling of the long and vicissitudinous passage of time. The stone tablet was covered in strange runes and patterns, its surface pitted and uneven, with mottled bloodstains remaining on it, adding to its mystery and eeriness. "Master Leo, what is this?" Raphtalia asked curiously. "Just a cute monster," Leo replied while walking toward the stone tablet. Relying on his memory of the original work, Leo knew that this was a magical beast sealed here by the previous hero. He tightly gripped the key he had taken from Idol's neck. This key was the very thing needed to unlock the seal on the stone tablet. Leo took a deep breath and slowly inserted the key into the hidden keyhole on the stone tablet. Time seemed to freeze. Nothing happened. "Master Leo, maybe we should forget it. It looks quite dangerous," Raphtalia advised with some worry. She stared at the unresponsive stone tablet, a sense of unease rising in her heart. Leo frowned slightly but did not waver in his determination. He knew clearly that defeating this dragon could grant a large amount of experience points, and the Dragon Emperor crystal within, despite its powerful curse, was an important material for leveling up. Furthermore, since he had come to Idol's castle, if he didn't defeat the dragon according to the original plot, it felt like something was missing. "Let's try another method." After thinking for a moment, Leo said. As soon as he finished speaking, he stopped hesitating and kicked the stone tablet hard. With a few crack sounds, the stone tablet instantly shattered into pieces on the ground. Roar. In an instant, a low and soul-stirring roar erupted, and the entire ground began to tremble slightly. As the seal was broken, the ground around the stone tablet cracked with a crack sound. An extremely dazzling light shot out from the stone tablet, heading straight into the clouds. After the light gradually dissipated, a gigantic prehistoric Tyrannosaurus appeared. This Tyrannosaurus was 7 or 8 stories tall, its body as massive as a towering mountain. Its entire body was covered in hard scales, and its eyes were like burning flames. It let out deafening roars from time to time, causing the surrounding air to vibrate violently. Nearby trees also trembled under the impact of the sound waves. "Master Leo, do you call this cute?" Raphtalia was intimidated by the Tyrannosaurus's powerful and almost terrifying aura, her body uncontrollably taking a step back. Leo was momentarily speechless. Raphtalia hurriedly added, "Is it a bit too difficult to defeat it directly?" "A little bit." Leo gripped the shield in his hand, locked his eyes on the Tyrannosaurus, and said with a serious expression, "As I expected, its level is as high as 75, far exceeding our current strength." "Then what should we do now?" A hint of panic appeared in Raphtalia's eyes. "Raphtalia." "Yes." "Retreat," Leo said concisely, and without any hesitation, he turned around and ran. "Hey!" Raphtalia was stunned at first, her mind going blank for a moment. But her trust in Leo was deeply ingrained. So, without any hesitation, she immediately followed Leo's pace. Chapter 29, Confronting Fitoria. Leo utilized the powerful attraction of the Shield of Wrath towards dragon-type creatures, and together with Raphtalia, each riding a Philolial, carefully approached the Tyrannosaurus slightly. After attracting the Tyrannosaurus's attention, they quickly turned around and galloped towards the depths of the dense forest by the lake. Attracted by the Shield of Wrath, the Tyrannosaurus let out an angry roar. It took heavy steps, chasing closely behind them. With every step it took, the surrounding trees were knocked down by its massive body, sending dust flying into the air. Finally, Leo and Raphtalia arrived at the depths of the dense forest by the lake. This was precisely the territory of the Philolials. Master Leo, are we really not going to seek Fitoria's help? Recalling the stories Leo had told her about Fitoria, Raphtalia couldn't help but ask. Leo slowly shook his head. Let Fitoria help. He never had any such intention from the very beginning. According to the plot, Leo knew she would never be willing to hand over the dragon crystal to him. Therefore, everything had to depend on himself. Leo turned his head to look at Raphtalia. Wait here for me, and absolutely do not act rashly. As he spoke, he had Raphtalia hide in a safe area far away. Master Leo, you must be careful. Raphtalia gripped the sword in her hand tightly, saying with a worried look. Leo didn't hesitate in the slightest, quickly switching to the Shield of Slaughter, and immediately summoned 100 undead soldiers. In an instant, a ghostly green light flashed again, and the undead soldiers appeared quietly in this dense forest like ghosts. They arranged themselves in a uniform combat formation, the bows and swords in their hands flashing with a chilling gleam, quietly waiting for Leo to give the order. Leo knew clearly in his heart that a head-on confrontation was by no means a wise move. After thinking for a moment, he decided to adopt a war of attrition. Ice Age. A powerful chill surged out from his hands, quickly enveloping the Tyrannosaurus. In the blink of an eye, the Tyrannosaurus was tightly wrapped in a thick layer of ice, unable to move. The Tyrannosaurus roared angrily, struggling to break free from the shackles of the ice. Every struggle caused a few tiny cracks to appear in the ice, but it was never able to completely break free. Attack! Leo gave the order. 100 undead soldiers drew their bows and narked arrows simultaneously. The sharp arrows shot towards the Tyrannosaurus like a dense rain. The soldiers specifically aimed at vital areas like the Tyrannosaurus's eyes and throat to shoot. Every arrow that hit its target splashed a spray of blood. The Tyrannosaurus roared in pain. Its struggles became even more violent, yet it was never able to escape the dense attacks. By the way, this ice prison can be passed through if allowed, similar to Shield Prison. During the battle, Leo kept drinking SP recovery water to maintain the stability of the ice prison. Whenever the Tyrannosaurus's struggles destroyed a part of the ice, he immediately used magic power to reinforce it. This tactic was used in the original work when dealing with the spirit tortoise. It can be used to conquer enemies with very high defense but slow movement. This battle lasted for 7 or 8 hours, long and arduous. Leo's forehead was covered with dense beads of sweat, and his body was trembling slightly from maintaining the magic for such a long time. The rain of arrows from the undead soldiers was like an unending storm, continuously depleting the Tyrannosaurus's HP. Leo, meanwhile, was fully focused on maintaining the ice prison, not daring to relax for even a moment. Hold on. Leo silently cheered himself on in his heart. Finally, under the continuous attacks of the undead soldiers, the Tyrannosaurus's HP was reduced to less than a quarter. Roar. The once fierce roar now became weak and powerless. All or nothing. Looking at the exhausted Tyrannosaurus before him, Leo knew that the time to deliver the fatal blow had arrived. He concentrated all his life force, channeling it continuously into the Shield of Wrath, and then activated the skill Dark Curse Flame. However, this time, he didn't release it directly like before, but instead tried his best to condense the flames, focusing them on a single point. Instantly, a black flame erupted from the shield like a volcanic eruption, carrying endless destructive power, rushing straight towards the Tyrannosaurus. The moment the black flames touched the Tyrannosaurus, it was completely engulfed. Accompanied by a miserable roar, the Tyrannosaurus's massive body slowly collapsed, kicking up a cloud of dust on the ground. At this moment, Leo was exhausted to the extreme, both physically and mentally. That battle had drained his energy and magic power completely. At this moment, he was dizzy and could barely stand steadily. Raphtalia, who had witnessed this scene from not far away, immediately dashed towards Leo. In the blink of an eye, she reached Leo's side, quickly supporting him, and asked softly, "Master Leo, are you all right?" Leo shook his head slightly. "I'm fine, I just need to rest a while." Although his body was ravaged by fatigue, his heart was overflowing with a sense of accomplishment. After all, he had pulled off a big job this time. This joy of victory slightly diluted the discomfort in his body. He forced himself to stand, reached into the Tyrannosaurus's body, and took out the magic crystal that contained immense energy. The magic crystal emitted powerful energy fluctuations, as if it were a small energy source. Leo carefully stored the magic crystal into his shield. The energy of this magic crystal was too powerful. He really wasn't sure if he could withstand its surging power. So he decided to save it for now, in case of emergencies. "Please do not touch that." A melodious voice suddenly rang out in this dense forest, breaking the original tranquility. "Finally came out, did you?" Just as Leo and Raphtalia were preparing to leave, the surrounding mist suddenly became thick without any warning, wrapping them tightly within it. Everything before their eyes instantly became blurry and unclear. Immediately after, over 100 Philolials ran in from both sides in an orderly fashion, quickly surrounding them completely. These Philolials lined up neatly, forming a tight circular encirclement. Seeing this situation, Leo reacted quickly, having the 100 undead soldiers run in the opposite direction, forming a standoff with the Philolials. The undead soldiers held their weapons, ready for battle, exuding a cold aura from their bodies. This cold aura intertwined with the hostility of the Philolials, making the surrounding air seem to freeze instantly, suffocating enough to make one unable to breathe. Both sides occupied half the space, and the atmosphere was tense to the extreme. Leo stood alone in the center of the circular encirclement, facing the Philolials with a calm expression. At this moment, he knew very well in his heart that although he had quite a lot of troops under his command, he must never easily provoke a conflict. Otherwise, once these Philolials were angered, it was very likely they would fall into an even more dangerous situation. However, he still had to put on a show. He couldn't appear too passive in front of the other party. "We mean no offense, we are just passing through," Leo said loudly, trying to break this suffocating tense atmosphere. However, the Philolials did not relax their vigilance because of his words. They continued to stare fixedly at Leo and Raphtalia, ready to launch an attack at the first moment. During this standoff, Leo's gaze inadvertently swept towards the depths of the dense forest, and he saw a giant Philolial walking slowly towards him. Its size was several times larger than the other Philolials, and with every step it took, it carried an innate aura of royalty. Philolial Queen, Fitoria. As Fitoria gradually approached, the surrounding Philolials respectfully made way for her. Fitoria looked at Leo quietly, her eyes deep and mysterious. Leo also looked at her calmly, but a thought involuntarily flashed through his mind. "These feathers are such good quality, I wonder if they would sell for a high price if I took them out to sell." A direct confrontation with the Philolial Queen seemed inevitable. #30 Chapter 30 The Temptation of the Dragon's Tail. Chapter 30 The Temptation of the Dragon Tail. Moonlight fell gently, shrouding the silent wilderness in silver. The surroundings were still and silent, with only a gentle breeze blowing through, carrying the faint scent of grass and trees, slowly spreading through the air. Fitoria, this Philolial queen who had survived for thousands of years, stood silently in the midst of it all in her unique penguin form. Her feathers were fluffy and soft, gleaming with a faint luster, each one shimmering with a mysterious glow under the moonlight. And the three ahoge standing on top of her head shone even more brilliantly in the moonlight. As they trembled gently with the breeze, they added a touch of unique cuteness to her holy image. In this world, Fitoria's existence was like a legend. In the eyes of the world, she was a symbol of incomparable holiness. Facing such a holy Fitoria, Leo. The feathers on her head look more valuable than the ones on her body. Is there any way to pluck one? Leo's gaze unknowingly fell upon the top of Fitoria's head. In his mind, He had already begun to very consciously divide Vittoria's feathers into detailed sections: head, abdomen, wings, tail, etc., estimating the selling price based on the different parts. I'll find a time to discuss it with her. If that doesn't work, we can split it 50-50. His gaze, like that of looking at prey, made Vittoria feel creeped out. Lord Leo, your gaze is terrifying. Raphtalia leaned in close to Leo and whispered a reminder. Ah, sorry. Leo then woke up as if from a dream and quickly reined in that misleading gaze. Ahem, you are the Lord Shield Hero, right? Vittoria's voice broke the silence of the night. Leo nodded slightly. That is correct. Your Highness, Philolial Queen, could you please introduce yourself first? At this moment, the number of combatants on both Leo's and Vittoria's sides was basically equal. This allowed Leo to converse with her on equal footing, and his tone unconsciously gained a bit more confidence and boldness. Excuse me. I am the Philolial Queen Vittoria, but in this form, I fear it may be impolite. Please wait a moment. As soon as Vittoria finished speaking, she slowly closed her eyes and concentrated her power with full attention. Her massive body began to gradually shrink, and a faint silver halo appeared around her. Finally, her wings gently wrapped around her body. In no time, the wings opened again, and a teenage girl appeared before them. Her hair color was silver mixed with a little sky blue. Her hairstyle was like the shoulder-length bob of a female student from the Republic of China era, fresh and elegant. What was impressive were the 3 still playful ahoge on her head, trembling gently with the breeze. Her bright red pupils made one afraid to look directly, yet they couldn't help but be deeply attracted. She was dressed in a red and white Gothic dress, the hem of which swayed gently with her every slight movement. I am the Shield Hero, Leo. Leo bowed slightly and said politely. Vittoria walked toward Leo with light steps and reached out her hand. Please hand the demon dragon crystal over to me, you cannot adapt to it yet. Leo raised an eyebrow slightly, a flash of sharpness in his eyes, and retorted. First, this is my prey, and how to dispose of it should be up to me. At the same time, he stared into Vittoria's eyes. Second, how do you know I can't use it? Vittoria was not good with words to begin with, and she was choked up by this retort. She looked Leo up and down, half doubting. Then, she closed her eyes and used appraisal to check Leo's status. When she opened her eyes again, they were filled with shock, and her slightly parted lips were now wide open in surprise. What on earth is going on with you? You've actually unlocked 3 cursed weapons, and the proficiency is so high. Could it be that you use them every day? Do you not value your life? Lord Leo. Raphtalia stood to the side, her face full of worry, her hands unconsciously clutching the corner of her clothes. Clearly, she had also begun to realize the seriousness of the matter. Vittoria's questioning was not unreasonable. In the original work, Neofumi only unlocked the Shield of Wrath, and even using it occasionally later on was so painful it felt like he was going to lose half his life. Yet Leo had simultaneously unlocked the Shield of Wrath, Shield of Apathy, and Shield of Slaughter. In his daily life, he even used cursed skills to synthesize water just to wash his hands. Why was he fine? Perhaps it was like a person who often wears a mechanical watch. Over time, the wrist gets used to the watch's presence and naturally treats it as a part of the body. In his original world, Leo had already achieved the condition for indifference, and this indifference was deeply imprinted in his personality. Perhaps because of this, he was able to better control these cursed powers. If you don't want it, then so be it. Leo's expression was calm as he explained unhurriedly. There is a price for using this power, and these soldiers are the proof. As he spoke, he turned slightly, gesturing to the undead soldiers standing neatly around, their weapons gleaming coldly in the moonlight, emitting a cold and murderous aura. In the beginning, every time I generated a soldier or controlled a soldier's actions, I would feel exhausted, and my mood would become very poor. You are the first hero to possess such a skill. Vittoria frowned, a complex look flashing in her eyes. All right, let us show our respect first. Please board the carriage. With that, a soft light flashed, and a magnificent carriage slowly appeared. The carriage body was crafted from pitch-black wood, inlaid with golden patterns, exuding a mysterious and noble aura under the moonlight. The wheels made a low and steady sound as they rolled. Clearly, Vittoria was the holder of the carriage vassal weapon. Wait a moment. Leo turned and walked toward the corpse of the Tyrannosaurus, which had been shot into a hedgehog. The grass beneath his feet had long been soaked with blood, emitting a strong, nauseating, fishy smell. I do not like heroes using dragon materials, and your shield gives off an ominous aura. Vittoria's voice came from behind, filled with disgust. The power of the curse is indeed strong, but it is also accompanied by a powerful backlash. You must be very careful. I know that better than you do, but leaving the corpse alone will cause a plague, and both Raphtalia and I are hungry. Leo said without looking back. The second half of the sentence was his real purpose. They hadn't eaten for a full 18 hours, and the long battle and travel had long since brought hunger upon them like a tide. Especially Leo, who urgently needed to replenish his energy. Please, go ahead. Vittoria was silent for a moment, then finally acquiesced. Leo commanded the undead soldiers to skillfully cut off the entire dragon tail and store it in his shield. It should be about the same as crocodile meat. The dragon tail was very heavy, and the soldiers spent quite a lot of effort to complete the task. The scales on the dragon tail glimmered with an eerie light under the moonlight. In fact, he was also curious about the other parts of the Tyrannosaurus and wanted to taste what they were like, but he was really worried about poison, so he didn't dare to try it easily. Are you done? Vittoria watched from afar, her voice filled with impatience. Sorry to keep you waiting, let's go. Leo replied. Having accumulated a large amount of grudge energy today, perhaps that was why his temper was exceptionally good, and he was not angered by Vittoria's attitude. Boarding the carriage, a soft white light suddenly appeared, gently shrouding them. Chapter 31, Vittoria's Breakdown. In the blink of an eye, the white light quietly receded, and they appeared in an unfamiliar place, a desolate, ruined wasteland. Silvery moonlight poured down like water, casting long, oddly shaped shadows from the crumbling walls and ruins onto the ground. Rubble was scattered messily across the ground, and weeds grew wantonly. The air was filled with a faint scent of dust, mixed with a hint of the stale smell of accumulated time. In Leo's eyes, this place resembled the old summer palace ruins. Although it was now scarred and devastated, it still contained a profound and indescribable historical depth. Every stone quietly carried the memories of time and the traces of change, making one feel a sense of awe. This place has such a sense of history. Raphtalia's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she kept looking around, sighing in heartfelt admiration. Indeed, it is beautiful. Leo couldn't help but exclaim as well. As expected of someone I taught, her aesthetic sense is truly spot on. Vittoria's gaze revealed a hint of oddity. Perhaps even she found it difficult to grasp the profound significance carried behind these ruins. After a moment of silence, she spoke slowly, "Let's rest for today." With that, she waved her hand gently. A group of Philolials appeared, pulling a cart of firewood, followed by a massive iron pot. "Can you make a fire? Hero who only knows how to use curse powers." Vittoria looked at Leo, her words laced with a hint of provocation. "No," Leo replied calmly, with not a trace of embarrassment on his face. "I'll make the fire," Raphtalia volunteered. She seemed quite experienced in wilderness survival. "No need," Leo said calmly, then quickly formed hand seals. He summoned the Shield of Wrath, and the dark patterns on the shield instantly flickered with an eerie light. As he whispered the incantation, the dark curse flame ignited in an instant. The roaring fire instantly illuminated the surrounding darkness, sending sparks flying and crackling loudly. Then, "I'll go get some water," Raphtalia paused slightly, then continued. "No need for that either. You've worked hard today, so just rest." Leo used his skill again, this time wielding the Shield of Apathy to activate the Ice Age skill. In an instant, the surrounding water vapor rapidly condensed into ice. Then, he cleverly used the dark curse flame to melt the ice. Before long, a full pot of pure water was generated. Leo skillfully controlled the timing of his skill usage. These skills consumed mana based on time, regardless of the amount produced. In this way, he satisfied the immediate needs while maximizing the conservation of mana and health. "All right. Raphtalia found a place to sit, feeling a bit awkward. Apparently, she wasn't used to being taken care of, and for a moment, she was at a loss, so she could only sit quietly to the side. As Leo's level exceeded 50, the tasks the undead soldiers could perform became increasingly varied. They were like Leo's loyal servants, standing by at all times. Leo certainly wouldn't waste such useful, free labor. Vittoria witnessed the entire process and was completely dumbfounded. She felt as though her bird life had received an unprecedented shock. In her experience, she had never seen a hero who could use 3 curse skills as naturally and proficiently as Leo. This completely overturned her preconceived notions about heroes and curse powers. At this moment, Leo began to process the dragon meat. He methodically directed the undead soldiers to retrieve the dragon tail, their movements crisp and efficient. Then, he skillfully removed the bones and cut the dragon meat into uniform chunks. Only in this world can one taste meat like this. Raphtalia, help me bring those spices over, Leo said while arranging things, preparing to pour some cooking oil into the pot, which he had synthesized using skills from his shield. Raphtalia hurriedly handed over the bag containing various spices, her eyes full of curiosity, and couldn't help asking, "Lord Leo, what kind of stew are we making this time?" Leo replied while pouring oil, "Let's make your favorite 3-delicacy dragon meat stew, but I'll have to control the saltiness so someone doesn't end up unable to eat it." As he spoke, he glanced at Vittoria without leaving a trace, with a hint of teasing. Vittoria turned her face away in a huff. I just don't approve of this method of cooking using curse powers. It's not because I can't eat salt." Leo didn't say anything more and put the cut dragon meat into the pot to stir-fry. With the effect of the high heat, the dragon meat gradually changed color, and wisps of meaty aroma began to spread through the air. Leo added the various spices one by one. The spices blended with the dragon meat in the pot, the aroma becoming increasingly rich, drilling straight into one's nose and making one salivate. Raphtalia took a deep breath on the side and exclaimed, "It smells so good, Lord Leo." Her eyes were fixed tightly on the stew in the pot, as if she didn't want to look away for even a second. Leo said while stir-frying, "Wait a little longer to let the flavors soak in." Saying this, he added some fresh water generated by his skill into the pot, covered it, and turned the heat down to a slow simmer. A gurgling sound came from the pot. During the wait, Vittoria couldn't help but speak. "You use curse powers so casually. Have you never worried about the consequences?" Leo looked at the boiling broth in the pot and said calmly, "I naturally know the risks, but in this world, I need power, and the more, the better. Just like a razor, every power has 2 sides. The key lies in how the user controls it," Leo added. "But this power is ultimately too dangerous. In history, no hero has ever abused it like you," Vittoria frowned. Clearly, she still couldn't agree with Leo's approach. "Abuse? I am merely making the best use of everything." At this moment, the stew in the pot was already emitting an enticing aroma. Leo lifted the lid, and the rich scent instantly spread out. "Would you like a serving?" Leo asked Vittoria out of politeness. "No, I absolutely do not accept a hero abusing curse powers like this, and it's dragon meat, too." Vittoria refused firmly, her face full of disdain. Leo ignored her refusal and still served a portion to her. After washing their hands, Leo and Raphtalia began to enjoy the stew. Raphtalia tasted a bite, her eyes instantly lit up, and she said excitedly, "It's the familiar taste, Lord Leo, it's so delicious." Perhaps the temptation of the meaty aroma was truly irresistible. Half an hour later, looking at Vittoria's empty bowl, Leo fell silent. Never underestimate the food culture of Yang Huang. She blushed and explained a bit bashfully, "It's just that I haven't eaten such delicious food in a long time. It has nothing to do with your cooking method. How about another bowl? Is that okay?" A hint of anticipation showed in Vittoria's eyes. She looked like a completely different person from her previous resolute self. "Here, you have quite a good appetite, don't you?" Leo handed the bowl to her. "Thank you, it's all because it's too delicious." Vittoria lowered her head and continued eating. "Lord Leo is very good at cooking, isn't he?" Raphtalia chimed in with a smile. "I can't believe you have the nerve to bring that up." Leo looked at Raphtalia and smiled helplessly. It's because you were always complaining of hunger during wilderness training when you were little. To satisfy your appetite, I put a lot of effort into cooking. Over time, my culinary skills improved. In reality, Leo knew that his cooking skills weren't that great to begin with. When he was in the dorm or at home, the things he ate were either instant noodles, takeout, self-heating meals, or just something heated up in the microwave. It was just that he had unlocked the shield of eggshell and acquired the cooking skill. So, no matter how he made it, the food he cooked just happened to be delicious. Leo looked at the Philolials around him, who were drooling uncontrollably. Their eyes were fixed tightly on the dragon meat in the pot, and they were almost drooling. The Philolials kept jumping around, chirping and chattering. Leo sent 10 soldiers to cook for them. The soldiers skillfully cut meat, started fires, and cooked. Soon, another pot of dragon meat stew was ready. The Philolials swarmed up, eating happily, and the surroundings were filled with their calls. "What do you usually eat?" "You had such a reaction to the stew," Leo asked Vittoria curiously. "Fruit and raw meat," Vittoria answered vaguely while eating, not forgetting to stuff meat into her mouth while speaking. "By the way, do you always use curse powers like this?" Vittoria swallowed the meat in her mouth and then asked. "Not really, I use it longer when taking hot baths." "Can't you use magic?" Leo shrugged helplessly. "I'm pressed for time and don't have time to learn magic. Besides, I'm used to curse powers. To me, it's already a part of life, it's handy to use, and there's no need to spend time learning magic." "Fine. Please come with me, I have something to discuss with you." Vittoria finished the last bite, wiped her mouth, and her expression suddenly turned serious as she stood up and walked towards the depths of the ruins. The moonlight stretched her figure, leaving a long shadow on the ground. Leo looked at Raphtalia, who nodded gently, signaling for Leo to go ahead with peace of mind. Leo stood up, brushed the dust off his body, and followed Vittoria into the mysterious ruins. Although he had a rough idea of what Vittoria wanted to discuss, he couldn't help but speculate inwardly, wondering what kind of conversation would follow. Chapter 32, Cannot Compromise. The night fell heavily, shrouding the world in darkness, and a sense of oppression rushed toward them. Leo followed Vittoria as she stepped into this desolate land. The surroundings were overgrown with weeds, and the withered, yellow grass stalks swayed wantonly in the wind, rubbing against each other and making a rustling sound. Jagged rocks were scattered everywhere in a chaotic manner. At this moment, the entire world seemed to have been pressed on the mute button. The sound of Leo and Vittoria's footsteps echoed across the wilderness. Vittoria stepped onto an ancient stone bridge, spreading her arms to maintain her balance, walking with a wobbly gait. Her red and white dress swayed gently with her movements, appearing exceptionally out of place in this oppressive atmosphere. Beneath the stone bridge, a babbling brook shimmered with rippling light under the moonlight, winding its way through the desolation. Why is she acting like a child? He followed at a steady pace beneath the bridge, his gaze locked firmly on Vittoria, alert to any possible situation, not daring to slack off in the slightest. Suddenly, Vittoria stopped abruptly, her figure turning around quickly to stare straight at Leo, her voice cold and clear. Why was the sealed monster released? Leo's heart tightened slightly as he quickly thought of a countermeasure. After a moment, he decided to paint Idol as the culprit. After all, the guy was already dead, and there was no one left to verify the facts. We went to save our companions, and Idol released the monster on his own initiative in order to kill us. Leo looked serious, his tone mixed with just the right amount of anger. Recalling Idol's disgusting face, the disgust in his heart welled up involuntarily and naturally blended into his words, making his statement sound increasingly authentic and credible. Vittoria frowned slightly, a trace of doubt flashing in her eyes. After all, she had lived in this world for thousands of years and had seen too many schemes, lies, and deceptions, so she naturally wouldn't easily believe Leo's one-sided story. She remained silent for a while, as if carefully weighing every word, and then spoke again. "It seems there is conflict between you and the other heroes." Mentioning this, anger burned in Leo's heart. Well, actually, there wasn't much of an emotional fluctuation. After all, this was originally what the original protagonist had encountered, and it didn't have much personal connection to him. But to make the conversation seem reasonable, he still stated calmly. That's right. The king and princess framed me for rape, and the spear hero, the bow hero, and the sword hero believed it without thinking and even attacked me. I was only acting in self-defense, I just accidentally beat them up. However, Vittoria's next words left Leo feeling very confused. She looked at Leo and said solemnly, "You should apologize to the three heroes and make up with them. Now is the time when the heroes need to work together to fight the waves of catastrophe. Internal strife will only make the situation more severe." What strange logic. Leo looked at Vittoria in disbelief. Apologize? What did I do wrong? I was the one framed, and I was the one attacked. Asking me to apologize to them, isn't that just asking me to slap myself in the face? His voice raised involuntarily. The spear hero was beaten stupid by me, the bow hero was crippled, and the sword hero was knocked out. In this situation, how can we make up? For the big picture, what does this little bit of forbearance count for? Vittoria still insisted on her point of view. You didn't get hurt anyway, did you? The capable should do more. Hearing this, Leo shuddered. He couldn't help but recall that in his original world, he was also often asked to help with problems using this phrase, and a feeling of irrepressible disgust suddenly welled up in his heart. I hate this phrase the most. I don't care. Those guys, whom I don't even know, I don't care how many of them die. Leo said angrily, the emotions that had been suppressed in his heart all this time erupting completely at this moment. If you refuse. Vittoria stood up, her magic power beginning to surge, swirling around her and emitting low, whistling sounds. For the sake of the world, I will kill the 4 cardinal heroes and summon them again. If you have the ability, let's switch places. Leo responded without showing any weakness. You be the shield hero, and I'll be the carriage vassal weapon hero. Let's see if you can endure everything I've been through. Please don't throw a tantrum, this matter is not open for negotiation. Vittoria said. I used appraisal on your stats, you are indeed the strongest among the current 4 cardinal heroes. Being able to train to this level in just a few short months is truly not to be underestimated. In past history, such a situation has never occurred. But for Vittoria to kill you, it is still something that can be done easily. Shield hero, please note that this world is reality, not a game. Vittoria released a powerful sense of oppression, pressing heavily on Leo, making him truly feel the immense pressure. Please take this issue seriously. I am more aware of this than anyone. Leo clearly felt the gap in strength between them, but his gaze remained firm. It is precisely because of this that I face this world with an attitude of treating it as reality. I want to use my will to transform this world, rather than being changed by the world, because I firmly believe that I am stronger. If you want to force me to change my will, then let's all go to hell together. Although Leo's voice was low, it was filled with a desperate determination. Truly hopeless. Vittoria said calmly. Since that is the case, please prove that you have the strength to protect the world by yourself. Without giving Leo a chance to react, Vittoria directly activated the taunt skill. This skill can force the target to attack. As you wish. Leo said subconsciously. Anger instantly overwhelmed his reason. He took the initiative to strike, or rather, he had to strike under the effect of the skill. Leo switched directly to the Shield of Slaughter and smashed it hard toward Vittoria. What happened? Why did I launch an attack without being in control just now? Although Leo had doubts in his heart, he had no time to think about it at the moment. But Vittoria flashed, instantly dodging this fierce blow. I've said it before, you are too weak. Your speed is so slow that you can't hit me at all. Her voice carried a trace of disdain. Is that so? Leo snorted coldly, his right hand reaching into the churning black mist on the surface of the shield without hesitation. The metal gauntlet collided with the shield, producing a crisp sound that was particularly piercing in the silent night sky. 3 potions engraved with runes were taken out. The liquid in the bottles shimmered with an eerie, dark green color, like solidified venom under the moonlight. This was the modified version of Iero, with an effect similar to a stimulant, capable of increasing all attributes to 1.5 times their original level. Vittoria, I don't want to look for trouble, but I'm definitely not afraid of it. Leo stared at Vittoria, his eyes filled with determination. He pulled out the cork without hesitation and drank it all in one gulp. Hiss! The corrosive liquid burned his throat fiercely. Leo's brows knitted together instantly, and a look of pain flashed across his face. But this pain was fleeting, and violent power surged through his meridians like magma. He could clearly feel his veins bulging slightly due to the power overload, as if a force was rampaging inside his body, eagerly waiting to be released. "Come on, let me show you my strength." Leo smiled gently, yet this smile made one feel a chill down their back. "You are courting death." Vittoria responded calmly, but a trace of vigilance appeared involuntarily in her eyes. Originally, Leo would have been unable to break through her defense, but as the potion took effect, their abilities gradually reached a level playing field. She understood in her heart that the upcoming battle would not be as easy as she had imagined before. 33 Chapter 33 Fierce Battle in the Wasteland. Chapter 33 Fierce Battle on the Wasteland. The wasteland was so quiet that it felt as if time itself had frozen. Leo focused slightly, his consciousness quietly fluctuating. In an instant, the seemingly calm ground cracked open with patterns resembling a spiderweb. Immediately after, 90 undead soldiers clad in iron armor burst from the earth. Their movements were uniform and precise, without the slightest hesitation. In the blink of an eye, they drew their longbows to full moon. Metal arrowheads, gleaming with a chilling, cold light, were all aimed squarely at Vittoria, 100 meters away. A human wave tactic, is it? Vittoria's silver-blue hair stirred without wind, her red pupils constricted sharply, and an extremely fierce aura rushed towards them. Then, her voice echoed through the night sky. "In the name of the Guardian, block the profaner." As soon as she finished speaking, she clasped her palms tightly together, and pale blue magic power gathered frantically in front of her. In the blink of an eye, a hemispherical barrier with a diameter of 10 meters condensed, emitting a soft glow as if shielding her within a dreamlike cocoon of light. The first arrow, carrying the momentum of tearing through the wind, shot straight toward Vittoria's barrier. The moment it touched the barrier, ripples spread across the surface. The arrowhead struck it, erupting with a crisp metallic ringing sound. Leo stared at the battlefield with undivided attention. In his peripheral vision, he caught sight of the undead soldiers adjusting their formation with perfect tacit understanding. They quickly dispersed into 3 echelons, methodically alternating between volleys and cover. For a time, the whistling sound of arrows piercing the air rose and fell across the wasteland. "Interesting." Vittoria hummed lightly. Before her voice even faded, her figure blurred like a phantom. In the blink of an eye, she had appeared atop a giant rock 100 meters away. She raised her hand slightly, her fingertips lightly brushing through the air. In an instant, 10 wind blades flew out in a fan shape, rushing fiercely toward the undead soldiers. The soldiers in the front row reacted extremely quickly. Almost at the same moment the wind blade struck, they immediately raised their shields to block. However, those seemingly indestructible iron shields were sliced into fragments by the fierce wind blades as if they were fragile sheets of paper. Dark green energy overflowed from the shattered wounds, quickly turning into white bones, dissipating into the cold wind, leaving behind only dead silence. "Retreat 300 paces, cover each other." Leo issued the order through the mental connection. The undead soldiers immediately followed the order, forming a shield wall and retreating while fighting with standard and skilled tactical movements. During the command, Leo noticed that these warriors, who seemed to only act mechanically, displayed astonishing tactical intelligence when adjusting their formation. For example, when wind blades whistled in from the right, soldiers on the left would move half a step forward in advance, unhesitatingly using their own bodies to block the attack for their comrades. This seamless cooperation made Leo nod inwardly. This person mainly uses wind magic, since that's the case. While Leo calmly pondered a countermeasure, his right hand was already firmly pressed against the shield of wrath. In an instant, dark purple patterns spread rapidly along his arm. Immediately after, dark curse flame. Pitch-black flames erupted from the surface of the shield, carrying a pungent smell of sulfur. Fire snakes raged crazily across the ground. Wherever they passed, the land was plowed into charred gullies, and weeds instantly carbonized. The surrounding temperature rose sharply, making it nearly suffocating. Vittoria's skirt was lifted high by this sudden heat wave. But she just raised her palm calmly. In an instant, azure wind elements condensed rapidly in the air, forming a giant wind sphere with a diameter of 5 meters, enveloping all the incoming flames. The moment wind and fire struck each other, the powerful impact caused mist to rise like a mushroom cloud, quickly obscuring the vision of both sides. The entire battlefield was instantly plunged into a white haze. Leo keenly caught the faint sound of wind coming from the steam and secretly thought, "Not good." He immediately warned the soldiers through the mental connection. "Everyone, get down." As soon as the words fell, dozens of wind blades penetrated the steam, rushing along the ground. Looking at the rocks sliced into neat cross-sections by the wind blades, Leo estimated inwardly. The opponent's attack speed is at least 3 times the speed of sound. He realized that under the current situation, conventional tactics would be difficult to be effective again. Therefore, his gaze swept quickly across the battlefield, discovering that more than half of the undead soldiers had been lost. But the remaining warriors were still strictly executing the tactic of alternating cover. "So that's it." Vittoria's voice suddenly came from overhead. Leo looked up subconsciously, only to see her hovering 100 meters in the air, surrounded by rotating wind blades. Under the moonlight, she looked like a goddess of war descended to the mortal world. The whistling sound of the rotating wind blades echoed in the night sky. To be able to combine cursed power with tactical application to this extent, no wonder you can wield 3 cursed weapons at the same time. Vittoria exclaimed. "But this is not enough to defeat me. Surely you are running low on magic power, right?" Her gaze fell on Leo, seeing him continuously pouring magic recovery potions into his mouth. "How many bottles like that do you have?" "About a few thousand." Leo responded concisely. Vittoria was speechless for a moment, inwardly surprised by Leo's reserves. At this moment, Leo was rapidly analyzing the battle situation. Although the continuous output of the undead soldiers had not yet broken the opponent's defense, judging from the slight tremors occasionally appearing at her fingertips while maintaining the barrier, her magic power was already nearing exhaustion. Leo already had an idea in mind. Let's use a war of attrition, just like before. After all, undead soldiers do not exist in the true sense of death. Once the cooldown of army of the underworld passes in a few minutes, he could just summon them again. He knew deeply that in this contest, patience and strategy were key. Just as he was preparing to launch a new round of attacks, Vittoria was silently calculating in her heart. The battle had just lasted about an hour, and 1 potion could restore all of Leo's magic power. If she wanted to make Leo run out of magic power, she would need at least. Vittoria's brain couldn't quite calculate it. But she knew that by that time, she would likely be exhausted first. A cold wind blew by. The ahoge on top of her head swayed with the wind, looking a bit messy. "It seems it is indeed not easy to defeat you," Vittoria said helplessly. Is she planning to give up? Wait, no. Vittoria's eyes instantly became sharp. Having said that, she suddenly turned around and flew rapidly toward the ruins. Alarm bells rang in Leo's heart. Not good. Raphtalia. He immediately recalled the remaining undead soldiers. At the same time, he poured magic power into his shield and activated teleportation shield. A blue light rapidly unfolded beneath his feet. Shield hero. Just at the moment he stepped into it, he heard the warning Vittoria left behind from behind him. If she dies because of your recklessness, there will be no winner in this war. Leo's figure vanished from the spot with a flash of blue light, rushing rapidly toward the ruins. He had only one thought in his heart: he must protect Raphtalia and absolutely must not let her come to any harm. Chapter 34, The Dragon Emperor. This human is mad. The glow of teleportation faded as Leo stepped into the ruins. His gaze immediately locked onto the center of the area. Vittoria was suspended mid-air. Before her, a wind cage shimmered with a pale cyan light, and Raphtalia was inside it. Leo frowned. He had used teleportation, yet the other party, relying solely on flight, had somehow arrived before him. This made little sense. "Lord Leo, Don't worry about me. Raphtalia struggled desperately within the cage. Her palms pressed against the wind barrier again and again. Those seemingly gentle wind curtains hid razor-sharp blades within. Wounds were continuously sliced open, blood dripping between her fingers and smearing crimson stains on the inner wall of the cage. You saved my life. This life should be lived for you. Please don't compromise with her because of me. Her voice echoed through the empty ruins, carrying an unquestionable resolve. Leo's pupils constricted sharply. In an instant, memories flooded back. The girl curled into a ball in the slave market, filthy all over, her wrists rubbed raw and bloody by chains. And those timidly raised eyes, hiding a faint glimmer of hope deep within. Now, what burned in Raphtalia's eyes was the same determination as back then, only tinged with a tragic willingness to die. Again, nothing changes. Leo murmured softly. This feeling reminded him of the days he was bullied in middle school. Back then, he could only shrink into a corner, lacking even the courage to fight back. That despair was almost identical to what he felt now. But this time, he absolutely must not repeat the past. Leo slowly stepped forward. With each step, the stone slabs beneath his feet emitted a faint tremor. Lord Leo, I'm just an ordinary demi-human. I'm truly not worth you. Raphtalia was still crying out, her words full of self-deprecation. Shut up. Leo's voice suddenly rose sharply. It was a rare loss of composure for him. He stood before the wind cage, pressing both palms directly against the cyan-glowing cage wall. Instantly, the mana within his body violently clashed with the wind energy constituting the cage, emitting a sharp shriek. Raphtalia, listen to me. He stared at the girl inside the cage, enunciating each word clearly. I won't allow you to demean yourself like this. Raphtalia's head snapped up. Tears immediately welled up in her eyes, swirling within them. She opened her mouth, but no words came out. Dignity is earned by oneself, not given by others. Leo continued, his tone softening slightly. And I never cared whether you were human or demi-human. In my eyes, you are my family. Remember when we trained together? You were trembling with fear back then, barely able to hold your sword. A trace of imperceptible gentleness entered his voice. Now you can stand on your own, but to me, you'll always be the child I need to protect. The buzzing of the surrounding wind blades had unknowingly weakened considerably. Vittoria had landed on the ground at some point, standing not far away. Ripples of confusion stirred within her crimson pupils. But Leo didn't notice her, continuing to speak to Raphtalia inside the cage. I helped you seek revenge not to burden you further, but so you could escape the shadows of the past and live with your head held high. I don't want you to be bound hand and foot by hatred and pain, like I was. You say you're ordinary? Leo shook his head gently. But in my heart, you are more important than anyone else. Remember what I taught you. If others don't offend me, I won't offend them. If others offend me, I'll eradicate them completely. He paused, his tone growing even firmer. And I will absolutely not allow anyone to take your smile away. Lord Leo. Raphtalia's tears finally broke free, rolling down her cheeks. She threw herself against the cage wall again, heedless of the wind blades cutting her hands bloody. But I don't want to be your burden. Burden? Hearing these words, Leo smiled calmly and asked in return. When did I ever say you were my burden? Huh? Raphtalia froze, momentarily unable to process this. Yes, if not for her, what meaning would any of this have for me? Really, such a simple truth. I should have realized it much earlier. Leo thought silently to himself. Enough. Vittoria suddenly waved her hand. The cyan glow on the surface of the wind cage visibly dimmed, and the power of the wind blades seemed to weaken. Shield hero, this sentiment you hold for her truly surprises me. She looked at Leo, her tone complex. I always thought you were just a hero obsessed with slaughter. Pausing, she added. But I must clarify, my actions are also for the sake of this world. Leo slowly turned to face Vittoria. The curse-like patterns on the shield gripped in his left hand began to grow hot, emitting an ominous aura. The tension in the air instantly spiked. I don't care about any greater good. Leo's voice turned cold. Using such methods won't solve any problems. I'll say this one last time. Release Raphtalia, and we can still talk. His right hand rested on a potion bottle at his waist, clearly prepared to fight to the death at any moment. Otherwise, even if it costs me my life, I won't let you succeed. Leo's lips twisted into a smile so cold it chilled the heart. What do you think I should do now? Surrender? Beg for mercy? Or compromise? Don't be ridiculous. His gaze was sharp as a blade. From the moment I crawled out of hell, the word surrender have never existed in my dictionary. Before his words faded, he abruptly pulled out the ominous dragon crystal. Without the slightest hesitation, he pressed it directly against the shield. TCH. Instantly, indescribable agony, like tens of thousands of volts of electric current, surged wildly through every limb and fiber of his being. Leo grunted, one knee slamming heavily to the ground, his fingers digging deep into the damp soil. Beads of cold sweat slid from his temples, hitting the ground and spreading small, dark stains. You! Vittoria's expression instantly froze, filled with shock. Her eyes widened as she stared at Leo, clearly never expecting him to take such an extreme action. She couldn't help but exclaim, "You're mad, you won't be able to withstand this." At that moment, the system's sharp notification tone exploded in his mind. Simultaneously, Raphtalia's terrified, tearful cry came through clearly. "Lord Leo! Don't do this. Stop." The power from the dragon crystal surged into Leo's body like an out-of-control torrent. Every inch of muscle, every bone felt as if it were about to be forcibly burst apart by this force. Tearing pain nearly swallowed his consciousness. Is this all? Leo clenched his teeth tightly, forcibly enduring the agony that threatened to drive him insane. Spiderweb-like cracks began to appear on the surface of his skin. Fresh blood slowly seeped from the cracks, staining his clothes red. But only one thought burned repeatedly in his heart. He must save Raphtalia and make Vittoria pay. His vision gradually blurred. Finally, it plunged into complete darkness. Leo's consciousness seemed to fall into a boundless chaos. Thick, impenetrable darkness surrounded him. He couldn't sense up or down, left or right. There was no passage of time. "Do you hate?" An abrupt voice rang out without warning, carrying an inhuman quality, sending faint, eerie ripples of echo through this void. Leo's brow furrowed slightly. He didn't speak, merely following the direction of the voice, he began to walk. Where his fingertips touched was not the expected emptiness of nothingness. Instead, it was a warm softness, a strange sensation, like the skin of some enormous creature. After adapting to the darkness for a moment, his vision gradually cleared. The first thing that came into view was actually the prehistoric tyrannosaur he had personally slain earlier. And his hand was currently resting on its thick, pillar-like heel. The Dragon Emperor's eyes burned with crimson flames, staring fixedly at Leo with a gaze full of anger. Its massive head lowered slightly, two streams of scorching breath, smelling of sulfur, puffing from its nostrils. "You want to kill everything, is that it?" The voice vibrated Leo's eardrums. The shame of defeat by a human, I, the Dragon Emperor, will never forget for all eternity. After all, it was this seemingly insignificant human before him who had personally ended its once overbearing life. The Dragon Emperor's eyes were filled with undisguised contempt. But deep within that contempt, there was also a hint of an indescribable, complex emotion. However, what I find even more intolerable is that a human capable of defeating me would lose to a mere Philolial. It paused, its massive head swaying slightly, as if weighing its words, then spoke again. "Therefore, human, beg me for power. Offer your body to me. In exchange, I shall grant you power sufficient to turn the tide of battle." Leo quietly watched the Dragon Emperor's eyes burning with crimson flames, remaining silent for a moment. He quickly assessed the situation and spoke directly. "Give me power. I told you, there's no such thing as a free lunch." The Dragon Emperor shook its massive head. The hard scales covering its body rubbed against each other, emitting a grating creak. "You must exchange it with your body, Before it could finish, Leo's gaze suddenly turned icy. That look carried undisguised, sharp killing intent, aimed directly at the Dragon Emperor's eyes. I'm not negotiating with you. Give me power. TCH. Arrogant. The Dragon Emperor was clearly angered by this forceful attitude, letting out a deafening low roar. Impossible. I am the great Dragon Emperor. How could I submit to the command of a puny human like you? Leo didn't say another word. He slowly raised his hand. The power of the Shield of Apathy activated instantly. An extreme, icy cold spread outwards from his body. Ice Age. Accompanying his low voice, the Dragon Emperor's colossal body was instantly encased layer by layer in ice, its movements halting abruptly. Only its two eyes, burning with crimson flames, could still move, filled with disbelief and astonishment. Leo stepped up onto the frozen Dragon Emperor's head. He raised his fist and, without hesitation, aimed a punch at one of its still-moving eyes. Give me power. One punch landed, the ice emitting a dull thud. Give me power. Another punch, fine cracks appearing on the ice. Give me power. He seemed possessed, repeating this phrase. Fists fell like a dense rainstorm, one after another, pounding mercilessly on the Dragon Emperor's eyelid. The ice trembled with crack sounds, more and more fissures spreading. Though its body was frozen, the Dragon Emperor could clearly feel the continuous pain. Stop, stop, stop. Enough. The Dragon Emperor finally couldn't take it anymore, its voice carrying a clear note of frustration and even a hint of pleading. I surrender, all right? Really, you humans don't follow the script at all. In all its long life, it had never seen a human like this, no negotiation, no trade, just directly resorting to force and robbery, so simple and brutal it left no room for counterplay. Cough, cough. When Leo's consciousness finally broke free from the chaos, and he regained control of his body, a fit of violent coughing forced him to bend over. Congratulations, host. New hybrid curse-type skill unlocked, Light of Destruction. The cold system notification tone sounded promptly in his mind. #35 Chapter 35 The Light of Annihilation. Chapter 35, Light of Destruction. When the system notification exploded in his mind, Leo clearly captured the terrifying power within the new skill, enough to tear everything apart. Light of Destruction consumes 1 point of grudge power or 1 point of health per second to fire a high-energy laser with power comparable to the high-level group ritual Magic Judgment. 1 point of health per second. Leo calculated silently in his heart. Calculated this way, he would completely burn out in at most a dozen minutes. But there was not a hint of hesitation in his eyes. His gaze swept over Raphtalia inside the wind cage. Vittoria, you forced my hand. Leo's voice was very low. As soon as he finished speaking, a blinding laser suddenly erupted from his shield. The light was so bright that one could not even open their eyes, carrying an earth-shattering momentum as it shot straight toward Vittoria. The air hissed with a sizzling sound. Where the laser passed, even the space seemed scorched and twisted, and the flowing wind carried a scorching temperature. Vittoria's pupils shrank sharply. She clearly hadn't expected Leo to use the skill so recklessly the moment he unlocked it. Just then, Leo's eyes hardened, and he ordered the undead soldiers standing by nearby. Go, capture those Philolials and use them as hostages. Come to think of it, perhaps bird hostages would be more fitting. Upon receiving the order, the undead soldiers immediately charged toward the flock of Philolials resting in the corner of the ruins like well-trained hunters. Caw, caw. The Philolials were terrified out of their wits by this sudden situation, flapping their wings and colliding blindly. Emitting shrill cries, they fled in all directions. But the undead soldiers were fast and coordinated, some flanked from behind, while others intercepted from the front. Under layers of encirclement, they soon captured quite a few Philolials. These little creatures struggled desperately in the cold hands of the undead soldiers, flapping their wings. Yet they could not break free from those steel-like restraints, only able to emit helpless cries. You are insane. Seeing this scene, Vittoria's face instantly turned pale, and for the first time, obvious panic flashed in her originally calm eyes. They are innocent. This has nothing to do with them. Innocent. Leo looked at her with indifference, his gaze sweeping over Raphtalia, who was looking at him with a worried face inside the wind cage. When you used the wind cage to trap her, You should have expected this outcome. His voice had no fluctuation, yet it exuded a chilling determination. If you dare to touch the people around me, I dare to make your entire race pay with their lives. You say I'm insane? Then let's compare and see who is crazier. Vittoria was completely stunned. In her understanding, a hero should be the embodiment of justice, upholding the bottom line of kindness. But the Leo before her acted more ruthlessly and decisively than any villain she had ever seen, completely disregarding conventional rules. For a moment, both sides were deadlocked. Vittoria was afraid to act, fearing she might harm the hostages, so she dared not touch Raphtalia. Leo also temporarily stopped Light of Destruction. His health could not withstand meaningless consumption. But this calm was only temporary. The battle had not truly stopped. Vittoria, knowing the power of Light of Destruction, immediately formed hand seals, and rich magical fluctuations surged around her body. Hum! A magical barrier flashing with 5-colored light unfolded before her, like a dreamy light curtain from a fairy tale, yet it radiated an indestructible aura, firmly protecting her behind it. Continue. Leo ordered himself and once again activated Light of Destruction. The dazzling laser slammed fiercely into the 5-colored barrier, emitting a deafening roar. The shockwave spread in all directions, and the rubble on the ground was blown into a tumble. But the barrier only shook violently, with only a few tiny cracks appearing on its surface. As expected, tough enough. Leo whispered, but he had no intention of backing down. His eyes narrowed, and the bloodlust skill within his body activated simultaneously. A tyrannical power instantly surged throughout his body, making his attack even fiercer. He was like a tireless combat machine, continuously outputting Light of Destruction. The laser was like an eternal beam of light, locking tightly onto Vittoria's barrier. Leo's expression remained steady, but the cold sweat seeping from his forehead and his slightly trembling arms exposed the immense load he was bearing at this moment. His health was dropping rapidly, approaching the death line every second. Under his frantic assault, the originally indestructible 5-colored barrier's surface cracks spread and expanded bit by bit, and the flashing light gradually dimmed. In this confrontation, time seemed to be drawn out infinitely, and every second was suffocating. Every collision between attack and defense was a matter of life and death for both sides. The wild wind outside the ruins was still raging, whipping up sand and stones from the ground, striking people fiercely and causing them to wince in pain. Leo's body was becoming weaker and weaker. His grudge power had long been exhausted, and he was relying entirely on burning his health to hold on. His vision began to blur, and his ears were buzzing. But his hand holding the shield still steadily maintained the output of Light of Destruction. Sizzle. About 15 minutes later, a thunderous roar that shook the wasteland exploded. Vittoria's magical barrier finally could not hold on and shattered completely. The 5-colored light, like shattered colored glaze, instantly dispersed, turning into specks of light dust, carried away into the air by the wild wind. Before the barrier shattered, Vittoria had been staring intently at Leo, her eyes filled with shock and deep confusion. She did not understand. This person was clearly exhausted to the point of collapsing, his magic and vitality almost depleted, so how could he still erupt with such astonishing perseverance and power? This was unlike any hero she had ever known. Really? I don't understand you. Vittoria whispered softly. The moment the barrier shattered, she did not dodge. Instead, she rushed forward toward the still blazing Light of Destruction, as if she intended to take the hit on purpose. Boom! The powerful impact instantly sent her flying. Ooh! Vittoria's body was like a kite with a broken string, tracing a parabola in the air. She fell heavily onto the ground dozens of meters away, kicking up a large cloud of dust. Ha! Won! Leo watched this scene, his tensed body finally relaxing. He wanted to laugh, but a metallic, sweet taste surged up in his throat. Ooh! Cough! Cough! Fresh blood sprayed violently from his mouth, splattering on the ground in front of him. The continuous high-intensity battle combined with his critically low health meant he could no longer hold on. A wave of dizziness struck, and his vision instantly went black. Leo fell straight backward, completely losing consciousness. On the wasteland, only deathly silence remained. Only the howling wind continued to blow tirelessly, rolling up the bloodstains and dust on the ground, as if playing the final elegy for this thrilling battle. Chapter 36, The Finale of Blood and Light. When Leo opened his eyes again, the night had already crept in. It was quiet all around, with only Raphtalia sitting by his side. Her eyes were red and swollen, and it was obvious at a glance that she had just been crying. "Lord Leo, you're awake," she spoke excitedly, her voice still carrying a hint of a sob, as she tightly gripped Leo's hand as if afraid he might disappear again. "It's all right, it's all over now." Leo's voice was still a bit weak as he gently squeezed Raphtalia's hand back. "Don't worry." Raphtalia gave an en in response and leaned her head against his shoulder. The crying she had suppressed for so long could no longer be held back. Instead, she began to cry even harder. Warm tears quickly soaked Leo's lapel. He could clearly feel the young girl's slight trembling during the time he was unconscious. She must have been carrying a bellyful of fear all by herself. Leo raised his hand and gently patted her back. Since Raphtalia was unharmed, the heart he had held in suspense finally settled, and he let out a long sigh of relief, which seemed to lessen the physical exhaustion he felt. At that moment, a very light sound of footsteps approached. Vittoria walked over, her pace extremely slow as if she were afraid of disturbing them. She stood not far away looking at Leo with a complex gaze that held surprise, admiration, and a hint of guilt she couldn't hide. "I acknowledge your strength." Vittoria spoke first, her tone much gentler than before and carrying an obvious apology. "I misunderstood you before. As for the three heroes, I will find time to talk to them and try my best to resolve the conflict between you." As she spoke, she slightly lowered her head, formally expressing her apology. "The three heroes are quite far from here. Will that be a problem?" Leo asked, his voice still somewhat hoarse. "It is a bit of a hassle." Vittoria nodded gently, her tone carrying a bit of helplessness. "I am indeed usually busy enough to be running in circles, but right now, there really is no other way." Leo looked at her, the anger in his heart having mostly dissipated along with that great battle. After a struggle that felt like dying once, he truly did not want to fight anymore. "Fine." He nodded, his expression weary but with a sense of relief in his eyes. "I can also compromise and try to talk with them." Only then did Vittoria breathe a sigh of relief. She turned to look at the Philolials corralled to the side by the undead soldiers without Leo's command. Those soldiers were like statues, remaining motionless in their hostage-holding posture. The little ones huddled together, shivering like fallen leaves in the autumn wind, their eyes full of helplessness. "Then, can you release them?" Vittoria's voice softened, carrying a hint of entreaty. "Of course." With a thought from Leo, those undead soldiers turned into black smoke and retracted into the shield. He wasn't actually afraid of Vittoria going back on her word. If something really went wrong, the worst that could happen was he'd just have to catch them again. As the soldiers disappeared, the Philolials were stunned for a few seconds before immediately flapping their wings and scattering in all directions. The sound of chirping and happy cries echoed through the night sky, as if celebrating their regained freedom. Afterward, Leo and Vittoria walked out to the previous wasteland. The moonlight stretched their shadows long, and the light falling on them carried a bit of a chill. Vittoria raised her hands to form seals, beginning to apply a blessing to Leo to prevent the shield of slaughter from going berserk. The soft light gradually melted into Leo's body, and even the wounds on his body seemed to hurt less. "You were just saying you wanted to kill me earlier." When the blessing was finished, the two found a rock to sit on. Leo looked at her and couldn't help but say, "I didn't expect you to be quite gentle as well." These words. It seemed someone had said them to her before. This thought suddenly flashed through his mind. "Hey!" Vittoria was stunned for a moment, clearly not expecting him to suddenly say that. Her cheeks grew slightly warm, and a trace of awkwardness flashed across her face. Before Leo could say anything else, she suddenly and gently rested her head on his lap. "Wait, that's..." It happened to press against a wound from the earlier shockwave, and Leo couldn't help but frown slightly and gasp in pain. Vittoria noticed immediately and hurriedly tried to sit up. "It's fine." Leo waved his hand, signaling her not to move. "Let's just call it even." After all, he hadn't held back when he was blasting her with lasers earlier. Vittoria rested quietly for a while before saying softly, "Please, shield hero. This world needs you heroes to join forces, only then can we withstand the coming crises." She looked up. The moonlight reflected in her eyes, which were faintly shimmering with tears. Currently, the waves of catastrophe in other places are being handled by our Philolial race, but if we keep toughing it out like this, there will come a day when we won't be able to hold on. Fine, I'll give it a try. Leo let out a helpless sigh. He certainly still felt dissatisfied with those 3 guys, but for the sake of the big picture, he really should do something. But as for how we talk, and what the outcome is, that will be up to me. He added to himself in his mind. Was your previous master also a shield hero? Leo looked down at Vittoria resting on his lap, his voice very soft. Vittoria blinked, and the feathers on her head moved slightly. Her voice was soft, carrying a bit of natural ignorance. I don't know, Philolials have very poor memories to begin with. I see. Leo responded and didn't ask further. He slowly reached out his hand, his fingertips lightly brushing through Vittoria's hair. The hair was soft and smooth, like fine silk. As it slipped through his fingers, it had a very comfortable touch. But this, I still remember. Vittoria suddenly raised her hand and gently pressed down on his hand that was stroking her hair, the warmth of her palm feeling cozy. The feeling of being patted on the head like this. I feel as if I've had it before. The night wind blew past, carrying the fresh scent of grass and trees, and time seemed to stretch very, very long at this moment. The 2 just stayed like that quietly, neither speaking again. Only the moonlight silently bathed them. How about coming out for a walk with me? Leo finally broke the silence, his voice still very soft. Protecting the world is the same regardless of where you are, isn't it? He looked at the mountains shrouded in the night in the distance, suddenly feeling that it was a real pity for Vittoria to be trapped in this enclosed place forever. The world outside was so large, perhaps after seeing it, she would have a different understanding of the word protection. Moreover, he himself was once a shut-in who didn't even want to leave his room, yet he still had a chance to start over. She should also see the wider world. For a brief moment, a strange thought even popped into Leo's head. If he could pack her up and take her back to his original world, maybe he could write a book. The beginning would go, the new classic of mountains and seas says, there is a bird whose feathers are snow-white and who enjoys pulling carriages. Vittoria, however, shook her head, a clear sense of attachment flashing in her eyes. No. She gently pulled away from Leo's hand and sat up a bit straighter. My kin are here, and I have a mission I've guarded for 1,000 years. I cannot leave. Every blade of grass and every tree here was engraved with her mark. It was a home she could not let go of no matter what. Then if I raise a Philolial in the future. Seeing her firm attitude, Leo changed the subject. Could I trouble you to give her a queen's protection? Pausing for a moment, he added another line with a bit of deliberate provocation. Or after I defeat you in the future, just let me be your owner. In your dreams. Vittoria was stunned by his tease before she couldn't help but laugh. I didn't expect you to think about things so far ahead. This was the first time she had shown a smile in front of Leo. The moonlight falling on her face was so soft it was hard to look away. As for the blessing, it's not impossible. She quickly restrained her smile and said seriously, but when the time comes, you must bring enough delicacies to satisfy both me and my kin, or else I won't agree. After speaking, she glanced at Leo again, her gaze carrying an obvious pout. Also, stop killing people at the drop of a hat in the future. Hey, I didn't. Leo reflexively retorted, his tone carrying a hint of subtle stiffness. Don't hide it. Vittoria gently shook her head, her tone certain. You have a very heavy murderous aura, it can't be hidden. I'll try. Leo pursed his lips and didn't argue further, only giving a vague response. Finally, I can get some peace and quiet. He breathed a sigh of relief in his heart and looked up at the moon in the sky, calculating the time. There were still 2 days until the next waves of catastrophe, just enough time to rest his feet and get back into top form. Under the moonlight, the man and the bird looked into each other's eyes and laughed in unison. The conflict, which had nearly become a life-and-death struggle, finally drew to a close in the peaceful night. 37 Chapter 37 Charcoal Face Drawing. Chapter 37, Drawing Faces with Charcoal. Early the next morning. The sun had just peeked over the horizon, its soft light piercing through the layers of leaves and casting a dappled mosaic of light and shadow on the ground. A fresh morning breeze blew by, carrying the scent of soil and grass mixed with a hint of damp moisture. It was a pleasant morning. Yeah, right. At least for Leo, it was anything but. Leo slowly drifted awake. Before his consciousness had fully returned, he felt something furry gently rubbing against his face. It tickled, making him frown involuntarily. He slowly opened his eyes, and the first thing that came into view was Raphtalia crouching beside him. The young girl held a piece of charcoal in her hand, intently doodling on his face, while muttering to herself from time to time. "Let's deepen the nose a little bit more. It'll look more imposing this way. Drawing the eyebrows like this seems more fun." She looked just like a little artist putting the finishing touches on a masterpiece, her gaze incredibly focused. The tip of the charcoal rubbed back and forth on his cheek, and she hadn't noticed at all that Leo had already woken up. Sunlight fell onto the tips of her hair, casting a faint golden luster, and her long eyelashes fluttered gently as she blinked. Watching her earnest expression, Leo was completely speechless. The battle with Vittoria yesterday was still vivid in his mind. They had hovered on the edge of life and death, nearly losing their lives there. But this girl, on the other hand, had the heart to play a prank on his face first thing the next morning. Leo couldn't help but sigh inwardly. She was far too carefree. He raised his hand and gave Raphtalia's bottom a few light pats. The force wasn't heavy, it was more like a reminder tinged with feigned annoyance. "What kind of mischief are you up to again?" "Eek." Raphtalia let out a startled cry at the sudden movement. The charcoal in her hand fell to the ground with a clatter and nearly flew away. She hurriedly raised her head. Her gaze met Leo's calm eyes, and her cheeks turned bright red in an instant. "Leo! Lord Leo, you're awake!" She stammered, her eyes darting away, not daring to look him in the eye, while her hands instinctively pulled back. Leo covered his head and sighed helplessly. "We almost lost our lives yesterday, and you, on the other hand, have the leisure to apply makeup on me here?" He raised his hand to touch his face, and sure enough, his fingertips were stained with charcoal dust, wiping off a small smudge of black. Raphtalia lowered her head until it was almost touching her chest, her fingers twisting the hem of her clothes uneasily, as she muttered softly, I just saw you sleeping so soundly, and your complexion looked much better than yesterday, so I wanted to draw something fun to tease you. I didn't expect." "What kind of amazing logic is this?" Leo looked at her bowed head, his mouth twitching. Her voice grew quieter and quieter, until eventually it was almost inaudible, with only her shoulders trembling slightly, as if she were truly frightened. "All right, I'll let it slide this time." Seeing her like this, Leo's tone softened. However, he suddenly reached out and pulled Raphtalia into his arms, then raised his hand and started spanking her bottom, this time with a bit of actual force. There still needs to be a punishment. The soft slap sounds were exceptionally clear in the morning air. "Eek! Lord Leo." Raphtalia flinched from the hits and hurriedly twisted her body to dodge, tears swirling in her eyes as she begged for mercy with a crying tone. "I know I was wrong, I really won't do it again. I'll never draw on your face again. Please forgive me." Leo didn't stop his hand, but the force lightened again. "It's good that you know you were wrong. If you're this mischievous again next time, a few spanks won't be the end of it." "I'll remember." Raphtalia replied obediently, her voice still carrying a hint of a grieved nasal tone, but she didn't struggle anymore, simply burying her face deeper. Just then, Vittoria walked out of the nearby woods, holding a small pile of fresh fruit, bright red berries glistening with morning dew, the flesh translucent and glossy, looking exceptionally tempting. They had clearly just been picked from nearby. She caught sight of the scene before her at a glance, and a helpless expression immediately appeared on her face as she shook her head gently. "You two really are full of energy so early in the morning." Raphtalia was subconsciously rubbing her slightly red bottom. Hearing Vittoria's voice, her cheeks turned bright red again in a puff, and she was incredibly embarrassed. She secretly raised her eyes to steal a quick glance at Vittoria, then hurriedly buried her head even lower, even the tips of her ears turning pink. Watching her like this, the last bit of feigned annoyance in Leo's heart instantly vanished. He reached out to pat Raphtalia's head, a faint smile on his lips. All right, go wash your face by the stream, and while you're at it, wipe the charcoal off your hands. We're getting ready to eat breakfast." Raphtalia looked as if she had been granted amnesty and nodded hurriedly. She stood up and dashed toward the stream, leaving Leo and Vittoria standing where they were. Vittoria walked over to Leo and handed him the fruit in her hands. "Your companion is truly lively. However, with her by your side, I feel relieved." Leo took the fruit, casually picked up a berry, wiped it on the corner of his clothes, and nodded. His gaze turned toward the direction Raphtalia had gone. Perhaps. Even though they had just struggled back from the edge of life and death yesterday, at this moment, bathing in the morning sunlight, watching the carefree appearance of the person beside him, and feeling this simple happiness. The previous fear and exhaustion didn't seem so important anymore. After Leo went to the stream to wash the charcoal marks off his face, it was time for them to set off. Before they left, Vittoria suddenly called out to Raphtalia, raised her hand to press lightly on the top of her head, and a soft white light flashed, silently sinking into the young girl's body. "This is a permanent protection against being eroded by curses." Vittoria looked at Raphtalia and explained calmly. "It can protect you from being harmed by the power of curses. He sometimes cannot control the power within himself, so with you by his side, there must be some guarantee." After saying this, she turned to Leo again, her gaze more serious than before. "Shield hero, take care of her, and take care of yourself. On the road ahead, you will encounter more unknown dangers." Leo nodded and took up the conversation. "Thank you. We will be careful. By the way, about the matter of you joining our party that I mentioned before, I hope you can consider it again." "I will." Vittoria was silent for a moment before replying slowly. Raphtalia also hurried forward and bowed deeply to Vittoria. "Thank you, Lady Vittoria. I will keep this kindness in my heart." As it turned out, just as Vittoria turned to head back into the woods, Raphtalia's soft inquiry came from behind. "Lord Leo, isn't this protection too valuable?" Raphtalia tugged gently on Leo's sleeve, her eyes filled with a bit of unease. Leo shrugged. "It's fine. That Vittoria has lived for thousands of years. The cost of this protection is probably like losing a hair to her, it's nothing at all." "Is that so?" Raphtalia nodded, half understanding. Not far away, Vittoria stumbled violently, almost actually falling to the ground. She turned back and glared fiercely at Leo. That look clearly said, "Don't you know how to talk?" In the end, she didn't say anything, turned, and walked deep into the woods. After that, Leo activated the teleportation shield, and a pale blue light instantly enveloped him and Raphtalia. In the next second, the two disappeared from the spot and teleported toward Reinhold's territory. Chapter 38, The Sword That Refuses to Part. The sun was high in the sky when Leo and Raphtalia stepped into Reinhold's territory. The villagers working in the fields straightened their backs one after another, setting down their farming tools. Their gazes shifted toward them in unison, filled with undisguised respect. Wisps of smoke rose from the thatched roofs, the scent of damp earth and cooking food drifting through the air. The sounds of children's laughter occasionally echoed from the village. It was a scene of peace and tranquility. Inside a temporary shack, Rafana lay on a simple stretcher, her face as white as paper and looking exceptionally weak. The moment she saw Raphtalia's figure, her dull eyes instantly brightened. She struggled to sit up, her voice light but filled with joy. "RAF. Don't move, just stay lying down." Raphtalia rushed over in a few quick steps, gently pressing down on her shoulder, her eyes full of concern. "You are still very weak right now, you mustn't move around recklessly." Rafana reached out with a trembling hand and gripped Raphtalia's hand tightly. "RAF, thank you and Lord Leo so much. If it weren't for you, I would have breathed my last in that dark, cold cell long ago." She paused, unable to stop herself from coughing a few times, before continuing. "When they saw how sick I was, coughing blood and all, they just left me in the cell and ignored me. They didn't even give me a drop of water, clearly wanting me to just die on my own." "What are you saying?" We're friends. Raphtalia gently patted the back of her hand with her other hand, comforting her softly. I told you before, Lord Shield Hero would definitely come to save us. That's true. Rafana answered in a small voice, then suddenly changed the subject. It's just, being the first. I guess it won't be my turn. Hey. Raphtalia was stunned for a moment, and once she realized what was meant, her cheeks turned beet red. She waved her hands frantically. And anyway, that's all in the past. Just focus on recovering. Once you're better, we have so many things to do together. Leo stood to the side, watching the two talk. The scene of the day he rescued the villagers couldn't help but surface in his mind at that time. Rafana was curled up in a filthy corner, unconscious with a high fever, looking like she was about to give up. Fortunately, he and Raphtalia arrived in time, otherwise it probably would have ended up like it was written in the original story. Being able to save her was already quite lucky. He thought silently to himself. At this moment, Rafana let go of Raphtalia's hand, struggled to sit a bit straighter, and turned to Leo, her eyes full of gratitude. Lord Shield Hero, thank you for saving my life. I will remember this kindness for the rest of my life. As she spoke, she hesitated for a moment, then beckoned to Leo, signaling him to lean closer. Leo leaned over and heard her say in a lowered voice, Lord Leo, I've always felt something was odd. Keel's behavior is sometimes very much like a girl's, yet everyone treats him as a boy. Am I overthinking things? Her observation skills are actually sharper than Raphtalia's. The thought flashed through Leo's mind. He warily scanned the surroundings, and after confirming no one was paying attention, he leaned closer to Rafana and said softly, You're not wrong, Keel is actually a girl. Her dressing as a boy is a personal preference. Please help keep this secret. Hey. Rafana's eyes widened, and she instinctively covered her mouth, her face full of surprise. Really? Hero, are you sure? Don't worry, I'll definitely keep my lips sealed. Whether she can keep it is hard to say. Leo muttered in his heart, but said nothing out loud. He simply reached out and gently patted her head, his tone soft. No need to be so formal with me. Taking care of your health is what's most important. There's one more thing. Rafana's voice grew even lower. What is it? Raf is shy by nature. Sometimes she doesn't dare to speak what's in her heart. Rafana touched the small flag Raphtalia had given her, a hint of melancholy in her eyes. Originally, I wanted to be the first, but now, please look after her more. I probably won't have the chance, but I sincerely hope Raf can be happy. Although I don't quite understand what you mean by the first, I will take good care of her. Leo was silent for a moment before responding seriously. Not far away, Keel kept her head down, her feet shifting restlessly back and forth. Ever since she had said the wrong thing last time, she had been on edge, fearing Leo would blame her. Seeing Leo walking toward her now, she was so startled she shuddered, her head almost burying itself into her chest. Leo walked up to her, sighed softly, and said, Keel, look up. Forget about what happened in the past, don't take it to heart. Keel slowly raised her head, her voice still trembling. I won't speak out of turn ever again. Big brother with the shield, thank you for not blaming me. Maybe it's as you said, I'm as weak as an ant. No. Leo interrupted her. You are very brave. You're probably the only person in the world who dared to scold me to my face. Keep that bravery, and maybe you'll be able to surpass me in the future. Yes. Keel's eyes lit up, and she nodded vigorously, her back straightening a bit. Leo nodded slightly, then turned to Raphtalia, his expression becoming more serious. Raphtalia. Yes. You can stay here. Leo said. Your friends are here, and everyone needs you. Why? Raphtalia was stunned, her eyes full of confusion. Following me will only involve you in constant battles. Leo looked at her, his tone calm but serious. My hands are stained with too much blood, I'm afraid it will affect you. Raphtalia shook her head without hesitation, looking directly into Leo's eyes. No, Lord Leo. I am your sword. From the day you bought me from the slave market, I decided to follow you to the ends of the earth. Besides, you need a living companion by your side. I am willing to stay with you always. Leo was silent for a long time before saying softly, "As you wish." "Good, then as I wish." Raphtalia immediately began packing her things with great enthusiasm. Leo watched her busy back, but a complex emotion welled up in his heart. She couldn't have misunderstood me as having some strange fetish, could she? After all, he was always followed by undead soldiers. This thought made him feel a bit helpless, and he stole a glance at Raphtalia, who was focused on packing. She had a serious look on her face, clearly unaware of Leo's internal conflict. After packing their gear, Leo and Raphtalia prepared to leave the two Philolials here. Come to think of it, those two had been forcibly brought back earlier. When Reinhold learned of this, he hurriedly waved his hands in refusal, his face full of sincerity. "Lord Shield Hero, you saved the villagers. We are eternally grateful. Helping demi-humans is also my wish. Looking after these Philolials is only right. How could I take your money?" Leo, however, insisted on stuffing the pouch containing 100 gold coins into his hand. "This money is to improve the lives of the villagers. Don't refuse. Buying grain costs money, and so do repairing bridges, fixing roads, and opening schools." He paused and added, "I know your own funds are tight as well." Reinhold squeezed the heavy pouch, his eyes full of gratitude. "Lord Leo, your great kindness is truly something we can never repay." Leo nodded slightly and said no more. This country will soon undergo a major reshuffling. He knew in his heart that for these simple villagers, actions spoke louder than words. If the people he saved ended up starving to death due to a lack of grain, then it would truly be a waste of effort. Then, he activated the teleportation shield. A pale blue light enveloped him and Raphtalia, and in the next second, they vanished from the spot, teleporting toward the royal capital. #39 Chapter 39 Don't Treat Me Like a Child. Chapter 39 Don't Treat Me Like a Child. Returning to the royal capital, Leo opened his status bar and took a quick glance. His gaze fell on Raphtalia's level 40, exactly the point where one could undergo a class up. But he knew the situation all too well. If he took her directly to the church, those followers whose heads were filled with the prejudices of the Church of the Three Heroes would definitely refuse to process the paperwork once they saw Raphtalia's demi-human ears. Leo pondered for a moment and decided to go directly to the king. Although the man was only an acting ruler, the palace seal carried some weight, which was better than running into a wall at the church. Upon arriving at the palace and being announced, he met with the king. When the king saw Leo, a flicker of surprise clearly flashed in his eyes, as if he hadn't expected Leo to seek him out voluntarily. Leo didn't bother beating around the bush and stated his purpose directly. "I need you, in your capacity as king, to handle the class-up procedures for my companion." The king leaned back on his throne, his gaze sizing Leo up for a few moments before asking with a hint of curiosity, "You truly surprise me. It hasn't been that long, yet your level has risen so quickly. Right now, the highest among the other three heroes is only in the 20s. Tell me, what's the secret?" Leo simply gave a faint smile and didn't respond. "Trying to get something for nothing? In your dreams?" He grumbled silently in his heart. Seeing that Leo was unwilling to say more, the king didn't press further. After a moment of silence, he ordered an attendant to bring paper and pen, wrote a letter of introduction, stamped it with the palace seal, and handed it over. "Take it, it should be effective." "Should?" Leo took the letter and raised an eyebrow. "I am the king, after all. The church has to show me some respect." The king spread his hands, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness. "And if it isn't effective?" Leo followed up, his expression showing no fluctuation. The king looked at him quietly. "To you, whether the church agrees or not doesn't really make much of a difference, does it?" After all, Leo's forceful style was already famous throughout the kingdom. If he were truly rejected, there was no telling what kind of trouble he might cause. "That's true enough." Leo gave a non-committal response, turned, and left the palace with Raphtalia. Leaving the palace, Leo handed the letter of introduction to Raphtalia. "Take this and go inside to find a member of the clergy to handle it yourself. They will likely only look at the document and won't ask many questions. Just act like a normal demi-human adventurer, it'll save a lot of trouble." In front of the cathedral, sunlight filtered through the stained glass onto the stone path, casting a patch of colorful light. Believers came and went in small groups, talking in low voices. Raphtalia took a deep breath, her hands tightly clutching the letter of introduction, her fingertips turning slightly white. Her eyes held both nervousness and anticipation, and the tips of her ears twitched slightly, clearly paying attention to her surroundings. Leo reached out and patted her shoulder. "Don't worry. With the king's letter, they won't dare to make things difficult for you." Pausing, he added another sentence. "But if you hear someone insulting you, don't be in a hurry to talk back." Raphtalia blinked, stunned. "Then, wait until the class up is finished, then just hit them back." "Yes." Raphtalia nodded vigorously. Tightening her grip on the letter, she turned and walked steadily into the cathedral's main doors. Leo found a stone step outside the cathedral and sat down, seemingly watching the passers-by calmly, but his fingers were unconsciously tapping on his knee. He was actually a bit nervous. The Church of the Three Heroes' prejudice against demi-humans was deep-seated. Although the king's document would pressure them, there was no guarantee someone wouldn't try to sabotage things in secret. Time passed bit by bit. Perhaps he had been too mentally exhausted earlier, or perhaps the sunlight was too warm. Leaning against the stone wall, he unexpectedly fell asleep, his breathing becoming steady and long. Fortunately, it wasn't long before the cathedral door opened with a creak. Raphtalia's figure appeared at the entrance. She spotted the sleeping Leo immediately and walked over quietly. Just as she was about to wake him, she couldn't help but smile. It was the first time she had seen Master Leo sleeping so soundly outside. "Master Leo," she called out softly, her voice carrying excitement she couldn't hide. "My class up was a success." Leo was woken up and rubbed his eyes. Seeing her joyful appearance, his tense nerves finally relaxed, and a faint smile touched the corners of his mouth. "As long as it went smoothly. By the way, did you see the Pope?" "I didn't." Raphtalia shook her head, gesturing with a small fist. "I heard from the clergy nearby that he seems to be out." The clergy looked at the letter of introduction and processed the paperwork without saying anything. It was very smooth. If the Pope knew that a demi-human had been given a class up right under his nose, he'd probably cough up blood from anger. Leo chuckled inwardly, though he didn't show it on his face. He stood up and brushed the dust off his clothes. "Let's go. Since that's settled, it's time to do something more important." "What is it?" Raphtalia asked curiously. "Eat." Leo looked at the sky. The sun was almost overhead. "It's already noon. Aren't you hungry?" He paused and added, "We didn't eat anything this morning." "I feel fine." Asterisk grumbled asterisk. Just as Raphtalia finished speaking, her stomach let out a very uncooperative growl. The sound wasn't small, and it was exceptionally clear in the quiet corner of the street. Her face instantly turned red, and she lowered her head in embarrassment, her fingers twisting the hem of her clothes. Seeing her like this, Leo's smile deepened. "Let's go find a restaurant. I know a place nearby that makes good food." Raphtalia nodded quickly and hurried to keep up with Leo's pace, the tips of her ears still bright red. The two of them walked side by side into a well-known restaurant in the capital. As soon as they pushed open the carved wooden door, they were greeted by the lively atmosphere of a bustling eatery. Long tables and short benches were scattered throughout the shop, with diners gathered together eating heartily and talking loudly. The overlapping sounds of conversation, the crisp clinking of cutlery, and the shouts from the kitchen blended into a vibrant urban symphony of daily life. The savory aroma of meat sizzling on the grill, the wheaty scent of freshly baked bread, and the rich fragrance of stewing soup rushed into their nostrils, constantly whetting their appetites. Leo and Raphtalia took a seat by the window. Warm sunlight slanted through the wooden window frames onto the table, gilding the mottled wood grain with a golden edge, making even the air feel warm and cozy. Leo took the leather menu handed over by the staff, his eyes quickly scanning the dishes. First, he ordered a signature adult lunch. Medium-rare grilled steak with special black pepper sauce, chewy pasta coated in rich meat sauce, and a side of vegetable salad. Perhaps out of long-standing habit. His finger moved, subconsciously flipping to the children's meal page. He ordered one for Raphtalia, cute bear-shaped rice balls, a brightly colored fruit platter, and a steaming cup of sweet hot milk. Wait, Master Leo, don't you think something is very strange? Raphtalia pouted, the raccoon ears on her head twitching slightly, her eyes filled with a bit of defiance. Leo raised an eyebrow slightly and scanned the empty dining table. No, little flag. No. Raphtalia stomped her foot in frustration, a faint blush rising on her cheeks. I'm not a child anymore. Perhaps because her emotions were too intense, she slammed her hand down hard on the table with a thud. But your actual age is only in the teens, isn't it? Leo looked up at her calmly. Then how old is Master Leo? Raphtalia immediately countered, as if she had caught him in a trap. 19. Then isn't that also in the teens? Raphtalia lifted her chin, her eyes filled with a bit of smugness. It's different, okay? Leo gave her a helpless look. How is it different? Master Leo, I'm already 14, okay? Raphtalia stiffened her neck, refusing to back down in the slightest. Coincidentally, she had just completed her class up, and her strength was much greater than before. With this slam, the tableware on the table rattled violently. The metal knives and forks collided with each other, making a sharp and piercing clatter. The surrounding diners all turned their heads, casting various looks, some surprised, some curious, and some frowning with faint dissatisfaction. Only then did Raphtalia realize she had lost her composure. The tips of her ears instantly turned deep red. She awkwardly nodded and apologized to those around her, then quickly shrank her neck and sat back in her chair, even secretly sticking out her tongue in a somewhat comical manner. Leo looked at her like this, a faint smile touching his lips. Then why were you still drawing on my face this morning? That was. Raphtalia's face flushed crimson, and she stammered, unable to speak. In her panic, she suddenly turned and shouted to a nearby waiter. Give me an adult lunch too. The same as Master Leo's. She tried hard to make her voice sound steady, but the slight tremor at the end still betrayed her embarrassment. Oh, okay. The waiter looked at the red-faced Raphtalia, then at the calm Leo, his face full of confusion. He hurried away to place the order, as if wanting to quickly escape this slightly awkward yet amusing atmosphere. Seeing that Raphtalia was still uneasy about what had just happened, occasionally twirling the hem of her clothes with her fingers, Leo suddenly took out a crystal ball from his storage shield. The sphere was crystal clear, shimmering with fine light under the sun. Inside, an image was clearly sealed. It was the young Raphtalia after she had wet the bed, frantically trying to tidy up the bedding, with her expression of being on the verge of tears clearly visible. Raphtalia. Leo shook the crystal ball in his hand, his tone flat. If you act up again in the future, I'll show this to Rafana and the others. No, Master Leo. Raphtalia immediately panicked and lunged from her chair, reaching out to grab it. I won't do it again, okay? Please put it away quickly. Leo was prepared. With a slight flick of his wrist, he put the crystal ball back, hiding it inside the shield again. Raphtalia grabbed only air and began pacing anxiously by the table, her hands waving wildly in the air as she kept begging for mercy. Master Leo, I'm begging you, please don't show them. That would be too embarrassing. Her face was flushed, and her eyes were a bit red. She looked both frantic and hilarious. Watching Raphtalia's reaction, a wave of warmth welled up in Leo's heart. The noise inside the restaurant seemed to gradually fade away at this moment. No threat of monster invasions, no turmoil of plots and schemes, there was only this pure joy and tranquility before him. Chapter 40, Waves of Catastrophe. The Demon Attacks, Leo's POV, Part 1. Early the next morning. Sunlight leaked through the cracks in the window, casting several long, thin spots of light onto the floor. I slowly opened my eyes, my mind still revolving around something I hadn't finished pondering last night. I needed to give that undead unit a name that was both resounding and fitting. Undead Army. These 4 words suddenly crystallized in my mind. It suited their identity and carried an indescribable sense of intimidation. This was it. I glanced at the time on my wrist. There was only 1 hour left before the waves of catastrophe struck. I knew in my heart that this was a good opportunity to establish my authority. I had to let the world take a good look at me and understand exactly what I came to this world to do. I turned and walked to Raphtalia's bedside, leaning over to gently nudge her shoulder. Raphtalia, wake up. Master Leo, why are you up so early today? She mumbled groggily, rolling over and pulling the blanket over her head. Her fluffy tail brushed lightly under the covers. She clearly wanted to stay in bed. Get up, quickly. I reached out and lifted a corner of the blanket. Seeing that she still wasn't moving, I simply reached out and pinched the tip of her raccoon ear, giving it a gentle tug. Oh, don't pull my ears. Raphtalia instantly woke up most of the way, hurriedly swatting my hand away. Her eyelashes fluttered, and as she groggily opened her eyes and saw my tense expression, her sleepiness vanished instantly. She sat up with a whoosh, her speaking speed picking up. Master Leo, are we heading out? Yeah. I nodded. Move fast, don't dawdle. Okay. She scrambled to put on her clothes, not even bothering to comb her messy hair with its few stray tufts sticking up. She didn't hesitate for a second. While she was getting ready, I focused my mind to send instructions to the undead army. 50 of you, go and secure the perimeter around the church first. I commanded silently in my mind. Keep your movements stealthy and seal off the surrounding area tightly. Don't let anyone disrupt the plan. Oh, and don't hide too well. Make sure to show your faces in front of people on purpose. In my mind, I could almost see those figures scattering like phantoms. With perfectly synchronized steps and no wasted movement, they headed toward the church. The remaining 50, follow us. Just as the command was given, very faint footsteps could be heard from outside the window. They were steady and powerful, mixed with the metallic clink of armor. Clearly, they had arrived. By this time, Raphtalia had finished getting ready and quickly moved to my side. She didn't ask much, but her eyes were full of resolve and that unwavering trust. She was still clutching a comb in her hand. She quickly gathered her hair into a bunch, not caring that the ends were crooked. Master Leo, are we going to the church now? She asked softly, still holding onto that comb. Yes. I stepped toward the door. To strike the mountain and rattle the tiger. Master Leo, what does striking the mountain to rattle the tiger mean? Raphtalia followed quickly, tilting her head with a look of confusion. It means going to make a demonstration of power. I gave a brief explanation. Explaining such metaphorical idioms to her was indeed a bit of a chore. Oh. She responded with a long O, nodding as if she suddenly understood, and followed me with light steps. As soon as I pushed open the door, I saw 50 undead soldiers already lined up and waiting. An icy aura emanated from them, and their armor gleamed with a dull metallic luster in the morning light. The swords and shields in their hands flashed with a daunting cold light, and every movement carried an unquestionable sense of pressure, as if even the surrounding air had chilled by several degrees. I scanned the ranks. Seeing them standing perfectly still and in order, I tilted my head toward Raphtalia. Let's go. Okay. She responded, sticking close to my side, her small hand unconsciously tightening around the sword at her waist. When her gaze swept over the undead soldiers, she had a moment of unease. They were undead, after all, and their aura was inevitably cold, but she quickly composed herself, holding her head high as she followed my lead. The morning mist had not yet dispersed, leaving the streets a vast expanse of white. Even the distant rooftops were reduced to blurry outlines. Our shadows flickered in the mist, but our footsteps remained steady. In a nearby alley, a street vendor was holding up a wooden pole. He poked his head out to peer in our direction, muttering under his breath. Is that the shield of the world attacking? The stand in his hand was propped up crookedly. He tried several times but couldn't get it right, his mind clearly elsewhere. There were few pedestrians on the road, and those who encountered our group all reacted similarly. An older woman carrying a vegetable basket dropped it with a clatter, tomatoes rolling everywhere. She didn't even look back as she ducked into an alley, running faster than anyone. There was also a burly man in short clothes cowering in a corner, his back pressed tight against the wall, not daring to breathe. Yet his eyes were fixed squarely on us, especially the undead soldiers behind us. Wearing dark, heavy armor, their synchronized footsteps, thud, 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 sounded exceptionally clear in the mist. Anyone who saw them would feel a chill. Master Leo, they seem very afraid. Raphtalia leaned closer to me, her tail stiff, her voice kept very low. Fear is only natural. I looked straight ahead without stopping, my tone flat. Sometimes, being feared is safer than being loved. Among those peeking glances, there was indeed a mix of doubt and curiosity, likely wondering what we were up to. But the most prominent was genuine fear, radiating a chill like blocks of ice. That's right, this is exactly what I wanted. The shield hero is no pushover. The power in my hands is enough to overturn everything, and this is something everyone must see clearly. Raphtalia didn't say another word, but her grip on the sword hilt tightened further, her footsteps following even more closely, almost pressing against my side. The raccoon ears atop her head twitched, likely monitoring the surroundings, but her gaze remained fixed forward without the slightest hint of retreat. No need to be so nervous. I glanced sideways at her. They won't dare to do anything. Okay. She gave a soft reply, but her tail still didn't relax. As we walked further, the church's spire became increasingly clear through the mist. My heart was indeed beating a bit faster, not from panic, but from the feeling that the time was near. Every step from here on had to be steady, there was no room for error. Dong, dong, dong. The church bell suddenly rang out, sending ripples of echoes through the empty street. We're almost there, I said to Raphtalia, glancing sideways. No matter what happens later, just follow me. Yes. She nodded vigorously, her previous hesitation long gone. The group continued forward, the mist gradually dispersing as we trod through it. 41 Chapter 40 The Tide. The Demons Attack, Leo's Perspective, Part 2. Chapter 40, Waves of Catastrophe, The Devil Attacks, Leo's Perspective, Part 2. Fate is a thing that loves to play senseless jokes. Turning into an alleyway, two figures bumped right into my sight, Motoyasu Kitamura and mine. I didn't see Leno's shadow. According to the original plot, there should have been a female swordswoman framed by mine following the spear hero. It seems my appearance messed things up. They didn't join Motoyasu's team. That's fine, at least there will be a few less unlucky souls. The moment I saw them, Vittoria's instructions rang exceptionally clear in my head. Fine, I'll put past grudges aside for now and try to have a proper talk. I took a deep breath, suppressed the surging emotions in my heart, squeezed a friendly smile onto my face, and walked toward them. Motoyasu, mine, what a coincidence to run into you here. I kept my tone as relaxed and natural as possible. But mine turned around swish like a lit powder keg. The malice in her eyes almost overflowed, as if she wanted to pounce and swallow me alive. The shield, Vampage, it really is a small world. I can run into a monster like you anywhere. She crossed her arms, her chin held high. You think putting on this kind face will change my opinion of you? In your dreams. We haven't settled the score for you freezing me last time, you disgusting rapist. Her voice was shrill and sharp, attracting all the surrounding passers-by to look over, whispering and pointing. Even a peddler passing by with a shoulder pole stopped in his tracks. Motoyasu Kitamura, on the other hand, looked like he had a guilty conscience, his eyes darting around in a panic, not daring to meet my gaze at all. Probably because I had left a psychological shadow on him before, his feet shifted back and forth on the ground, and he kept shrinking behind mine, looking exactly like a child afraid of punishment for doing something wrong. He gave a couple of dry laughs, pretending not to hear my words, his eyes drifting about, glancing at the weeds in the corner one moment and staring at the clouds in the sky the next. Seeing the two of them like this, my temples throbbed, and a surge of anger flared up. Suppressing my rage, when I spoke again, my voice was as steady as possible. Mine, Motoyasu, there may be many misunderstandings between us. But now the world is facing a disaster, we should set aside our differences and fight the external enemy together. After all, I didn't want to be led astray by emotions. But mine didn't appreciate it at all. She sneered, took a step forward, and pointed at my nose, cursing. Fight together? Stop being so hypocritical. Who knows what kind of scheme you're cooking up again? You've been a liar and a despicable person from the start. Only a fool would believe what you say. Every word was like a small bomb, crackling in the air. The atmosphere around us instantly tightened, even the passing pedestrians stopped, watching from a distance, and no one dared to make a sound. Motoyasu Kitamura still didn't say a word, though a hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes. His lips moved as if he wanted to say something. But from beginning to end, he didn't have the courage to stand up and say a single word, he just buried his head even lower. Looking at them, disappointment welled up in my heart like a tide. It seemed that reconciliation was much harder than I thought. Endure it, I still need them for now. I muttered to myself, my fingertips unconsciously tightening. Mine glanced at Raphtalia standing beside me, her lips curling into a mocking arc, and added, "Only a lowly demi-human would hang around with you." The moment those last words landed, the temperature in my eyes turned completely cold. I gave a look to the two undead soldiers beside me and lowered my voice. "Knock them out. Let them cool down when they wake up." "What are you going?" Just as Motoyasu Kitamura's words left his mouth, the two soldiers had already lunged forward like phantoms. Before Motoyasu and mine could react, they took a clean, heavy blow to the back of their necks. Their bodies went limp, falling with a thud, splashing a few fallen leaves on the ground. A dragon has a reverse scale, touch it and you die. I looked at the two on the ground, feeling an indescribable sensation in my heart. "They'll probably wake up in 10 minutes. I said to Raphtalia, my tone calming down a bit. "I hope by then they'll understand that we don't have time for internal strife." Raphtalia nodded gently, her eyes also carrying a bit of worry, her tail drooping slightly. "Yes, Master Leo is right." We didn't stay any longer, turning to continue toward the church. The morning light filtered through the thin mist, stretching our shadows long. Behind us was the gradually quieting alley, ahead was the approaching church spire, the Church of the Three Heroes cross on the tip glinting faintly in the light. The church doors were right in front of us, and 50 soldiers of the undead army were stationed on the roof and at the corners like shadows. I had already set up control here. Their steel armor glinted with a cold, eerie light in the morning sun, looking like an airtight wall of iron. The doors were shut tight, the copper rings on the panels hanging heavily, conveying a sense of resistance. But this wouldn't stop me. I took a deep breath, my footsteps not hesitating in the slightest as I walked straight toward the main doors. What must come will come, there's nothing to fear. Bang! An undead army soldier behind me stepped forward and kicked the door open decisively. The door hinges let out a piercing creak. The door panels slammed heavily against the wall, kicking up a cloud of choking dust. The believers inside instantly erupted into chaos. One by one, their eyes widened, and the looks they directed at me were full of hostility, like a group of reactionaries clinging to old rules and refusing to let go. "That damned shield hero." A believer in the front row wearing a pointed hat spoke first, his voice shrill. "You blasphemous monster, how dare you barge in?" Someone nearby immediately chimed in. "Exactly. Get out of here." I didn't waste words, I just gave a look to the soldiers. Perfect, I needed a stage for a speech. In just a few moments, the believers were all knocked unconscious. Their bodies were piled into a not-so-short hill. I leaped up and stood steadily on the summit. Looking down from above at the crowd gradually gathering below, early morning vendors, passing pedestrians, and some peeking residents, their eyes filled with both curiosity and tension. It was time to say something. I gathered my breath and spoke with a loud voice. "Everyone, racial discrimination has never been the truth, it is merely a tool for the powerful to profit. Today it's demi-humans, tomorrow it could be the disabled, the poor, and in the end, won't it be the grassroots workers who suffer? Demi-humans are also our compatriots. A race that only knows internal strife has no future." I paused and pointed my hand at the undead army behind me. My undead army is here to end all of this. Those who are willing to wake up, follow me. As I spoke, I suddenly felt a warm current surge through my throat. It was the effect of the shield of wrath being added. So this shield could even make words more infectious. Although I only discovered it at the end, I wasn't surprised. Those words were like hooks, digging into people's hearts one by one. Sure enough, the crowd began to stir. It started with small discussions here and there. "What he says seems to make some sense. Demi-humans really haven't done anything wrong to us." Then the voices grew louder, everyone chiming in, and the scene turned into a chaotic mess. Good, the goal of striking the mountain to shake the tiger had been achieved. I gave a look to Raphtalia, and she immediately understood, shifting half a step to the side. I took advantage of the chaos to jump down from the human pile, grabbed her wrist, and quietly slipped out of the crowd. The undead soldiers followed silently behind, blocking the gazes that tried to follow. 0:05. 5 minutes until the waves of catastrophe begins. We hid in a deserted corner of the street, where the base of the wall still held a bit of early morning dampness. Faint magical fluctuations had already begun to permeate the air. Like a dense electric current, it brushed against the skin with a slight tingling sensation. Master Leo, may I say something? Raphtalia suddenly spoke, her voice a bit small. Her ears drooped slightly, and her tail wagged gently behind her. What is it? I turned to look at her. My fingertips unconsciously rubbed the pattern on the edge of the shield, a habit of mine when thinking. This is my first time fighting the waves of catastrophe with you. She gripped the hilt of her sword, her voice carrying an undetectable tremor. The last waves of catastrophe, you should know, the village where I lived, it's gone. So it's about that. The villagers who were taken away have mostly been found. I tried to keep my tone flat, not wanting her to be too nervous. The follow-up resettlement has also been arranged, so don't worry too much. Yes, I am especially grateful for everything Master Leo has done for me. She paused, looked up at me, her eyes filled with some unease. But I want to know, why? Why what? Why are you willing to go this far for me? Raphtalia's voice grew even lower, almost burying itself in her chest. Even though I want to become your sword, I feel like I'll never catch up to you in my life, let alone protect you. I can't do anything for Master Leo. She lowered her head, her ears pressed tightly against her head as if she had done something wrong. I don't know how to repay this kindness, Raphtalia. I interrupted her. I had actually said this before. Everything I do for you is of my own volition, because you are very much like the old me. Besides, I'm not some good person, I'm just a sophisticated egoist. Helping you is just for self-satisfaction. I looked at her, my tone devoid of any ups and downs. So you don't need to feel burdened. Yeah, things like benevolence and morality haven't been associated with me for a long time. Yes. Raphtalia pursed her lips moving. She wanted to say something but swallowed it back, only nodding gently. The light of teleportation began to glow beneath our feet, a pale blue halo spreading out in circles, growing brighter and brighter. No time to think about this. The waves of catastrophe is the real tough battle. I gripped my shield and pulled her arm. Ready? Yes. She looked up, the unease in her eyes dissipating quite a bit, replaced by a bit more determination. Midnight. Voom. A loud noise that seemed capable of tearing the whole world apart exploded. Sharp and piercing, like a giant piece of glass being forcibly shattered. It made my eardrums throb with pain, and even the ground beneath my feet trembled. In the next instant, the surrounding scenery changed like a painting splashed with ink, the familiar streets disappeared, replaced by desolate land and a pervasive stench of blood. This meant we had been teleported to the battlefield of the waves of catastrophe. A huge rift cracked open in the sky, pitch black and bottomless. The entire sky was covered in an eerie wine-red color, pressing heavily overhead. Even the wind carried an oppressive atmosphere that made it hard to breathe. From the rift, dense swarms of interdimensional bees and various unknown insect-type monsters swarmed out. The buzzing of wings and the rustling of limbs rubbing together mingled, like a surging black tide, pouncing toward us from all directions. Master Leo, that direction is Laurelona village. Raphtalia suddenly cried out, her finger pointing to the front left. I looked in the direction she pointed. I saw that the wooden fence at the village entrance was already crooked, and several monsters were scratching and clawing around it. I also glanced at the 3 heroes not far away. They were rushing toward the main battlefield, their steps swift, turning a blind eye to everything around them. Most likely, their hearts were set only on showing off and snatching the glory on the main battlefield. Laurelona village? I said in a low voice. Go support them first. Yes. Raphtalia immediately responded, gripping the short sword at her waist. That village is vital to me. It's an important stronghold for many of my future plans. If it were destroyed in the waves of catastrophe just like that, many things later wouldn't be able to unfold. And, to be honest, this might also be a good opportunity for me to farm resentment. I immediately gave the order for the entire legion of 100 people to move out. The undead soldiers moved in perfect unison, closely following Raphtalia and me as we rushed toward Laurelona village. The clanking of armor rubbing together was exceptionally clear in the open field. I did this, on one hand, to perform well in front of the villagers and gain a wave of goodwill so they would trust me from the bottom of their hearts. On the other hand, I had a little calculation in my mind: the more small mobs die in the waves of catastrophe, the stronger the final boss will be. Just enough to make those 3 heroes make a complete fool of themselves in this battle and have their reputations plummet. Let them know that this world isn't as simple as they think, just talking big won't help. Chapter 40, Waves of Catastrophe. Attack of the Demons, Leo's Perspective, Part 3. As we neared the village, I shot a glance at an undead soldier holding a longbow in the back row of the group. The soldier understood immediately, quietly pulling a crystal ball from his robes and infusing it with mana. The lens steadily focused on the backs of Raphtalia and me. All of this had to be recorded so everyone could see our sacrifices and hard work. While it felt a bit like a political performance, there was no choice. I would eventually have to deal with those in power, and these were necessary preparations. As we charged into the village, a thick scent of blood hit us full force. Entering the village, I saw a dizzying variety of monsters inside. There were zombie soldiers bearing fangs and brandishing claws, staggering forward with rusted swords. Giant bees buzzed around erratically, their stingers glinting with a cold light. And then there was a massive, muscle-bound zombie giant boss whose every step made the ground tremble, looking like a real handful. They surged forward in dense crowds, blocking the road at the village entrance. At first glance, it really seemed like one might be caught off guard, as if. I sneered inwardly, glancing at the information popping up on my system panel. Most of these monsters were only around level 20, not even qualifying as elite mobs. They wouldn't drop any malice at all, making my initial excitement a waste. Still, the show had to go on. I pretended to give it my all, charging ahead with my shield raised. I intentionally slowed my movements, occasionally parrying a zombie soldier's sword with my shield or sidestepping a bee's stinger to engage in an intense battle with the monsters. I even forced a look of strain onto my face, making it look as though I were truly risking my life to defend the village. The villagers were hiding in their houses, watching the scene through cracks in the doors and windows. Many had red eyes, calling out words of gratitude through the doors. "Lord Shield Hero, thank you so much." The voice of the old lady shopkeeper, thick with tears, drifted out from a small hut. "It's fine, just get out of here. Let me defend the village with you." A man who looked to be in his early 20s, dressed in leather armor with a long sword on his back, rushed out looking like an adventurer, gripping his sword hilt tightly. Looking at his panel, his level was only in the teens. "No, it's dangerous, boring, here, don't throw your life away, meddle in my business, for nothing." I shook my head, my tone serious. "Don't come making a mess with third-rate combat power." But he still wanted to argue, a hint of defiance on his face. I didn't give him the chance, shooting a look directly at Raphtalia. "Take them to safety." Protecting the villagers' safety was the primary mission, though it was mostly to ensure the plan proceeded smoothly. I couldn't have these people, who might be useful later, dying now. "Everyone, follow me. There's a safe cellar this way." Raphtalia caught on immediately, shouting loudly as she turned and ran toward the back of the village. She didn't forget to look back and wave at the adventurer. "Hurry up and follow. Staying here will only cause trouble for Lord Leo." The adventurer dithered for a moment, looking at my struggling fight. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and followed the villagers toward the cellar. Finally gone. I breathed a sigh of relief as I watched their backs disappear around the corner of an alley. Once the last villager's figure vanished into the cellar entrance and Raphtalia returned to my side, I jerked my chin at the soldier holding the crystal ball, signaling him to stop recording. The soldier immediately extinguished the light of the crystal ball and put it away. Finally, I didn't have to pretend anymore. I turned abruptly and gave a low-voiced order to the soldiers lined up neatly behind me. Fire! The moment the words left my mouth, those undead soldiers, who had long since narked their arrows and were radiating an aura of deathly silence, released their bowstrings in unison. In the next second, 10,000 arrows took flight. A dense rain of arrows, accompanied by the sharp, piercing sound of whistling air, poured down ruthlessly upon the horde of monsters charging frantically ahead. The monsters, still bearing claws and roaring as they rushed forward, didn't even have a chance to react before their bodies were instantly pierced by the sharp arrows. Zombie soldiers had their skulls shot through, the thin wings of giant poison bees were riddled with holes and hung uselessly. Even the massive, thick-skinned zombie giant boss had its thick legs instantly filled with arrows, looking exactly like a giant pincushion. They collapsed one after another with thunderous thuds, their heavy corpses piling up like dumplings falling into a pot from the air and ground, layer upon layer. In moments, they formed a thick carpet, and black-red, foul-smelling blood flowed freely through the cracks in the ground, staining the entire area red. At the same time, the crisp sound of system notifications exploded in my ears one after another. Gained XXX experience points message boxes flooded the screen, nearly occupying my entire field of vision. In just a few breaths' time, my level skyrocketed, jumping straight to level 60, while Raftalia beside me also broke through, steadily reaching level 45. The abundant sense of power from the level up surged through my entire body instantly. Even the shield I always carried on my back felt inexplicably lighter. I casually flexed my wrists, feeling the explosive power within me. Looking at the battlefield that had been mostly cleared, a faint, cold curve unconsciously formed at the corner of my mouth. Lord Leo, what should we do next? Raftalia had originally gripped her sword wanting to help, but upon realizing that rushing out would only be counterproductive or even get in my way, she obediently sheathed her sword and stood by my side, asking in a low voice. Next. I chuckled, looking into the distance. Naturally, we're going to see the show put on by those three so-called heroes. Mid-sentence, I seemed to remember something and paused, but before that, *snap. Hey. I reached out and gently pulled Raftalia's slender waist toward me. Lord Leo? The girl froze instantly, her cheeks turning crimson at a visible rate. In her shocked and shy gaze, she became completely flustered, clearly unaccustomed to such close contact. Ice Age. Pale blue icy energy spread from my palm, and a thick, crystalline ice wall formed instantly, perfectly shielding us from above and isolating us from the heat and danger outside. Looking up, the originally crimson and oppressive sky was refracted through the icy blue layer. The two colors overlapped strangely, creating an unexpectedly gentle and romantic atmosphere. Enjoy the view, Raftalia. This rare man-made rain of fire. I looked down at the girl beside me. Hey! Before Raftalia could react, a sudden thunderous crashing sound came from the horizon, and a fierce, scorching rain of fire descended from the sky without warning. Crimson flames, carrying a rolling heatwave, slammed into the ground. The simple wooden houses at the village entrance were instantly swallowed by fire, the dry wood crackling as it burned, sparks flying everywhere. Wow! It's beautiful. Raftalia stared with wide eyes, looking at the rain of fire and the light with a face full of novelty, as if what she was seeing wasn't a destructive attack, but a brilliant display of fireworks. Before long, the entire village entrance was ablaze, with billowing black smoke rising into the sky, obscuring half of it. Amidst the thick smoke, a group of well-equipped men and horses slowly walked out from the end of the fire rain. Their jet-black armor glinted with a cold, dark red luster in the flickering firelight, and their heavy footsteps thudded against the ground, each step carrying an undeniable sense of pressure. I narrowed my eyes slightly, observing for a moment it was the Kingdom Night Order. I understood instantly. This sudden rain of fire was almost certainly the work of these guys. Keep recording. I tilted my head toward the undead soldier holding the recording crystal ball, my voice extremely low and carrying a hint of coldness. Everything had to be recorded in its entirety so the people of the entire kingdom could see clearly how perfectly intact houses were burned down by the Kingdom Night Order's own hands. That layer of bright, hypocritical skin they wore had to be ruthlessly stripped away today. The knights soon arrived before us. The commander leading them pulled sharply on his reins, glancing down at me from atop his tall horse with an undisguised sneer of mockery. "TSK, you didn't die. As expected of the resilient shield hero. Asterisk clang, asterisk." Raphtalia immediately picked up on the malice in his tone. Without a word, she drew her sword and rushed out, blocking my front and facing the knights in a cold standoff. The mustachioed knight commander was startled by her sudden momentum, instinctively shrinking his neck and hiding behind a scar-faced man beside him. "You knew Lord Leo was here, yet you dared to recklessly release fire rain magic. I will decide whether or not to kill you based on your answer," Raphtalia shouted in anger. "What's this? A mere demi-human dares to lecture the Kingdom Knight Order?" The knight commander poked his head out from behind his guard, snorting with disdain. "You ignore even the lives of ordinary citizens. How do you deserve to be called a knight order?" Raphtalia refused to back down an inch. "Ha ha ha, so what?" The knight commander laughed loudly as if he'd heard a joke, his gaze becoming even more contemptuous. "What, now even slaves dare to talk back to humans? Men, take her down." He barked the order, but the surrounding knight soldiers looked at one another, and not a single one dared to step forward. "What are you doing? Why are you all just standing there? Attack!" Seeing this, the knight commander's face turned ugly, and he scolded them in a fit of rage. Hey, she's no slave." I slowly walked out from the burning sea of fire. "She's mine." "Hey." Raphtalia whipped her head around. Hearing those words, her cheeks turned so red they looked ready to drip blood, and even her hand holding the sword trembled slightly. "Ah. Well, to be precise, she's my subordinate." I added a correction just in time, seeing her embarrassed state. My soles stepped over wooden planks heated by the flames, making a light sizzling sound. Along with the dancing sparks, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. "Speaking of which, the Kingdom Knight Order? You've certainly come at the right time." I looked up directly at the knight commander on his horse. For a few scattered monsters around here, was it necessary to use such large-scale offensive magic? Or did you intend to take the opportunity to get rid of me from the very start? As I questioned him sharply, my gaze also grew colder. This commander, according to the original story, was one of mine's lapdogs, blindly following her orders and willing to do any filthy, underhanded thing to achieve his goals. How could that be? The commander slowly stroked his little mustache, a hypocritical smile plastered on his face, but there was no warmth in the corners of his eyes, only gloom. "We came specifically to eliminate monsters. Besides, isn't the Lord Shield hero perfectly fine, without a scratch?" "Is that so?" I sneered. "It only means your attack power is too weak to hurt me." I pressed forward a step, looking him straight in the eye. In the depths of your eyes, I see the word disappointment. Being stared at like that, the commander's face froze instantly. But he probably remembered his status, as he soon puffed out his chest and struck an arrogant pose. "Even if you are a hero, you can't just slander people." He raised his voice as if to bolster his own courage. "What? Do you actually want to attack me? Let me tell you, I am the Royal Knight Commander, representing this country. Opposing us is the same as being an enemy of the entire nation. Even if you are a hero, you must be subject to the kingdom's laws." To be honest, his arrogant look combined with those two greasy little mustaches was extremely punchable and irritating. "Did it never occur to you that you might accidentally hurt civilians?" I added one last question, my voice not loud but clear enough. The commander scoffed, his tone even more arrogant. "Civilians? What does that have to do with me? I am only responsible for eliminating monsters. My loyalty is always to the nobility." "Well said." I laughed inwardly. With an enemy this stupid, it saves a lot of trouble. That was about enough. I shot a look at the soldier, telling him to stop the recording. The corners of my mouth curled up in a meaningful smile. Of course, as a hero, I certainly won't make a move against the Kingdom Knight Order without reason. Hearing this, a smug expression immediately appeared on the commander's face, likely thinking I was afraid of him. "Good to know." He waved his hand. Hurry up and get out of the way. Even if you, the hero, do nothing, we still have to go eliminate the monsters. But what if you aren't the Royal Knight Commander? I didn't get angry. Instead, the smile on my face became even more radiant. To be precise, it was a sinister grin. The calculation hidden in that smile was impossible to read. The performance was over. There was no need to keep pretending. What do you mean? The commander's brow furrowed, a flash of panic in his eyes as he likely sensed something was wrong. Unable to guess what I was going to do, his hand unconsciously moved to his sword hilt. I am now certain that you are a spy sent by the waves of catastrophe, intending to control the Kingdom Knight order to attack the hero and bring ruin to this country. I suddenly shouted at the top of my lungs, my voice echoing across the open battlefield, drowning out even the crackling of the fire. Nonsense. The commander hurriedly tried to defend himself. But before he could finish, I waved my hand abruptly, signaling the undead soldier behind me. A cold flash of light streaked past as the soldier's long sword thrust out with a whistle. It was so fast it was impossible to react to, closing in on his head. Asterisk thwack, asterisk. With a crisp sound, the sword fell. The commander's head rolled onto the ground, eyes still wide with shock. Blood sprayed out with a phut, splashing everywhere and staining the scorched earth beneath our feet. The metallic scent of blood spread through the air. The surrounding night soldiers were all stunned, staring at the corpse on the ground like wooden statues. They were so bewildered by this sudden turn of events that they couldn't react for a long time. The commander was just killed. He killed the commander in one blow? The soldiers whispered among themselves, their voices full of shock. The group fell into chaos. Some reached for their blades in a panic, only to be held back by those next to them. It wasn't until my voice rang out again that they snapped back to their senses. The spy from the waves of catastrophe has been eliminated. The matter here is settled. Now I order you to immediately head to the other villages and assist the residents in fighting the monsters. At that moment, a knight with a scar on his face stepped forward and knelt on one knee before me, his voice booming. I am the Vice Commander of the Knight Order, and I am willing to follow your orders. There was a hint of respect in his eyes. It seemed he was someone who knew how to read the situation. I remembered him. He was someone who had climbed up through sheer merit and hadn't lost his basic human decency. That's in the past. I looked at him. Now, in my capacity as a hero, I appoint you as the official commander. When you return, you know what to say, right? Yes. He straightened his back and responded loudly. His gaze held a bit more solemnity, as if he were a different person. To be honest, he really should thank me, otherwise he might never have sat in that commander's seat in his entire life. Just then, a violent explosion sounded in the distance. With a boom, even the ground trembled. It seemed the battle on the main battlefield had reached its climax. 43 Chapter 40 The Tide. The Demon Strike, Part 4. Chapter 40, Waves of Catastrophe. Demon Attack, 4. The air was thick with the heavy scent of gunpowder. Breathing it in felt like inhaling grit, dry, choking, and tinged with a metallic, rusty stench. Magical light exploded across the battlefield with loud bangs. One after another, they wove a tapestry of brilliant yet lethal light and shadow, resembling a crazed carnival at the end of the world. Wind arrow. Crimson lotus sword. Watch this. Lightning spear. The three heroes were vigorously surrounding and attacking the boss. Their shouts, mingled with the sounds of explosions, betrayed a blustering impatience. But most of their attacks only sent sparks flying when they hit the boss, failing to even scratch its scales. This time, their opponent was a chimera. It looked hideously grotesque, exuding an aura that made one's skin crawl. It had 3 heads. The lion's head had a cavernous maw with sharp, glistening fangs. The goat's head looked docile, yet the horns atop it gleamed with a cold light. While the lizard's head constantly flicked its forked tongue, its slimy appearance revolting. Most terrifying of all was its tail, which was actually a lifelike snake's head, flicking its tongue as it swayed back and forth, ready to strike at any moment. Chimera. Level 30. Ordinarily, if nothing had changed, the combined attacks of these 3 oddballs might have managed to inflict some damage on the chimera. But things were different now, with the minions mostly cleared out, The boss's health had tripled. Its thick scales shimmered with an oily black light, and its attack and defense stats had skyrocketed accordingly. Its level had even jumped from 18 to 30, turning it into a truly tough nut to crack. Mine, what's going on? Motoyasu Kitamura gritted his teeth, his breathing ragged as he spoke, barely able to keep his grip on his spear. I don't know. It seems like someone killed too many minions. Mine frowned, her fingers tightening, a flash of panic crossing her eyes. But she quickly tilted her chin up again, reassuming her haughty expression. She likely suspected what had happened but simply refused to admit it. By the way, where did Naofumi go? Renamaki swung his sword to parry the snakehead's sudden strike, staggering back 2 steps as he asked breathlessly. His eyes scanned the edge of the battlefield. The shield hero, who had previously beaten them down, was nowhere to be seen. He's probably too scared to show up. He doesn't deserve to be a hero at all. Itsuki Kawasumi stepped back while clutching his waist. Though his words were defiant, his voice was weak as he secretly rubbed his numbed arm. Although he knew he was no match for Leo, since the other hadn't appeared, he naturally took the opportunity to talk big and throw a few insults. Exactly. It's all the shield's fault. A woman in a pink dress from Motoyasu's party shouted, her voice full of spite as if blaming their current predicament on Leo, all while hiding behind her companions. So what do we do now? Everyone present was in a state of panic. The highest leveled among them was Renamaki, who had sustained the lightest injuries last time and was currently only level 20. Facing a level 30 chimera, they didn't even have the strength to fight back. Their attacks were like tickles to it. Roar. The chimera's lion head moved suddenly, fast as a shadow, lunging at Motoyasu Kitamura with a whoosh. Before he could raise his spear to block, the sharp fangs clamped down on his shoulder with a sickening crunch. The sound of bone shattering was clearly audible. Ah! Motoyasu Kitamura let out a heart-wrenching scream. Lord Motoyasu! The women in his party shrieked, descending into a frantic scramble. Some wanted to help him up, others wanted to swing their daggers, but none dared to actually step forward. They just stomped their feet in a circle. Blood gushed down his arm, quickly forming a small pool on the ground. The bright red color was jarring under the light, still steaming as it mixed with the dust to form dark red clots. Motoyasu. Itsuki Kawasumi turned his head quickly, his face full of anxiety. Just as he was about to rush over to help, the chimera's lizard head suddenly turned toward him. A gurgling sound emanated from its throat, clearly charging up an attack. Lord Itsuki, watch out in front. One of Itsuki Kawasumi's teammates shouted, their voice cracking. A fireball condensed in the lizard head's mouth with a whoosh. The orange-red flames, wrapped in black smoke, grew larger and larger. With a low growl, the fireball shot out like a cannonball, slamming squarely into Itsuki Kawasumi. Ooh! Itsuki Kawasumi was sent flying by the impact, tracing an arc through the air before hitting the ground with a thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. He lay there motionless for a long time, his body charred black, with swollen red skin peeking through the holes in his clothes. A burnt smell wafted over, even a few strands of hair on his forehead had been singed, emitting wisps of blue smoke. Lord Ren, what should we do? One of Renamaki's teammates stomped their feet in desperation, barely able to hold their blade. Their eyes were filled with terror as they looked at the chimera, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Damn it! Renamaki paced anxiously nearby, swinging his sword aimlessly, unable to find an opening to strike. The chimera's snake tail lashed out fast and hard, snapping against the ground near his feet. Flying gravel stung his shins, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. Looking at the triumphant chimera before him, he felt a suffocating sense of helplessness. With their meager skills, they stood no chance against this monster. Were they really going to fall here, during their very first battle against the waves of catastrophe? Not just Renamaki, but almost everyone present thought the same. Despair was written all over their faces, their shouts grew faint, and some even began to sneak backward. Lady mine, what do we do now? A red-haired woman looked at the wounded Motoyasu Kitamura, her voice trembling. She shook as she supported Motoyasu's arm, terrified that the chimera would target her next. TCH. Retreat for now. Mine gritted her teeth and gave the order decisively, taking 2 steps back herself. Motayasu's group of female companions hurriedly scrambled to pick him up and ran off in a panic. Their faces were full of terror, their daggers and wands long since discarded. Come to think of it, they didn't seem to have any decent weapons to begin with. Usually, they just stood on the sidelines shouting, "Go, Lord Motoyasu." Right now, they had only one thought: run fast and stay alive. The snake head on the chimera's tail flicked its tongue and darted into the crowd with a whoosh. It bit into an adventurer's calf. The sound of bone snapping echoed with a crunch. The person collapsed instantly, wailing in pain and rolling on the ground while clutching their leg. The surrounding adventurers were driven back by its pursuit, completely unable to hold their ground. The once somewhat orderly formation instantly fell into chaos. Screams rang out one after another as people were wounded and fell to the ground. Blood spread across the battlefield, forming small rivulets that meandered around rubble and broken blades, making everyone's soul sticky. The scene was a complete mess. "Hey, you! Go!" By some time for Lord Itsuki, a burly man with a handlebar mustache shoved a young teammate forward, his tone carrying an unquestionable command, while he himself shrank back behind a rock. But I can't. I'm only level 15. The teammate's voice shook like a leaf, his legs so weak he could barely stand. His long sword dragged on the ground, making a harsh scraping sound. Looking at the ferocious chimera before him, he was scared out of his wits, tears welling in his eyes. "For justice, this is nothing," the man with the mustache shouted at the top of his lungs, a fanatical glint in his eyes, as if the word justice could serve as a shield. Yet he didn't take a single step forward, all talk and no action. "Don't come any closer. I'm never being an adventurer again." Someone in Itsuki Kawasumi's party suddenly broke down and wailed, dropping their weapon with a clatter. They knelt on the ground, head in hands and face buried in the dirt, shoulders shaking as they repeated in a despairing, tearful voice, "Never again." The cry echoed far across the battlefield, carrying an unspeakable sorrow that panicked many others. Some followed suit, throwing down their weapons and slumping to the ground. The adventurers retreated further and further under the chimera's onslaught. Meanwhile, the chimera rampaged across the battlefield. The lion head crushed shields, the goat head gored knights, and the lizard head spat fireballs, acting as if it were the king of this place, with nothing able to stand in its way. Suddenly, the chimera, in the midst of its fierce battle, seemed to sense a lethal threat. Its maner stood on end instantly, shimmering with a cold, grim light in the dimness. Its massive body lurched back a large step, leaving 2 deep imprints in the ground beneath its feet. Its previously frenzied attacks came to a sudden halt. The air still seemed to hold the currents from its earlier lunges, mixed with dust and the scent of blood, weighing heavily on everyone's hearts. It warily turned its 3 heads, the lion on the left, the goat in the middle, and the lizard on the right, all turning toward the same direction in unison. Its beady eyes were filled with terror, staring fixedly into the distance as if something more frightening than death itself stood there. The entire battlefield fell silent instantly due to this abnormal behavior. The clashing of weapons, the screams, and the roars of the beast that had filled the air just moments ago all vanished. Even the wind seemed to stop howling at that moment. Everyone held their breath, hearts pounding in their chests, as they looked toward where the chimera was staring with a mixture of curiosity and fear. "Raphtalia, stay here." A steady voice spoke, breaking the brief silence. It was Leo. His voice wasn't loud, yet it reached everyone's ears clearly. "But, Lord Leo, that chimera looks very dangerous." "I can help too." Raphtalia bit her lip, tightening her grip on the sword at her waist. She had been through many battles with Leo and didn't want to just stand back and watch like before. "Be good." Leo reached out and gently patted her head. "It's enough for me to go alone. Stay here and don't wander off." "Yes." Raphtalia's cheeks instantly flushed red. She lowered her head and responded in a small voice. As she watched Leo's receding figure, her hands tightened instinctively. Chapter 40, Waves of Catastrophe. The demon attacks, v. Soon, the chimera's gaze locked onto one person with precision, Leo, who was walking toward it. At this moment, he radiated a thick murderous aura, as if he had come from the depths of hell. Carrying an endless chill that could freeze blood, Even the surrounding air seemed to grow a few degrees colder. The surviving adventurers also noticed his arrival. Some were in rags, their bodies covered in wounds of varying depths, blood still seeping out and dripping onto the ground along their torn clothing, forming small puddles at their feet. Others collapsed on the ground, their eyes filled with despair, their bodies rising and falling slightly with heavy breaths as if they would stop breathing at any second, able only to watch everything before them helplessly. But even so, when they saw that the newcomer was Leo, the despair on their faces instantly turned into expressions of mockery. People are like that, always liking to find a sense of superiority in someone unfortunate than themselves, even if everyone is a victim of this disaster. Look, isn't that the shield hero? What can he do here? Use that pathetic shield of his to help us block some dust. A tall, thin adventurer shouted in mockery at the top of his lungs. His voice was somewhat raspy from excessive blood loss, sounding like a broken gong. The sneer on his face was undisguised, as if he had forgotten his own wretched state. One leg was twisted unnaturally, clearly broken, and he was sweating from the pain. The voice was sharp and piercing, sounding particularly jarring in this silent battlefield. Exactly, the shield hero won't be of any help at all. Didn't he just hide in the back before? He'd be better off just hiding away quietly, so he doesn't cause trouble here and get slapped to death by the chimera. Another adventurer with a full beard echoed the sentiment. A chunk of flesh was missing from his arm, revealing bone-white marrow, and he grimaced in pain as he spoke. The veins on his forehead were bulging, yet he still forced himself to join the mockery, drawing a round of laughter from the few people nearby who still had the strength. Leo acted as if he hadn't heard them. Those harsh mocks were like wind blowing past his ears, unable to stir even a ripple in his heart. He didn't even lift an eyelid, his gaze remained fixed on the chimera from beginning to end. As an excellent hunter, he was only interested in valuable targets. There was no need to care about these miscellaneous noises. One this big. I probably won't be able to absorb it all as materials. Should I take it apart and sell it? Leo consciously began to dismantle this prey with his eyes, calculating in his heart. The teeth could be pulled out to make jewelry, they should fetch a good price. If I promote the rest of the meat well, it should sell for a high price as fodder or for cooking. After all, it's monster meat, someone will always be interested. Under his gaze, the chimera actually showed a hint of panic. Its three heads swayed uneasily, and low growls of woo-woo came from its throats, as if it were trying to bolster its courage, or perhaps whimpering in fear, completely losing its previous arrogance. To be honest, Leo felt no pressure at all. He glanced at the chimera's status panel. Its level was barely 30, while he had already broken through level 60. This difference in strength was like that between an adult and a toddler. In his eyes, although the chimera looked powerful, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws with an imposing air, it was nothing more than a lamb to be slaughtered, ready to be dealt with at any time. The chimera seemed to realize this as well. The pressure brought by the vast disparity in strength made it instinctively feel the threat of death. As a boss of the waves of catastrophe, the moment it saw Leo steadily approaching, its first reaction was to run. Its massive body suddenly turned, and its four hooves frantically pawed the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. It almost stumbled in its attempt to flee the battlefield that terrified it, completely lacking the ferocity and dominance it had during the fight just now. It even looked a bit comical as it ran. This could be considered a wise choice. At least it proved it had basic intelligence, knowing not to force a fight it couldn't win, making it much better than those hot-headed fools. Hey, you've got to be kidding. A young adventurer who had been fighting a bloody battle just moments ago dropped the long sword in his hand with a crisp clang. His eyes widened, his mouth hung slightly open, and his face was written all over with disbelief. They had struggled to hold on in this difficult battle, suffering heavy casualties just dealing with the chimera's residual might. So many comrades had fallen, they thought this monster was an invincible existence, the source of this disaster. Yet they didn't expect it to actually fear the shield hero they had mocked, choosing to flee in panic without even the courage to fight. This contrast was too great, making it difficult for them to accept for a moment, their minds going blank. They weren't present when the three heroes were beaten by Leo, so they didn't know his strength and only took him for the legendary, useless shield hero. Leo gave a cold snort. How could he let it escape so easily? Since it had come to him, there was no reason to let it go. Letting such a large piece of material escape would be a real loss. Shield prison. He shouted in a low voice. A black light shot out from the shield in his hand, and the light seemed to be mixed with wisps of black mist. It spread rapidly like a living thing, moving with astonishing speed. The light instantly formed a sturdy cage made of obsidian-like energy around the chimera, trapping it firmly inside. No matter how it collided with it, the cage remained motionless, without even a tremor. Wait, according to the original work, shouldn't the light be green? Why is it black for me? Leo looked at the pitch-black cage, feeling a bit puzzled. But he didn't care too much. As long as it worked, it was fine. Roar, roar, roar. The chimera struggled frantically, its body repeatedly slamming into the walls of the cage, making dull thud sounds that caused the surrounding ground to vibrate slightly. It bit with its lion head, rammed with its goat head, and its snake head spat venom, trying to break through this damned cage, but the cage was like iron, without even a single crack appearing. Dark Curse Flame. Leo didn't give it much time to struggle and activated his skill again. Clusters of black flames appeared out of thin air, carrying an endless aura of destruction, pouncing toward the chimera in the cage with lightning speed, giving it no chance to react. The edges of the flames flickered with an eerie dark purple light. Wherever they went, the air seemed to be ignited, emitting a scorching heat that made people afraid to approach. The black flames instantly enveloped the chimera's massive body, shrouding it in a sea of dark fire. The flames licked its fur and scales, making a sizzling burning sound. The fur was scorched and curled, emitting a pungent burnt smell that made people frown. Even the scales on its body, which had been indestructible before, began to show signs of melting, showing how powerful the flames were. Sizzle. Roar. The chimera roared in pain, its voice filled with despair and fear. It echoed in this sea of dark fire, making one's scalp tingle. The adventurers who were still mocking Leo just now also stopped laughing abruptly, their faces showing expressions of terror. It struggled desperately, its body twisting violently in the sea of fire, trying to shake off the lethal flames, but it was all in vain. The black flame was a type of curse power. Its power increased according to the target's level of fear, like a maggot on a bone. The more it struggled, the more vigorously it burned, and it simply couldn't be shaken off. 57, 56, 55. Leo, on the other hand, stood by like a timekeeper. He was calculating the duration of the curse flame while also observing the chimera's status, ensuring it wouldn't die before he was ready. After all, for high-quality materials, it wouldn't be worth it if they were burned to a crisp. He had to control the heat. Under the continuous burning of the dark curse flame, the chimera was soon severely injured. Its strength gradually weakened, and its struggling movements became more and more powerless. The flames on its body gradually went out, revealing the charred body beneath, which emitted a burnt stench. Its body slowly slumped toward the ground, and even its roars became weak, leaving only faint whimpers. That's about enough. Leo looked at the chimera's state and nodded. The timing was just right. Seeing the opportunity, he lunged forward, ignoring the residual heat still radiating from the chimera's body, and grabbed its still twitching goat head with his bare hands. The goat head was still twisting desperately, trying to break free from his restraint. The sharp spines covering its head cut his palm, and blood flowed down his arm, dripping onto the ground and staining a small patch of earth red. But the strength in his hands was as firm as steel, remaining motionless and allowing those spines to pierce into his palm. "You still have a bit of strength left," Leo said faintly, feeling the force coming from his palm. "But compared to Vittoria, you're far behind." He gritted his teeth and switched the shield in his hand to the shield of slaughter. Grisly bone spine patterns instantly emerged on the shield's surface, radiating an aura of bloodlust. "I wonder if taking materials fresh like this makes the effect better." A cold arc curled at the corner of Leo's mouth. Without any hesitation. Snap. Accompanied by the tooth-gritting sound of bone snapping. He suddenly exerted force and ripped the goat head off by brute force. Blood splattered out like a fountain, staining his arm and the ground in front of him red. A thick smell of blood assaulted his senses. The goat head twitched a few times in his hand before gradually losing its life. The light in its eyes quickly dimmed, losing its luster completely. He casually brought the goat head close to the shield. A faint light flashed on the shield's surface, and the goat head vanished, absorbed into the shield. The moment the goat head disappeared, a not-so-weak surge of energy flowed into his body through the shield, nourishing his limbs and bones and increasing his strength by a few more points. Feel pretty good. He felt the new power surging within him, his body trembling slightly, and a satisfied, cold smile appeared on his lips. This trip wasn't a loss. He remembered that in the original work, Iwatani Naofumi had been in such a rush to protect the village that he could only take some scraps from the chimera as materials, which was a real waste. This time, since he had encountered it himself, there was no reason not to take the lion's share. Good things shouldn't be wasted. Hey, Naofumi. You pin it down, I'll attack. A slightly weak yet still somewhat arrogant voice came through. It was Ren. He had probably recovered a bit and wanted to show off again. Leo looked toward the source of the voice and saw Ren leaning on his sword, barely standing not far away, his sword hanging limply as if it would drop at any moment. His body was covered in wounds of various depths, many of which were still bleeding, staining his clothes red. Clearly, the battle just now had exhausted his stamina. At this moment, even standing steadily was difficult, yet he was still forcing himself. Where do you get that confidence from? Leo grumbled inwardly, not even bothering to look at him again, directly ignoring him. In his eyes, the current Ren was like an insignificant minor character who could barely ensure his own safety, not worth his distraction at all. Of course, more importantly, if he let that guy help in the battle, he'd probably have to share some of the materials, which wouldn't be worth it. Such good materials should naturally be kept all for himself. His gaze locked back onto the chimera's remaining two heads, the lion head and the snake head. Those were his next targets. He couldn't let them just die like that, he had to process them properly. 45 Chapter 40 The Tide. The Demon's Strike, Part 6. Chapter 40, Waves of Catastrophe. Demon Attack, Part 6. Immediately after, without a moment's pause, Leo turned and charged toward the remaining lion head. The lion head was clearly enraged by his bloody act of ripping off the goat head with his bare hands just moments ago. Ignoring the burning pain on its body, it suddenly opened its massive maw full of sharp fangs that glinted coldly and looked capable of crushing steel. A thick, choking stench of blood and gore wafted toward him, mixed with a burnt smell that made one's stomach churn. Along with its giant claw, it lunged fiercely toward Leo's chest. Its posture suggested it couldn't wait to tear him into pieces on the spot. Leo remained calm as ever. With a slight shift of his feet, his body flickered to the side like a ghost, easily dodging the aggressive attack. The claw nearly grazed his tunic, and the force of the wind it generated whipped the hem of his clothes. Before the lion head could retract its movement, he stepped forward, his hands accurately clamping onto its upper and lower jaws. His fingertips could even feel the hard fangs. Then, he exerted sudden force with his arms and wrenched them apart. Crack! The dull, teeth-gritting sound of bone snapping echoed once more as he tore the lion head clean off with brute force. Scalding blood erupted like a waterfall, splashing all over him from his cheeks to his tunic, even coating his wrists in a sticky liquid until not a single spot remained clean. Yet he seemed oblivious, casually storing the still-twitching lion head into his shield as if it weren't a monster's head, but just some groceries he'd just bought. At this moment, Leo was dyed red from head to toe in warm blood. Even the strands of his hair held beads of blood that fell drop by drop, hitting the ground beneath his feet and blooming into small, dark stains. He stood there with his back ramrod straight, looking like a demon god returned from hell. An aura of chilling slaughter radiated from him, making the very air feel frozen. A madman. He's definitely a madman. One adventurer standing relatively close could finally take no more, his stomach churning violently. Covering his mouth with a bleg, he knelt on the ground dry heaving, forgetting most of his previous injuries in the process. The person beside him also turned pale, subconsciously shrinking back. Leo's figure appeared exceptionally tall and imposing amidst the flying blood and the lingering smoke of gunpowder. The invisible pressure made those around him hold their breath in awe and fear. For a moment, It felt as though he was the true, despair-inducing boss of the waves of catastrophe. The adventurers who were laughing loudly earlier now shrunk their necks in terror. They wished they could bury their heads in the dirt, not daring to make a sound for fear that even the slightest movement would draw his attention. Impossible. Not far away, Itsuki Kawasumi sat slumped on the ground. Watching this nightmare-like scene, his lips trembled as he muttered, "He's just a shield class, how can he be this strong? You must be cheating. You definitely used some underhanded means." He clenched his fists so hard his nails dug deep into his palms, yet he felt no pain. In his inherent worldview, the shield hero was supposed to be a low-attack existence that could only hide behind others and defend. The scene before him, so clean-cut it bordered on brutal, was completely beyond his understanding, as if it were overturning everything he knew. Though he himself had been secretly using game knowledge to deal with the crises of this world, which in a sense was also cheating. Annoying. Hearing the noisy voice, Leo's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly as he turned and gave Itsuki Kawasumi a cold glance. "Keep making noise, and I'll cut out your tongue." As that gaze swept over him, the blood in Itsuki Kawasumi's body seemed to freeze. He didn't even have the strength left to shiver. He couldn't help but shudder, subconsciously clamping his mouth shut. His teeth were chattering, and he didn't dare utter another word. His mind was still reeling with chaotic thoughts of fear and resentment, yet he didn't even have the courage to look up again. Hiss. By now, only the lizard head in the center and the long, thin snake tail of the chimera were still clinging to life. Other parts were completely motionless, slumped on the ground like a pile of mud, with only the chest cavity still weakly rising and falling. Leo gave it no room to breathe. With a kick off the ground, he launched himself like an arrow again, charging toward the lizard head. The lizard head stared in terror at the approaching Leo, its vertical pupils filled with dread. It let out a threatening hiss from its throat while continuously spewing bursts of scorching flames. Tongues of fire licked the air with a crackle, attempting to form a wall of fire to stop his approach. But these flames were completely useless against Leo's indifference talent. The moment the flames touched his body, they were instantly snuffed out as if by an invisible force, leaving not a trace of heat, let alone burning his clothes. Unimpeded, Leo quickly closed in and grabbed the frantically squirming lizard head. The scales were cold and hard, but they couldn't withstand his strength. He twisted his wrist with a powerful wrench. Crack! With another crisp sound of breaking bone, he successfully tore off the lizard head as well. As the lizard head hit the ground with a dull thud, the chimera's massive body convulsed violently as if in a final struggle. Its body twitched incessantly. The limbs that were once full of power and could easily crush rocks were now limp and weak. Losing all support, it collapsed heavily to the ground with a boom, kicking up a cloud of dust and making the earth tremble. A beast-like fighting style, not at all how a hero should behave. Not far away, Mine watched Leo's efficient and somewhat brutal movements and curled her lip, her tone full of contempt and disdain. Her voice wasn't loud, but it was just enough for those around her to hear. She seemed to have forgotten who was so scared just moments ago that they couldn't even stand straight. But as soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly felt a chill on the back of her neck. A bone-chilling cold instantly surged through her body, making her subconsciously shudder. She stiffly lowered her head. She saw a glinting sword resting against her neck at some unknown point. The cold metal touch made her hair stand on end, her breathing hitched for half a second, and her heart began to thud wildly. Raphtalia had walked over at some point, her eyes cold and devoid of warmth, staring fixedly at Mine without even blinking. The hand holding the hilt was steady without a hint of trembling. With just a flick of her wrist, she could instantly slit Mine's throat and leave her bleeding on the spot. "What did you just say?" Raphtalia's voice was very low, carrying a trace of suppressed anger and cold killing intent. In her heart, she could endure others insulting her, but Leo was the benefactor who saved her, the person she respected and trusted most. She would never allow others to insult him so wantonly. I didn't say anything. I said. Mine's face instantly turned deathly pale, devoid of any color. Her voice shook uncontrollably, like a chicken being held by the neck, as she quickly changed her tune. Fine beads of cold sweat broke out on her forehead, sliding down her cheeks and dripping onto her collar. As expected of Lord Shield Hero, truly, truly incredible. She said this almost with her eyes closed, not daring to look into Raphtalia's eyes. Afterward, she didn't dare make another sound, keeping even her breathing extremely light for fear of accidentally triggering the sword against her neck, which would truly result in her death. Well done, as expected of someone I trained. Having finished with the lizard head, Leo happened to see this scene and showed a rare smile of gratification. This girl is certainly getting more imposing. Finally, he turned his gaze toward the snake tail that was still twisting and struggling on the ground. The snake tail was still twitching stubbornly, as if it hadn't accepted the fact that its master was already dead. Hiss. Sensing the approach of death, the snake tail became even more frenzied. Like a flexible whip, it lashed out wildly in the air, striking the ground with a thwack, thwack. It left blurred after images in the air, trying to whip Leo and cause some damage to this terrifying human. Naughty. Leo looked at the restless snake tail and spoke plainly. Timing it perfectly, the moment the snake tail whipped in front of him, he reached out and grabbed the twisting tail. The scales scraped his fingertips painfully, but he didn't care in the slightest. With a bit of force. Crack. He tore the snake head hidden at the end of the tail clean off. The moment he tore off the final head of the chimera, the massive crack in the sky that had been raging and spewing monsters seemed to have finally fulfilled its mission. It began to slowly dissipate like smoke blown by the wind. On the battlefield, it finally became completely silent. All that remained was the heavy breathing of those around, the occasional groans of the wounded in the distance, and the wailing of the wind blowing through the ruins. Chapter 40, Waves of Catastrophe. Attack of the Devil, Part 7. The moment the rift vanished, a soft light flashed across the sky. The sky, which had been dyed blood-red by a bizarre crimson light, began to shed its terrifying hue bit by bit, as if washed clean by pure water, slowly returning to its original clarity. Warm sunlight pierced through the clouds and spilled onto the earth, sweeping away the darkness that had long occupied it. This battle, which had lasted for an unknown amount of time, finally came to an end. As the last trace of the chimera's aura dissipated, the smoke and the scent of blood permeating the battlefield began to fade. The pungent smell that had been so intense it made one nauseous now became much milder. It was as if this cruel battle was quietly making its exit, unwilling to disturb the land that had just found peace. A brief silence fell over the surroundings. Only the breeze blew, rustling the fallen branches and withered leaves on the ground, and fluttering the tattered clothes of the adventurers. The soft soughing sound became the only background noise at this moment. Lord Leo. Raphtalia slowly walked toward Leo. Her steps were somewhat staggering, carrying a hint of weakness and instability. The fatigue after the battle still lingered in her eyes. After all, she had been guiding the villagers of Luralona village to take refuge, running back and forth to coordinate and arrange things. She had indeed been quite busy. Lord Leo, we won, didn't we? Raphtalia's voice trembled slightly, her face etched with lingering fatigue, yet deep in her eyes was the relief of having survived a disaster. She looked up at Leo, her moist eyes seemingly seeking a definitive answer to confirm that all of this wasn't an illusion. Yeah. Leo responded softly, his nerves that had been tense for so long finally relaxing, causing his shoulders to slump slightly. He raised his hand to wipe away the blood splattered on his face. The blood, mixed with sweat and dust, left dirty streaks across his features. He looked a bit disheveled, yet it added a touch of grounded reality to him. But when victory was truly grasped in hand, that joy also carried an indescribable weight. My clothes are so dirty, it's going to take a lot of effort to wash them when I get back. He thought silently to himself, an involuntary, helpless bitter smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Even he felt it was a bit strange to be thinking about such things at a time like this. Raphtalia didn't speak again, her gaze slowly sweeping across the mess of the battlefield. She looked at those lying on the ground, their lives uncertain. Some were still groaning in pain, twitching occasionally, while others had long since lost their breath, their bodies beginning to stiffen and lose warmth. The light in her eyes gradually dimmed, and her voice was so small it was almost completely drowned out by the wind, audible only to Leo who stood nearby. Children like me. There should be fewer of them now, right? Her thoughts involuntarily drifted back to the past, to the lives ruthlessly destroyed by war, to the children who, like her, had lost their homes and their loved ones. Their faces flashed through her mind one by one, as if it were only yesterday. Raphtalia. Leo was about to say something when he saw her body sway violently, as if hit hard by an invisible force, nearly falling over. Those painful memories were like a bursting tide, instantly surging into her heart, impossible to hold back. She remembered the day the village was attacked, the flames soared into the sky, the raging fire like a greedy monster ruthlessly devouring her home, even the thatch on the roof crackling as it burned. The sounds of killing, crying, and the roars of monsters intertwined. It was a hellish scene she would never forget, one she could hear just by closing her eyes. Her parents had died without intact bodies in the waves, she had even watched them being mauled by monsters with her own eyes, yet she could only scream helplessly, unable to do anything, lacking even the courage to rush forward. Later, she was captured and made a slave, suffering endless torture and humiliation. The sharp pain of the whip striking her body, a burning sting that seemed to drill into her bones, and the agonizing hunger that left her stomach empty. Those dark days were a nightmare she once thought she would never escape. At this moment, these memories were like a surging tide, completely submerging her and making it hard to breathe. Her shoulders began to tremble slightly, and tears burst from her eyes without warning, sliding down her dust-covered cheeks and dripping onto the equally dusty ground, vanishing instantly. Just like her broken, neglected dreams, once shattered, they could never be put back together. She really is still a child. No matter how strong she is, she can't bear so much. Sigh. Leo sighed, stepped forward, and gently held her head, pressing her against his chest. He could clearly feel the person in his arms trembling, and he said softly, "It's okay, it's all in the past." He gently patted her back, stroke by stroke, with a slow and steady rhythm. However, his comfort seemed to be the key that opened the floodgates of her emotions, crashing through all her defenses. Wah! She could no longer suppress the long-accumulated pain within her. Her stifled crying instantly broke through all defenses, growing louder and louder. During those nights when no one was there to accompany her, she could only curl up in a corner, covering her mouth and weeping silently, not even having the courage to cry out loud. "I can't do anything right. Without Lord Leo, I'm nothing," she cried out, her voice becoming hoarse with agitation, carrying a thick nasal tone. The long-suppressed pain, fear, and grievances were like a dam bursting, pouring out without reservation at this moment. She clutched Leo's clothes tightly, as if once she let go, she would be completely swallowed by endless darkness, never to find her way again. "It seems I didn't consider things carefully enough. I've always protected her behind me and didn't give her more room to act, making her feel useless." "Don't say that." Leo tightened his arms, hugging her closely. "I told you before, you are my family. I will help you take back everything. What belongs to you will all return." Do I still have the right to smile?" Raphtalia muttered softly, her voice filled with uncertainty. Tears continued to fall, wetting the front of Leo's clothes. "Of course you do." Leo imitated the tone of the father in her memory and said gently, "You must use your smile to bring hope to others." Come to think of it, she hadn't vented like this in a long time. Before, Leo had always been worried that she would keep it all bottled up and push herself to the point of collapse. Now it seemed he had been overthinking it. Being able to cry it out and release her emotions was actually a good thing. Hey! Raphtalia was stunned. She raised her tear-stained face, tears still hanging from her eyelashes, looking at Leo somewhat blankly, as if she hadn't processed what he said. "So, give us a smile, Raphtalia." "Nervous face," he said softly, trying to lead her out of the quagmire of pain so she could see a bit of light. Okay." Sobbing, she made an effort to squeeze out a smile, bit by bit. Though that smile was accompanied by undried tears and looked a bit forced, it did indeed carry a hint of warmth. Footsteps were heard from a distance. The three heroes approached with a group of surviving adventurers, the atmosphere so oppressive it was hard to breathe. Motoyasu Kitamura walked at the front, subconsciously touching his wrist. The place where Leo had grabbed him was still sore. He opened his mouth as if to call out to Leo, but catching sight of Raphtalia's trembling shoulders and meeting Leo's undisguised look of tenderness and protection, the words got stuck. The words died on his lips, leaving only a long sigh that drifted away in the wind. In the past, he had been like this, blindly believing whatever others, only women, said, his prejudice against Leo running deep. This battle had given him a real wake-up call. His heart was filled with indescribable feelings, yet it was as if his mouth were blocked, and he couldn't utter a single word. Maybe that girl was brainwashed to follow Naofumi. Motoyasu stared at the ground, his voice as quiet as a mosquito's hum. You're really something, saying that at a time like this. Itsuki Kawasumi and Ren Amaki scoffed almost simultaneously. Itsuki Kawasumi's gaze flickered, revealing a bit of complexity. Before, he always felt he was the chosen one, that the world should revolve around him. But now, standing not far behind Leo, he only felt as small as a speck of dust. I'm the protagonist. I'm not wrong, he must have used some underhanded tricks. He bit his lower lip hard, only letting go when he tasted blood, shaking his head violently as if to throw out those wavering thoughts. But the confusion in his eyes couldn't be hidden, he could only rely on such words to prop up his pride, which had long since shattered into pieces. Ren Amaki's footsteps paused, his lips moved, but in the end, he didn't make a sound. Lord Ren, what do we do next? The adventurer beside him couldn't help but ask in a low voice, eyes glancing toward Leo's side. Stand by. Ren Amaki's voice was flat, devoid of emotion. Yes. As the one among the three heroes who had been dealt with most lightly by Leo, Ren Amaki exchanged a look with the adventurer beside him and said nothing. The dark side of the kingdom, her. He looked at Leo's back and muttered something under his breath, as if he understood something. After a while, he silently stepped aside and completely shut his mouth. He knew in his heart that anything said now would be superfluous. Everything before his eyes had already smashed his past ideas to smithereens. He needed time to think carefully about whether what he had been insisting on was actually worth it. As for mine, she was still the same, her arrogance and prejudice seemingly etched into her bones. She clicked her tongue, her face full of disdain, but her hand hanging at her side was trembling slightly, unable to hide her panic. That damned shield. She lowered her voice, cursing viciously, the resentment in her tone almost overflowing. To dare not follow this princess's plan, how outrageous. She didn't even dare to raise her head, how could she look Leo in the eye? Not to mention facing her own past malicious speculations and slanders against him. The embarrassment of being slapped in the face by reality, even her father's recent look at her carried a hint of impatience, no longer protecting her unconditionally like before. So she turned abruptly and walked away quickly without looking back. That back looked tough, and her shadow stretched out in the setting sun, yet it conveyed an unspeakable loneliness. Back then, it seems I really backed the wrong person. She actually felt a bit of regret in her heart, but her pitiful pride held her back, refusing to let her bow her head. This battle was clearly a watershed. They had all seen Leo's strength with their own eyes, their past doubts, contempt, and ridicule had all turned into solid shock and undisguisable awe in the face of hard reality. If Leo had been acting all along, then this script was truly beautiful. The sunlight gradually softened, like a thin veil covering everyone. It was as if it were quietly drawing a warm conclusion to this tragic battle. Leo was still holding Raphtalia, whispering comfort in her ear, letting her cry her fill in his arms and release all her grievances. This world had long been battered and broken, and there was still too much suffering and too much injustice waiting for them to face and change. Leo made up his mind to create a future for children like Raphtalia where there would no longer be fear or sadness. His figure appeared exceptionally firm under the illumination of the sun. 47 Chapter 41 Leo in the Corner. Chapter 41, Leo in the Corner. Oh. As expected of the four heroes, compared to the damage last time, it's like night and day. Even I cannot hide my surprise and delight. As the sun sank into the west, the curtain of night slowly draped over the entire land. The massive victory banquet that had been in preparation for a long time finally kicked off with great fanfare in the city. The king stood on the high platform of the banquet hall, his face flushed, and announced loudly in a booming voice. His voice echoed through the magnificent hall. This banquet hall was indeed grand enough. Rows of flickering candles illuminated the long tables filled with delicacies, making them look so glistening and delicious that it made one's mouth water just by looking. The nobles were dressed in silks and satins, covered from head to toe in sparkling jewels that dazzled the eyes under the candlelight. They gathered in small groups, chatting and laughing with wine glasses in hand, creating a scene of extraordinary liveliness. Same as always putting on these superficial displays. Leo sat alone in a chair in the corner, watching all this and muttering secretly to himself. But at least I wasn't excluded like in the original story. He seems to have a bit of sense. In this somewhat overly extravagant victory banquet, he just huddled alone in the corner with his eyes slightly closed, looking as if he were dozing off or perhaps pondering something. Beside him stood 2 undead soldiers, guarding him motionlessly like 2 silent stone statues. These 2 guards had been with him the longest and were the strongest. Most of the time, there was no need for words, a single glance was enough for them to know what to do. The surrounding bustle and noise seemed to be separated by an invisible wall. Leo had seen too much of those flattering words and hypocritical smiles. He had long since grown tired of them, even feeling a deep-seated disgust in his heart. Acting is quite exhausting work. Perhaps I'm not much different from them. Leo thought silently, the corner of his mouth curling up almost imperceptibly before quickly returning to a calm expression. The air was filled with the aroma of food and the mellow scent of wine, combined with melodious music. The mixture of scents wasn't unpleasant. The nobles were spinning in circles on the dance floor, and laughter drifted everywhere. Wow, there's so much delicious food. Raphtalia had long since regained her spirits and was now standing before the long table laden with food. She had never seen so many delicacies at once. She could hardly take her eyes off them, her face filled with uncontrollable joy. Leo glanced at her and said softly, "Eat as much as you want, don't be polite." Looking at her happy appearance, Leo's heart, which was usually devoid of ripples, felt as if it had been soaked in warm water, a shallow warmth rising within. In this world full of schemes and hypocrisy, Raphtalia's smile was like the spring sun, shining directly into his heart and dispersing much of the accumulated gloom. Leo truly hoped she could be a bit happier. Of course, if he could incidentally save some money on food, that would be even better. Yes, Raphtalia responded crisply. But just as her hand reached out, she pulled it back hesitantly. She bit her lower lip slightly, a conflicted expression appearing on her face. But will I get fat if I eat too much? She tilted her head, her eyes blinking repeatedly as if she were seriously researching this incredibly grave problem. Do all women care this much about this issue? Leo looked at her and his gaze softened as he comforted her. You won't. Looking at you, you shouldn't have a constitution prone to weight gain. For some reason, after hearing this, Raphtalia looked even more confused and distressed, as if she had become even more conflicted. Aren't you going to eat? She turned to look at Leo, holding a delicate little cake she had just picked up. Leo leaned back against the chair and tilted his head up slightly. I generally don't eat at night. You eat yours, don't mind me. The surrounding noise seemed to drift further and further away. At this moment, in his eyes, he only saw Raphtalia's figure busy by the table. Then what type of women does Lord Leo like? Raphtalia suddenly threw out another question. She stared at him with bright eyes, waiting for his answer. Leo was stunned for a moment and thought about it before answering. I haven't thought about that. I suppose I'm not picky. However, he knew clearly in his heart that no matter who it was, male or female, the strange pleasure brought by slaughter was actually much the same to him. Nowadays, slaughter was like a drug that clung to him. He had to absorb a certain amount of resentment energy at regular intervals to steady his mind, otherwise, he might lose control and go mad. He might even lay a hand on Raphtalia. This thought made his brow furrow almost imperceptibly. That's true, I forgot that Lord Leo was originally this kind of person. Raphtalia muttered as if half giving up, reaching out for the gourmet food on the table. She took a small bite, and her eyes instantly lit up even more. That radiance could practically light up half the banquet hall as she said excitedly, "It's really delicious. Lord Leo, you should try some." As she spoke, she stuffed another piece of pastry into her mouth, her cheeks bulging like a little squirrel filled with pine nuts. That's good. Leo smiled slightly, but as he watched her satisfied look, his thoughts involuntarily drifted far away. He thought back to the days along the way. When he first arrived in this world, the original owner of this body was misunderstood and betrayed by everyone, with bucket after bucket of filth thrown at him, suffering countless instances of exclusion. His pockets were cleaner than his face, and there wasn't a single person around he could talk to. Later, he slowly built up his own strength, fighting through battle after life-and-death battle. Every step was like treading on thorns. All of it was like a long and grueling nightmare. Now, sitting in this seemingly prosperous victory banquet, looking at the fake smiles around him and hearing the sycophantic words. On the contrary, he felt empty inside, a sort of indescribable loneliness, as if he were forever an outsider to this world, unable to blend in no matter what. If he hadn't had enough strength to support himself back then, his life now would probably be even more miserable than Naofumi's. Leo sighed silently in his heart. After all, he didn't have any business sense. If he had truly fallen to that point, it would likely have been difficult to make a comeback. Lord Leo, have a bite. Raphtalia suddenly approached him with a plate of pudding. It wasn't that Leo didn't want to eat, but he was used to a lifestyle of 2 meals a day. If he ate at night, he would eventually just throw it up. I told you, I don't eat at NI. Before Leo could finish his sentence, Raphtalia took advantage of the gap while he was speaking and brought a spoonful of pudding to his lips. He subconsciously opened his mouth. The delicate and smooth pudding melted on the tip of his tongue, and the sweet flavor instantly spread in his mouth. The rich milky fragrance mixed with just the right amount of sweetness wasn't cloying, but rather quite refreshing. Leo was slightly stunned, a bit surprised that the taste was actually quite good. How is it? How is it? It's delicious, right? Raphtalia stared at him expectantly, a small, proud smile on her lips, looking just like an elementary school student waiting for a teacher's praise. Really, this girl? Leo nodded helplessly and gave her a rare, warm smile. Yes, it's delicious. Carrot. Speaking of which, his equipment was still stained with a lot of blood and dust. He wondered if there was a place specifically for washing clothes in this world, since he couldn't just scrub them himself every day. Another random thought popped into his head. Looks like I'll have to trouble a certain someone. Not far away, Raphtalia seemed to sense something. She suddenly felt a chill down her back and gave a small shiver. She looked around in confusion but found nothing unusual, so she turned back to continue dealing with the delicacies on the table. Chapter 42. Who dares touch her? Out of the corner of his eye, Leo suddenly caught sight of Motoyasu Kitamura pushing through the crowd and charging toward them. The guy's brow was knitted into a knot, his face full of rage, and the hostility in his eyes was practically overflowing. His footsteps were hurried and heavy, as if he were carrying a bundle of blazing fury. A wave of irritation instantly rose in Leo's heart. This is never ending. What exactly is he trying to pull now? He originally intended to duck into the crowd to avoid this trouble. But Motoyasu seemed to have locked onto his target, his eyes fixed deathly on him, his pace not slowing in the slightest. Hey, Naofumi! Motoyasu shouted from behind, his voice wrapped in anger and carrying a deliberate provocation. Leo turned around impatiently, and seeing Motoyasu's face written with fury made his stomach feel a bit uneasy. What? Motoyasu pretentiously pulled off a glove and threw it at Leo's feet with a thud. Leo glanced at the glove on the ground and sneered inwardly. This was the stance for a duel. This guy really thought highly of himself. Motoyasu's next words caused the noisy banquet hall to fall silent for a few seconds. Immediately after, a commotion broke out. Duel me? What kind of madness is this? Leo frowned. Has this guy's brain short-circuited? Thinking about it, Motoyasu was always like this. His head was full of game logic. He ignored those he should help and only knew how to charge at the boss. A typical hothead. I've heard. Raphtalia, who is with you, is a slave, isn't she? Motoyasu stiffened his neck, pointing at Leo and shouting sternly, the veins on his neck bulging. He looked as if he were upholding some sort of justice. What? Raphtalia still had half a pastry in her mouth, and the plate in her hand shook slightly. She looked at Motoyasu with a face full of confusion, completely unable to understand why this person was suddenly fixated on her status, and besides, What he said was simply wrong. No. Leo replied coldly with 2 words, not bothered to waste more breath on such a boring matter. You don't even dare to admit it, you coward. Motoyasu was relentless, the anger on his face deepening as if he had suffered a great grievance. Duel me right now. So annoying. I really want to knock him out with 1 punch. Leo's fingertips twitched slightly, but he asked aloud. Can I refuse? In truth, it wasn't that he didn't want to fight, he just wanted to see what other tricks this clown could pull. You can't, you know. A delicate voice chimed in. It was mine. Dressed in bright red ornate equipment, she held up something that looked like an official permit and gave Leo a smug, cold smile. The spear hero shall crusade against you, the shield devil who enslaves others, in the name of freedom and justice. This is a state-sanctioned subjugation battle. Leo glanced at her. How was it this woman again? Wait, why did he think again? And this familiar feeling of disgust, was it an illusion? To be fair, mine was indeed cute. Her baby face paired with her sickly sweet voice fit everyone's image of a princess perfectly. But Leo knew all too well that a malicious heart was hidden beneath that cute exterior. If I sold her to a demi-human country, I could probably make a fortune. Leo plotted quietly in his mind, intending to find an opportunity to mention this to the queen. Leo looked up at the king on the high platform. The other man immediately put on an innocent I don't know what's happening expression, his eyes darting around. Duel me, Naofumi. We'll bet Raphtalia's freedom. Motoyasu shouted again. Looking at his stance, he was dead set on believing Leo was enslaving others and wouldn't listen to any explanation. Leo laughed inwardly. Motoyasu still didn't know that he hadn't been called Naofumi for a long time. This idiot hadn't grasped the truth from the start, coming here to cause trouble based entirely on his own wild guesses and others' instigation. Lord Spear Hero, you might have misunderstood. Raphtalia put down her plate and hurriedly spoke up to explain. Lord Leo does not treat me as a slave. I am staying by his side of my own free will. Hey, is that so? Motoyasu froze for a moment, clearly not expecting her to say that, and subconsciously asked back. Also, is his name not Naofumi? He actually listened. But this daze only lasted for a second. Lord Motoyasu. Mine immediately took Motoyasu's arm, leaning into his ear and saying in a voice so sweet it was nauseating. Slaves might be under a curse, you know. If they don't speak in favor of their master, they will be tortured. Her voice wasn't loud or soft, just enough for the surrounding people to hear. At once, the surrounding nobles began to whisper, their eyes fixed on Leo full of suspicion and accusation. So that's how it is. You despicable fellow. Motoyasu seemed to suddenly understand, violently raising his spear and taking a combat stance. His face was somewhat distorted with anger, clearly having his fury completely ignited by mine's words. No. The slave crest on me was long ago. Raphtalia tried to explain in a hurry. Before she could finish, several knights had already surrounded her, reaching out to grab her arm. Their movements were rough, and their faces bore the indifference of those merely following orders, not respecting her at all. Come with us. One of the knights whispered, his tone full of disdain. After all, demi-humans like Raphtalia were a dime a dozen in the slave markets outside. No one cared how many died. If the nobles of this country truly cared about the lives of demi-humans, they wouldn't have allowed slavery to exist in the first place. What are you doing? Raphtalia was startled and subconsciously shrank back, her hands tightly clutching her skirt. Just as the knight's hand was about to touch Raphtalia, Leo moved. He didn't even look at the knights, simply raising his hand to accurately seize the wrist of the man in front. Asterisk crack asterisk. A clear sound of bone fracturing rang through the banquet hall, exceptionally piercing. Arg! The knight let out a scream, his face instantly turning pale as cold sweat broke out. The hilt of the sword in his hand hit the ground with a clatter. Leo flung his hand away, his eyes cold as ice as he swept them over the remaining knights. I have no problem disciplining my own subordinates, but others are not allowed to touch them. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried an unquestionable pressure that made the knights subconsciously stop their movements, fear appearing on their faces. Their feet seemed nailed to the floor, not daring to move another half-step forward. "Are you all right?" Leo turned his head to look at Raphtalia behind him, his tone softer than before. "Yes." Raphtalia nodded gently, her eyes still a bit shaken, but mostly filled with relief Leo hadn't intervened because she couldn't defeat these knights. He probably just felt there was no need to show weakness in front of such people. "Leo, you actually dare to." Seeing this, Motoyasu subconsciously wanted to raise his spear and charge, but was stopped when Mine grabbed him. His face was full of unbelievable anger. Having resolved the immediate trouble, Leo slightly raised his hand, giving a look to the undead soldiers beside him. Those two undead soldiers moved instantly like ghosts. Their figures were so fast they were mere blurred after images, their movement trajectories almost invisible. In the blink of an eye, they reached Motoyasu and the remaining knights. Fists carried the sound of breaking wind. Asterisk thud, thud, thud asterisk. Several muffled sounds exploded in succession within the banquet hall. The next second, Motoyasu and the knights who had just been acting so high and mighty collapsed to the ground one by one, as if their bones had been removed. Their faces were still frozen in those arrogant expressions, but now those were replaced by pain and shock as their eyes rolled back, and they completely passed out. Mine stood to the side, looking at the fallen Motoyasu and then at the expressionless Leo, her face a picture of questioning her own reality. After a pause, she quietly took 2 steps back and turned, wanting to slip away. 49 Chapter 43 Undercurrents and Standoff. Chapter 43 Undercurrent Confrontation. How insane. You can't even beat my guard, yet you dare to put on such airs here. Leo's face showed no extra expression, only an irrepressible disdain. He raised his foot and unceremoniously kicked Motoyasu in the face. His disgust for this guy had reached its peak long ago. Usually, he relied on his status as a hero to cause trouble everywhere, but today's performance was ridiculously absurd, just like a pet kept in a cage without a brain of its own. After delivering the kick, Leo slowly raised his head, his gaze sharp as a knife, coldly sweeping toward Renamaki and Itsuki Kawasumi not far away. These two guys, who also bore the title of hero, were standing nearby, their faces as stiff as stones, their eyes darting around, not daring to look this way. As soon as Leo's gaze fell on them, the two of them reacted as if they had been burned by fire, hurriedly turning their heads away, their necks held stiffly upright, not daring to meet his eyes. As expected of a bunch of cowards from an island nation. Leo's voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached their ears. The faces of Renamaki and Itsuki Kawasumi instantly changed color, turning shades of blue and purple. They pursed their lips tightly, and their hands clenched into fists. But in the end, they still didn't dare to talk back, remaining frozen where they stood. Their cowardly and hypocritical appearance made Leo feel a wave of nausea in his stomach. These heroes, who were usually praised to the skies by everyone, turned out to be such cowards when it was actually time to show some courage. In the end, they were just a bunch of poor wretches blinded by power and desire. "Bring Mine to me." Leo turned and gave an order to an undead soldier beside him. No matter what, he couldn't let this woman, Mine, slip away again today. The soldier immediately took the command and strode toward Mine. Seeing this, Mine's face turned white, and her eyes were instantly filled with terror. "What do you want to do?" she screamed, her body shrinking back desperately, her hands waving wildly in the air like a caught wildcat, trying to push away the approaching soldier. But her bit of strength was nothing in the face of the soldier's strong arms, her resistance was completely meaningless. "No. You can't do this to me. I am a princess. You dare touch me and see what happens." Mine shouted at the top of her lungs, her voice cracking, filled with hidden fear and resentment. But as the people around her looked at her like this, there was no sympathy to be found. Many eyes even held a bit of cold indifference, as if watching a show, who told her to offend everyone with her usual arrogance and domineering attitude. Seeing that no one was helping her, Mine panicked even more. Her legs began to kick wildly, and her screams became increasingly shrill. It was like nails scraping across glass, cutting through the original noise of the banquet. "Shut up." Leo frowned, took a step forward, and raised his hand to give her a slap. Slap. The crisp sound of the slap was exceptionally loud in the hall, instantly drowning out all the noise. A bright red palm print immediately appeared on Mine's face, and her body was knocked to the side, her hair becoming a mess. This slap finally made her quiet down temporarily. However, her eyes were wide open, filled with fear and hatred, staring fixedly at Leo as if they were about to spit fire. Lord Shield Hero, Mine, she's just a bit unruly by nature, she doesn't know any better. Please, show some mercy. Just then, the king's slightly trembling voice rang out, breaking the brief silence. She was his daughter, after all. He quickly squeezed out of the crowd, his face hanging with undisguisable helplessness and worry. His forehead was covered in sweat, and his usual kingly dignity had long since vanished. When the surrounding nobles heard the king's words, they were all stunned. They began to whisper among themselves, their eyes full of disbelief. The always aloof king would actually plead with the shield hero, whom they had always looked down upon, for the sake of this willful princess. In their eyes, the shield hero was clearly the weakest and most disliked one. The king's action simply overturned their long-held perceptions. Your Majesty. The Pope nearby was also dumbfounded, his eyes filled with shock and incomprehension. He had originally intended to come over and persuade the king to join forces against the shield hero, but now his plans were completely disrupted. Leo glanced coldly at the king. This guy usually turned a blind eye to Mine's nonsense, and now he was coming out to play the good guy. It was truly laughable. But he knew in his heart that now was not the time to completely break ties with the king. There were more important things waiting for him to do. Rest assured. Leo dropped those two words, his voice devoid of any emotion. He turned around, signaled the soldiers to carry the dazed Mine, and strode out of the banquet hall. Behind him, a group of nobles looked at each other, speechless. Motoyasu and the others were still lying on the ground unconscious, and the room was filled with the buzzing of discussions, everything lingering in astonishment. Just as he reached the door, Leo suddenly turned his head, looked at the king who had followed him out, and said slowly, "I'll just teach her a lesson and release her when I'm done. By the way, I don't want the aid money this time, just consider it payment for her medical expenses." The king opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he swallowed his words. He could only wave his hand helplessly, letting them be escorted away. After all, if a fight really broke out, the troops he could mobilize now were probably fewer than Leo's. Not to mention combat power, most of the country's military authority was in the queen's hands. To put it bluntly, he, the king, was just a puppet being pulled by various forces. Before walking out the main door, Leo intentionally turned his head, gave the Pope a meaningful look, and even squeezed out a gentle smile that wasn't very natural. The Pope was stunned for a moment, then returned a kind smile. Except that smile didn't reach his eyes at all, looking quite fake. "Shield Devil, how dare you ruin my plans? Just you wait, I will definitely make sure you die without a place to be buried." The Pope gnashed his teeth in his heart, yet remained calm on the surface. "You're just a villain who won't even survive the first season. You'd better start thinking about your funeral arrangements." Leo sneered in his heart, but the smile on his face didn't fade. The two of them stared at each other, smiling brightly on their faces. In their hearts, however, they were both plotting how to completely kill the other. Leo looked at Raphtalia. Her eyes were still a bit red, and the unease and fatigue left by the chaos just now were clearly written on her face. Speaking of which, since the banquet began, she hadn't had a moment of peace. Tossed about by various events, she probably hadn't even had a chance to catch her breath properly. "I'm sorry." Leo raised his hand and gently stroked her head, his tone very soft. "With things turning out like this, you surely haven't eaten properly, have you? There are some honey cakes left in the inn's cupboard. Remember to take them out to fill your stomach when you get back." Raphtalia shook her head, her small hands clutching her skirt, and looked up at him. "No, I'm really fine. But Lord Leo, are you feeling all right? With so many people around earlier, and those words." She stopped halfway, unable to continue, but the worry in her eyes couldn't be hidden. "I'm fine." Leo interrupted her, his voice carrying an unquestionable gentleness. "Go back and rest quickly. Today has been long enough. You must be exhausted." He paused, then added, "I'll be back as soon as I'm done here. Don't wait up for me." Raphtalia bit her lower lip, looking like she clearly wanted to say more, perhaps wanting to stay and accompany him. But meeting Leo's determined eyes, she finally nodded and whispered a soft okay. When she turned to leave, her steps were very slow, and she couldn't help but look back every few steps. Leo stood where he was, watching her back as she gradually walked away. He didn't slowly withdraw his gaze until she disappeared around the street corner. He let out a soft breath. The things he had to deal with next were indeed not suitable for her to see. Chapter 44. The Princess in Distress. Once Raphtalia's figure had completely disappeared around the street corner, Leo took a deep breath, suppressing the slight ripple of emotion in his heart. Ice Age. He raised his hand, and magic surged within his palm. The moisture in the air seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, rapidly condensing into ice. A crystal-clear ice prison, radiating a bone-chilling cold, slowly took shape before him. The faint, crisp sound of ice crystals colliding was clearly audible, and the walls shimmered with a faint blue-cold light under the dim illumination. Iron shackles were already embedded in the ice, as if silently waiting for the prey to fall into the trap. Bring her in. Leo did his best to restrain his surging emotions as he gave the order to the soldiers beside him. Mine was escorted by 2 soldiers, one on each side, stumbling as she arrived before the ice prison. Her hair was messily stuck to both sides of her cheeks, and her originally magnificent court dress was crumpled into a ball from her previous struggle, with the gold-embroidered threads broken in several places, revealing the dust-stained lining inside. At this moment, traces of the previous terror and anger remained in her eyes. She glared at her surroundings like a trapped beast, but her previous arrogance was gone. But when her gaze swept over the ice prison radiating a grim chill, fear instantly surged like a tide, completely overwhelming her. Damn shield hero! Let me go! I am the first princess! Mine shrieked at the top of her lungs. Her voice echoed in the narrow passage, carrying a hint of sharp despair. A shadow of her usual bossiness remained in her tone, but her status provided her with no protection at this moment. Leo looked at her coldly, his heart unperturbed. This so-called first princess, who had relied on her status to commit evil and frame the innocent, was now merely reaping what she had sown. Wearing so many clothes, it must be very hot. He gave a slight nod to the soldiers. The soldiers immediately understood and stepped forward to take action. Seeing this, Mine's eyes widened in terror. She twisted her body frantically, trying to break free, while cursing incessantly. You bastards! You dare touch me? I'll have you all torn to pieces. Once my father finds out, he'll definitely have you all hanged. But it was all in vain. The soldier's hands were like iron pincers, gripping her tightly so she couldn't move. Soon, her outer garments were stripped away one by one, leaving her in only thin undergarments. Mine instinctively wrapped her arms around her chest, trying to preserve a final shred of dignity, but her body trembled more and more violently, and her teeth began to chatter. Then, a bucket of cold water was poured over her head with a splash. Ah! Mine let out a shrill scream. The cold water flowed down from the top of her head, soaking her thin undergarments and clinging tightly to her skin. The chill instantly pierced to the bone. Her lips immediately turned purple, her eyes filled with terror and helplessness, and her body shook even more violently. Push her in. Leo spoke coldly. The soldiers showed no mercy, roughly pushing her into the ice prison. Mine's footing was unstable, and she nearly fell. Her hands instinctively tried to brace against the ground, but she gasped from the stinging cold of the ice. That bone-chilling cold was like countless steel needles, instantly piercing her palms and stabbing into her marrow. She was then pinned to a chair inside the ice prison, her hands and feet tightly bound by cold ropes, rendering her completely immobile. The temperature inside the ice prison was frighteningly low, as if it were a corner forgotten by the god of winter. The cold air rapidly invaded her body. Under the double assault of cold and fear, Mine's thin frame shivered uncontrollably. The clatter of her chattering teeth echoed in the silent ice prison, adding a touch of desolation and despair. You can't do this to me. My father won't let you get away with this. Mine used the last of her strength to shout hoarsely at Leo, a final glimmer of hope still in her eyes. Leo sneered, took a few steps forward, and looked down at her. Your father. He has long condoned your various misdeeds. Now he can barely protect himself. How could he have time for you? Mine, you have committed too many sins. This is merely the punishment you deserve. Besides, of all the people to provoke, you just had to provoke me. Mine's eyes instantly dimmed as she seemed to finally realize that everything she once relied on had now turned into bubbles. Her body shook like a sieve, and tears flowed uncontrollably, sliding down her cold cheeks and instantly freezing into tiny ice crystals. I was wrong. Please, let me go. I won't ever do it again. Mine began to plead in a low voice, her tone tearful, a world apart from her previous arrogance. Mine, do you think your little tricks could hide anything from me? Leo's voice echoed in the ice prison. I've known for a long time that you are a pathological liar. Remember that fire in the southern village? I heard you sent people to set it, then shifted the blame onto me. Mine looked at him in terror. She opened her mouth to argue, but her throat seemed frozen, and she could only emit a few muffled whimpers. Her eyes were wide, filled with fear and resentment, but under this bone-chilling cold and powerful pressure, she seemed so powerless. No, Lord Leo, we used to be companions, didn't we? Mine struggled to squeeze out a few words, her voice trembling and tearful. I'll do anything. You can't kill me. Her tone was full of pleading, her former pride had long since vanished without a trace. What a beautiful face. Leo's thumb gently caressed Mine's trembling cheek, rubbing against the ice crystals that had formed at the corner of her eye. The edge of his metal gauntlet made her eye socket turn red. What exactly is your relationship with the Church of the Three Heroes? How much did they give you to make you a willing puppet? Leo narrowed his eyes slightly, staring intently at Mine's reaction. Though his voice was soft, it carried an irresistible pressure. Come, tell me. A gentle smile curled at the corner of his mouth, but the mirth didn't reach his eyes. Speak. Leo's voice suddenly rose, echoing in the ice prison and making Mine's whole body shudder. Mine suddenly turned her head away. She stopped pretending altogether, and a cold sneer appeared on her blood-streaked lips. Just a shield, and you think you're worthy of interrogating this princess? You really think being summoned as a hero lets you stand as an equal to the nobility? Before she could finish, Leo suddenly tightened his fingers, grabbing her face and twisting her features. His knuckles pressed purple marks into her pale skin. Don't forget who holds the power of life and death now. At a signal, the soldiers picked up a cowhide whip soaked in ice water from the corner. When the tip of the whip swept past Mine's neck, she instinctively leaned back to avoid it, only to have her messy red hair grabbed by the soldier behind her. Don't move. Leo whispered the reminder, his voice tinged with playfulness. Then came the crisp sound of fabric tearing. A sharp pain like her scalp was ripping apart made Mine gasp for air. Crack. The sharp crack made the ice prison hum. The whip tore through the air, carrying tiny ice crystals, and landed precisely on her right shoulder. Ah! Mine's scream hit the ice walls and shattered into echoes. Her body twisted frantically within its restraints, the ropes digging deep into her flesh and leaving red welts. Do you know why I'm angry? Leo squatted down, the spikes on the edge of his shield almost touching her throat. I heard that when the first waves of catastrophe arrived, just to build yourself a palace, you sent people to tear down commoners' houses for materials. And you also withheld the relief grain for the refugees of the Siltvelt territory, didn't you? They deserved it. Mine retorted while gasping, cold sweat at her temples mixing with blood and sliding into her eyelashes. Lowborns should make way for the nobility. Should the noble royal family waste resources on commoners? Especially lowly demi-humans. Ooh! The second whip stroke landed on her inner thigh. Mine suddenly arched her back, a deathly whimper escaping her throat. This time, the tip of the whip had barbs, tearing away a piece of flesh as it was pulled back. A line of blood drew a crimson arc in the air, dripping onto the ice and instantly freezing into red crystals. Leo raised his hand to stop the soldiers and pressed his fingertip onto her bleeding wound. The moment the healing rune lit up, Mine's body, which had been tense from the intense pain, suddenly relaxed. Then she began to tremble uncontrollably the moment the pain vanished. The piercing cold and the fear of the next torture made her shake even more violently. How does it feel? Leo grabbed her hair, forcing her to look directly into his eyes. Can't take it already? Those demi-human children you forcibly sent to the mines go through this kind of torture day and night. I did that for the development of the kingdom. Mine's voice began to tremble, each word squeezed out from between her teeth, her confidence clearly lacking. The whip continued to fall, and her screams gradually turned into broken sobs. When the 7th whip mark crossed her abdomen, she suddenly coughed violently, spraying blood and crushed ice onto Leo's armor. You think you can change anything like this? Indeed. Leo gave a bitter smile. But at least it's a start. Hearing this, Mine's face grew even paler, as if all the color had been drained from it, and even her lips lost their hue. But using a whip is too cruel. Let's start with the most primitive method first. Leo signaled to the soldiers. The soldiers immediately stepped forward and stood on either side of Mine. Mine, do you know what the most common weapon used by the police when interrogating suspects in our country was 20 years ago? Mine gritted her teeth and closed her eyes tightly, not speaking. It was the fist. The leading soldier cracked his knuckles, the joints making a clack-clack sound. Then he clenched his fist and slammed it hard into Mine's abdomen. Ooh! Mine's body arched like a shrimp, sour liquid spilled from the corner of her mouth, and her face instantly turned deathly pale. The other soldier followed up with a kick to her thigh. Her leg instantly lost all strength, and she collapsed to the ground, left with no choice but to let the soldier's fists fall like raindrops. Ah! Every blow made her let out a groan of pain. Her voice echoed in the ice prison, exceptionally miserable, like a wail from hell. This scene reminded Leo of the school bullying he had experienced as a child. The fear and helplessness from that time seemed to surge back into his heart. But thinking back on it now, he actually felt a strange sense of nostalgia. Speaking of which, Itsuki Kawasumi seemed to have been bullied as well. I wonder how he would feel thinking back on it now. 51 Chapter 45 The Princess's Collapse. Chapter 45 The Princess's Breakdown. Mine's face was a mask of terror and despair. Her once beautiful face was now twisted into a hideous contortion by pain and fear. Tears mixed with snot flowed uncontrollably, sliding down her cheeks and onto the cold floor, instantly freezing into tiny ice crystals. Forget it. If you want something done right, you have to do it yourself. As Leo spoke, he took the iron chain from the soldier, wrapped it around his hand a few times, and swung it, lashing it across Mine's face. His other hand simultaneously glowed with the healing rune, enveloping Mine in a pale green light that barely kept her alive. He had seen this trick in a TV show and was now putting it into practice. Watching her struggle in agony under the chain, only to be pulled back by the healing rune so she wouldn't pass out, this cycle of torture seemed far more effective at breaking one's will. You're quite tough. Leo struck her for a while, sweat beading on his forehead and turning icy cold the moment it rolled down, chilled by the frost of the ice prison. He took a breath and looked at Mine. She still gritted her teeth, her eyes shut tight, refusing to make a sound. Still won't talk. It seemed he needed to turn up the heat. With a thought, Leo switched his shield to the Shield of Slaughter. He activated the Bloodlust and Indifference talents simultaneously, the two powers merging within him into the cold-blooded state. His gaze instantly became as cold as poisoned ice, and even his voice carried a wintry chill. Do you know how the Eastern and Western depots break people? Leo paused, enunciating every word. They can break a person until they don't look like a human, but in reality, they are human. They can also make a person look like a human, but in reality, that person wishes they weren't one. The moment he finished speaking, Leo raised his hand and slapped her across the face again. A sharp crack echoed through the ice prison. Mine's head was knocked to the side, and a handprint, redder and clearer than the last, instantly rose on her fair cheek. She didn't know what the Eastern and Western depots were, but just hearing Leo's description made her feel that the place was no different from hell. Her body trembled even more violently, the clatter of her chattering teeth sounding exceptionally piercing in the silence. Snake cages, rat cages, and the best one, boiling. Which do you prefer? Pick one. Leo stepped forward, grabbing her chin and forcing her to look up and meet his gaze. Every word was like a knife, cutting through her final line of psychological defense. In truth, he could have simply used a slave crest to control her, but that would have been far too boring. There was no need for those Western methods. After all, he hadn't had the chance to try the various techniques passed down by his ancestors, which were all excellent ways to make a prisoner talk. Speak. What exactly is your relationship with the Church of the Three Heroes? Leo's voice rose sharply, his gaze piercing her like a blade, as if he could see right through her soul. Under the dual weight of pain and fear, Mine's psychological defenses finally collapsed completely. Replicas. He has replicas of the 4 legendary weapons. She first let out a desperate whimper, then began to confess intermittently, pouring out all the shady dealings between her and the Church of the Three Heroes. Those illicit transactions and hidden evil plans were revealed like an opened Pandora's box. It turned out that the Church of the Three Heroes had long been colluding with Mine in secret to seize control of the country. They used Mine's status as a princess to stir up trouble within the kingdom and suppress anyone who refused to comply with them. Meanwhile, Mine intended to use the power of the Church of the Three Heroes to eliminate her sister, Melty, so she could secure her position as the first heir and inherit the throne. Leo took out a crystal ball he had prepared and recorded every word she said. The crystal ball flickered with a cold light, like an impartial judge, documenting her crimes one by one. This evidence was more than enough to make her pay the price for her actions. By the time Leo finished his questioning, Mine was nearly driven mad by fear. She slumped on the ground, her limbs twisted unnaturally from being bound for so long. Her eyes were hollow, staring blankly ahead as she muttered nonsense incessantly. "I don't want to be a princess anymore. I just want to live. I just want to live." Her voice was filled with shattered despair and terror, every word sounding as if it were being squeezed out of a torn soul. Her body continued to shake, and the sound of her teeth chattering never stopped. Her once magnificent princess dress was now torn to shreds, hanging off her frail body like a pile of broken dreams. Her hair was a tangled mess, with a few strands stuck to her tear-stained face. She looked as if she were possessed by a demon, with not a trace of her former radiance remaining. Leo stood to the side, the iron chain in his hand still retaining a faint warmth from the recent whipping. Looking at this woman on the verge of a mental breakdown, he couldn't quite describe the feeling in his heart. The princess who had once been bossy and arrogant in the palace had now completely lost her pride and insolence, becoming a pathetic wretch consumed by fear. She used to be a symbol of power and glory. A walk through the palace would have everyone bowing and scraping, and a single word from her could decide the fate of many. But now, in this corner of the ice prison, she was just a terrified prisoner. Did I go too far? Was that really me just now? Leo couldn't help but ask himself in his heart. During the interrogation, he had been driven by anger, using every means possible just to wring the truth out of her. But seeing her like this now, Leo suddenly felt a bit dazed. The self who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals seemed to have become a bit of a stranger. This night of interrogation had uncovered far more ugliness than he had imagined. Every truth was like a heavy hammer, slamming hard against his heart. It turned out that behind the seemingly prosperous royal capital lay so much darkness and sin. The collusion between the Church of the Three Heroes and the royal family, innocent people being used as sacrifices, every single detail weighed heavily on his mind. The sound of a night watchman's clapper came from outside the ice prison. 2 thuds rang out, and Leo was startled to realize it was already late at night. The residual warmth on the chain had long since dissipated, leaving only his internal conflict becoming clearer for the sake of so-called justice. What had he become? Mine muttered in a semi-conscious state, through the mumbled syllables, one could faintly hear. "Melty, save me." Leo gripped his shield tightly, the metal edge dug into his palm, causing pain and breaking the skin, letting beads of blood seep out. As the first light of dawn filtered through the cracks in the ice prison, Leo knew that the marks left by this interrogation would change his life more profoundly than any of the conspiracies hidden deep within the royal capital. Chapter 46, The Shattered Killing Mask, Part 1, Leo's Perspective. Send her back. Also, show the crystal ball recording to the king. I stood there, silently watching Mine's retreating figure as she was dragged away. Her disheveled hair swept across the floor, and her body was limp, as if she had no bones. She was dragged forward by soldiers holding her arms, stumbling with every step. How strange. This should have been the moment of ultimate revenge. But seeing her like this, I felt no sense of satisfaction. Instead, I felt empty. After all, people like her are everywhere in this world. Clear one out, and countless others will breed in the shadows. All that welled up in my heart was a deep exhaustion and disappointment in this world. Power and desire, these roots of evil, are like rising black tides, overflowing the embankments of humanity, soaking everything beautiful until it rots and reeks. Whether it's this other world or my original world, they are actually the same. I looked up at the night sky, where stars twinkled. But in my eyes, the entire world seemed covered by a layer of thick black mist, stretching endlessly. Honestly, even though I already know the plot, I still walk alone in this darkness. Every step is filled with hardship and struggle, with no light in sight. When I first arrived here, I still harbored thoughts of saving the world, feeling that with the trump cards in my hand, I could surely change something. But what about reality? It dealt me a heavy blow. Having come this far, aside from my undead legion, I'm the only one left to endure this cold world. Occasionally, I think of Naofumi, the man also known as the Shield Hero. Though he also went through many hardships, he was able to find the power of trust in the midst of adversity. He trusts his slaves, moving forward hand in hand with them, supporting each other. But what about me? I only trust the dead. The spirits I awaken are incomparably loyal, yet they cannot give me true warmth or support. They don't laugh, they don't cry, and there is no emotional exchange. They simply execute my orders mechanically. Every time I look into their hollow eyes, I feel a deep sense of sorrow. Come to think of it, I might even be inferior to Naofumi, and I certainly have no right to laugh at him. At least he dares to trust slaves, dares to turn his back to others. His companions will stand up without hesitation during his most difficult times to fight alongside him. Whereas I can only lick my wounds alone, cleaning up this devastated battlefield. It was already late at night. The moon shed its light, gently covering the quiet streets, plating the entire world in a chilly silver edge. The houses on both sides of the street cast long shadows under the moonlight, looking exceptionally eerie. I dragged my feet, moving toward my residence step by step. Every step felt like treading on cotton, both heavy and hollow. I dragged my heavy steps, slowly and leisurely walking toward my residence, each step feeling like dragging a 1,000-pound burden. Physical exhaustion and emotional trauma intertwined, making it almost impossible for me to support myself. Memory was like spider silk torn apart by the wind, drifting faintly back to my original world. I'm back. Welcome back, Tilda. My great-grandmother's gentle response was accompanied by a warm embrace. In just an instant, all the exhaustion throughout my body would be swept away. That was the softest, most reassuring corner of my heart, like a quilt that had been dried in the sun, wrapped in an indescribable sense of peace. In that life of mine that has already passed and is no longer reachable. Those days in elementary school were like an ungraspable dream bubble on the horizon, the freest and most precious time of my life. Every day, as long as I finished my set amount of homework, the rest of the time was mine to spend as I pleased, chasing an orange cat down half the alley, or sitting at my desk writing a few lines of wild science fiction fragments. Or crouching by the roadside to watch ants move for an entire afternoon. No one would rush me no matter how I wasted time. Back then I was young and understood nothing, but I especially loved the moment when it just began to get dark. I would always hurry to the community square, either going under the old locust tree or rushing to the roof of the apartment building. I would skillfully set up that astronomical telescope I bought with half a year's savings, and then stare at the starry sky without blinking. Those stars were like a handful of crushed pearls scattered by the universe, each one seemingly hiding endless secrets. In the quiet night, they would gaze at and communicate with me across light years. Sometimes, under the starry sky, I would run into several middle-aged men also carrying telescopes. Everyone would huddle together, talking all at once about whether Orion on the star map had become brighter, sharing who had discovered a new bright star in which corner. But more often than not, I liked being alone. It was as if the whole world was just me and this boundless starry sky, quietly gazing at each other, as if engaged in a dialogue that only we understood. The wind brushed past my ears, carrying the characteristic humidity of a summer night, and the stars flickered in and out of the lens. So beautiful. I would often mutter to the starry sky, my voice so soft I was afraid of disturbing those distant lights. No matter how late I stayed outside, that old-fashioned desk lamp at home was always lit. A faint yellow glow would leak through the gaps in the curtains. My great-grandmother would either be dozing in a rattan chair, still clutching her unfinished knitting, or she would be mending clothes by the light. To this day I don't understand why she loved tinkering with those old clothes when the family wasn't short on money, her stitches as dense as the tracks of stars. She would just wait for me to return so quietly. That lamplight was the eternal lighthouse in my heart. One day, I'm going to be an astronomer. Back then, I said this to the starry sky countless times, each time with a silly seriousness, my fingers unconsciously tightening on the telescope's focusing wheel. It was as if as long as I held onto this dream tightly, the good days would be within reach, and I could touch those stars just by raising my hand. You certainly can. When my great-grandmother heard this, she would always smile and pat my head. The warmth of her palm mixed with the faint scent of laundry detergent gave me so much strength. However, fate loves to play jokes. Once the doors to middle school opened, everything changed. I had no choice but to go back and live with my parents. From that day on, my world was like a switch had been flipped, suddenly changing color. I'm back. When I said those words, there was no longer the previous joy, only caution. And an unhideable unease. Even the end of my sentence trembled slightly. You're back. Did you do your homework? Out playing again? My parents' voices were cold, their questions leaving me a bit dazed. I stood at the door for a long time, not daring to change my shoes. This was the first time in my life I had been scolded by my family. The warm little nest I once thought was unbreakable seemed to crack open with a click at this moment. The wind poured in through the crack, carrying a chill. But, I want to look at the stars. I argued in a small voice, my fingers twisting the hem of my shirt until the fabric was wrinkled. Prepare for your high school entrance exams first. My parents' words were like a cold imperial decree, making my ears ring and smashing the longing in my heart to pieces. The stars. When is it not okay to look at them? If you don't pass the entrance exams, your life is over. In their eyes, there was only one path for the future: drilling problems, taking exams, getting into a key high school, and then attending a good university. The starry sky in my heart seemed so small and worthless in the face of a so-called bright future, as if it could be crushed at will without even making a sound. All right. I had no choice but to nod in agreement. The moment I put down my backpack, I felt my shoulders were as heavy as if I were carrying a boulder. The originally sparkling starry sky in my heart was slowly covered tightly by layer after layer of dark clouds. All that remained was an impenetrable darkness and stifling gloom, like a wall in the plum rain season, pressing damply against my heart. I once naively thought that as long as I got into high school, I could regain that freedom of looking up at the stars. But reality was like a slap in the face, cleanly snapping me awake from my dream and forcing me to see the coldness before me. Entering high school, the pressure of the college entrance exams was like a mountain on my shoulders, making it almost impossible to breathe. For that vague and ill-defined beautiful future, I began rotating between various cram schools again. Dragging my leaden body home after 10 o'clock every night became an unshakable routine. Day after day, year after year, without any pause. To endure these days that felt like a bottomless pit, I always told myself that as long as my grades were good enough to be recognized by others, maybe I could find my former happiness and regain that lost bliss. Thus, I turned power into my faith. Whatever stood in my way, even the most reckless bullies, I crushed them one by one. But I didn't notice that on this seemingly forward-moving path, I was losing my true direction bit by bit. The version of me whose eyes once lit up at the stars was growing fainter and fainter, almost impossible to see clearly. What exactly am I? Sometimes looking at the person in the mirror, a sense of disgust would arise for no reason, disgust for this superficial self. The old objects around me seemed to understand my thoughts, leaving me one by one. That astronomical telescope that accompanied me through countless nights of stargazing had been tossed into a cold corner at some unknown point, covered in dust. Later I heard it was thrown away as junk. It felt like a piece of my heart had been brutally gouged out, leaving it empty and aching. I often stared blankly at the calendar, hoping for the holidays to arrive so I could go back to my hometown regardless of everything to find my great-grandmother. I wanted her to persuade my parents to buy me another astronomical telescope. Maybe that way, I could find my former self. But fate seemed determined to work against me. Before the holidays arrived, what I received instead was my great-grandmother's funeral. At that moment, my world seemed to collapse instantly. All light was withdrawn, leaving only endless darkness and despair, like being thrown into a bottomless ice cellar. At the funeral, I stood blankly, like a soulless stone statue. The people around me were weeping uncontrollably, the mourning music was low, and the scent of incense and candles filled the air. But my heart was terribly empty, as if a large hole had been brutally dug out. The cold wind howled into it, and no matter how hard I tried to fill it, I couldn't fill that void. Sometimes, it wasn't until past 11 at night that I would drag my leaden legs home, one step at a time. Pushing open the door, the house was pitch black with no light at all. There was no longer that warm lamp lit for me, and no one waiting for my return. The former warmth and anticipation had long since vanished like a dream bubble, leaving not even a trace. My efforts finally seemed to have a so-called reward. Whether it was physical strength or intelligence, both received the improvement recognized by adults under endless pressure. I gradually became the enviable other people's child in everyone's mouth. The numbers on my report cards became more and more brilliant, and the praise from my elders increased. However, how strange. One night, I stood on the balcony, looking at the starry sky fragmented by skyscrapers. Those scattered points of light flickered between the gaps of the buildings. I couldn't help but mutter to myself, "Why am I not happy at all?" At this moment, I felt as if I were trapped in a magnificent yet cold cage. Everything around me seemed glamorous, enviable grades, a constant stream of praise, but in the end, I was just a caged bird that had lost its freedom, its wings tightly bound by invisible threads. No, perhaps more like a fearsome lone wolf. My loneliness was seen as aloofness by others. Not only those who used to cause me trouble, but even the stray dogs on the street would tuck their tails and avoid me, their eyes filled with fear. The feeling now was just like when I used to go home alone after evening self-study. Except back then, what weighed on me were mountains of books and knowledge. Now, it was the merciless heavy blows of this cruel reality. Having experienced all this, my heart felt as if a large hole had been torn open. No matter how many honors I obtained, no matter how much my elders praised me, nothing could fill that void. Because I knew clearly that the person who would always wait for me under the warm light was gone forever. She would never again show me a kind smile, never again pat my head and say, "You're back." That starry sky that once enchanted me with its brilliance would also never return. Blocked tightly by layers of buildings, it was like a dusty memory. That fellow must have fallen fast asleep by now. I should try to be as quiet as possible. Such a thought lingered in my mind. The door hinge turned slowly, letting out a soft sound that was almost like a sob. It quietly pierced the silence of the night, echoing slightly in the empty hallway. Inside the room, a dim yellow light poured out softly, casting a warm glow on the floor in front of the door. 53 Chapter 46 The Shattered Mask of Killing, Part 2, Leo's Perspective. Chapter 46 The Shattered Mask of Slaughter, 2, Leo's Perspective. Just as the door was pushed open a crack, my gaze caught Raphtalia's figure. She sat quietly by the bed, her hands unconsciously tugging at the edge of her skirt. Her face was filled with unmistakable worry, and her eyes glanced toward the door from time to time. She had clearly been waiting for a long time. The candlelight flickered gently behind her, casting her shadow on the wall, swaying slightly with the flame. The moment her gaze met mine, a sudden joy lit up her eyes. Her tightly furrowed brows quickly smoothed out, and even the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. "Lord Leo, welcome back." She hurriedly stood up. I froze in place, my body trembling slightly beyond my control, and I even missed a heartbeat. My hand was still resting on the doorknob. The icy sensation traveled through my fingertips, yet it couldn't suppress the emotions surging in my heart. This phrase, "welcome back," was as familiar as a brand seared into the depths of my soul. Yet it was so foreign, as if coming from a distant time and space, blurring the outlines of my memories. Though it was just 4 simple words, at this moment, they were like a giant boulder crashing into a calm lake. They stirred up layers of massive waves in my heart, leaving me momentarily flustered and at a loss. Is this me? A person whose emotions could be shaken by a common greeting? I didn't know, and I didn't want to delve deeper. How ironic. Words I thought I would never hear again, warmth I thought had long been buried by time, actually reappeared at such a moment, in such a way. Unknowingly, a trace of warm tears quietly slipped from the corners of my eyes, flowing down my cheeks. They dripped onto my collar, spreading into a small, dark stain. Leo, Lord Leo? Raphtalia was clearly startled by my sudden state and hurried forward. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Essoa, sorry. I hurriedly wiped the tears from my cheeks with the back of my hand, my voice intermittent and carrying an unsettled sob. I just suddenly remembered some things from the past. Things from the past? She leaned in slightly, moving half a step closer. The worry in her eyes deepened, and even the tips of her ears drooped slightly. I thought of some things that no longer exist, and those family members who were waiting for me to come home. I lowered my eyes, my gaze falling on the patterns on the floor, my voice as soft as a sigh, almost inaudible even to myself. Sorry. I must look quite pathetic right now. After saying that, I pulled the corners of my mouth into a self-deprecating smirk, the dampness of tears still lingering on my fingertips. No, not at all. Raphtalia shook her head vigorously, then revealed a gentle smile. I am truly grateful that you can think of me as family. But, why? I murmured, my voice so raspy that even I found it unfamiliar. Why wait for me? I summoned all my courage to voice the question that had been suppressed in my heart for so long. Because I was worried about you. She looked at me with eyes as clear and innocent as a child's, a faint smile on her face as she answered softly. The moment I met her gaze, the emotions I had been desperately suppressing in my heart suddenly broke through the levee of reason and surged forth. The pain of being betrayed, the grievance of being misunderstood, and the various hardships suffered in this strange and cruel world all rushed to my mind frantically, nearly drowning me completely. I'm a demon. I smiled bitterly, my voice full of self-deprecation and despair. Even in this world, the slanders and insults from the nobles in my memory still shrouded me like a thick haze, making it almost impossible to see a single ray of hope. Lord Leo. I'm just an executioner with hands covered in blood. I've killed countless people. I'm not worth your trust at all. Under the dual torture of fatigue and weariness, I no longer had the strength to maintain that seemingly strong facade. All the pain and despair poured out like a flood from a broken dam, every word carrying a heavy exhaustion. At this moment, it was as if the mask I had worn for so long quietly shattered, revealing the unsightly true face beneath. Indeed, from the perspective of those nobles, that is true. Raphtalia tilted her head slightly, as if seriously considering something. A moment later, she spoke slowly, her tone calm and without ripples. But from my perspective, it is precisely because of you that countless innocent people have been able to survive in this chaotic world. She looked up at me, her gaze clear and firm. Just as you taught me, if no one provokes me, I provoke no one. If someone provokes me, I will wipe them out. I snapped my head up, unable to help but look at her. I saw her gaze was firm and burning, as if she wanted to imprint this trust and understanding into the deepest part of my soul as she said word for word. You have never actively harmed an innocent person, have you? And you have always wanted me to walk the right path, which is why you avoid letting me see those bloody scenes, isn't it? She added softly. My heart suddenly sank, as if struck heavily by something. The past I had deliberately buried deep in my heart, the images filled with blood and slaughter, now surged frantically in my mind like a turbulent tide, nearly swallowing me. You know everything? I spoke with difficulty, my fingertips curling slightly from the force, my knuckles turning white. Yes. She answered softly, without a hint of blame in her tone, only calm acceptance. I'm sorry, I really couldn't help myself at the time, so I peeked. But this calmness made the guilt in my heart grow like wild weeds, tightly entangling my heart and making it hard to breathe, even my fingertips starting to feel cold. Is that so? My head buried even lower, my chin almost touching my chest, my heart a mess of emotions. Shame, self-reproach, and fear intertwined like poisonous snakes, gnawing at my heart. I know what to do now. I turned my head, my steps as unsteady as if I were walking on clouds. I only wanted to escape this place that made me feel so ashamed as quickly as possible, to escape her clear gaze. It really is so pathetic. I had no face to stay by her side anymore. Without wearing a flawless mask, how could anyone in this world be willing to accept such an unsightly me? As expected, in the end, I can only be alone. Just as I turned around, a flurry of footsteps came from behind me. Raphtalia stood up without hesitation and then actually pulled me gently into her arms. This was the first time in my life, for reasons other than fighting or studying, that I had been so close to another person. There was a faint scent of herbs in her hair, and her embrace was warm and soft, giving me a long-lost sense of security. But this security also made me feel a faint fear in my heart. No matter what happens, I want to face it with you, she whispered softly in my ear. In my original world, I was just an ordinary person, drifting with the tide for the sake of grades. I'm not worth such expectations from you. My voice was choked with heavy nasal tones as I poured out the deepest insecurities and anxieties in my heart. My throat felt as if it were tightly blocked by a mass of thick cotton, and every word was squeezed out with difficulty from between my teeth, carrying an unspeakable weight. Tears spun uncontrollably in my eyes, gradually blurring Raphtalia's figure before me. My world seemed to fall into darkness once again. It turned out that the shadow-like depression had never truly disappeared. I had just been desperately distracting myself with various things before. Now that my defenses had collapsed, it submerged me completely like a tide, leaving me without even the strength to struggle. Chapter 46, The Shattered Mask of Slaughter, 3, Leo's Perspective. Thoughts drifted back to my original world before I knew it. It was a period so ordinary it was almost barren. Every day, I lived life like a programmed machine, following a set routine. Moving through streets so familiar I could navigate them in my sleep, my mind focused solely on my studies. All just to secure a calm, 9-to-5 job when I grew up. Life back then was devoid of vitality. There were no thrilling adventures, no opportunities to change the world, and certainly no tension or challenges involving life or death tests. In my world, there were no grand experiences, no extraordinary abilities. It was terrifyingly calm. It was as if I had been forgotten in a corner by time, unable to stir even a single ripple. Yet now, in this other world filled with fantasy and danger, I have been involuntarily dragged into a massive conflict concerning the survival of the world. Raphtalia, who has been by my side since we met, chose to trust me without reservation. She placed infinite hope in me, following me through thick and thin without hesitation. Lord Leo, I believe in you. No matter what happens, I will follow you. Raphtalia looked at me with a firm gaze, her eyes filled with unquestionable trust. In her eyes, I seemed to be a legendary hero capable of turning the tide, a savior who could bring light and hope to this dark world. When I first learned I had been chosen as a hero, the ecstasy I felt was like suddenly winning the lottery. But once I truly possessed great wealth and power, I became more afraid of losing it all than anyone else. What if all of this is just a beautiful, illusory dream after my death? If this dream is so beautiful that it intoxicates me, do I really have the courage to wake up and face reality? I often asked myself this in the depths of my heart. Only I knew that, deep down, I was merely an ordinary and fragile person. Faced with such ardent and pure trust and expectation from her, a sense of self-doubt and insignificance, so intense it almost swallowed me whole, completely overwhelmed me. By what right can I make her believe so steadfastly? By what right can I become her support in this chaotic world? I kept asking myself in my heart. This feeling of self-denial finally burst forth like a volcanic eruption during my most vulnerable and helpless moment. Raphtalia, perhaps I am not the one who can save the world. I cannot change anything. I am sorry. My voice was low, and my heart was full of confusion. She was silent and did not respond to my words immediately. The surroundings were eerily quiet, with only the rustling sound of the breeze gently brushing against the leaves outside the window. Just as I was unable to extricate myself from the abyss of self-denying pain, she suddenly hugged me tightly. "You." I clearly felt her rapid breathing. After a long while, she gently let me go. She placed her hands gently on my shoulders, stood slightly on tiptoe, and looked me in the eye with a firm gaze. Raphtalia slowly cupped my face with both hands, forcing me to look directly into her eyes. Her eyes shimmered with crystal-clear tears, yet remained incredibly firm. "In my heart, you have never been a simple executioner. Everything you have done is to protect those who are defenseless and cannot protect themselves. But, I stopped mid-sentence, my heart full of conflict. "Lord Leo." Her voice was soft yet full of strength. "From the moment we met, what I saw was not just your ability. It was you who extended a helping hand without hesitation when I was most isolated, helpless, and desperate. It was you who gritted your teeth and persisted when facing countless dilemmas, never having a single thought of giving up. It was you who spared nothing, risking everything to protect those innocent lives. These things are countless times more precious than any powerful strength." She paused slightly, tears welling up in her eyes. "You may feel as ordinary as dust, but in my heart, you are that unique, irreplaceable hero. I believe in you, not because you come from that seemingly ordinary world, but because you are you, the person I am willing to follow through life and death. So, please let me stay by your side. Not just by the side of the Lord Shield Hero, but by the side of the great Lord Leo. Strange, why can't I speak? What is wrong with me?" Her words were like a key, opening the floodgates deep within my heart that had been tightly closed for years. A complex, uncontrollable emotion surged into my heart instantly. I could no longer control myself. Tears streamed down uncontrollably, blurring my vision. My world became blurry once again. "Thank you." Unconsciously, my hands also wrapped around her. In an instant, I felt as if I had returned to those dark days of being spurned and isolated by everyone. Walking into school, the fearful and disgusted gazes of the bullies felt as if they would tear me to pieces. "Look at that freak." Such unbearable insults, every word was like a deep wound carved into my heart. The grievances and pain in my heart were like a bursting flood, surging and overwhelming, almost consuming me completely, leaving me unable to find a glimmer of hope for relief in this endless darkness. She didn't speak, just gently patted my back, one stroke after another. That gentle action seemed to have magical power, just like how I had comforted her countless times when she was little. "I don't know what you experienced before, but I know that having something you love taken away must be a heart-wrenching thing. At the very least, please let me share this sadness with you." "Raph, Talia." In her embrace, I felt as if I had found a long-lost harbor. I let out the abyss-like sadness and fatigue in my heart, feeling this rare warmth and comfort. This feeling was a world of difference from the numbness and coldness when killing people before. Every time I wielded my weapon and watched blood splatter, all that welled up in my heart was endless numbness and coldness. But right now, in Raphtalia's embrace, what I felt was tangible warmth and care. This intense contrast left me somewhat at a loss for a moment. "Wait, killing people? I am a demon with hands stained in blood, a creature of bloodlust. How can I be so shameful, so fragile?" Thinking this in my heart, I tried to regain the seemingly impenetrable disguise I used to have. I have struggled in the darkness for so long, I have long been accustomed to burying my true emotions deep within. How can I be so vulnerable in front of her? Idiot, I am not that fragile. After a long while, I sniffed and tried hard to calm the emotions churning like a stormy sea. I didn't want her to worry too much, and I certainly didn't want to expose my fragility in front of her. After all, I was used to bearing everything alone in this cruel world, facing all the pain and suffering by myself. "You worked hard tonight. Get some rest." I gently pushed her away, placed my hands on her shoulders, and looking at the deep concern and reluctance in her eyes, a warm current surged in my heart. Yet, Mixed within this warmth was a faint fear, a fear that my own darkness might tarnish her purity. "Lord Leo, are you really okay now?" She tilted her head slightly, gazing at me, her eyes full of worry, as if she were still uneasy. "I am fine. Don't worry about it." I forced a smile, trying to put her at ease. She nodded slightly, but still couldn't help reminding me again. "Lord Leo, if you have any troubles, you must tell me. I will always be with you, no matter what happens." "Ah, yeah." I nodded again, pulling a faint smile at the corner of my mouth, trying to make her believe I was fine. "I understand." She turned and walked to the side, bringing me a basin of warm water. She took a towel, soaked it, wrung it out, and then handed it to me gently. "Lord Leo, wipe your face. It will make you feel more comfortable." I took the towel and wiped my face. Feeling the warmth of the towel, the warmth in my heart increased a little more. She stood quietly to the side, looking at me with eyes full of concern. I turned and walked to the bed, sitting down slowly. I closed my eyes wearily, as if the whole world had stopped turning at this moment. Raphtalia stood quietly, watching my back, the worry in her eyes not diminishing in the slightest. After a while, she walked gently to my side and covered me with the blanket. "Lord Leo, good night," she whispered in my ear. In this quiet night, I gradually drifted into sleep. In my dream, there was no killing, no blood, only Raphtalia's warm smile and those soft words. The next morning, sunlight filtered through the cracks in the window, gently spilling onto my face. I slowly opened my eyes, my consciousness gradually waking from my slumber. In my line of sight, Raphtalia was already methodically organizing our equipment nearby. "Lord Leo, you are awake. Did you rest well last night?" She noticed my movement, turned around, and smiled with concern. Not bad." I rubbed my eyes, slowly sat up, and said. Watching her busy figure, an inexplicable sense of peace spread in my heart. Come to think of it, what kind of feelings do I have for her, a female 5 years younger than me? Daughter? Younger sister? Or lover? This question swirled in my mind, but no matter how I thought about it, it seemed difficult to reach a definitive answer. Perhaps, none of this matters anymore. Anyway, I can't figure it out, so I just need to know that she is a very important person to me. "Do we have any plans for today, Lord Leo?" Raphtalia asked, looking up while continuing to organize the equipment. "Go to the slave trader." I thought for a moment and said with a serious expression. "Hey." Raphtalia couldn't help but let out a soft exclamation upon hearing this answer. "The slave trader has news. The person we are looking for has been found." I explained calmly. "I see. Raphtalia." I called out softly. "Yes." She responded immediately, stopped what she was doing, and looked at me intently. "Thank you." After saying that, I gently kissed her forehead. I really couldn't bring myself to kiss her cheek like in the original work. It was too embarrassing. Raphtalia's face instantly flushed bright red, the blush quickly spreading from her cheeks to her ears. "Sorry, was that too rude?" I asked with some concern, wondering if my actions were too abrupt. "No, it's okay," she answered stammeringly, her eyes darting away. Afterward, I also began to pack my gear, preparing to go downstairs for breakfast first. "Ready to go, Raphtalia," I said after getting everything ready. However, there was no response. "Raphtalia?" I turned my head in confusion to look. I found her sitting in front of the mirror, with what looked like actual steam rising from her head. She looked completely at a loss. I couldn't help but find it funny. I walked up and gently patted her shoulder. "What's wrong?" Still dazed. "If we don't leave, breakfast will get cold." Okay, let's go, Lord Leo." Raphtalia finally came back to her senses, stood up hurriedly, and said in a flustered manner. We walked out of the room together and went slowly down the stairs. The tavern downstairs was already bustling, people were chatting or eating, and the atmosphere was exceptionally noisy. We found an empty seat, sat down, and ordered some simple breakfast. During the meal, I kept thinking about what to do after arriving at the slave trader's shop. As for Raphtalia, she seemed not to have fully recovered from what happened just now. She would occasionally steal a glance at me, then quickly lower her head, her face still flushed with a faint blush. After finishing breakfast, we paid and headed toward the slave trader's shop. 55 Chapter 47 White Tiger Siblings. Chapter 47 The White Tiger Siblings. Early the next morning. Sunlight filtered through the thin window curtains, quietly spilling into the room and gilding every corner with a layer of warm gold. Tiny specks of dust floated in the air, gently tumbling within the shafts of light. Leo and Raphtalia walked side by side toward the slave trader's circus-like tent, facing the soft light. The purple of the canvas took on a faint yellow hue under the morning sun, its edges worn and frayed. From a distance, it looked like a bloated beehive, standing out starkly next to the bustling marketplace. On the streets, the clamor of the morning market had already begun. The cries of vendors rose and fell, intertwining. A stall owner selling hot noodle soup tapped the rim of his pot with an iron ladle, while a peddler with a shoulder pole shook a pellet drum. Pedestrians hurried along, their steps occasionally punctuated by the laughter of children chasing each other, adding a touch of vitality to the scene. "I have been waiting for you for a long time, hero." As soon as they stepped into the tent, the slave trader, dressed like a gentleman, greeted them with a face full of smiles and extreme sycophancy. He bowed so low that his waist was nearly touching the ground, almost burying his entire face in his chest. His attitude was excessively respectful, and even his speech carried a deliberately lowered tone of humility. He wore a robe embroidered with exquisite patterns. The fabric looked decent, and a sparkling gemstone brooch was pinned to his collar. The cut wasn't particularly refined, yet it remained eye-catching in the dim light of the tent, exuding an air of deliberate ostentation. The smile on his face was as stiff as a mask, but shrewdness hid within the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. He was clearly a veteran at dealing with people. "Spare me the pleasantries. You know why I'm here." Leo's expression was cold, and there was no warmth in his tone. He had always lacked patience for mercenary merchants like this. However, he didn't hate the man that much either. After all, the guy was just greedy for money and quite efficient at his job. He had done some research earlier and found that this slave trader was considered the most talented and powerful among the many slave traders. At the same time, this fellow's treatment of slaves seemed to be the best, of course, that was only in comparison to his peers. The methods of other slave traders were only worse, involving frequent beatings and starvation. By comparison, this place had become a blessed land. Hee. The hero is as indifferent as ever. It truly makes me feel quite excited. The slave trader laughed apologetically, his tone overflowing with sycophancy. His voice trailed off with deliberate flattery, as if he were trying to cater to Leo's temperament. His gaze then scanned Raphtalia back and forth, followed by a click of his tongue in admiration. "By the way, is this Raphtalia? What an astonishing transformation. I never imagined you could cultivate that scrawny child, who could barely stand, into such a high-quality premium product. And even without a slave crest. I am becoming more and more interested in the hero's training. He paused, smacking his lips as he calculated, his fingers subconsciously rubbing together. With this temperament, even if she isn't a virgin, she could sell for 20 gold coins. 20 gold coins, converted to the currency of my old world, that's about 200,000 renminbi. Leo performed the conversion in his head and then frowned. So little. It's not even half the cost of the equipment she's wearing. The slave trader had miscalculated again. After receiving Idol's funding, Leo had, in a sense, achieved financial freedom. This small amount of money was no different from waste paper in his eyes. "I am a virgin." Raphtalia's cheeks flushed red as she hastily retorted in an annoyed tone, her hand instinctively tightening around the hilt of the sword at her waist. "What?" The slave trader's eyes lit up, and his voice suddenly rose. "Then she's worth 40 gold coins. How about it, hero? Will you let me give her a proper inspection? I promise I'll only look and won't touch. Watch your mouth." Leo's voice turned cold, his eyes carrying an undisguised warning. "Her temper is even shorter than mine now. Also, if you dare touch a single finger of hers, I'll chop your hand off." No sooner had Leo spoken than there was a soft shring. Raphtalia had drawn her sword. The crisp ring of metal echoed through the tent, carrying a piercing chill that cut through the oppressive air. Raphtalia stared intently at the slave trader, her anger undisguised. The atmosphere around her suddenly turned cold, and even the shadows in the corners of the tent seemed to freeze. Breathing became difficult, and the guards behind the slave trader instinctively shrank back. Understood, hero. Understood. The slave trader shuddered, intimidated by Raphtalia's aura, and the smile on his face instantly became strained. Trembling, he pointed ahead, bowing even lower until he was almost crawling on the ground, his voice quivering. The cage covered with the black cloth up ahead is the one. This way, please, both of you. Please don't be angry, I'm just clumsy with my words. Please don't take it to heart. Slave trader, stay here. Raphtalia, let's go. Leo didn't want to waste any more words on him. He glanced at the slave trader, and the coldness in that look ensured the man wouldn't dare make another move. Then, he led Raphtalia straight toward the cage that had been pointed out. Arriving before the cage, Leo took a deep breath and slowly reached out his hand. The moment his fingertips touched the black cloth, a strange sense of familiarity washed over him, just like when he first met Raphtalia. His heart skipped a beat, then began to thud heavily, the clear thump-thump resonating in his chest. He gently pulled back the black cloth. The fabric made a faint rustling sound that was exceptionally clear in the quiet tent. Who is it? A boy's voice, full of wariness, came from inside the cage. It had the clarity unique to youth but was wrapped in a layer of tense caution. Like the low growl of a wounded beast before a roar, the end of his words trembled slightly. One could tell the speaker was forcing himself to remain calm. What met his eyes was a face full of wildness. His black and white hair was like an unkempt manner, wildly unruly. A few strands hung over his forehead, swaying gently with his breath and covered in a bit of dust. The ears on either side of his head were rounder and thicker than cat ears, their tips slightly flushed. At this moment, they were twitching nervously like two startled leaves. A wary light flickered in his blue-slit pupils, like the eyes of a wolf in a standoff during a cold night, sharp enough to pierce through a person's soul. And behind him, he was protecting a young girl who was covered in bandages. His shoulders were slightly hunched, his spine stiff as a board, as he assumed a posture ready for combat at any moment. I am here to take you out. Leo lowered his voice, trying to make his tone sound as gentle as possible, not wanting to further provoke the already tense boy. Who is it? Cough cough. Where? There is a powerful force near my brother. The bandaged girl coughed violently while struggling to turn her head toward them. As her neck turned, the bandages made a rustling sound. Her voice was weak and raspy, every word sounding as if it were squeezed out of her throat. Accompanied by painful gasps, her breath was as thin as silk, as if it might snap at any second. The sound of coughing echoed in the silent cage, one after another, carrying a tearing sense of pain. Hearing his sister's words, the brother's wary expression softened slightly. But he remained full of suspicion, his brow furrowed deeply into a vertical crease. He very reluctantly tilted his chin toward Leo and the others, signaling that they could approach. Atla, is it? Leo looked at the girl covered in bandages. Large areas of ulceration could be seen where her skin was exposed, faintly emitting a putrid smell that made one instinctively frown, yet one couldn't bear to look away. The pus and blood seeping from under the bandages had stained the white cloth into mottled dark red, as if witnessing her life slowly draining away. It was a miracle she could still hold on in such a state. From her slightly twitching ears, one could barely tell that she and her brother belonged to the same race, the White Tiger clan. Leo knew that although her eyes had lost their light, her perception was far more acute than an ordinary person's, just as he remembered. The profound mysteries of the Hengen Muso style might have already quietly sprouted within her, though they had yet to manifest. Yes, cough cough. May I ask what business brings you here? Atla tried to make her voice sound steady, but coughing still interrupted her words from time to time. Her body shook violently with the coughing, causing the bandages wrapped around her to quiver as well. I am here to buy you, Leo said bluntly. Hey! Atla let out a soft cry of surprise. Her dim eye sockets moved slightly, but then they darkened again with a hint of disbelief. Hey! You bastard, what do you want with Atla? Hearing that Leo wanted to buy Atla, her brother, Foal, instantly flew into a rage. Like a thoroughly provoked white tiger, he lunged forward. The muscles on his face contorted with anger. He grabbed Leo's collar tightly with both hands, his fist raised high, looking ready to strike with the sound of wind. "Go ahead and hit me if you have the guts." Leo looked at him coldly, without a hint of fear in his eyes. He didn't even blink. Because of the effect of the shield of apathy, his face remained as calm as ever. His heart was also like a calm lake, without a single ripple, not because he was suppressing it, but because there truly was no emotional fluctuation, as if the other person's anger had nothing to do with him. Foal hadn't expected Leo to be so composed. The movement of his raised fist came to a sudden halt, as if his arm had been seized by an invisible hand, frozen in midair. He was stunned for a moment, a flash of confusion crossing his eyes, not understanding why this man was so calm. Was he not afraid that he would actually land a punch? The calmness in those eyes caused his anger to dissipate by more than half for some reason. "Not just her, you're coming with me too," Leo said calmly. Every word was like a heavy stone, landing firmly on Foal's heart with an undeniable force. Seeing that Leo remained unresponsive, Foal could only awkwardly release his grip. His fist slowly lowered, the sensation of the crumpled fabric still lingering on his fingertips, feeling somewhat hot. Then a flash of unwillingness crossed his eyes. He gritted his teeth and quickly stepped back to his sister's side, shielding her even more tightly with his body while still staring warily at Leo. "Although I would very much like to follow you, I'm sorry, my time is running out," Atla said as tears welled up in her eyes and slid down her cheeks. They wet the bandages at her chin, spreading a small dark stain with a salty warmth. "So, could you please take good care of my brother? He is a good brother, and I, as his sister, have held him back for too long." "No, Atla will get better." Foal tightly held his sister's hand, his thumb rubbing against the rough bandages on the back of her hand. His eyes were red, and his voice carried a hint of uncontrollable trembling. "I will work hard to earn money and buy the best medicine for Atla. I will definitely cure you. I definitely will." His hands were rough and cracked from years of fighting, covered in small scars and thick calluses. At this moment, however, he stroked Atla's cheek with extraordinary tenderness, trying to give her some tangible comfort. "Aren't you overthinking things?" Leo's tone remained unchanged, still as flat as water, yet it carried a strange penetrative power that reached both of their ears clearly. "He is your brother. How he is cared for is something you must do yourself. Don't think about pushing everything onto others." Chapter 48, Settling Accounts with the Slave Trader. "Take these and decide for yourself." Leo handed 2 bottles of shimmering Iero medicine to Foal. He had specifically saved these medicines from the beginning, preparing for this very moment. Foal took the medicine hesitantly and held it to his nose, sniffing it gently. Frowning slightly, he asked in confusion, "Is this Iero medicine?" "Yeah," Leo replied with a flat tone. "Whether you use it or not is up to you. You didn't do anything to it, did you?" Foal was still somewhat uneasy. After all, this medicine had appeared out of nowhere and was a rare item on the market. His long-standing vigilance forced him to be cautious. He examined the medicine in his hand repeatedly, then looked up at Leo, trying to find a single flaw on his face. "You're too full of yourself." Leo spoke indifferently, though he understood the concern. If it were him, he would likely be just as guarded. "I have no interest in the weak." He turned around, no longer looking at Foal, deliberately giving him space to think. His gaze fell on the shadows in the corner of the cage, where a thin layer of dust had accumulated. Foal struggled with the decision for a while, still fearing there might be something wrong with the medicine. He gritted his teeth, unscrewed 1 bottle first, and took a small, cautious sip. In an instant, a pale green light bloomed from within his body, forming a thin purple healing barrier on the surface of his skin. The light was soft and warm, like a halo, quietly illuminating the dark corners of the cage. Even the air seemed to freshen slightly, dispelling some of the musty smell. "This is..." Feeling the warmth surging through his body, his previously tense muscles gradually relaxed, and a look of clear surprise appeared on Foal's face. He quickly unscrewed the other bottle and carefully brought the medicine to Atla's lips. "Drink slowly, Atla." He whispered the instruction with a delicate tenderness unique to his sister, his fingertips lightly touching her cheek. My whole body feels much better. Atla took a few small sips, and a long absent smile finally appeared on her pale face. Though she was weak, it was like the first light after a rain, brightening the surroundings. Now, get some good rest first. Seeing Atla's complexion slightly improve, Leo felt a hint of satisfaction. He had gained 2 more usable combatants. The White Tiger race was naturally skilled in combat. Even without a class up, their level cap was 60, showing significant potential. Yes, thank you. Atla said gratefully, her voice still weak but filled with absolute sincerity. She tilted her head slightly toward the direction of Leo's voice, as if trying to memorize both his voice and his presence. Could I please ask for your name? Leo. Leo replied briefly. Lord Leo, is it? Atla softly repeated the name, the tail end of her words carrying a gentle echo. Yeah. Then, would you allow me to ask a question? She spoke suddenly, her tone hesitant yet firm. Leo tilted his head slightly, signaling for her to continue. Why is it that behind your powerful and cold strength, there is a hint of desolation and emptiness? Atla was silent for a moment before slowly speaking those words. Her perception was so keen that it was as if she could directly see into his most hidden emotions. Leo was shaken. He hadn't expected her to notice. He thought he had hidden it well, but he was still seen through. What a troublesome person. He thought to himself. Is that important? He composed himself and asked back. I am curious. Atla's tone was serious, without any hint of testing him, only pure inquiry. Great power always comes with a price. Leo was silent for a moment before speaking slowly, a wave of complex emotions rising within him. What you just felt is what I paid. Emotions, conscience. To gain the power to stand in this world, he had struggled countless times and lost too many things he once cherished. Those fragments of the past were still like sharp blades, occasionally carving new wounds into his heart. By now, his inner self was already shattered. The remaining intact parts had long since turned cold. However, he didn't hate this feeling. When the conscience is cold, at least it doesn't hurt anymore. I see. Atla responded thoughtfully, frowning slightly as her fingertips unconsciously tightened on the hem of her clothes. Hey! Foal spoke up suddenly, bowing his head solemnly toward Leo. Thank you. Yeah. Leo reached out and gently patted Foal's head. He felt the other's body stiffen for an instant before slowly relaxing. It seemed the bit of hostility in his heart had finally dissipated. Afterward, Leo walked to a remote corner of the tent and jerked his chin toward the slave trader not far away, signaling him to come over. What are your orders, hero? The slave trader immediately trotted over, rubbing his hands together with a face full of fawning smiles. However, his forehead was covered in fine beads of sweat, and a hint of nervousness and unease was hidden in his eyes, especially when he saw that signature smile on Leo's face. The last time he had seen him show that smile was when he had just come out of the palace after killing people. That scene still made his spine tingle to this day. The hero's smile really makes me both afraid and delighted. The slave trader tried to ease the atmosphere with a joke, but his voice trembled slightly, betraying his true emotions. You've worked hard running back and forth for me. Leo looked at him with a half-smile, his tone carrying a faint hint of mockery. I wouldn't dare. It is my honor to serve the hero. The slave trader bowed hurriedly, his voice becoming even more sycophantic. He leaned forward until he was nearly bent at 90 degrees, looking completely subservient. Now, let's settle the bill. Leo's expression suddenly darkened, his tone turning icy. He stared intently at the slave trader as if trying to see right through him. Back then, you intended to turn me into a slave. How should we settle that? Hearing this, the smile on the slave trader's face froze instantly, replaced by terror. His body began to tremble slightly, and sweat slid down his cheeks, soaking his collar and leaving dark stains. My lord, you actually still remember. As a merchant, you should know how to use information. Leo spoke slowly, his tone calm but heavy with pressure. Based on what you revealed before, I can pretty much judge that you originally intended to cause me intentional harm. It's just that because I had strength, you didn't dare to make a move." After saying that, he raised his hand and summoned 2 undead soldiers. The soldiers immediately took up combat stances, an icy aura radiating from them that seemed to drop the surrounding temperature. They held sharp blades, waiting for Leo's command at any moment. The metal armor reflected the dim light of the tent, exuding a grim chill. The slave trader's face turned deathly pale, and his lips began to quiver. "What do you think I should do now?" Leo stared into the slave trader's eyes and spoke word by word. "Should I tear this place down, then spend some money to ship you to Siltvelt so you can taste what it's like to be a slave? Or, should we both take a step back and call it even?" I understand." The slave trader's legs went weak with fear, nearly collapsing to the ground. He spoke hurriedly, his voice carrying a sob. "These 2 slaves, I will give them to the hero. Not a single penny. I only ask that you forgive me this once." He was truly terrified, fearing that Leo would really turn him into a slave that would be worse than death. "Oh." Leo deliberately dragged out his tone, putting on a regretful expression. "Is that really okay? I feel like I'm getting the short end of the stick." No loss. Not a loss at all." The slave trader waved his hands frantically, forcing a smile that looked worse than crying. "Compared to money, I've learned more valuable things from you, my lord. That's what's most precious." Despite his words, a flash of unavoidable pain at the financial loss flickered in his eyes. After all, he had originally hoped to make a profit from these 2 slaves to make up for previous losses. "Slave trader, you've misunderstood." Leo curled his lips into a chilly smile that made the slave trader shudder involuntarily. "I meant that I am the one suffering a loss. As a modern newcomer, one must have the spirit of plucking feathers from every passing goose." He thought silently to himself. What? The slave trader was completely stunned, his mouth hanging open, unable to speak. Cold sweat poured down his neck, soaking his collar. "Lord Leo, that's enough." Raphtalia, watching from the side, spoke up helplessly as she saw Leo exerting pressure like a warlord. "I'm starting to feel a little sorry for this slave trader." Upon hearing this, Leo's gaze swept across the corner of the tent. There was a row of monster eggs neatly arranged in incubators. From their appearance, they should be the gacha eggs mentioned in the original story. He remembered that in the original story, the protagonist spent 100 silver coins to get one, which eventually hatched into the Philolial queen named Philo. He stepped forward and casually picked up a warm monster egg. The shell still carried the residual heat from the incubator. Turning to the slave trader, who was on the verge of fainting, he said, "As for the compensation, let's use this instead." The temperature of the shell seeped into his fingertips, and it was as if he could feel the faint pulse of life inside. Leo felt a hint of anticipation. Afterward, he took Foal and Atla to have their slave crests removed and turned to leave the oppressive atmosphere of the tent. The sunlight fell on the 3 of them, warm as if it were driving away all the gloom. The bustle of the street entered his ears again, carrying a vivid sense of life. 57 Chapter 49 The Head-Touching Incident. Chapter 49 The Head-Patting Incident. Leo gazed at the monster egg in his hands. The egg was slightly warm, and he could clearly feel the rhythm of life flowing within it through his fingertips. Every slight pulse made it hard for him to contain the excitement and anticipation in his heart. After all, this was his first time trying to raise a pet. The novelty and expectation intertwined, causing even his fingertips to tremble slightly. "Lord Leo looks very happy." Foal carried Atla on his back as they walked home alongside Leo and Raphtalia. Atla spoke first, her voice as light as a feather. "I can feel that the child inside the egg is responding to Lord Leo's expectations." Atla's superhumanly sharp intuition always left Leo secretly amazed. She tilted her head slightly toward Leo, a gentle curve lifting the corners of her mouth, her voice soft and warm. "It's as if I can feel the joy of the life inside the egg, like it's gently swaying its body to say hello." "Yeah," Leo hummed in response, his lips curling up unconsciously as he reached out to gently pat Atla's head. The girl's soft hair slipped through his fingers, carrying the warmth of the sun, like strands of warm silk gently winding around his heart. The sensation suddenly made him feel as if he had gained a younger sister. That soft bond was quite a novel feeling. I'm looking forward to it too, Atla. His voice softened unconsciously, carrying a rare gentleness that even he didn't notice. Come to think of it, even though she's of the white tiger race, the texture feels just like Jichuan, the white cat I used to have. The thought suddenly popped into his head, and his finger movements became even lighter. Don't touch Atla so carelessly. Foal spoke up immediately, sounding alert. He turned slightly to shield his sister more tightly, his tone firm, and even the fluffy tail behind him stood ramrod straight. Atla lightly patted her brother's shoulder, sounding a bit helpless. Elder brother, you should be more polite to our savior. Though she couldn't see, she smiled apologetically in Leo's exact direction. Ooh. Foal pursed his lips and said nothing more, though his shoulders remained tense. I guess it's true that everyone has their match. Leo raised an eyebrow. Since he couldn't pat Atla, he simply withdrew his hand and rubbed Foal's head instead. His fingertips passed through the boy's slightly coarse hair, which had a bit of resilience to it. In his eyes, these siblings were like two bristly kittens. Though the texture of their fur differed, they were equally hard to resist teasing. And male cat or female cat, it's all the same to me. I'm not picky. Hey, touching me isn't okay either. Foal was instantly flustered, his expression shifting from shock to embarrassment. The tips of his ears reddened as he struggled to turn his head away, yet he couldn't shake off Leo's hand. He could only flush red, looking like a cat being held by the scruff of its neck. Phut! Raphtalia was amused by the sight and burst into a giggle. After returning to the room, the first thing Leo did was place the incubator steadily on the left side of the desk. The surface of this magic-driven incubator was covered in faint golden runes, and it was currently emitting a weak blue light, steadily maintaining the proper incubation temperature. The machine emitted a low hum as it ran, like a soothing lullaby. He took an apron from the wooden shelf in the corner and skillfully tied it around his waist. Although the kitchen area was simple, the stone stove and wooden cutting board were kept spotlessly clean, with even the gaps on the edges of the stove wiped down. Fresh spices in a clay jar still bore the morning dew, giving off a crisp aroma that was pleasant to smell. Raphtalia arranged the washed vegetables next to the cutting board. The mix of red and green looked appetizing. She asked softly, Lord Leo, do you need any help? Go boil some hot water. Leo had already picked up a knife and started processing the meat. The blade rhythmically thumped against the wooden cutting board. While you're at it, get 2 fragrant leaves from the storage box. Foal, don't just stand there. Help fetch the ingredients. Leo added without looking up, his gaze fixed on the meat as he cut with precision. What a pain. Foal grumbled, reluctantly shuffling over with dragging steps like a cat that hadn't fully woken up. He's so diligent when it comes to taking care of his sister. Is this guy just selectively lazy? Leo thought helplessly as he watched his back, but his hands didn't stop moving. Raphtalia turned and walked toward the storage box in the corner. When she lifted the lid, a scent mixing the bitterness of herbs with the richness of cedar wafted out, clearing her mind. She took out the fragrant leaves. These leaves originally tasted a bit like cilantro, but grew wider, so Leo always called them fragrant leaves, and carefully wiped away the dust on the surface. Then she placed the copper kettle on the stove and added water. She watched the flames crackle as they licked the bottom of the kettle and listened to the rhythm of Leo's chopping gradually quicken. As the blade rose and fell, the meat was cut into uniform cubes and neatly arranged. As the oil in the pot began to sizzle, Raphtalia added a 3rd scoop of clear water to the copper kettle. This was something Leo had taught her, judging the temperature by the ripples on the water's surface. By the 3rd scoop, the water temperature would be just right for washing vegetables or brewing tea, neither too hot nor too cold. I'm making an improved version of the stew this time. Leo slid the marinated meat into the pot. The oil splattered with a sizzle, but he didn't even flinch as he quickly stir-fried with a long ladle. I added some spices from another world. They should neutralize the gaminess of the meat. Let's try a new flavor. Raphtalia nodded as she neatly arranged the chopped vegetables in a clay bowl. Last time you said that stew from your hometown needs to be simmered over a low heat until the meat falls off the bone to be delicious. That's right, but the fire in this stove is much stronger than the earthen stoves back in my old home. Leo stirred the ingredients with the long-handled ladle. Once the surface of the meat was seared golden brown, he added water and spices. The dark brown broth soon began to bubble and pop. You have to keep a constant eye on it and adjust the heat as needed, or it'll easily burn at the bottom. As he spoke, his gaze remained focused on the stove, the dancing flames reflected in his black pupils. His profile looked exceptionally calm in the firelight, with even the strands of hair at his temples tinged with a warm glow. Chapter 50, Arrival of the Pink Cutie. After nearly an hour of slow cooking, a large pot of stew was finally ready. The thick broth coated every piece of meat and vegetable, and the rising steam, mixed with the aroma of bay leaves and rosemary, permeated the room. It whetted one's appetite, making even the air feel warm. As Leo ladled the stew into large earthenware bowls, Raphtalia had already set the wooden tableware. She had carefully wiped the edges of the bowls and plates, leaving not a single water spot, and even the chopsticks were aligned perfectly straight. The moment the bowl was placed on the table, a black shadow flashed by with a whoosh. "What's going on?" Leo froze for a moment, the spoon still in his hand. He saw Foal jump directly over the chair, brace one knee against the edge of the table, and grab a piece of stewed meat to stuff into his mouth. Even though it was hot enough to make him gasp, he couldn't bear to let go. He made vague hissing sounds but stubbornly swallowed it anyway. Meat juices dripped down the corner of his mouth, staining his clothes with dark spots, but he didn't care at all, burying his head to eat voraciously, like a starving little beast. "Mind your table manners. Are you a wolf boy?" Leo looked at him in this state and nearly lost his composure. Wolf boy, reference to the movie A Werewolf Boy. "What's a wolf boy?" Foal asked back indistinctly, his mouth stuffed full, though his eyes were still fixed on the meat in the bowl. "Forget it, pretend I didn't say anything." Leo sighed helplessly and handed him a clean handkerchief. "Eat slowly, no one is going to snatch it from you. Don't burn your tongue." But Foal didn't notice the handkerchief at all. With his mouth stuffed, he asked indistinctly, "Delicious. What is this?" "It's much tastier than the hard jerky I used to gnaw on in the Colosseum. Stew, improved according to my hometown's recipe." Leo crossed his arms, watching Foal, who was practically lying on top of the bowl while eating. He suddenly felt like he had lost his appetite. "Raphtalia, go get a new bowl. Let him sit down and eat properly so he doesn't burn himself." When Raphtalia brought the bowl and plate over, Foal was using his fingers to scrape the remaining sauce from the bottom of the bowl, not wasting a single drop, and even licked his fingertips clean. "Mind your table manners, hey." Leo rubbed his forehead, feeling that he might need to teach table etiquette all over again. "I didn't expect you," Foal said, his mouth stuffed with meat, to be pretty good at cooking. "You're much better than the cook at the tavern in my hometown. Pay attention to table etiquette from now on." Leo placed the new bowl heavily on the table with a thud to emphasize his point. "And you have to eat your vegetables too." "Vegetables?" Foal grabbed a piece of carrot and took a casual bite, but his brow immediately furrowed, and he quickly spat it out, looking disgusted. "Too bitter. Meat is better." Leo looked at his reaction and was momentarily speechless. Raphtalia couldn't help but chuckle. "Carrots need to be stewed longer to be sweet. Try this piece." Master Leo specifically stewed it until it was very soft. She speared a piece with a fork and handed it to him, her gaze gentle. "Big brother, another bowl." When Foal pushed the empty bowl over, Leo noticed a string of meat hanging from his canine tooth, like a little beast that had just stolen some meat. No, after all, this guy was a white tiger demi-human, so it was normal for him to have a bit of wildness in his bones. When serving the food again, Leo deliberately added a few more pieces of soft-stewed vegetables and buried them under the broth to see if he could pick them out this time. After Foal put down his bowl with satisfaction, his belly bulging, Leo brought out a bowl of carefully cooked millet porridge. The porridge was thick, with a few pitted red dates floating on the surface, and the sweet aroma was intoxicating. "Atla needs to replenish her nutrition. This bowl of porridge is warm." He looked at Foal. "Are you going to feed her, or should I?" "I'll do it." Foal's reaction was surprisingly fast. He immediately put down the empty bowl in his hand, his eyes lighting up a little. The caution he showed when taking the porridge bowl was in stark contrast to his wolfing down of food earlier. He held the rim of the bowl lightly with his fingertips, terrified of spilling even a drop, and even his breathing softened. As he walked toward the compartment where Atla was resting, he even deliberately lightened his footsteps, tiptoeing as if afraid of waking his sleeping sister, his movements so gentle they didn't seem like him. The room finally quieted down. Leo and Raphtalia sat opposite each other, their tableware arranged neatly, the distance between the cutlery and the bowls almost identical. This is what a normal meal should look like. Leo breathed a sigh of relief, picked up his spoon, and slowly took a sip of the soup. Raphtalia's movements as she cut her food were elegant and standard, with every lift and fall of the knife and fork being just right. This was the result of months of Leo's step-by-step instruction, from the initial clumsiness to the current naturalness, which made him feel very gratified. Master Leo, before the waves of catastrophe arrive, should we go investigate the monster nest in the west? Raphtalia asked after putting a cut piece of meat into her mouth and chewing slowly. According to the intelligence gathered, there might be rare materials hidden there. It's a good time to go check it out during this period so we don't waste our free time. Leo scooped up a spoonful of soup, feeling the warm broth spread across his tongue, the richness of the spices and the freshness of the meat intertwined, and nodded. He looked at the darkening sky outside the window, the sunset's afterglow dyeing half the sky red, like an overturned palette. I will stay behind to take care of Atla, her body still needs rest, and she cannot handle the travel. Foal will go with you. It's a good chance for him to practice actual combat more and stop thinking about slacking off. Understood. Raphtalia nodded and asked again, do we need to prepare some herbs and bandages? In case of injury. Prepare double portions. Leo wiped the corner of his mouth, his tone steady. Better safe than sorry. The situation in the monster nest is unpredictable, so it's always right to bring more, lest we find ourselves in a panic. Then to what extent should we explore? Raphtalia pressed. A simple exploration will do. Leo paused, then added, just kill all the monsters inside. That's simple. Raphtalia sighed, somewhat helplessly. Then what is complicated? The complicated stuff, Leo thought for a moment and said, take all the valuable or materials inside, start flooding it from the inside to force all the monsters out, then blow up the cave and destroy the evidence, leaving no future trouble behind. Master Leo, sometimes you are truly terrifying. Raphtalia looked at his calm profile and couldn't help but say. Leo didn't respond, just curled the corner of his mouth imperceptibly. As the night deepened, the blue light of the egg incubator continued to flicker, particularly conspicuous in the dim room. After finishing the day's combat log, Leo rested his arms on the table for a nap. After tidying up the tableware, Raphtalia walked over on tiptoe and specifically draped a thick cloak over his shoulders to cover the chill on the back of his neck. Moonlight spilled onto the table through the window lattice, illuminating the monster egg quietly waiting to hatch. The patterns on the eggshell appeared faintly in the moonlight, as if something was quietly gestating, waiting for the moment to break out of the shell. The next morning, Raphtalia's soft call broke the silence of the room. Master Leo, look, it seems to be hatching. Leo woke up with a start from the table, his eyes locking onto the egg incubator immediately. He saw the cracks on the surface of the eggshell expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye, the fine lines spreading like a spiderweb, accompanied by a faint crack sound. He walked quickly to the machine and leaned over to look closely. He could clearly feel the increasingly strong life fluctuations coming from inside the egg. Pop, with a soft sound, the eggshell finally cracked open, revealing the pink down inside. A hatchling covered in pink down poked its head out from the crack. The down was as fluffy as a fresh piece of cotton candy, soft and squishy. A few tiny fragments of eggshell were still stuck to the top of its head, making it look particularly playful. It opened a pair of large, wet eyes. The moment it met Leo's gaze, it tilted its little head and let out a crisp beep, the sound childish and loud, filled with a bit of curiosity. Welcome, Philo. Leo stretched out his hand and gently stroked the down on the hatchling's back. The touch was even softer and warmer than he had imagined, like holding a fluffy cloud, and a comfortable warmth transmitted to his fingertips. Philo shook its head happily and let out another beep in response. Then, it suddenly raised its pitch and chirped, "Cheep." The next second, it leaped suddenly. Its movements were unbelievably agile, like a little pink cannonball, landing steadily on Leo's shoulder. It then affectionately rubbed its little head against Leo's neck, its down brushing against his skin, bringing a slight itch, and it let out a satisfied purr. Raphtalia stood to the side, watching this scene, and revealed a gentle smile. "It seems it likes Master Leo very much. It's so close to you right after coming out." "It's probably the imprinting effect," Leo said indifferently, his fingertips gently touching Philo's little head, and the little one immediately rubbed against him even more happily. "Imprinting what?" Raphtalia had never heard this word and asked curiously. "Nothing." Leo paused, brushed it off, and didn't intend to explain further. He looked down at the little guy on his shoulder. Philo was looking around with its round eyes, examining the surrounding environment, its pink down shimmering with a soft luster in the morning light, like it had been sprinkled with gold dust. On his usually stern face, a rare, faint smile appeared. Although it wasn't obvious, it was enough for Raphtalia to see that he was in a good mood at the moment. "For heaven's sake, I hope your appetite isn't as big as it was in the original work," Leo thought to himself, his fingertips gently stroking Philo's down again, and the little guy comfortably squinted its eyes. Meanwhile, in the adjacent compartment, Foal was holding a porridge bowl, carefully feeding Atla porridge, the spoon clinking softly against the rim of the bowl, his movements gentle. While feeding her, he was boisterously recounting what happened last night. "Yesterday I got up in the middle of the night to drink water and saw Big Brother staring blankly at that egg, motionless. I don't know what he was thinking. Too talkative." Leo's voice came from outside. "So Big Brother can also be embarrassed, Foal hadn't finished speaking when his mouth was blocked by a small piece of ice generated by Leo using Ice Age. The cold sensation made him subconsciously close his mouth, a flash of surprise in his eyes. Atla listened quietly to their interaction, occasionally letting out a light chuckle. Sunlight fell through the window screen onto her bandaged arms, feeling warm. "Then Master Leo, what should its name be?" Raphtalia looked at the little guy on Leo's shoulder and asked again. "Philo," Leo said, stroking its head again, his tone carrying a gentleness he hadn't even noticed himself. Philo seemed to understand. It rubbed against his shoulder and let out another beep, as if responding to its name. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.